In the near future, mysterious monsters appear all over the world and start killing humans until only a few survivors are left. These creatures have tough armor and are blind, so they follow sounds to hunt their prey. On day 89, the Abbott family goes to town to get supplies from a supermarket. They move carefully and don't speak. Instead, they communicate through American Sign Language or ASL, which they know because the daughter Regan is deaf. The youngest son Bo reaches for a toy shuttle on a shelf and can barely grasp it, causing it to fall. Thankfully, Regan catches it right before it can make noise. Meanwhile, the father Lee grabs some items that'll hopefully boost the signals on their radio. When they're about to leave, Bo brings the toy shuttle. However, Lee takes it away and removes the batteries, explaining they can't bring it because it's too loud. Once Lee, his wife Evelyn, and the last sibling Marcus are out of the store, Regan gives Bo the shuttle back, and Bo secretly takes the batteries. The family starts making their way to their home by walking barefooted on trails of sand they've prepared for supply runs. When they're crossing a bridge, Bo inserts the batteries into the toy and turns it on, causing a lot of noise. This attracts the monsters, and by the time Lee reacts it's too late. Bo is already dead. By day 472, Evelyn is 9 months pregnant. She'll be giving birth soon, so she regularly checks her own vitals and listens to the baby's heartbeat. Marcus and Regan plaster the walls of the baby's room with newspaper to soundproof it. In the farmhouse basement, Lee monitors the family through a surveillance system. He's got notes of the creature's abilities and lots of newspapers on the subject, but he hasn't found how to defeat them yet. Every day he uses the radio to send SOS signals to no avail, and every night he sets a fire on top of the silo. The residents in the distant farms always return the gesture. For meals, Evelyn cooks inside a hole in the floor and dine without using any utensils. The tokens in the children's board game have also been replaced by pieces made of cloth. One evening, Marcus accidentally knocks over the oil lamp and causes a small fire. Lee immediately rushes to put it down, but the crashing sound may have attracted a creature. A sound outside makes Lee take a peek, and fortunately, it's just a couple of raccoons. The little guys run away and are killed by the monsters outside the farm. Afterward, Lee works on amplifying a hearing aid for Regan with pieces from a radio. Evelyn interrupts him and they share a sweet moment by dancing while listening to music on earbuds. On day 473, Regan walks through the house by stepping on the green paint marks not to cause any creaks. When she's about to enter the basement, Lee takes her away and reminds her the basement is off limits. Then he gives her the hearing aid he modified, but she doesn't want it because they never work. Moments later, Evelyn is teaching Marcus math, but they're interrupted by Lee, who wants to take Marcus on a hunting lesson. Regan wants to go too, but Lee doesn't let her because it's too dangerous for her condition. Devastated, Regan goes to her room and finds the hearing aid Lee made. She tries it on, but it doesn't work. Then she packs a bag and leaves the house to visit Bo's grave on the bridge. Regan takes the shuttle out, snips the wires that cause the noise, and places it at the memorial. At the river, Lee retrieves a fish from the net he's installed. When he puts it down on a rock, the fish flaps around and Marcus gets scared, but Lee stops him from running. He explains that the loud noises of the river cover up the smaller sounds. Then they go to the waterfall and Lee teaches Marcus that they can scream there with no danger. Once they have enough fish, Lee and Marcus make their way home and come across a woman's body in the woods. There's an old guy standing nearby and Lee makes a gesture to ask for silence, but the guy can't deal with his grief and screams. Lee immediately picks Marcus up and runs to hide behind a tree, where they keep quiet while a monster arrives and kills the man. In the farmhouse, Evelyn goes upstairs with a bag of laundry, which gets caught on a nail. She pulls until she gets the bag free, not noticing that she's exposed a sharp nail. Moments later, she's shocked to discover her water has broken early. She rushes to the basement and accidentally steps on the nail, causing her to drop a glass picture frame. Managing not to scream, Evelyn makes sure to turn the red lights outside while noticing there's already a monster upstairs. The lights are seen in the distance by Lee and Marcus, who begin to run to the farm. After setting up a timer, Evelyn hides behind a wall and covers her mouth as a monster enters the basement. Suddenly the timer goes off and while the creature jumps on it, Evelyn rushes upstairs only to find another creature. She runs to the first floor and gets in the bathtub, struggling with her contractions while the beasts search the house. Outside, Lee tells Marcus to create a distraction. Marcus sets off some fireworks in the field, causing some loud explosions that cover Evelyn's screams as she gives birth to her baby. Regan sees the fireworks from the bridge and starts making her way home while Lee finds his shotgun and enters the house. Following the trail of blood, he enters the bathroom and panics when he sees the tub empty. However, Evelyn is hiding in the shower with a healthy baby boy. Then Lee takes Evelyn and the baby to the barn where they prepared the special room. He closes the hole right before the monster could find them, and when the baby starts to cry, Lee puts an oxygen mask on his face and places him inside a wooden crate, where his cries are muffled. Once Evelyn wakes up, Lee leaves her with the baby and goes out to find his other kids, unaware the monsters broke some water pipes. In the field, Marcus gets scared when he hears some noises and begins running, only to knock himself out from running into a tractor. Soon Regan arrives and stops when she sees the light of Marcus' flashlight. A monster tries to approach her from behind, but But Regan's hearing aid produces a high-pitched frequency that scares the creature off while also hurting Regan's ears. Afterward, Regan follows the light and finds Marcus. The siblings hug before climbing on the silo, where they start a fire to get Lee's attention. Unfortunately, they run out of lighter fluid and the fire dies. In the barn, Evelyn finally notices the water because it's flooding the room. The baby's crate is floating and there's a monster standing nearby. As the creature dives in, Evelyn very carefully reaches into the crate and retrieves her baby at the same time the creature resurfaces an inch away. Then she slowly backs away and hides in a corner behind some falling water. In the meantime, the siblings argue over what to do. Marcus accidentally falls through a hatch into the grain-filled silo, and the broken door lands near him. At the same time, Lee finds Marcus' things and climbs on the tractor, seeing his kids but some monsters moving towards the silo. When Marcus begins to sink into the grain, Regan jumps in too and pushes the door for him to climb on. Now Marcus is safe, but the one sinking is Regan, so Marcus reaches for her and pulls her out. At that moment, a monster gets inside the silo and the kids use the door as a shield. Once again, Regan's hearing aid reacts and its pitch scares the beast away, leaving a hole in the wall. Lee soon reaches the silo and his flashlight is a sign for the kids to come out. They can hear a monster nearby, so Lee makes the kids hide in the truck while he grabs an axe. Suddenly a creature hits Lee and knocks him down, causing Marcus to scream. Regan's hearing aid starts getting noisy again and it's so painful that she turns it off, but this allows the beast to jump on the truck. A barely alive Lee manages to stand up and signs "I love you" for the kids before he screams. The monster immediately goes to him and kills him, allowing Marcus to drive the truck back to the house and reunite with their mom. Hearing more creatures coming, Evelyn takes Regan and Marcus to the basement. Regan looks at Lee's notes on the creatures and finds all his experimentation with different implants. At that moment, a monster enters the basement and Regan notices its presence messes with the security screens. As the beast starts trashing the place, Regan turns on his hearing aid and the monster starts wriggling in pain. Then she puts the aid on the microphone, magnifying the pitch until the beast collapses. Soon it attacks again, but it's weak and disoriented, meaning it's exposing the flesh under its armor. This allows Evelyn to shoot it and kill it. A flashback then shows what happened on day 1. The Abbott family goes to support Marcus during his baseball game and meet their neighbor Emmett. He wants to support the family too, so they teach him how to say dive in an ASL. Suddenly an unidentifiable object falls from the sky and crashes on Earth. Everyone in town rushes to get home and the Abbotts split in 2 separate cars. A monster appears and sends a police car flying, causing chaos and fear to take over the streets. A second monster cracks Evelyn's car window so she drives away as fast as possible, only to find the street blocked by an incoming bus with a monster on it. Evelyn puts the car in reverse and ends up crashing. Regan sees this and wants to rescue her family. However, there's a monster coming, so Lee drags her inside a store. Lots of people are hiding there and Lee has to silence a man praying. It looks like the creature outside will walk away, but unfortunately someone's phone rings and the beast bursts in through the window to start killing people. Lee and Regan run away through the back door, and the monster chases after them. When they reach the street where the others are hiding, a cop starts shooting at the creature. The bullets do nothing, but it's enough of a distraction for the family to reunite and escape together. In the present, it's now morning of day 474. The family leaves the house and finds the barn on fire, but Evelyn still heads in to retrieve the crate and the oxygen tank. Meanwhile, Regan goes back to the basement, where she grabs a large speaker that she can use to amplify the pitch of her hearing aid. She also grabs Lee's map with the last known locations of survivors. Then she climbs on the silo and lights a fire, but only one flame answers back. The Abbotts decide to go beyond the sand path to look for help at the flame spot. After many hours of walking, they make it to a rail yard, where someone is watching them from the shadows. Evelyn accidentally steps on a booby trap that causes some bottles to cling, so the family starts running away. Unfortunately, Marcus steps in a bear trap and screams in terrible pain. Evelyn tries to calm him down, but the baby also starts crying. Regan places him in the crate with the oxygen mask while Evelyn opens the bear trap, causing Marcus to scream again. At that moment, they see a creature coming toward them. Thankfully, Regan reacts fast and turns on the speaker. The pitch from her hearing aid puts the monster through unbearable pain and exposes its flesh, allowing Evelyn to shoot it dead. Afterward, the family runs into a warehouse, where they're startled by Emmett. A creature comes inside too and starts chasing after them. Thus Emmett runs with the family and guides them to a basement. There's a soundproof bunker where they can hide, but the air is limited, so Emmett uses a timer to know how long they can stay there. He tries to tell the family they can't stay because he doesn't have enough supplies, so Evelyn shows him the baby in the crate to change his mind. When the timer goes off, the family comes out and confirms the monster is gone. Marcus is put back in the bunker so he can scream while Evelyn pours alcohol on his wound to disinfect it. Regan finds Emmett's drawings and learns all his family is dead. After Marcus falls asleep with the headphones on, Evelyn asks Emmett if he knew it was Lee when he saw the flame every night. Emmett admits that he knew, but he didn't join them because all survivors have become savages. Suddenly Marcus starts hearing Beyond the Sea playing on the radio, which Regan finds weird because Lee's equipment never picked it up. Emmett explains he's been hearing it for the last 4 months and he didn't pick it at his home either. It can only be heard from the valley. Regan believes it's a sign, but Emmett insists there's nothing left out there and wants them gone in the morning. After the adults falls asleep, Regan wakes Marcus up and shares her theory. Using Lee's notes, she figured out the signal comes from an island. She thinks the song is a message from a community of survivors and she plans to go out to find them. Marcus says it's a bad idea, but Regan doesn't listen. In the morning, Marcus wakes up to find a message on the radio that says keep listening. He immediately informs Evelyn, who in turn begs Emmett to go after her. Meanwhile, Regan follows the tracks to a station, where she finds an abandoned train filled with bodies and holes made by the monsters. She makes her way to the front and pushes a door just enough to retrieve a first aid kit. Suddenly she gets startled by some movement, but it's just a falling body. Unfortunately, she makes some noise and attracts a creature that comes after her, so Regan steps back and turns on the speaker to weaken it. The creature shakes in pain and Regan tries to shoot it, but the bullet only grazes its face. When the beast is about to jump on her, Emmett shows up and shoots it dead. Afterward, the duo runs to hide inside the station until the creatures leave. Emmett tries to convince Regan to come back, but she refuses and instead convinces him to help her. A few hours later, Regan wakes up and panics because all her things are missing, thinking Emmett tricked her. However, he soon comes back and announces he's found a boat. Meanwhile, Evelyn notices the tank is running out of air, not to mention Marcus needs medicine. She asks him to stay with the baby while she goes out to the pharmacy, promising to come back soon. On her way to town, Evelyn crosses the bridge and leaves her wedding ring on Beau's grave. Eventually she makes it to the pharmacy and is able to gather medicine plus 2 oxygen tanks without any problems. Back to Marcus, he takes care of the baby for a while but gets bored and puts him in the crate with the oxygen tank. Then he leaves the basement to investigate the building and finds where Emmett sleeps. He also looks behind the curtain and finds the body of Emmett's wife, which causes him to step back in fear and knock over some noisy equipment. Hearing the creatures coming, Marcus rushes back into the basement and enters the bunker with the baby, accidentally locking the door. The creature begins breaking through the basement entrance and makes it inside while Marcus realizes they're running out of air, so he begins sharing the oxygen mask with the baby. At that moment, Evelyn comes back and hears the noises, so she fires a bullet to get the monster's attention. Once the creature comes out, Evelyn shoots one of the tanks and sets the beast on fire, but it doesn't kill it. The flames cause the sprinklers to activate and the noise distracts the monster, allowing Evelyn to walk past it and return to the basement. She rushes to open the bunker and finds Marcus unconscious, so she quickly wakes him up and replaces the oxygen tank. Then she closes the bunker door without locking it to wait for the beast to leave. After crossing a bridge, Regan and Emmett reach a pier. As they approach a boat, they hear a noise and discover a little girl crouched on the deck. Emmett comes closer and the girl suddenly throws a noose around his neck while a group of creepy guys come out of hiding. The men take interest in Regan, ripping off her shirt and removing her implant. Approving what they see, they begin taking her back to their boat. Emmett remembers the baseball game and signs the words dive and before attacking the guy with the net attached to the noose. As Regan jumps away, the man drops his lamp and it breaks, starting a fire on the deck and making noise for 2 monsters to find them. While everyone runs away in fear, Emmett ties the guy to a post and stabs his leg to leave him as monster bait. Then he jumps into the water, however the rope keeps him from swimming away. When the monster finally kills the man, Emmett is finally free. A creature comes after him, however it can't swim and ends up drowning while the other monster stands on a ship, not knowing what to do. Regan soon shows up in a boat and rescues Emmett, who reveals the hearing aid hiding inside his mouth. Moments later, Regan and Emmett reach an island and find a community of survivors living in peace. These people have been here from the beginning. They escaped on boats when they heard the sirens on the day of the incident. After a warm dinner, Emmett goes for a walk on the beach and stares at a drawing of his wife. Suddenly he hears a loud crashing sound and follows it to the edge of the shore, where he finds a ship with claw marks on its side. Emmett rushes back to the survivors to warn them, but it's too late. The monster arrives and starts killing people while everyone tries to run and hide. As Emmett runs toward a house, he picks up a kid and helps him hide inside. An island man also hides his child. Then he, Regan, and Emmett get in a car to drive away as they blow the horn, hoping to guide the monster away from their little town. The beast lands on top of the car and tears a hole in the hood before the speed causes it to fall. Meanwhile, Evelyn, Marcus, and the baby share the single oxygen tank, which is about to get empty. Evelyn exits the bunker to check, and while she's picking up the medicine, the monster appears behind her. She runs back to the bunker, but before she can close the door, the beast reaches inside and slashes her leg. On the island, the trio reaches the radio station, only for the monster to catch up and capture the island man. Regan and Emmett rush inside and manage to hide as the creature starts bringing down the doors. They wait for it to reach another room and carefully sneak around to get into the equipment office. Regan opens a door and the screech gets the monster's attention, so Emmett tries to block it and gets his leg slashed. When Regan sees this, she turns on her hearing aid and puts it on the microphone before activating the broadcast, sending the painful pitch through all the radios. At the same time, Marcus hears the pitch coming from the radio and unplugs the headphones to use it as a shield. He walks forward and forces the beast to step back before he reaches for a gun on the table and kills it with a single shot. In the station, the beast steps back in pain and Regan takes a pipe to crush its head. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It's a normal day in Hong Kong when suddenly the biggest tsunami in history hits the city, quickly flooding the streets and filling up the buildings. People run away in panic trying to find a safe spot where to hide, but the water is faster than them. Only those who manage to get to a floor high enough survive, and Hong Kong loses most of its population in just a couple of hours. 5 years later, Asha still has nightmares of the horror she felt that day. However, every morning she bottles up her fear and pushes through to keep on surviving. She's living in a high building that is in ruins, and she takes advantage of the trash to keep her things hidden from potential enemies. She's been savaging anything useful for the water for years and has created hiding spots all over the apartment, like making a hole under the couch cushions. Every morning, she goes to the roof and gets some clean water from her secret stash, which is also carefully hidden. After drinking some tea, she listens to the radio, but she ignores the recorded message informing about a government shelter with supplies and chooses music instead. She's careful to use headphones to avoid making extra noise. Next, she uses a towel to gather the morning dew, which she adds to her stash of water bottles. She also measures all the bottles to keep track of how much clean water she has left, and she can't help worrying because it hasn't rained in a while. Once her chores are done, she eats instant noodles while remembering the beautiful restaurants with delicious food she used to visit with her friends. Afterward, Asha uses binoculars to watch over the area. Only the top of the buildings can be seen sticking out of the water, and occasionally those buildings would start crumbling down. She also makes sure that the few surviving neighbors are still in their apartments. Suddenly she sees a box floating in the water and rushes to a different window, where she's installed a makeshift harpoon-like mechanism that she uses to scavenge. With one quick shot she manages to catch the box, but when she tries to pull it in, something in the water drags the box down and makes her hit the edge of the window, hurting her arm. Asha ignores the pain and keeps on pulling against the mysterious strength, falling back from the whiplash when the creature finally lets go of it. Then Asha brings the box inside, and the animal has its revenge by sending a wave against her. The box mostly has trash in it, but she also finds a bottle of alcohol. On her way back to the roof, Asha stares at the door at the end of the corridor before moving again, clearly upset. On the roof, she uses the alcohol to clean her wound before wrapping it up and drinking the pain down. In the evening, she hears screaming and looks outside to discover 2 boats of violent scavengers have come by and are attacking the neighbors. There's also a man on the other roof looking at her building, so Asha hides for a few seconds before looking again. It seems the boats are coming to her place, so she rushes downstairs, hides all her daily things, covers her mattress, and even throws some dirt on the hallway to make it look live-in. Then she hides behind a fake wall in a closet, making sure to keep silent as the scavengers get into the room and begin looking around for food, even checking the closet. Thankfully they don't find anything, but Asha gets startled when she hears a shot. A boy just shot his gun because he thought something moving, but it was a mistake. After the group is gone, Asha cries in relief and tries to calm herself down with a nice memory. Before the tragedy happened, Asha had gained a half-sister and she took her out for a meal to start bonding. The next day, she finds another box and among all the junk inside, she's excited to find a jar of honey. However, her happy moment is ruined when she sees a body floating in the water. Sometime later, while Asha is busy, someone sneaks inside and starts taking things from Asha's secret spots. Asha thinks she hears something but can't see anything, so she ignores it for now. When she gets ready for bed, she hears another noise and goes to investigate with her flashlight, but once again there's nothing. Next she washes her face and leaves the soap out on purpose to finally catch the intruder, who turns out to be a little girl. Asha grabs the shoulder to confront her, but the child kicks her and runs away. She takes a few more things including Asha's makeshift lamp and goes down the corridor, but before she can open the mysterious door, she hears Asha coming and leaves again. That night, Asha dreams of the time she went shopping for clothes for her sister's birthday, and how she told her best friend that she was eager to leave her parents' house. When she wakes up, she notices part of her food stash is missing, so Asha begins following the empty wrappers on the floor and finds the girl sleeping with the lantern. She doesn't have the heart to wake her up, so she goes to do some cooking instead. When the girl finally awakens, she goes around looking for more hidden compartments. Inside a fake outlet, she finds an envelope with pictures of Asha and her sister, only to be caught red-handed. The child runs away and Asha hurries to put the pictures back in their place, not noticing she accidentally dropped one. Afterward, she makes a second portion of noodles and brings it to the child while remembering the night of her sister's birthday dinner. Their parents gifted her the family's necklace, which made Asha angry because as the first child, she was supposed to get it. An argument ensued and Asha ended up leaving. Back to the present, it's shown that Asha is wearing that necklace now. The girl ignores the food offer, so Asha leaves it next to her and leaves. The child eats it all and moments later, she notices Asha left a mattress for her too. She doesn't use it, but the next morning, She gives Asha back all the things she stole. For lunch, Asha makes 2 portions of noodles again and leaves one for the girl to then go eat on the roof. However, the child soon joins her and copies everything she does, causing them to laugh and bond. It makes Asha remember the happiness of her old life again. In the evening, the girl finally accepts to take the other mattress and sleeps next to Asha. Soon she starts crying and tries to hide it, but Asha tells her it's okay to cry and be scared. The girl misses her family but thinks she'll see her mom soon because she's building a boat to find it. She also mentions her name is Hey Hey. After another night full of nightmares, Asha takes Hey Hey with her to the roof to go through the routine. Hey Hey is playing around with the door and removes the tape Asha put on the lock, so when the door accidentally closes, they can't open it from the outside. Asha is upset, but Hey Hey immediately shows her she can pick locks and opens it again. Later, while Asha is getting a new meal ready, she realizes her necklace is missing. At that moment she hears some noises and looks out the window to discover the scavengers are back, so she asks Hey Hey to stay silent while they wait until they're gone. Later, while Asha helps Hey Hey get clean, the girl asks her to leave together, but Asha refuses. She says this is her home and that there's nothing out there anyway. Then Asha asks Hey Hey if she took her necklace, but Hey Hey says she didn't and runs to another apartment, offended by the accusation. In the evening, Asha has dinner alone and notices there's water missing, so she goes to investigate and discovers Hey Hey took it to wash. This triggers another memory of her hearing news of a typhoon coming to neighboring countries, and how she fought with her mother, who wanted her to get married and be a good wife. That night the nightmares get worse and Asha keeps seeing all the bodies in the water. When she wakes up, for a second she mistakes Hey Hey for her sister. Afterward, Asha teaches Hey Hey how to deal with the electricity in the building, but Hey Hey interrupts to ask about the door at the end of the corridor. Asha asks her to ignore it because that room stinks and if they open it, the smell will spread everywhere. Another memory shows Asha watching the news, which was reporting the complete destruction of Singapore by the floods. Her mother turned off the TV and told her about the next family meeting, but Asha couldn't go. Another argument ensued and Asha told her family they made her feel like a prisoner before leaving the apartment. Back to the present, Hey Hey is using the radio and hears the message about the shelter, so she rushes to Asha to ask to go there. Asha refuses, explaining it's dangerous to go out. An argument ensues, so Hey Hey calls Asha angry and bitter and leaves the room. Following her into the other room, Asha discovers Hey Hey is building a raft with trash. She's also got a flare gun. Asha immediately takes it from her and makes a confession. Some time ago, she tried to leave, and the situation out there was so horrible that she had to come back. After they reconcile, Asha remembers how her sister followed her out of the apartment after the fight with her parents, asking her not to go. Asha explained it was time for her to move out, but she promised they would still hang out. The next morning it's finally raining, so Asha and Hey Hey rush to the roof to gather lots of water and put it away properly. While they're working, Hey Hey notices that Asha's necklace had simply fallen. Then Asha discovers the photo that got left behind and she's overwhelmed with memories, so Hey Hey comforts her and reminds her they have each other. When Asha goes to bed, she's surprised to find something under her pillow. It's her necklace, which fell because the clasp is broken. Feeling bad about how she treated Hey Hey, the next morning Asha begins working non-stop until she manages to build a raft. Hey Hey gets super excited, and Asha remembers the night of the argument again. Her sister was trying to tell her she left the necklace in Asha's jacket when suddenly people in the street started to run in panic because there was a huge tsunami behind them that hit the streets in seconds. Back in the present, Asha decides to gift Hey Hey her necklace. Sometime later, the duo gathers supplies to get the raft ready to leave. Hey Hey is listening to the radio and the headphones accidentally disconnect, causing the music to loudly echo in the room. Asha rushes to turn it off but soon they hear the voices of the scavengers outside. Panicking, the duo rushes to hide all their personal objects as fast as possible. Then Asha pushes Hey Hey into the hole behind the fake closet wall. There isn't enough room for both of them there, so Asha will be hiding in the stinky room. Soon the scavengers enter through the window, but Asha hides just in time in the stinky room, where she finds her old family pictures because this is her old apartment. The scavengers start a much more violent search this time, destroying anything they could find including the raft. A guy comes to the stinky room and gags at the putrid smell, but he keeps moving and removes some old sheets only to find the bodies of Asha's parents, causing him to puke. At the same time Asha throws out too while remembering the night of the tragedy. The wave was taking down everything in its path, killing dozens of people per second. Everyone started to push each other for a chance to survive, so Asha dragged her sister into a building to take the stairs, but soon the crowd was following them. Back in the present, the scavengers are taking all the food and staring at Asha's pictures. The boy finds the closet and notices something weird, so the other scavengers help him move the fake wall and they capture Hey Hey. Asha hears all this from her hiding spot in the stinky room and once again has a flashback. When they were going up the stairs, the sister tripped and fell behind, so she was trampled by the crowd. Asha was panicking and kept on running, not noticing her sister was missing until she made it to the roof. Suddenly Asha hears a scared Hey Hey tell the group where she is and the scavengers quickly find her, knocking her out. When she wakes up, Asha is tied up and the foreign scavenger tries to take advantage of her, but at that moment the leader calls him over. Moments later, Hey Hey and all the supplies are taken to the scavenger's boat. Asha is soon dragged out too, and looking at Hey Hey reminds her of her sister, making her realize she can't make the same mistake again. She pulls at the rope, but the guy pulls back and makes her fall into the water. Luckily there's a broken CV nearby, so Asha uses it to attack the man, which causes him to angrily try to drown her. After some struggle, Asha finally reaches the flare gun in her pocket and shoots the guy, killing him. The other scavengers hear all the noise and come back into the building, but they don't see Asha. As the group splits to search, a big guy hears Asha cry and comes after her, but this is part of her trap. She makes him fall with some rope, then uses a guitar to beat him to death. Next, she takes his knife and runs into another room to turn on the radio. Soon a scavenger follows the noise and Asha jumps on him from behind, stabbing him with a knife. It's not enough and the guy starts fighting Asha, throwing her on a mattress to try to choke her. Thankfully she manages to reach the knife and starts stabbing him repeatedly until he's dead. Then the female scavenger also hears a noise and finds a can with fire inside. Asha surprises her by throwing oil on her and pushing her into another room, where she sets her on fire before blocking the door to let her burn slowly. The leader hears her screaming and moves in that direction, but when he takes the stairs, Asha jumps on him to stab him. Another fight ensues during which the leader hits Asha a couple of times before trying to choke her. Asha continues to struggle and reaches up to grab the light tube, causing darkness to take over as she beats the guy to death with it. When she turns on her flashlight, the boy shows up and opens fire, so Asha immediately runs to the roof. The boy goes after her and as soon as he steps outside, Asha closes the door after having removed the tape, trapping the scavenger on the roof. The boy starts begging for help with an innocent voice and Asha considers taking pity on him, but soon he starts shooting at the door so Asha leaves. There's only one scavenger left on the boat, watching over Hey Hey. Asha goes to the window and uses her harpoon-like device, but she misses the shot and it falls in the water. When the guy moves to check on the noise, Hey Hey uses the chance to push him off the boat, but the man grabs her and makes her fall too. A desperate Asha jumps into the water to save her while the man resurfaces nearby, only to be eaten by the sea creature. After a few seconds of silence, the duo resurfaces too, all safe and sound. They swim to the boat and finally get going, knowing that all the supplies the scavengers stole will keep them going until they find the shelter. That night, Asha finally sleeps without nightmares. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the Shookham Hills coal mine, company co-founder Paul is chatting with his son Derek, who realizes he's forgotten his tools and goes back for them. Suddenly a shadow jumps out and drags Derek away. Paul hears his son begging for help and rushes to save him, only to be hit down by the mysterious enemy. A strange noise echoes in the mist as the creature reaches out to stab Paul, then a bleeding Derek is taken away screaming. Many years later, an adventurer called Ariane is looking at a bunch of newspaper clips that talk about the workers in the Shookham Hills mines dying in a huge fire. To this day, the authorities still don't know what happened, and the mining operation was closed after the tragedy. The weirdest part is that Shookham Hills hasn't appeared on maps since the 70s and its population seems to have disappeared. Ariane is gathering as much information as possible about it because she's been hired by a group of scientists to find the mines again. When they're finally ready, the group leaves in Ariane's car and quickly notices their phones have no signal. Eventually they cross a small town and stop at the store for supplies. There are some really creepy things in the shop and Ariane takes the chance to ask the proprietor about the location of Shookham Hills, but the man says that he has never heard of it. When Ariane keeps pressing for information, he tells her to go back to where they came from. Ariane leaves without buying anything, and a local man who overheard the conversation makes a call to report there's trouble coming. As Ariane's group tries to leave town, a car starts following them. Ariane speeds up to try to lose it, quickly making it out of town and into the forest. However, the car suddenly comes to a stop, so Ariane goes off the road and hides for a moment to wait until the car is gone. She explains to the scientists that the car had been waiting for them to pass one specific point in the road, so that spot is where they need to go. The group crosses the forest by following that clue, not noticing the sign with a danger warning. The car goes down a narrow dirt road until they find the way blocked by an electrified fence, which means something important is on the other side. Thankfully, there's a tree leaning over the fence, so they just have to climb it to reach the other side safely. Afterward, the group starts exploring the area, only stopping to take samples. Eventually, they decide to set camp by the river to rest for the night. The scientists spend the evening discussing theories about the disappearance of Shookham Hills. Darren thinks it was a sinkhole, but Sean thinks the American government was making its own version of the well to hell, referring to a hole dug by the Russians that went so deep it supposedly broke through hell. He even has a recording of the strange sound they discovered in that hole, which almost sounds like a creature moaning. Sean believes it's the screams of the damned, but Darren says it's just the grinding of tectonic plates. Meanwhile, a group of locals led by Dale find out the wires in their electrified gates have been torn from the inside, which a wild animal can't do. They look around the area for clues and one of the men checks another installation up close, only for a mysterious creature to suddenly pull him down and kill him. Moments later, an older Paul shows up and tells the group that he wants the scientists gone immediately. The next day, the team keeps exploring and sees various posts with megaphones, so they assume they're a warning system for gas leaks, although they look quite new. They also find studio foam, which is usually used for soundproofing. Eventually they find a grill on the ground expelling lots of smoke, but when they're about to take some samples, the car from yesterday shows up. The team hides and waits for the car to leave, then Ariane insists on moving faster because the locals obviously know they're here. After lots of walking, they finally make it to Shookham Hills. The buildings are well preserved, but there isn't a single person in sight. They start recording as they enter a random house and notice more smoke, causing them to wonder if the gas from the mines is the reason behind the disappearance of the townspeople. Suddenly Ariane opens a back door in the house and discovers the mining area. The scientists are very happy to have found proof of the story and they rush to a huge hole on the ground that has been covered with electrified grates. After cutting the wires, they start working on removing the grates, ignoring Ariane's warnings about the potential dangers. Then they lower a scanner into the hole, but they don't collect any data until it hits the bottom. It seems the hole has lots of a pure rare metal known as anthracite, but while the scientists celebrate, Terry hears a weird noise that suddenly becomes a screech and hurts his ears. He takes off his headphones and makes everyone hear the noise on the scanner, but suddenly he steps on a rope and is dragged into the hole by a mysterious force. As Terry bleeds and cries for help, Ariane prepares the climbing equipment and goes down the hole with Jamie. They reach the bottom safely and look around, noticing a mysterious shadow moving in the darkness. Ariane is worried about the gas levels, but Jamie refuses to leave Terry. At that moment, Dale arrives with a shotgun in hand and gets furious when he sees they've removed the grates. He immediately starts cutting the ropes, so Sean hits him to knock him out, but one of the ropes still falls. This worries Ariane and Jamie enough to make them climb out, and since they don't have signal to call for help, they have no choice but to leave in Dale's car and send someone to rescue him later. The group drives through the forest, but the car comes to a sudden stop when it gets stuck in a crack on the ground, forcing them to proceed on foot. When night falls, Dale wakes up near the hole and uses his radio to alert his friends about a breach, but at that moment, the mysterious creature kills him too. Dale's call triggers an alarm that rings all over the forest. Ariane's group tries to hurry up, but they start hearing that weird sound again, which is similar to the recording Sean played the other night. They turn off the flashlights as they sneak around so Ariane can use night vision and she finally gets to see the monster, which suddenly attacks the group. They fail to shoot it and start running, but sadly Sean is captured and dragged away. When the creature gets too close to Ariane, she hits it and runs faster to join Darren and Jamie, who have found the road and managed to get the attention of a truck driven by Elroy. The trio climbs to the back, where Shelby fires a few more bullets to keep the creature at bay so they can escape. Moments later they make it back to town, where the locals are gathering for this emergency. Shelby takes them to her safe house, where she's gathered all kinds of information about the monster. After Shelby and Elroy furiously scold them for freeing the creature, Paul reveals himself, explaining he left the business life to work on protecting the area from curious tourists that could cause trouble like they just did. At that moment they get a message saying more creatures are showing up, so they must return to the hole and seal it. On their way out, they hear the creatures nearby, so they immediately hide behind a truck. Another radio message tells them to go to another safe house because too many monsters are coming, but the closest house is uphill. Elroy knows he can't run fast, so he volunteers to distract the monsters to give the group a chance to escape. With a Molotov in hand, he rushes out to meet the creatures, and the resulting explosion kills him too. Meanwhile the group makes it to the safe house and tries their best to stay quiet. However, there's a monster right outside the window, and when Shelby's radio makes noise, the creature makes a noise to call for backup. Suddenly the creature enters the house, so the group runs into a different room. They throw a plate to distract the monster and run to a room in the back, locking the door behind them. However, the monster is strong enough to punch a hole in the door and send Jamie flying through the floor, which breaks the wood and reveals a secret tunnel. The team goes down and starts running, finding that the tunnel takes them to a cave. The monster is getting closer, so Shelby decides to stay to distract it while the others keep going. While the creature chases after Shelby in the opposite direction, the trio finds the exit and breaks down the fence to come out. Then they try to put the fence back up, but at that moment, more monsters show up. Jamie activates a grenade to kill them, however the monsters grab him and during the struggle, he dies in the explosion too. Ariane and Darren have no choice but to keep moving, slowing down when they end up in a very narrow passage. Eventually they reach a huge cavern and Darren can't help stopping for a moment to deal with his exhaustion and grief. He regrets bringing everyone here and admits he didn't do it for science. The truth is that a mining company would pay him lots of money for the anthracite. In return, Ariane admits that during an expedition to the Himalayas, she had to let a client die to save her own life. Since Darren has lost all hope, Ariane decides to continue alone but promises to come back for him. Meanwhile in town, all the locals led by Paul use the megaphones to attract the monsters to the gate and quickly open fire to kill as many as possible. At that moment Ariane returns to the surface and starts following the sound of the shots, only to suddenly hear a monster approaching. She manages to hide in the trash and waits for the monster to leave, but when she comes out, the creature knocks her out from behind. When Ariane wakes up, she finds herself on a raft with a dead Shelby and a monster. She also panics when she realizes her legs are paralyzed. She tries checking the water, only to discover there's a nasty critter there too. Her scream gets the attention of the creature, who puts her to sleep again. Moments later, Ariana wakes up and discovers she's with Darren and Sean. While Darren tries to give her a grenade, Sean says that these creatures are alternative species that colonize like ants. Suddenly 2 monsters grab Sean and bring him to feed their queen, who is bigger but incapable of moving. While Sean is eaten, Ariane manages to grab the grenade, but the creatures grab her to use her as food too. Luckily Darren has his phone and activates the alarm to get the attention of the monsters, giving Ariane the chance to throw the grenade into the queen's mouth. The queen quickly dies while Ariane and Darren run away with the monsters closely following them. Eventually they find a rope leading to the ground and Ariane quickly climbs up, but Darren is slower. Soon a creature is climbing the rope too, so Darren stabs it with a knife, but since more monsters are coming, he decides to cut the rope instead. Darren falls to his death, and while the monsters feed on him, Ariane sees the locals arrive. A man almost cuts the rope, but Paul pushes him away and helps her out instead. Then the locals use flamethrowers and rifles to keep all the creatures contained in the hole. Afterward Paul drives Ariane to the gate and tells her about Derek's death. He points out nobody will believe her story and asks her to help, so Ariane agrees to stay and fight. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1845, Mary Elnor is hung from a tree after being accused of witchcraft. The locals nail a mask to her face before lighting her on fire, then a priest recites an incantation while holding up a doll. A few hours later, her burnt body is still hanging on the tree. In present day in Massachusetts, disgraced journalist Jerry visits a farmer who claims his cow has been marked by a cult. However, when Jerry takes a closer look, he discovers the Metallica logo, so he guesses the farmer's son did it. Suddenly he hears a weird whispering noise that makes him approach a nearby tree, where he finds something sparkling under the sunlight. Jerry reaches into the tree and finds the burnt doll from the beginning with a tag that says February 31, 1845. The farmer says it's common for field workers to leave dolls in the ground for good luck, but usually they don't look like this one. Seeing this as an opportunity for a creepy story, Jerry steps on the doll's head to break it and takes pictures of the farmer supposedly finding it. Later that night, Jerry is driving out of town while drinking. When he turns to grab the bottle, he almost hits Alice, but he dodges her just in time. Jerry's car crashes, but he's fine, so he comes out and notices something moving in the shadows. It's Alice, who Jerry follows through the woods until they find the tree from earlier. Falling to her knees in front of the trees, Alice repeats, "I pledge my soul to you," until Jerry touches her shoulder, then she faints. Afterward, Jerry takes her back to town and learns she lives with Father Hagen, her uncle and only living relative. Hagen calls Dr. Natalie, who checks on Alice to confirm she wasn't hurt and reveals she's deaf-mute. Jerry wonders why he heard her talk, and Natalie blames it on his drinking. While his car gets fixed, Jerry must stay in a motel in town. He goes to church and hears Hagen preaching, only to notice Alice staring at a statue of Mary. She keeps hearing a female voice calling her name and suddenly stands up to walk out of the building as in a trance, and soon other young girls follow her in a perfect line. Everyone else also follows, and Jerry has his camera ready to record while Alice stares at the tree, where she sees an apparition of Mary. After standing there for a few seconds, she shocks everyone by talking, saying she has heard the voice of Mary herself, who is requesting through Alice that everyone return to the tree the next day. Afterward, Natalie runs tests on Alice, who is excited to learn she can now hear as well. That night, Jerry has a nightmare about a red sky taking over the town, the doll breaking, and a ghostly woman crawling out from the now red creek. He wakes up when a drop of water falls on his face and he looks up to see the ceiling is covered in mold. The following day, all the locals return to the tree and once again Jerry records everything. Hagen tries to keep Alice home, but she comes out anyway and goes to touch the tree, where she sees the apparition of Mary again. Then she approaches a paraplegic boy and tells him to have faith in Mary because she commands him to walk. To everyone's shock, the boy suddenly stands up and is able to use his legs. Jerry makes sure to record this too as everyone falls to their knees to pray. Inside the church, the statue of the Virgin begins crying blood. Soon the miracle appears on the news and goes viral. Bishop Giles and Monsignor Delgarde are sent by the Vatican to investigate if Alice really performed a miracle or if it's another scam. They hold a press conference, during which they give examples of the only 3 real miracles by Mary from modern times, which have inspired 3 shrines that attract millions of visitors every year. There are 3 steps to confirm if a miracle is real. The illness must be incurable, the cure must be instantaneous, and the cure must be complete. Then Alice arrives at the conference too and is overwhelmed by the amount of reporters asking rude or stupid questions. Jerry cuts in with a gentler approach and questions that allow her to express her faith, so she only answers him. While the priests work on checking if the conditions are met, a shelter has been put over the tree to protect it from the elements in case it has to become a shrine later. When Hagen takes a closer look, he discovers the doll buried in the ground, causing a terrifying ghost to appear near him. The creature is about to attack him, but suddenly more people show up and the ghost disappears. Then Hagen goes back inside and interrupts Jerry's interview with Alice. He suddenly starts coughing very badly because of his lung disease, but he ignores it and lights a cigarette anyway while scolding Jerry for using Alice for fame. A wary Hagen thinks that this will bring the wrong kind of attention to Alice and points out that next to every shrine, the devil builds a chapel. People who have seen Mary in the past were treated like freaks, sent to convents, or dead in a few months, and he doesn't want that for Alice. That night, Jerry returns to the motel and keeps hearing creepy whispers behind him. He doesn't see anything in the corridor, but when he turns around, a hooded presence appears behind him. The next day, Alice practices singing with Hagen while Jerry and Delgarde watch. Suddenly Hagen starts coughing violently and he collapses. While Jerry calls for an ambulance, Alice asks Hagen to pledge his soul to Mary, then she places her hand on his chest to make him stop coughing and Hagen is delighted to discover he can breathe normally again. However, he's also shocked to see a dark presence behind Alice reaching for him. Afterward they go to the hospital and Natalie shows them 2 x-rays, one from a few days ago, and one she took just now. It's clear that his illness disappeared out of the blue. She also confirms that they ran studies on the former paraplegic boy and all his issues magically went away as well. Delgarde and Giles have no choice but to declare this a true miracle and soon the tree is transformed into a shrine. Alice goes viral again and the town starts to gain lots of tourism from all over the country. People call Alice their hero and become her fans. She gets her own Wikipedia page, and someone even says she'll be bigger than Taylor Swift. Some people are still skeptical and call it all a trick, and one guy decides to leave the town with his family because when God appears on Earth is usually a sign of tragedy. When so many reporters surround Alice's home that it becomes impossible to live, Hagen decides to send her to a diocese in Boston for her own safety. Sometime later, Hagen is smoking a cigarette in the church and notices the smoke moving at a weird angle. He follows it to find a hole in the wall with a notebook, which contains the steps of a ritual to seal the devil with a mask and a doll. In the shadows, something watches him. Meanwhile, Jerry has dinner with Natalie and tells her about the doll he saw, so she explains that those particular dolls are known for trapping evil things, putting the impossible date of February 31st to keep them inside forever. Afterward they go for a walk and Jerry is surprised to see the creek from his dream. Natalie shares that the church used to own most of the town and Jerry shocks her by guessing that was back in 1845. Then Jerry checks the water and sees the ghost from his dream jumping out at him. When he turns around, he almost sees Natalie as the ghost too. Suspicious, Jerry decides they need to talk to Hagen. Speaking of Hagen, he hears the sound of chains in the church and notices someone entering the confessional. He goes inside too and starts the confession, hearing a woman's voice mention the usual stuff. However, she also mentions destroying many lives and her voice gets creepy as she announces she came for him. A hand suddenly hits the middle wall as the woman says Satan gave her power and she was the one to heal Hagen, but she's offended by his doubts. The lights start flickering and the woman keeps on detailing how she killed all the people who tried to stop her. Terrified, Hagen comes out of the confessional and hears the organ playing on its own before he sees a dark hooded ghost in the middle of the church with a rope around her shoulders. Hagen tries to run away, but the ghost blocks his path to attack him. By the time Jerry arrives, he hears a noise in the confessional and opens it to find nothing. At that moment a body appears behind him on a rope and Jerry is shocked to see Hagen dead. After the paramedics take Hagen away, Giles asks Jerry to keep the fact Hagen self-deleted a secret since it would affect people's trust in the local church. However, Jerry isn't convinced that Hagen self-deleted. The next day he visits Alice and points out Hagen thought the evil always followed, but Alice says Mary would never let that happen. In the evening, he returns to the motel and he notices all the lights flickering as he hears the whispers again. This time he does see the ghost at the end of the corridor, but it disappears in seconds. Afterward he reviews all his interview footage and notices something weirdly blurry next to Alice. He starts slowing down the recording and is shocked to see the ghost moving on the paused video before disappearing. But when Jerry leans in, the ghost jumps out at him only to disappear again. The next day during Hagen's funeral, Jerry chats with Natalie, who can't believe Hagen would self-delete either. Together they go into the church's basement and find the notebook Hagen hid, through which they learn about Mary Elnor. She could heal the sick and claimed that Virgin Mary talked through her, but anyone who doubted her would end up dead. In 1845, the town finally fought back and they submerged Mary in the creek until she confessed she was serving Satan. Then they nailed a mask of the Virgin to her face and burned her to death to trap her ashes and soul in the doll that Jerry broke. After Mary's death, every person she healed became sick again. Jerry concludes that Mary Elnor is the one speaking to Alice and not the Virgin. He also realizes that the ghost killed Hagen for finding out the truth in the notebook. At the same time, Alice interrupts the mass for her uncle saying that Mary wants them to gather at the shrine tonight for a special service. Back to Jerry, he notices a sheet moving, but when he removes it he just sees an old Jesus statue. Suddenly another sheet falls and the ghost reveals itself as it tries to attack the duo. The light bulb is broken during the attack and the duo runs away, getting out just in time. They want to warn Alice, but Delgarde is taking her away to avoid an annoying crowd. Jerry and Natalie drive to Boston, where Natalie goes to look for Alice in the convent while Jerry confronts Giles and Delgarde with the truth in the notebook. Giles already knew about it but Delgarde was never informed, Yet Giles ignores his complaints and announces they'll still do the service because a diary from centuries ago isn't evidence. The nuns don't allow Natalie to see Alice, but Jerry uses the chance to visit the diocese's archives and learns that before Mary died, she had a child. She also made a deal with the devil to live on through her descendants, meaning Alice carries her blood. Suddenly he loses signal on his phone and the files with Mary's confession melt down before a statue of the Virgin starts breaking down, revealing the ghost. Jerry throws a table to block her way, but the ghost just pushes it away before teleporting in front of Jerry. At that moment Delgarde shows up and starts exorcising her, so the ghost makes the writing on his Bible wash down. However, Delgarde knows the words and keeps going with a crucifix until she disappears. Then Delgarde agrees to team up with Jerry to stop the service before Alice takes everyone's souls. In the evening, a bunch of merchandising stands have been put up next to the shrine to make money out of Alice's miracles. A huge amount of people gather at the shrine and even more fans watch the service online. In the church, Jerry and Natalie watch Delgarde start a ritual with a doll, intending to trap the ghost again. However, whenever he tries to light a match, the ghost puts it out. Suddenly a flame grows incredibly tall and spreads to the cross on the wall, causing it to fall and kill Delgarde, whose body also catches on fire as the statues around them cry blood. In the shrine, Alice's eyes start to change as she gets ready to claim everyone's souls. At that moment Jerry and Natalie come inside, and in a desperate attempt to stop Alice, Jerry says he faked all the miracles. Natalie starts talking to Alice using sign language, explaining that Mary is a demon and not a saint. As Jerry makes up a story on how he faked the miracles, he also mentions that Hagen self-deleted and that Giles asked him to hide it. Natalie tells Alice that Mary killed Hagen and she starts having doubts as the crowd begins protesting against Jerry's words. At that moment, Mary tells Alice to finish the service or she'll never speak again. Finally realizing she's being manipulated, Alice tells everyone that Mary isn't real. The crowd begins insulting her until suddenly the tree and its decorations catch on fire. Everyone starts panicking and running away, but the healed boy can't walk anymore and Natalie has to rescue him. As the flames spread, the ghost comes out of the tree and makes the fire worse. Then she removes her mask to show her burned face before touching Giles to instantly burn him down. Jerry and Alice try to run away but the ghost keeps blocking their path. Then she burns Jerry's hand before pushing him to burn his leg next. When she's about to finish him, Alice cuts in and receives the ghost's attack instead, dying when the creepy hand injures her chest. Since Alice was the last descendant, the spirit can no longer live on and she screams as she fades into oblivion. A crying Jerry holds Alice's body and prays to God for mercy, causing Alice to be revived. Sometime later, Jerry, Natalie, and Alice visit Hagen's grave. Alice can't talk anymore, so Jerry is learning sign language to communicate with her. Inside the church, a statue of Virgin Mary is crying blood again. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. Before leaving home, Jack writes a letter to explain his plan. His sister Lily has been mentally ill since their mother died and tried to self-delete, but Jack saved her just in time. Jack wanted her to be released to home care under the family doctor. However, she became a ward of the state and has been sent to an asylum, where no visitors are allowed. Desperate to help her, Jack decides to pretend to be crazy so he's sent to the asylum too, leaving a letter behind as insurance policy. He starts by getting some wounds, cutting his hair very badly, and breaking the mirror. Then he goes out shirtless in public and starts bumping into people while cursing and talking nonsense about monsters. Soon the police arrive and hold him down while the paramedics give him a sedative. Moments later Jack is taken to the asylum and a guard named Charles carries him away on a stretcher to see Dr. Janetti. Jack feels dizzy because of the sedative but still manages to say more nonsense to keep up his act. Janetti immediately decides Jack needs to stay in maximum security and Charles takes him to a special corridor where tons of dangerous people are kept in cells. Charles ties Jack to his bed while explaining one of his neighbors is the infamous Mark, who killed a bunch of girls and kept their bodies to do the dirty. On his way out, Charles notices that Mark is vomiting blood and enters the cell to help. Mark reveals he has a blade and Jack sees it, so he shouts a warning. Charles manages to defend himself just in time and closes the cell again before leaving. Then Mark angrily yells at Jack for ruining his escape plan, causing all the other people in the cells to start screaming as well. Sometime later, Janetti checks on Jack and decides he's calm enough to be taken to the psychiatric ward. After Charles takes Jack away, Janetti approaches Mark and mentions a treatment called Orpheum before gently touching his head to keep him passive. At the psych ward, a nurse named Nancy asks Jack to wait for a second while she finishes his paperwork. Once she's in another room, Jack begins looking at the other patients. He approaches a woman thinking it's Lily, but it's actually a patient named Heather, who is friendly and gives him a piece of paper. Suddenly she starts screaming, accusing Jack of wanting to take advantage of her. Nancy immediately comes back and makes Heather shut up by threatening to take her upstairs. Afterward Nancy shows Jack around while explaining the rules. At that moment she's attacked by Loomis, who starts choking her and causes her to drop her panic button. This is picked up by Dave, who passes it to Jack so he can press the button. Soon Janetti comes in with just a few words. He makes Loomis let go of Nancy. Then Charles tastes Loomis to take him upstairs while Janetti announces a lockdown. Nancy takes Jack to his room and he pretends to go to sleep. As soon as she's gone, he checks on the window to see if it's possible to escape through it. Suddenly he hears a noise and opens the closet to find Dave, who explains he only wants to be sure Jack doesn't have crazy eyes. Jack realizes Mark had white eyes and Dave confirms it's caused by the Orpheum treatment. On the ceiling, Jack can see a light glitching and Dave explains Orpheum happens in a lab upstairs. Those who get treated there come back very different. At the lab, Janetti electrocutes Loomis until his mouth is foaming. The assistant Vera turns off the machine and scolds Janetti for taking it too far, but Janetti says he knows what he's doing and asks her to prepare Loomis for an additional dose of Orpheum. When Vera refuses, Janetti snaps and begins describing how Orpheum could help the patient's brains while injecting Loomis himself. This makes his eyes go white. The next day Jack finally sees his sister on the garden, so he heads to the common room to wait for her. When he approaches her, Lily immediately scolds him for coming, saying she doesn't want to be saved because she's as sick as their mom. An argument ensues and Lily yells, so a nurse sends her back to her room. All this is seen by Heather, who looks intrigued. Later in the cafeteria, Jack takes a spoon and puts it in his pocket when nobody's looking. Suddenly Heather approaches him to ask about Lily. She also invites Jack to come to her room in the evening, but he turns her down and ignores her yelling. Jack sits with Dave and soon they're joined by Charles, who reminds Dave of their deal. Dave is supposed to steal some medicine for him or Charles will report him. After Charles leaves, Dave asks Jack to keep his secret and in return he promises he won't tell anyone that Jack isn't actually crazy, which he figured out because Jack acts sane in private. That night, Charles gets in Heather's room and forces her to do the dirty with him. This happens regularly and Charles keeps her quiet by pointing out nobody would believe her. Meanwhile Jack tries to use the spoon to get parts from the bed. The next morning, he uses those parts to try opening the window, but he fails and hurts his finger in the process. Later during group therapy, Jack shares a story about his mother's sickness and how they operated on her brain multiple times. His hand keeps on bleeding and soon Loomis falls to his knees and starts twitching while staring at the blood. The nurse tells him to return to his seat, but instead Loomis jumps on Jack while another patient with white eyes licks the blood on the floor. Chaos erupts as the guys fight and the nurse takes out her panic button, but before she can press it Loomis bites her hand to stop her. Charles arrives and tastes Loomis to knock him out, then the nurse sends everyone to their rooms as she announces another lockdown. Jack and Dave agree that Loomis wanted Jack's blood, which means Orpheum isn't just a treatment. Afterward Jack requests a meeting with Janetti and asks him to get his letter from his apartment. They do find the letter, however the paper is empty except for a couple of words. Jack freaks out and accuses Janetti of playing a trick on him while swearing he isn't crazy, but Janetti just orders Charles to take Jack to maximum security. Jack yells and struggles all the way there to no avail. The other patients yell at him in return and Mark reminds him he wants revenge. Many hours pass and Jack feels like he's going actually crazy. When Janetti comes to check on him, Jack goes back to pretending he's insane and apologizes for his outburst earlier, so he's allowed to go back to the psychiatric ward. In the afternoon, Jack asks Dave to teach him to sneak around like he does to steal medicine because he wants to investigate Orpheum, but Dave refuses. That night, Jack gets out of his room and is startled by Dave. He's changed his mind and agrees to show Jack how to sneak around, but he won't go with him upstairs. The duo carefully moves through the facility while avoiding Charles and Dave shows Jack how to get into an office, where Dave steals medicine while Jack checks the desk and steals a security card. At that moment Charles comes in, but the duo manages to hide just in time. Charles looks around and quickly leaves. Afterward Jack uses the security card to open the door and go upstairs. Charles is distracted on the phone and isn't looking at the security cameras, so Jack easily keeps moving around without getting caught. Eventually he makes it to the solitary ward and checks the window on every room, getting startled by the strong reactions from the crazy people. A few doors later he finds Lily, who apologizes for yelling at him last time and begs for help because she's seen her neighbors under the effect of the experiments. Unfortunately Jack hears Charles coming so he has to run away. After running through a bunch of corridors including the maximum security, Jack reaches Janetti's lab. He finds a cage and stumbles back in shock when he sees Loomis inside trying to attack him. Jack continues to look around and finds a bottle of Orpheum, which he steals together with a scalpel. Then he has to hide because he hears voices. Janetti comes in followed by Vera, who points out Orpheum is multiplying in the patient's body. Janetti snaps and pushes her against the shelves, tying her up while explaining that Orpheum is more than medicine. He says it's actually nanotechnology and it's behaving the way he programmed it to. Vera points out Orpheum is mutating and could become contagious, but Janetti ignores her while getting an injection for himself. Next he makes a cut on her leg with a scalpel and her pain is so exciting that he starts doing the dirty by force while Loomis watches. When he's done, he orders Vera to find the mutation to control it. Then Vera gets her fingers wet with her blood and teases Loomis with it. The next day, Heather teases Jack because he looks like he didn't sleep. He ignores her and approaches Dave to show him the Orpheum bottle. When the nurse comes to remove his tag, He manages to hide the bottle in his fist just in time. Afterward, Jack brings Dave outside and asks him to steal Charles' keys so he can rescue Lily. They're interrupted by a patient with white eyes, who has found a cat. He shows the animal off before suddenly decapitating the poor creature to eat it. The duo panics and tries to run, only for the guy to grab Dave. Jack immediately pushes the man to save Dave and gets attacked instead. As the two men wrestle on the ground, the other patients take the cat's body to feed. Thankfully, Charles arrives and tastes the guy unconscious. That night, Jack has a nightmare full of creepy images like crazy people getting violent, his mom's death, Lily's self-deletion attempt, and weird mutated bodies. In the morning, Jack rushes to the common room and kicks a table as he demands to see Lily. The nurse tells him that she's upstairs with Janetti, making him furious. Jack yells at her and notices her white eyes, but the nurse swears it's normal because it's just a side effect from Loomis' bite. She considers sending him upstairs, but Nancy takes him back to his room and locks the door. Meanwhile, Vera brings food to the patients in the maximum security, pushing it through a special hatch. Mark throws his plate on the ground, saying he prefers it when his food is alive. That night, someone enters Jack's room and he jumps on them, but it's just Dave who's managed to steal Charles' keys by putting sleeping medicine in his drink. As the duo makes their way upstairs, Lily is tied up in the lab and begs for mercy while Vera tries to feed Loomis. He's asleep, so she tries poking him with a stick, which accidentally falls. When Vera tries to take it back, Loomis suddenly grabs her arm and breaks it to suck the blood. As Lily screams for help, Vera pulls back and loses her limb, so she ties her belt around the resulting stump to handle the bleeding. At that moment, Janetti enters the lab and gets mad at Vera for putting the entire program at risk. Vera calls his attitude out, but he just says that she didn't care when she wasn't the victim. He ties her to a bed in another room to treat her and takes a sample from her arm while confirming the infection is spreading, which makes him happy. Then he goes looking for Charles and doesn't find him. However, he does see Jack and Dave on the security cameras. He tries contacting Charles, but he's sleeping in Heather's room and she hides the radio. Jack and Dave continue to sneak around and cross the maximum security hallway. Mark offers to team up with them, but Jack refuses. At that same time that the nurse comes to check on Vera, Janetti snaps in anger and short-circuits the electricity, causing the doors of the maximum security area to open. All the dangerous patients come out and Jack fights them off while Dave struggles with the door until he opens it. The duo gets into the other room and uses Charles' taser to short-circuiting the lock, causing a shock that pushes the patients back. Then they start running away, only for the dangerous patients to chase after them. Eventually they reach the lab and it takes Jack several minutes to deal with the lock. The patients are about to catch them, but the duo opens the lab just in time and goes inside, pushing the door to lock it and crushing a patient's fingers in the process. Then Jack rushes to untie Lily, who confirms Janetti hasn't injected her yet. Meanwhile, the nurse is taking care of Vera's wound, but at that moment she finally loses it and starts feeding on it. Back to Jack's group, they leave the lab and now have to cross maximum security to reach the stairs. In the cells, there are lots of blood and bodies from the patients killed by those with white eyes. They open the door at the end of the corridor only to find it blocked, meaning it's a trap. The infected patients come out of the ceiling, so Jack tries to activate the elevator with the wires from the lock while Lily and Dave fight the patients with the tasers. They start bringing enemies down, and if anyone ends up bleeding, other patients end up feeding on their teammates. Suddenly Mark reaches Lily and starts dragging her away, but luckily Dave attacks Mark and saves her just in time. When Jack is finally done with the elevator, he joins the fight and almost gets killed by an enemy, only for Lily to defeat the guy by tasing him in the mouth. The trio rushes to get in the elevator and Mark goes after them, holding the door open. However, Jack stabs him in the chin with the scalpel, allowing the elevator to close. In a few minutes, the group makes it to the psychiatric ward and Jack breaks the elevator's pad so they can't be followed. They're shocked to find blood everywhere, so Jack asks Dave to protect Lily while he investigates. He follows a weird noise and opens a bedroom door to discover Heather eating a dead Charles. She immediately sees him and begins following him, thus Jack steps away and pushes other patients off before punching Heather and running away. As more patients follow him, Jack returns to Lily and Dave and they block the door before leaving. In the reception, Nancy sees them and throws a chair through the glass in panic, but she calms down when she realizes the trio isn't infected. Eager to escape too, she guides the group to the kitchen to find an alternate exit and grabs some knives for self-defense. Suddenly a patient jumps on Jack, but the guy gets easily overpowered and they kill him with a knife to his face. Soon more patients arrive and a vicious fight ensues as blood is splattered all over the kitchen thanks to all the stabbing. A bunch of patients get killed as the heroes make their way through the kitchen and finally reach a back door, which they make sure to lock before going up the emergency stairs. Eventually they find an office and try to look for a phone, only to find the infected nurse instead. She explains Janetti is looking for a solution, so everyone should wait. The nurse also yells at Nancy for abandoning her station, but Nancy shuts her up by stabbing her. Next, Nancy remembers Janetti has a gun, so the group runs to his office. Dave takes a sword from the wall and Jack opens the desk drawer to find the gun together with his real letter. On their way out, they notice a blood track on the floor and follow it. At that moment the nurse bursts through a door and attacks Nancy, only to get stabbed to death by Lily. Then they run through the recovery ward and find Vera, who tells them about a hidden passage in the lab and how to use the laundry chute to avoid the stairs. Before they leave, Vera asks for euthanization so she doesn't become a cannibal too. Nancy gives her an injection and Vera dies. The group starts running again to avoid more incoming patients while looking for the laundry chute. Nancy opens a door and finds an infected cleaning lady, who jumps on her and bites her neck. Jack rushes to shoot the woman down and checks on Nancy, who sadly is already dead. Meanwhile Dave and Lily find the laundry chute, so they start climbing through it while Jack keeps firing at incoming patients. Heather also comes and Jack tries shooting her, only to discover he's out of bullets. Instead he kicks her off before getting in the chute as well, causing Heather to follow him. After some struggle against her hands, Jack manages to stab her and make her fall. The trio continues to climb and comes out in maximum security, where the infected patients have eaten each other. Suddenly Mark blocks their way and attacks Jack with the scalpel from before. The men barely get to fight before Lily kicks Mark off and stabs him first, killing him for good. Then the trio finally reaches the lab, finding Loomis is still in his cage. While Jack and Lily uncover the secret tunnel, Janetti appears and grabs Dave, slowly sticking an ice pick in his eye to perform an improvised lobotomy. It doesn't kill him but it destroys his brain. Next Janetti hits Jack with a lamp and tries attacking him with the ice pick, so the siblings fight together to overpower the doctor. Jack steals the ice pick when his leg gets stabbed and pushes Janetti, stabbing him back before Lily tastes him unconscious. When Janetti wakes up, he's been tied to the cage so Loomis can feed on him. The siblings run away through the secret tunnel while hearing Janetti's screams. The tunnel takes them to the roof, and as the siblings go down the stairs, Jack accidentally drops the Orpheum bottle, which breaks. In the morning, they're finally out and wandering through the road until they're found by the police. After hearing their story, the cops drive to the asylum and Janetti opens the door looking just fine. Suddenly a bunch of infected patients burst out and kill the cops on top of the car while the siblings helplessly watch. In the end the patients run away into the wild to spread the infection, ignoring Janetti's screams saying he can help them. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Raccoon City, the founder of the Umbrella Corporation Dr. Marcus is looking for a cure for his daughter Alicia, who suffers from a disease that causes premature aging. Marcus is so desperate to save her that just in case he records his daughter's voice and likeness for backup. Eventually, Marcus discovers something called the T-virus, which can cure over 1,000 diseases. The treatment saves Alicia's life, and Umbrella begins marketing this new product as medicine. Later in a cable car in South Africa, a child who took the Umbrella medicine chokes on a peanut and collapses, so the adults rush to do CPR. At that moment the student transforms into an undead and attacks the teacher to feed. By the time the car makes it to its destination, all the members of the group are dead or have mutated. The incident gets covered up by Marcus' business partner Isaacs, but soon both men argue over what to do with the T-virus. Marcus thinks it's too dangerous and wants to destroy it, but Isaacs wants to use it for military purposes, so he makes Agent Wesker kill Marcus. Afterward Isaacs becomes a guardian for Alicia and her half of the company, so he's the only person in control. In the following years, Umbrella becomes one of the most powerful companies in the world and Isaacs needs help handling it, so he creates an AI called Red Queen that looks just like Alicia thanks to Marcus' recordings. 10 years later, a virus outbreak occurs and Raccoon City gets bombed by the government, but this isn't enough to stop the T-virus because it's an airborne infection. A serious pandemic spreads across the world in just a couple of days, and most of humanity is soon lost. After years of fighting a variety of enemies, Alice and a small group of survivors gather at Washington, D.C. for the final fight. Unfortunately, they walk right into a trap, and Alice only manages to survive by hiding inside a metal hatch. After the battle is over, Alice comes out to discover the whole area has been destroyed, including the White House. She tries to have a drink from the National Mall but suddenly an undead jumps out of the water to attack her. Alice struggles against it until she manages to move away from its hold, and the monster can't follow her because its leg has been chained by razor wires. Next, Alice begins looking for weapons inside the crumbled buildings, but she doesn't find much. At that moment the debris starts shaking and a flying undead comes out, so Alice runs outside and gets into a jeep. With some strategic driving, she causes the creature to crash against another vehicle, and Alice drives away to escape. However, the monster soon comes back and grabs the car with its claws until it reaps off the ceiling. Then it uses its tail to try to attack Alice, but she speeds up and causes the monster to crash again before turning the car around to hit the undead with it, trapping it. There are some explosives in the car, so Alice activates them and runs away while the monster dies in the explosion. At that moment a siren begins ringing and a secret camera scans Alice, who goes looking for the source of the sound. She enters an underground bunker full of weapons but doesn't find a single person around. Suddenly a fax machine starts sending a message that says "Hello Alice" over and over and the screens turn on to show the Red Queen, who claims she's working against Umbrella now and wants Alice to stop her. Their conversation is interrupted by another undead, But thanks to the Queen's warning, Alice defeats the beast by decapitating it with just a few quick moves. Then the Red Queen explains that humanity only has 48 hours left, so Alice has to return to Raccoon City and enter Umbrella's main lab known as the Hive. There, she'll find an airborne antidote that will destroy the T-virus and everything it has infected on contact. Afterward, Alice takes a new car and heads off to Raccoon City. In the middle of the road, she drives through a barricade that shreds the tires and causes the car to crash, but thankfully Alice finds an umbrella bike nearby. When she tries to get closer, a soldier jumps out of the rubble and makes her walk back, causing her to step on a trap that hangs her upside down. More soldiers show up and start beating her up, but Alice laughs and begins fighting them while still hanging. She knocks down a few soldiers before taking a gun from her boot to shoot back, quickly defeating them all. Then she shoots the rope to break it, and when the soldiers try to attack again, she just kills them. Now she can try using the bike, but since she doesn't belong to Umbrella, the bike electrocutes her and knocks her out. Later, Alice wakes up in a small cell with other prisoners and sees Isaacs, who reveals that the Isaac she killed during her adventures had been a clone. Since then, he's killed all of Alice's clones and he keeps the heads in a box. Suddenly a door opens and Alice learns her cell is inside a giant Umbrella tank, which is being followed by thousands of the undead. Then they throw Alice outside with her hands tied to the tank, meaning she must run behind it to avoid getting killed. When an undead gets too close, Alice manages to beat it down, but she won't last long. When the guard looks away, Alice hides under the tank and waits for the guy to lean over to throw him at the undead, who immediately feed on him. Soon another guard comes out, but by now Alice has climbed on the tank and she quickly defeats him to throw him at the undead too. Next, Isaacs comes out too and a fight ensues. Both Alice and Isaacs are great fighters who keep landing hit after hit, but eventually Alice overpowers Isaacs and tries to kill him with a rope. Isaacs punches her to get her off him, so Alice uses the rope to smack his head against the tank. The undead try to attack Alice too, but she defeats them with a few quick moves before Isaacs drags her back to continue the fight. After exchanging a few more hits, Alice grabs Isaacs in a choking hold and forces him to release her from the handcuffs. Isaacs does so and attacks her again, but Alice has the upper hand and almost kills him until another tank opens fire on them. At that moment she notices there's an umbrella bike inside the tank, so she cuts off Isaac's hand and uses it to activate the bike and get away. Driver Lee uses the tank's turrets and missiles to try to take her out, but Alice dodges all his shots and successfully escapes. A few hours later, Alice finally arrives at Raccoon City, which has a huge pit in the middle. As she drives through the street, a light flashes from above to blind her and a pole comes crashing down, destroying her motorcycle and knocking her out. When she wakes up, she finds a man called Doc Ryan to give her an injection, so she quickly stops him and takes him hostage as a bunch of people show up with weapons. When they're about to kill her, Alice's old friend Claire shows up and tells everyone Alice is on their side. The group goes to the roof and notices Isaacs is approaching with 2 tanks and his undead army, so they need to make a plan, but suddenly Alice starts coughing and collapses. Thankfully Doc has some medicine to treat her, and once she's better, Alice agrees to help the group defend their fortress from Isaac's attack in exchange for them helping her find the antidote later. They don't have many weapons but they do have tons of gasoline, so they construct a few catapults to use it accordingly. When night falls, Isaacs and his army finally arrive. The team catapults a flaming projectile and destroys one of the tanks, so Isaac stops the other one and orders his soldiers to send out the bait. A survivor is released from the tank and the undead start chasing her, so Alice opens the building for her while the others shoot down the undead with bullets and another flaming projectile. When the survivor is about to reach the gate, the tank shoots to kill her, and some of the undead get inside before they're able to close the door. Doc and Claire try their best to fight the undead, but Isaacs makes Lee shoot the door and the explosion pushes the couple away. The rest of the team throws rocks from above to crush them, but then Lee fires the turrets on the roof where the team is standing to stop any other traps they prepared. On the bottom floor, the team does all they can to keep the undead from crossing the barricade. A vicious fight ensues as the group kills monster after monster, but soon one of their warriors is bitten and killed. They know the barricade won't hold up for much longer, so the group rushes upstairs to pour down all the gasoline and light it up with some torches, which incinerates all the undead below. Afterward, Alice ziplines to the ground and begins shooting down zombies as she makes her way to the tank. Lee tries opening fire on her, but Alice stays hidden and sneaks on top of the tank, where she pours gasoline into the vent and lights it up to create huge flames inside. The tank suddenly stops and a soldier opens the hatch, but Alice quickly shoots him. Then Lee comes out and starts fighting her hand to hand, pushing her off the tank with a kick. They continue fighting on the ground and Lee easily overpowers Alice, winning the battle. However, an undead appears behind him and while Lee is busy fighting it, Alice shoots him down. Then she enters the tank, where she quickly defeats another undead before finding 2 more survivors but no Isaacs. When she comes out, her team shows up as they kill more monsters and capture Lee, who they tie to the tank and send him running as bait for the undead. Afterward, the team notices 2 more armies approaching the city, so they decide to rush to the hive to find the cure. The 2 survivors from the tank know where they're going and decide to come along. The best way to access the hive is through the pit, so the team begins climbing down without knowing Isaacs is watching them from afar and Wesker can see them approach thanks to the Red Queen's security system. When the group reaches the bottom of the pit, they're surrounded by dog-like monsters. The team runs away as they try to shoot at the creatures, which chase them through the pit. A few monsters get killed but in return they kill and feed on a team member too. Soon they reach a cliffside and the group jumps into the water, so a few dogs jump as well. The group immediately swims away and the dogs follow them, so when they reach the shore, another team member gets killed. As the whole horde catches up to them, another person goes down, but the rest of the group runs fast enough to enter a tunnel into the hive, where the dogs are too afraid to go. At that moment, Wesker orders the Red Queen to seal the entrance, so the group rushes in. As they run through the tunnel, Alice is attacked by an undead, so she fights it just enough to keep it off her and continues moving, letting the door crush the monster. Afterward the Red Queen greets them and shows them a video of an Umbrella meeting that happened before the outbreak. Isaacs planned to trigger the apocalypse using the T-virus, killing everyone on the planet except himself and other high-ranking Umbrella executives so they could reboot Earth to their taste. The Red Queen isn't allowed to harm Umbrella employees, that's why she needs Alice's help. She gives her an earpiece so they can keep communicating and warns her that there's a traitor in the group, but Alice shrugs it off. Meanwhile outside the city, Isaacs is found by another Umbrella tank. The soldiers refuse to go after Alice because they have different orders, so Isaacs immediately kills them all and takes over the vehicle, guiding a horde of undead to follow him to the city. When he tries to go down the pit, the tank gets stuck, and the creatures quickly surround it. Back to the group, they walk through the main hallway and find a giant fan blocking their way. Since the power is out, Alice carefully walks through the blades and makes it to the other side. The others start copying her but suddenly the power comes back and the blades start moving. Luckily the team is fast enough to dodge it all and cross safely. Wesker sees this through the security camera and orders the fan to be reversed, so it starts sucking the team in. They make sure to hold on to whatever they can find on the ground, but one girl can't grab anything so Alice has to hold her. Unfortunately the fan is too strong and after lots of struggle, the girl is sucked in and shredded to death before the power goes out again. Afterward the group crawls their way through a vent using Alice's digital map. Suddenly the power comes back and a section of the floor opens up, causing a man to fall right onto a shaft. This surface also opens up so he holds onto the door to avoid falling. However, the door soon shuts and breaks his fingers. The poor guy immediately falls to his death in a creepy cavern while more trapdoors open to send the rest of the team down some tunnels. Alice lands in a dark laboratory full of bodies and she can hear something moving in the shadows. At that moment a team member falls into this room too and they start moving together until a body suddenly wakes up to distract the guy while a second monster kills him from behind. Alice is hit in the struggle, but she quickly recovers and shoots at the creature with both her guns until it's down. The monster also recovers quickly and runs to hide, keeping an eye on Alice by tracking the light of her flashlight. When it sees an opening, it attacks again, causing her to drop the flashlight. The monster follows the light, giving Alice the chance to throw a chain at it. Then she starts running, only stopping to hit the monster when she can. The creature tries to chase her, but the chain isn't long enough and holds it in place while Alice stabs its head. A hand suddenly startles Alice, but it's just Doc, and together they leave the lab. In the main office, Wesker wakes up the real Isaacs, meaning the one in the tank is also a clone. Speaking of that tank, Isaacs decides to come out and starts running, making the horde follow him. Meanwhile Claire lands inside a clear box, but she uses gunpowder from a bullet to blast a hole and escape, unaware Wesker is nearby. Back to Alice and Doc, they come across a dangerous area from the first adventure and find a bag of weapons that were left there by the old team. With only 19 minutes left, Alice uses the computer to activate the room's platform, which starts going down through the hive. During the ride, they see the bodies of the Umbrella high-ranking officials in cryogenic sleep, waiting for the apocalypse to be over. A furious Alice takes out the explosive she found in the bag to put up a trap, then she and Doc leave the elevator to enter a strange cavern. They quickly cross the bridge on the water and reach the main office, where the real Isaacs is waiting for them. With only 9 minutes left, Isaacs reveals he has the antidote and by threatening to destroy it, he makes Alice drop her weapon. Doc doesn't do the same because he turns out to be the traitor, and he makes Alice drop the detonator too. Wesker brings Claire as his hostage while Alice looks around the room, calculating all the potential ways to hurt Isaacs. However, Isaacs does better calculations thanks to his cyborg implants and tells her not to bother because she wouldn't be able to reach any item in time. After confirming he's the real Isaacs, he explains to Alice that she isn't the original as she thought. She's just another clone from the bunch and that's why she doesn't have any childhood memories. At that moment an old woman in a wheelchair enters the room. It's a grown-up Alicia, whose DNA was used to create all the Alice clones and her sickness makes her look older than she is. Alicia wants Isaacs dead, but she's always been too weak to fight back. However, she still owns 50% of the company and proceeds to fire Wesker. This allows Red Queen to harm him, so she quickly lowers a blast door that crushes Wesker's leg, trapping him. Doc tries to retaliate by shooting, but Alice already suspected him and took the bullets from the weapon before giving it to him. Alice rushes to fight Doc and Isaacs runs away as Claire fails to shoot him down. After a few hits, Alice manages to overpower Doc and leaves him on the ground so Claire can shoot him in the head for his betrayal. Then Alice puts the detonator in Wesker's hand, knowing that once he faints it will go off. While Claire and Alice run after Isaacs, Alicia connects her memories to the computer for a special gift. Claire and Alice manage to corner Isaacs, but when they shoot, he just dodges the bullets. It turns out his cyborg implants have given him great strength and speed. As the elevator starts to go up, Isaacs fights both women, quickly knocking out Claire before concentrating on Alice, who defends herself with a keyboard. She almost manages to push Isaacs off the edge, but with quick movements he manages to put her on the edge instead. There's a platform coming, so Alice kicks Isaacs in the groin and moves away just in time. When the elevator stops, Claire wakes up and tries fighting once more, but Isaacs easily defeats her again. Then he turns on Alice, hitting her a few times before throwing her into a corridor, where he activates a bunch of lasers. By moving fast and climbing on the walls and ceiling, Alice dodges them all before going back to fighting Isaacs. He throws her through the wall and she almost falls, but she uses some debris to hurt his leg and keep on fighting him. Isaacs starts throwing Alice all over the corridor, but she laughs and keeps on fighting him. Soon the lasers are activated again and Isaacs raises Alice's hand to make her lose her fingers. At that moment Alice throws a pin on the ground, revealing she put a grenade inside his jacket during the fight. The grenade explodes, greatly weakening Isaacs and allowing Alice to take the antidote. Since there's little time, Claire tells Alice to leave without her. She rushes out of the hive and is ready to release the antidote, but Isaac shows up and catches it. When he's about to shoot her, his clone appears and can't stand the idea of being a copy, so he proceeds to stab the original Isaacs multiple times. His distraction allows the undead to catch up to him and kill him too. At that moment Wesker dies and the explosives blow up the hive, killing Alicia. Outside, Alice retrieves the antivirus from Isaac's body and finally releases it, causing all the undead around her to die instantly before she collapses. Sometime later, Alice wakes up and discovers Claire escaped. The Red Queen suddenly appears and reveals that before dying, Alicia uploaded all her memories for Alice, allowing her to get the childhood she never had. Afterward, Alice goes away on a bike. Since it'll take the antivirus several years to completely eradicate the infection, she'll keep on fighting monsters to protect humanity. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 2074, time travel is finally discovered. However, it's immediately made illegal and only people in the black market use it. Tracking systems have made it impossible to get rid of bodies, so a syndicate of criminals starts sending their victims to 2044 to be killed and disposed of. The ones doing the killing are known as loopers, and after the victim is dead, the looper can check their body to find the payment in silver bars. If a looper survives until 2074, the syndicate sends him back to be killed by their younger selves. This is known as closing the loop. This payment is made in gold bars to mark the end of the contract. Also in this world, 10% of the population has a mutation that gives them telekinesis, but they aren't very powerful and only make small things float. In 2044, Looper Joe waits in farm far from the city, counting the minutes on his pocket watch. Suddenly a person from the future appears and Joel immediately kills him. Then he takes his silver and carries the body to an abandoned factory, where the body's burned down. Afterward, he goes to the Looper headquarters and uses the silver to pay for more ammo. Joe lives in a pretty sketchy neighborhood, but he still drives his fancy car without fear. He goes for a ride and comes across his coworker Seth, who is shooting his weapon to scare off the guy that damaged his bike. Joe offers him a ride and during the trip, Seth keeps showing off his telekinesis with a coin. The duo makes it to a club and they get special access through the back because they're loopers. Joe visits his crush Susie, who is in the naughty business. In a secret room, a bunch of loopers gather to watch a coworker who recently killed his version from the future. The man doesn't look bothered and announces they must celebrate. The loopers spend the night partying and using illegal uppers in the form of eye drops. While driving around town, Joe almost runs over a kid, but he stops just in time. For the next few days, Joe continues to work as usual, killing people from the future and getting his silver. However, there's tension among his coworkers because too many loops have been closed recently. One night, Joe wakes up when someone keeps on knocking on his window. He opens it and is shocked to find a panicking Seth, who comes inside and drops big news. When his latest assignment came from the future, the guy was singing a tune from Seth's childhood. Seth removed the bag from his head and realized this was himself. Old Seth explained that in the future there's a new crime boss called Rainmaker who is closing all the loops. Present Seth untied the guy's hands and old Seth used the chance to run away while young Seth was frozen, unable to kill his future self. Letting your assignment escape is against the rules, so Seth is now in trouble. At that moment some armed men from the syndicate start pounding on the door so Joe lets Seth hide in the secret compartment in the floor with his silver. Then Joe opens the door and a group of men led by Kid Blue come in. They search the apartment for Seth and don't find him so Kid Blue takes Joe back to the club. While they wait, Kid Blue plays with his gun and Joe calls him childish for it, causing Kid Blue to point the gun at him. Suddenly a door opens and hits Kid Blue on the head, making him fire by accident. Next, Joe is taken to see Abe, the guy from the future who set up the syndicate branch in the present. Abe threatens to confiscate half of Joe's silver if he doesn't give up Seth. At first Joe hesitates, but he remembers he has a dream to leave this hellhole of a town and tells Abe the truth. While Abe's men leave to finish the job, older Seth continues to run and notices scars appearing on his arm, telling him an address to be at in 15 minutes. He starts climbing on a fence to escape, but at that moment he loses his nose, meaning Abe's men are torturing his younger self. Older Seth finds a car and drives to the given address, but then a leg disappears too and he crashes the car. He comes out as his other leg also disappears and drags his body to the right door, only for Kid Blue to appear and shoot him. Behind Kid Blue, young Seth finally dies on the torture table. Meanwhile, Joe visits Susie and asks for comfort as he admits what he did to his best friend, not feeling good about it. He offers half of his silver to Susie, who turns it down because she knows Looper silver comes with strings attached. Later when Joe goes home, he finds Seth's blood. The next day he goes to the farm for his next assignment and can't believe they're late. Suddenly a guy appears without a bag or rope. Joe realizes this is his older self and freezes, giving old Joe time to turn around. By the time young Joe shoots, the bullet hits the bars on the man's back, confirming their gold. While young Joe recharges, old Joe throws a bar at him and punches him to knock him out. Hours later, young Joe wakes up alone and finds a note in his pocket that says hop a train out of town and run. Joe ignores this and returns to the city, destroying his phone on the way to his apartment where he finds the door open and a total mess in every corner. He hides when he hears some voices and notices Kid Blue stealing all his silver. Joe waits for the right moment and jumps on Kid Blue to push him into the compartment, locking the lid. Kid Blue opens fire anyway and more of Abe's men appear, so Joe jumps through the window and tries going down the fire escape. Unfortunately, he slips and falls on top of a car, falling unconscious. In another timeline, Joe does kill his future self. With his contract over, he travels the world partying and becoming a hard addict. Eventually he runs out of money and has to start working as a hitman to maintain his lifestyle. This means he starts killing again and even causes explosions in different cities. As years pass, he gets old and becomes future Joe. 23 years after he closed the loop, he meets a beautiful woman at a party who gives him the finger. However, 2 years later they're happily married. Thanks to her, Joe has managed to leave his addiction and hitman days behind and now he's a clean man. 5 years later, the Rainmaker's crimes are all over the news. Joe wakes up one morning and stares a weird number written on his hand. Suddenly a bunch of men enter his house. They're from the syndicate, who have come to capture Joe because it's 2074 so they must close the loop. Joe quickly surrenders and he's taken away while the house is burned down. Later in an abandoned building, Joe waits for the men to surround him and starts a fight, knocking them all down in just a matter of minutes. After making sure to choke the last one, he takes one last look at a picture of his wife and his watch and enters the time machine to send himself back to 2044. Old Joe appears in the other timeline, knocks down his younger self, and takes his gun before escaping. He goes to a store to get food and medicine, using his gun as a threat instead of paying. Then he starts getting visions from young Joe's memories, seeing him destroy the phone. By following these visions, old Joe starts stalking his younger self, who is returning to his apartment. Old Joe knows Abe's men are around, so he waits for the one in a car to look away and shoots him. Then he takes the guy's gun and goes to the apartment building, where young Joe is going down the fire escape. As his younger self falls, old Joe shoots at the guy in the apartment to kill him, then he takes young Joe away. The news soon reach Abe, who gets Kid Blue off the case and makes a plan with his other men to capture both Joes. Moments later, young Joe wakes up alone at the train station, but he still refuses to leave. Meanwhile, old Joe breaks into the library and searches the numbers on a database. The numbers show 3 possible kids that could be Rainmaker, so he prints a map with their locations. On his way out, some scars appear on his arm asking him to meet at a diner. The next day old Joe goes to the diner and finds his younger self with a bandage on his arm, confirming he sent the message. They ask for the same dish and old Joe shares the story of how his wife saved him from addiction, sticking to his side during the hardest moments. The day the syndicate came to his house, the men saw her by the window and killed her. Old Joe tried reaching for her, but the men quickly tased him down. Next old Joe starts talking about the Rainmaker, who is behind mass executions and vagrant purges in the future. In just 6 months, he took control of the 5 major syndicates, yet rumors say he works alone. Nobody knows his face or his real identity. The Rainmaker is closing all the loops and before dying, a looper friend of Joe's called him to give him the strange numbers as a clue. Old Joe shows his younger self the map, explaining he's come to find the Rainmaker and kill him while he's still a child, hoping he can alter history and save his wife. Young Joe refuses to be part of this, so he promises the old man to marry someone else to keep the wife safe. Old Joe refuses to give her up and when young Joe reaches for his gun, old Joe kicks him in the groin and hits him in the neck to bring him down. At that moment Abe's men appear outside, so old Joe uses his other self as a shield and opens fire as the enemy comes in. A gunfight ensues and old Joe tells his young self to run away as he drops him. As he falls, young Joe takes the chance to tear off a piece of the map. Then young Joe opens fire on his older self too, forcing him to jump through a window to escape. Soon Kid Blue arrives with more men and start chasing old Joe through the fields, but he's too fast and quickly loses them. Then the group turns on young Joe, who rushes to steal a hoverbike and escape through the fields as well. He jumps off the bike after a few minutes so Abe's men follow an empty vehicle. Then he takes out the piece of the map and discovers a marked spot. Moments later, Joe makes it to the location on the map and finds Sarah living alone with her son Sid in a farm. When Sarah sees him sneaking around, she comes out with a weapon and threatens to kill anyone who approaches her house, so Joe decides to stay hidden in the field for now. He watches the house for hours and soon he starts feeling sick because of withdrawal syndrome. Meanwhile, Abe scolds Kid Blue for his failure, takes his gun, and breaks his hand with a hammer. In the evening, Sarah hears a noise outside and sees a mysterious man coming, so she opens fire. As she walks back she falls, so Joe comes out of hiding to help. The mysterious man turns out to be just a hobo, who runs away when he sees Joe's weapon. Then Joe throws up and finally collapses, but Sarah slaps him to keep him from passing out. Sid comes out too and shares his water with him. Back in the city, the police are looking for both Joes, so old Joe has to hide in the sewers. He starts seeing visions of Sarah and her slap, so he concentrates on his wife's picture not to forget her. The next morning, Joe wakes up handcuffed in the barn. Sarah comes over and gives him the keys while keeping him at gunpoint, asking him to leave. Joe refuses and shows her the map with the numbers, which leaves Sarah in shock. She immediately shoots him on the shoulder and asks for an explanation, causing a scar to appear on old Joe as well. Sarah already knows what a looper is, so Joe only has to tell her about his old self wanting to kill her son. In return, Sarah explains that the numbers are Sid's birthday and the med code of the hospital where he was born. She mentions 2 other kids were born in that hospital that day, meaning old Joe will be visiting them one by one. In the meantime, old Joe finds the first kid and after some hesitation, he shoots him. Then he rushes out of the house and takes a moment to have a breakdown. Nothing in his memories is changing, so he killed a child for nothing. In the evening, Abe's men find Joe and start chasing him through the city, so he runs through an alley to make the truck crash. In a dark building, Kid Blue uses a radio to spy on the police's transmissions and gets Joe's location too. Back to Sarah, she agrees to let young Joe stay for extra protection and she tends his wounds. After she goes to sleep, Sid shows Joe that he's connected 2 little frog toys so that Joe and Sarah can alert each other in case of emergency. To Joe's surprise, Sid explains Sarah isn't his real mother and that he remembers his birth mom, who died when he was a baby. Sid feels frustrated because he couldn't stop it. The next morning, Joe gives one of the frogs to Sarah and shares what Sid said. Sarah explains she's Sid's mother but she used to have a bad life in the city, so she left him in this farm with her sister to give him a better life. Sid grew up thinking his aunt was his birth mom. Joe thinks she should talk to Sid about this but Sarah tells him off. In the afternoon, Sarah is teaching Sid math but he soon snaps and says she isn't his mom, so she needs to stop lying or she'll get killed too. He then pushes Sarah and as his anger gets worse, it's revealed he has a form of extra-powerful telekinesis. The house shakes as Sid screams and Sarah runs to hide in a safe until he calms down. Later Sarah checks on him and Sid apologizes. At that moment someone knocks on the door and Sarah opens it to find Jesse, one of Abe's men pretending to be a police officer searching for criminals. Sarah has no choice but to let him in to avoid suspicion and Joe hides behind the couch in case he's needed. He sees Sid coming downstairs, so he tries to tell him to go back with hand signs. Sid comes down anyway and rushes to the kitchen, making noise on purpose. Jesse rushes to the kitchen too, but Sid comes out through the other door and hides in the cupboard under the stairs. Joe follows him and in a few minutes the duo appears outside, thanks to a secret tunnel in the cupboard. They wait until Jesse leaves and reunite with Sarah. Meanwhile, old Joe goes to another location on the map and is devastated to discover the second kid is Susie's son. He still remembers her fondly and he can't bring himself to act. Joe stands outside the apartment for a while and is caught by the security cameras, causing the footage to soon reach Kid Blue. Later that night, Sarah feels lonely and scared. She uses the frog to call Joe and he comes to her room, where they get naughty together. After they're done, Sarah reveals she has telekinesis too by making her lighter float. She also cries as she admits the guilt she felt when she left Sid with her sister. The next morning, Joe comes downstairs to find Jesse holding Sarah at gunpoint. Joe surrenders to make Jesse let Sarah go, but when they're about to leave, Sid appears on the stairs and accidentally trips. As the telekinesis makes everything in the room float including Jesse's gun, Sarah runs to tackle Joe out of the house. Sid lands on the floor without a scratch and furiously uses his powers to make Jesse float too, screaming until the whole room explodes. Joe realizes Sid will become the Rainmaker and this power is why he'll be able to bring down entire syndicates on his own. Furious, he pushes Sarah for lying to him but she assures him Sid isn't a bad kid, he just loses control when he gets scared. That's how he killed Sarah's sister, through an accidental explosion. Ignoring her pleas, Joe starts searching for Sid, finding him in the field covered in blood. Seeing his traumatized face makes Joe comfort him instead of killing him. Then Joe tells that Jesse must have told the others about him, so Sarah must get ready to escape. Back to old Joe, he finally makes up his mind and bursts into Susie's apartment, pushing her away to find the kid. However, when he enters the child's room, he's knocked out by Kid Blue with a taser. Kid Blue takes Joe to the club, where Abe is gathering his men to go to the farm. Kid Blue begins arguing with a guard and Joe uses the chance to attack. He kicks the guard and pushes Kid Blue back, shooting him with his own gun. Then he starts shooting all the guards, stealing another gun from the other room to bring them all down in minutes. Then he takes a hidden passage and continues to kill criminals as he makes his way through the club, throwing a bomb in the main area that destroys the security system. In the back room, Abe is terrified to hear Joe at the door. Moments later, Kid Blue wakes up and finds everyone in the club dead, including Abe himself. However, he also sees the location of the farm on the map. Minutes later, old Joe arrives at the farm in a car full of gold bars and throws one to his younger self, asking him to leave. Young Joe refuses and opens fire, but at that moment Kid Blue runs over him with a hoverbike. They start firing at each other and Kid Blue runs out of bullets, so Joe waits for him to be close enough and shoots him off, making the bike crash. After the smoke clears, Joe realizes his older self is gone. Near the house, Sarah and Sid are leaving on their truck, only to find the road blocked by older Joe. As he opens fire, Sarah speeds up to try to run him over. Sid panics and uses his powers, making the truck float up and land upside down. The duo survives and starts running through the field as Joe goes after them, continuing to shoot until a bullet grazes Sid's cheek. The kid begins unleashing his powers again, making Sarah and Joe float up and sending a shockwave that hits younger Joe when he approaches. A desperate Sarah begins talking sweetly to her son, telling him how much she loves him. Soon Sid calms down and makes his powers stop. Sarah runs to reunite with Sid and acts as a shield when old Joe raises his gun, ready to shoot. Young Joe watches this and realizes something. Old Joe shooting Sarah is what will traumatize Sid into becoming the Rainmaker. To finally break the circle of revenge, young Joe decides to self-delete, making old Joe disappear. Afterward, Sarah takes care of Sid's injury and puts him to bed. Then she returns to the scene of the incident, where she finds all the bars. She grabs Joe's watch and says a final goodbye. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 2009, unusually powerful flares are happening in the sun's atmosphere. This is noticed by Dr. Helmsley, who travels to India to discuss things with astrophysicist Satnam. Together they visit a copper mine, where they use an elevator that takes them 11,000 feet underground. In the mine's lab, Satnam shows Helmsley that the current solar flares are the biggest in history and are causing the Earth's core to heat up, which he proves by opening a tank full of boiling groundwater. Fearing a global catastrophe, Helmsley rushes back to the USA to interrupt an important gala and reports the issue to Anheuser, the head of the presidential administration. 6 months later in 2010, U.S. President Wilson tells the G8 summit about the upcoming end of the world. The information doesn't reach the general public, but the most powerful people in the world start making plans. In the Tibetan Valley, they start building large ark ships for the elite chosen ones, but they tell the locals that they're building a dam. They relocate anyone that can't work and only people with certain skills are allowed to stay. In 2011, the ark tickets are being sold to the elite for €1 billion each. In the Louvre, Wilson's daughter Laura meets with the museum director to replace the Mona Lisa with a fake one and protect it from fanatics. In 2012, the general public still doesn't know the truth, but newscasts begin talking about the Mayan calendar and how many people believe the end of the world is coming, to the point where they're self-deleting in groups. Cracks are appearing on the streets of California, but nobody takes them seriously, blaming them on a mini-quake. At the harbor, the passengers of a cruise are alarmed when the ship sinks a bit in the water. Later in the evening, Laura is called by the director of the Louvre, who informs her they've been lied to about the reason they moved the art and that he'll appear at a press conference to tell everyone the truth. Before he can say more, his car suddenly blows up and kills him. In the White House, Helmsley and Anheuser inform Wilson that their calculations were wrong and that the end of the world is coming faster than they expected. They're interrupted by Laura, who wants to know why the organization she works for is a sham. Wilson has no choice but to tell her the truth. Meanwhile, Jackson takes his kids on a family trip to Yellowstone. They're surprised to see a bunch of helicopters flying by and that the lake area has been fenced, but they ignore the warning signs and just climb over it. When they reach the lake, they're shocked to discover it's dried out and there are dead animals around it. While a weird man called Charlie secretly watches them from the forest, the military arrives and takes the family away to their base. Helmsley tells Jackson that they're geologists investigating what happened to the lake and that the area is unstable, so Jackson should take the kids away. After the family leaves, Helmsley calls Satnam, who informs him he had to seal off the mine and he's been receiving similar data from other countries. The Earth's crust has begun destabilizing, so evacuation must get started. Jackson and his children go to a camping area only to be cornered by Charlie, who wants to know what the scientists say and laughs at the answer as if he knew it was a lie. In the evening, Jackson notices Charlie is broadcasting from his van and listens to his radio show, during which he talks about the upcoming apocalypse. Jackson decides to approach Charlie for more details, and Charlie shows him a silly animation about the Mayan prophecy. When Jackson stays skeptical that such a big secret could be kept, Charlie explains that anyone who tried telling the public the truth died, which he proves with a bunch of newspaper articles. Jackson notices that a professor he used to work with died 2 months ago, and Charlie says that this professor sent him a map with the location of government spaceships. Finding the idea ridiculous, Jackson returns to his tent. The next morning, the earthquakes in California get worse and a huge crack on the ground causes a supermarket to split in two. Thankfully nobody gets hurt, but Jackson's ex-wife Kate calls him to ask him to bring the kids home immediately. In the meantime, Anheuser informs Wilson that only 4 arcs were finished, meaning it won't be possible to save enough people. In a meeting with the heads of all states, Helmsley shares a report and explains they only have 2 or 3 days left, so Wilson announces they're starting an evacuation plan. After dropping the kids at Kate's, Jackson gets a call from his boss, a Russian oligarch called Karpov. He's secretly preparing for the evacuation, so he orders Jackson to bring his twin sons to the airport. One of the boys tells Jackson that he'll die soon while he gets to escape on a big ship right before another mini-quake hits the area. Thinking Charlie may have been right after all, Jackson rents a plane and rushes back to pick up his family. At that moment, a more powerful earthquake hits California, and this time houses begin crumbling down. Jackson arrives just in time to pick up his kids, Kate, and her new boyfriend Gordon. As houses collapse all around them, the streets also begin breaking down, so Jackson has to drive like crazy to avoid falling into a pit. Soon other people try to escape too and the streets get crowded, causing Jackson to drive through front yards and trees until the car jumps off a ground platform. Downtown, bridges and skyscrapers are breaking down too, causing thousands of deaths. After lots of driving, the group finally makes it to the airport, only to discover the pilot is dead. Gordon has taken a few flying lessons but has no experience, so he nervously tries his best and manages to fly the family off right before the airport is destroyed too. Soon most of Los Angeles has gone down and the sea is starting to cover all the cities on the coast. Moments later, the family stops at Yellowstone to find Charlie and his map, but Charlie isn't in the van because he's waiting for the end on top of a mountain. Jackson drives the van all the way to the mountain to find Charlie, only to watch tons of birds fly by and the hills start to sink down. While Jackson goes away in the van, Charlie stays to keep on broadcasting as a volcano erupts and blows up the area. Volcanic rocks begin raining down, killing Charlie and hitting the back of the van. Thankfully Jackson drives fast enough to jump over a crack on the ground and reaches the airport just in time. He still needs to find the map in the van though, taking so long that the ground keeps on cracking and the van falls. Thinking Jackson's dead, Gordon prepares the plane to take off, but suddenly Jackson climbs out of the van at the last second and runs to grab Kate's hand. Once he's safe, the plane finally takes off and leaves the area before they're reached by the eruption. Then Jackson checks the map and notices they must go to China, so they'll need a better plane. In the evening, Anheuser and Helmsley watch reports of natural disasters happening all over the world. Important landmarks are being destroyed, millions of people are dying, and everyone is losing any glimpses of hope. Helmsley thinks it's time to tell the general public the truth, but Anheuser refuses until the chosen ones are on board the arcs, claiming it's for the sake of survival. Then they tell Wilson it's time to leave, but Wilson has decided to stay and go down with his people. Anheuser takes over command, ignoring Helmsley's protests, and the plane leaves with them and Laura, who receives a last call from her father to say goodbye. Afterward, Wilson finally makes a public announcement to let the world know the truth. Meanwhile, Jackson's group has made it to the airport in Las Vegas, where Karpov is also waiting because all flights have been canceled. He's brought his twin sons, his girlfriend Tamara, and even her dog. Jackson begs Karpov to take his family, but Karpov at first ignores him. However, when his pilot Sasha finally finds a plane they can use, he explains he'll need a co-pilot, and Jackson's family offers Gordon. Karpov accepts to take them all and they run to get aboard a huge plane that is carrying cars. Air traffic control tells them they don't have permission to fly, but Sasha and Gordon work together and manage to take off, dodging a bunch of crumbling buildings and only hitting the top of a tower before they head for China. Moments later when they fly over Hawaii, they're disturbed to discover it's completely covered by lava and there are almost no buildings left standing. In Tibet, a Buddhist monk Nima receives a letter from his brother, who works with the arcs and has shared the truth. After getting permission from his master, Nima leaves the mountain and goes to pick up his grandparents. In Washington, D.C., volcanic ash won't stop falling, so Wilson opens the White House for people looking for shelter. When a little girl is looking for her dad, Wilson decides to help her and asks the paramedics outside, but suddenly an earthquake hits the area and brings down the Washington Monument. In the Vatican, people gather for prayer at a special mass, only to be interrupted by an earthquake as well. The building crumbles down and kills millions of people. At that moment, a report comes in announcing tsunamis forming all over the world. A cruise ship in the middle of the sea is flipped over by the strong waves and the workers can do nothing but accept their fate. In Washington, D.C., Wilson wakes up covered in ash among hundreds of bodies. only to watch its tsunami cover the area and kill any survivors from the earthquake, including Wilson himself. Meanwhile, Helmsley discovers that the base with the arcs will also be underwater in around 6 hours and that the Earth's crust has shifted a lot. Both poles have reversed their magnetic fields and moved so much that the North Pole is now in Wisconsin. Back to Jackson's group, Sasha announces that the fuel is running out and he'll have to do an emergency landing. Once everyone is ready, Sasha and Gordon start to descend, only to discover there's no more ocean. Thanks to the continents moving, the plane has ended up in the Himalayas, pretty close to where the arcs are being built. Soon the plane loses its engines and flies too low, causing it to shake. Landing will be very difficult, so Sasha asks everyone to get into a car and exit through the cargo area. At first Gordon helps Sasha, but the pilot tells Gordon to join the others. The families go out together in a car that lands safely thanks to the snow, but all the other vehicles fly out and crash. Sasha manages to land the plane, but unfortunately it slides on ice and falls off a cliff, instantly exploding and killing Sasha. At that moment, Chinese cargo helicopters fly by as they carry animals to the arcs. Some officers notice the families and land to rescue them, however they only accept those who have tickets. Karpov leaves with his kids and the dog but doesn't take Tamara with him because he knows she cheated on him with Sasha. In fact, he's happy the pilot is dead. The group wanders around for a while until they see a truck pass by, so Jackson throws a rock at it to make it stop. The driver turns out to be Nima, who agrees to pick them up. Meanwhile, Helmsley's group also arrives in the area and notices lots of important people, like the Queen and her dogs. Only 4 arcs were finished, but the third one got damaged by the earthquakes, and lots of people like Karpov aren't allowed to board yet. Helmsley and Laura are disgusted to realize that among the important scientists there are lots of rich people with no skills, yet not a single ARC worker was given a ticket. When Helmsley gets into his cabin, he notices 10 people can fit there, yet they're favoring luxury. At that moment he gets a call from Satnam, who reveals no plane picked him up as promised and a tsunami is approaching his town, so he says a final goodbye before dying with his family. Afterward, a panicking Helmsley rushes to check the new data and reports that they only have half an hour before the wave hits the arcs. Outside the base, Nima arrives with the group, but his brother Tenzin refuses to receive anyone other than his family. Kate begs them to at least take the children, but the grandmother scolds Tenzin and convinces him to take everyone. The arcs are getting ready to leave and some people realize the workers couldn't fix the damaged ship, so the passengers of that arc are being left behind. A furious Karpov punches a guard to make his way through the door, and the crowd immediately follows him towards the nearest Arkansas. However, the ship moves away from the platform, causing some people to try to jump. As a few people fall to their deaths, Tenzin leads the group to that same arc through an alternate safe path. Tamara notices her dog is with Karpov's children, so she whistles to call him over. The dog quickly walks on a narrow connection and reaches his owner right before the gates close, and Tamara says bye to Karpov with a middle finger. While Tenzin opens a secret passage inside the arc for the group, Helmsley watches all the people falling off the platform and can't take it anymore. He contacts the heads of all countries and asks them to open the gates so the rest of the people can come too, but Anheuser interrupts him to point out that they only have 15 minutes left before the wave hits. Helmsley doesn't give up and talks about how they're losing their humanity, mentioning what happened to Satnam. When Laura adds that Wilson would have opened the gates, the leaders give in and authorize them to open the gates. Inside the arc, Jackson's group gets in danger because they're sneaking around the lifting mechanisms, which start moving when the gates open. Tenzin and Gordon are pushed off and barely manage to hold on to the edge, but the spinning gears are hiring Tenzin's leg. Jackson rushes to help them and brings Tenzin back up, but unfortunately Gordon slips off and is ground to death by the gears. Jackson almost gets crushed too, but the cable they use to hold on gets stuck in the mechanism and jams it. The gate doesn't fully open, but it's still enough for the crowd to rush inside. With only 4 minutes left before impact, the wave is already getting closer and taking over the mountains, where Nima's master rings the temple's bell before dying. The gates start to close but Karpov is still outside, so at the last second he throws his kids into the ark before he falls to his death. Because of the cable from before, the gate doesn't close completely so the ark can't leave yet. The technicians check the cameras and find Jackson's group, so Helmsley runs to solve the issue. At that moment the tsunami finally hits the arcs, killing all the remaining workers in the base. Water gets inside Helmsley's ark through the open door and as people panic, the security system begins blocking the compartments one by one. The chamber with Jackson's group is quickly sealed too, splitting them up and leaving the chamber flooded. To make matters worse, the wave sends a plane crashing against the ark, causing it to lose the supports and bump into the other ships. They need to activate the engine to move away, but it's impossible to do it with a gate open. The tsunami causes the ark to shake uncontrollably and begins carrying it toward Everest, meaning they'll crash soon. Helmsley reaches the chamber and finds Jackson's daughter with the dog, then gets in contact with the rest of the group through the comms on the wall. He explains to Jackson how to unlock the lift mechanism and why it may be dangerous, but Jackson accepts the risk and dives in. When Kate is distracted helping Tenzin's injury, her son follows Jackson against his father's wishes and turns out to be helpful. He holds the flashlight so Jackson can use both hands. After lots of struggle, he finally pulls out the cable right as the bottom of the ark hits a rock formation. The gate finally closes and the technicians can start the engine. However, the ship is moving too fast to turn it around in time. The Ark begins colliding against the mountain and huge rocks begin falling on top of it, cracking a few of the windows. Thankfully, the reverse motion activates before bigger damage happens and the Ark moves away from the mountain as everyone celebrates and Jackson reunites with his family. Afterward, years start being counted as after the flood. On day 27 of month 1, Helmsley and Laura share their first kiss. At that moment, the captain announces that the skies are clear, so people finally get to step outside to see the sun again. As people in all 3 arcs enjoy the fresh air, Helmsley checks the reports from the satellites to learn the water is receding and the entire African continent has risen. The arcs immediately head there to start a new life. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In ancient China, Emperor Khan sees his daughter Turandot run into the throne room and trips over a hole in the carpet, which makes her cry. This carpet represents the continent and the hole is Malvia, a small peaceful kingdom that they haven't established relations with yet. To fill up the carpet, Khan sends out his men to Malvia led by General Boyan. In Malvia, the royal family wears 3 magic bracelets, one for the king, one for the queen, and one for the prince. It's a family heirloom and nobody should wear all 3 at the same time because that person would get great power but also be cursed. Prince Caliph is being sword trained by Master Zhou, and the kid is picking up the Chinese style of fighting pretty fast. At that moment their peace is interrupted by an attack from Boyan's army, who shoot a few flaming arrows before storming the castle. Malvian soldiers go out and try their best to defend their home, but Boyan's army is much bigger and easily overpowers them as they kill any person who dares fight them. Eventually Boyan and his men win the battle and next to the royal bodies they find the 3 bracelets, which they take to the emperor. On Turandot's birthday, she's opening hundreds of gifts and finds the box with the bracelets. She puts 2 on and tries to share the 3rd one with her dad, but he puts it on Turandot's arm too. This immediately activates the curse as the bracelets change shape and tighten around her arm, causing her to cry in pain. No matter how hard she tries, Turandot can't remove the bracelets, and soon she loses the ability to see color. Khan wants to try using a knife to remove them and Turandot sees his face as a skeleton when he comes closer, causing her to pass out. Later, the high priest informs Khan that he's learned that the curse can only be lifted by a future suitor. When Turandot turns 15, she'll share 3 riddles and whoever solves them will break the curse, but he'll also be risking his own life. If it's not done before she turns 18, her heart will turn to ice and she'll lose her mind. Meanwhile, it's revealed that Zhou has escaped with Caliph, who has lost all his memories. After changing the boy's name to Blue Eyes to protect him, Zhou brings him to his hometown where he reunites with his family, and Blue Eyes immediately befriends Zhou's daughter. Many years later, Blue Eyes is a teenager determined to learn the art of fireworks. Zhou's daughter Luer has become a sister to him and she often bothers him when he's practicing. One morning, she plays a prank on him that ruins his firework and finishes his last gunpowder. To apologize, Luer takes Blue Eyes to the mines, where they sneak around to watch how the masters create amazing fireworks that form shapes like a phoenix. Unfortunately, they're seen by a guard, so they have to start running through the mine. Whenever the guards try to stop them, they push them away and jump on the furniture, trying to slow them down. Suddenly the guards are about to catch up to them, but the firework master throws a few sparks at the guards, allowing the duo to escape through a hidden tunnel. At the palace, Boyan checks on Turandot, who has grown into a beautiful yet cold princess. Khan wants Boyan to train her, so Turandot has no choice but to fight him. Because of the curse, Turandot has special abilities and can move at great speed, so at first Boyan can't land a single hit. However, when he breaks her loom to grab a wood piece, she begins attacking him directly and proves her swordsmanship is still weak. Offended by his criticisms, Turandot runs outside at super speed and waits for Boyan to cut his cheek, so he changes the wood for his actual sword. By looking at the reflection on the metal, Boyan manages to grab Turandot, quickly disarming her. At that moment, Blue Eyes and Luer come out of the tunnel, which takes them to the palace garden. Seeing Boyan grabbing Turandot, Blue Eyes misunderstands the situation and comes in the princess' defense using her sword. Thanks to his master's teachings, Blue Eyes offers a very good fight, and Boyan recognizes it as Zhou's style. Both men continue to exchange hits and Boyan's experience comes through when he finally overpowers Blue Eyes, but when he's about to stab him, Luer tries to stop him with her whip. Boyan easily pushes it away and brings down his sword, but Turandot inserts her arm and the sword breaks against the bracelets. Then a bunch of guards appear to arrest the intruders, but Turandot says they're with her and announces Turandot will train her from now on. Soon the 2 teens begin training with their swords together every day and a bond between them grows. Turandot is very impressed by Blue Eyes because he can keep up with her regardless of her curse. One afternoon while they're jumping around the palace ground to train, Blue Eyes accidentally touches the bracelets and is shocked to see flashbacks from his homeland's invasion, although he doesn't know what they mean. In the meantime, Boyan asks the high priest to make him incredibly powerful. In a small secret lake inside a cave, the priest tries to perform a special ritual that starts covering Boyan in gold, but it doesn't work and the gold disappears. Boyan begins wondering if he must kill Khan to gain power, so the priest points out that Boyan could marry Turandot instead. Sometime later, Blue Eyes misses Turandot so much that he visits her during a full moon, which is the only night he's supposed to stay away. When he sneaks into her room, he's shocked to find her tied up by multiple pieces of fabric and starts cutting them, ignoring her warnings to leave her alone. The bracelets are digging into her skin more than usual, and as soon as she's free, her eyes change and cause her to see Blue Eyes as a skeleton. Soon the curse takes over and Turandot turns the fabric into a weapon to try to attack Blue Eyes, who speaks to her with sincere words while blocking her weapon with his sword. His words help her snap out of it, but she's angry because he broke her rule and almost died, so she asks him to never come again. A few days later, Blue Eyes becomes a royal guard and is part of the team that protects Prince Yuthong of Lampu when he comes to visit their town for a festival. Turandot is still locked up in the palace, so she keeps herself busy by using her powers on the looms to work faster. Many men have died trying to solve her riddles, but Ka insists she tries again on the prince that just arrived. Back in town, Blue Eyes is finally off duty, so he enjoys the festival with Lu'er and her friend Yuong. They notice that Yuthong has a very fancy dagger, so Lu'er uses her whip to send it flying, and it's caught by Yuong, who immediately runs away. Yuthong begins chasing Yuong through town, and after lots of jumping he manages to catch him, but Yuong throws the dagger at another friend and tells him to run. Meanwhile, the prince's bodyguard attacks Lu'er, but he's too slow and she easily dodges all his moves as she jumps around with her whip. Lu'er then tries to escape by climbing a weak structure, and the bodyguard decides to bring it down. However, Lu'er jumps away before she could get hurt. At that moment, Yuthong appears as he tries to chase the other guy, but before the structure hits him, Blue Eyes saves him just in time. Afterward, Blue Eyes makes Lu'er return everything she stole and shows Yuthong around the festival. He also takes him into the mines, where he makes a small tree firework to bless the prince. Yuthong then shares he's come to solve the riddles and his brother died trying. He can tell that Blue Eyes loves the princess, so Yuthong announces he's now his sworn brother. The next day, Yuthong visits Turandot pretending he's here for the riddles. However, he takes out a dagger and tries to kill her for what happened to his brother. Turandot moves fast and catches the dagger when he throws it at her. Then she commands her threads to knock down the bodyguard and capture Yuthong, reminding him that his brother had accepted the contract. Later, during a public ceremony, Khan announces he'll forgive Yuthong if he's capable of answering the riddles. Blue Eyes is working as a guard and watches the sun reflect on the bracelets, which causes him to have another flashback of the massacre full of blood, violence, and bodies. Wanting answers, Blue Eyes comes forward and asks Yuthong to let him answer the riddles. Khan wants to know why he's doing this, so Blue Eyes lies and says that as Yuthong's sword brother, it's his duty. As the crowd chants their support, Khan agrees to give him a chance, and the high priest starts the ceremony, explaining that fireworks will go off if Blue Eyes gives the correct answer. If he fails, he'll be executed. Turandot comes closer and Blue Eyes admits he's doing this to save her, but she just responds with the riddle that the bracelet whispers into her mind. What is born of darkness and dies at dawn? Blue Eyes concentrates on finding the answer and has a vision of his mother guiding him through the castle. Then it changes to the day of the massacre, during which the king shows up severely wounded. The guards can't keep the invaders out, so the queen grabs all the bracelets and forces them on her husband's arm, saying there's no other choice. While the king absorbs the new power, the queen tries to fight, only to be pushed away. At that moment, the curse finally takes over the king and he grabs a sword to fight, showing great power as he easily starts beating down the enemy, roaring and fighting multiple men as if it was nothing. In the present, a bell announces Blue Eyes' time is over, and since he doesn't have the answer, he's taken away to be executed. As he's carried to his death, Blue Eyes has another vision and sees his mother telling him to leave with Zhou because he's the kingdom's only hope. Seeing it as a sign, he yells that the answer is hope, causing one of the bracelets to break. However, Turandot is in the palace and nobody sees this, so before Blue Eyes can be killed, Zhou jumps in to rescue him. After knocking down a few guards, he throws a lance and saves Blue Eyes' falling body right before it lands in the boiling water. At that moment, fireworks start exploding in the sky, confirming his answer is correct. Afterward, Boyan steals a piece of the broken bracelet and orders his men to not let the fireworks explode even if Blue Eyes gets another answer right. The next day, under the rain, Turandot shares the second riddle. Women are beautiful for it, men are unsettled for it, yet they die together when it turns into unbreakable ice. Blue Eyes concentrates and another vision shows him that his father sees everyone as skeletons, causing him to lose control to the point he kills his own men. Zhou takes little Caliph away and the queen jumps in to protect them, only to end up killed by the king. Once again, time runs out and Blue Eyes doesn't have an answer. He's tied up to a pole and his punishment is 1,000 cuts, so while the executioner starts hurting him, the pain causes Blue Eyes to have another vision. The queen's death makes the king to snap out of it, and the combo of grief and guilt causes him to break his sword and self-delete. In the present, Blue Eyes announces that the answer is blood, and another bracelet quickly breaks at the palace. The servants try to shoot a firework with an arrow, but the rain only makes it fall in a puddle. To make matters worse, Boyan's men show up to stop them from trying again. While a fight ensues in the palace, it's announced in the ceremony that Blue Eyes will be executed. Zhou suddenly yells that the rain may be interrupting the fireworks, so Boyan decides to fight him as he reveals their brothers. Yuthong, his bodyguard, Luer, and her friends proceed to fight the guards so Zhou can confront Boyan, using special tricks of his sword to get the upper hand. Luer tries to reach Blue Eyes, but there are too many guards and she's pushed off the platform. Zhou ignores Boyan and decides to join the fight against the soldiers to save Blue Eyes. However, Luer is captured and everyone is forced to stop. At the palace, Turandot uses her magic to kill all the soldiers, quickly saving the servants before finding the arrow. At that moment, Blue Eyes insults Boyan, who throws his sword in retaliation, but the sword is stopped by magic. Turandot flies down on the platform and announces Blue Eyes gave the right answer, so he's freed. That night, Blue Eyes tells Zhou he finally remembers everything, so he agrees to leave the kingdom that killed his people. The next day, Blue Eyes and Luer are ready on their horses, but Zhou is late. Suddenly they're surrounded by Boyan's men, who start chasing them through an open field. Eventually Blue Eyes decides to fight, but as soon as the battle starts, Boyan's men are stopped by Turandot, who disarms all the soldiers and scares them away. Then Blue Eyes tries to escape too, but Turandot blocks his way and causes him to fall. Her servants capture Luer and surround Blue Eyes with their horses, hitting him a few times to make their point. When Turandot demands an explanation, Blue Eyes admits he regrets accepting the riddle contract and challenges her to a fight. In just a few moves, Turandot overpowers Blue Eyes and starts reciting the last riddle. It can give you freedom just as it can enslave you. You light the ice and you get more coldness in return. As Blue Eyes takes the chance to escape her grasp, Turandot begs for help, but he refuses to do it and steps forward, causing her sword to stab him in the chest. Blue Eyes whispers her name before passing out, and suddenly Turandot's arm starts hurting. It turns out her name is the answer and the bracelet breaks, making her faint too. When the servants rush to help her, Turandot wakes up and her skin loses its paleness as color finally returns to her eyes, allowing her to see the beauty of nature. Sometime later, the royal medic is taking care of Blue Eyes and explains to Khan that the boy survived because his organs are on the other side. Turandot comes to visit him and announces the next day is their wedding, but Blue Eyes tells her to learn who he really is first or he won't marry her. While Khan sends his men out to discover Blue Eyes' identity, Boyan gets a piece of every bracelet and gives to the high priest, who throws them in the small lake to start the ritual. Boyan steps into the water and the dark magic takes over his body, filling him with great power. Once the ritual is over, Boyan tests the results with his sword, but all his wounds instantly heal. Then he stabs the high priest for knowing too much. In the evening, Blue Eyes is getting drunk at a restaurant because he hates the fact he loves the daughter of the enemy. Hearing this, Luer rushes to tell Turandot the truth. Meanwhile, Boyan visits Zhou to ask him about Blue Eyes. Zhou refuses to talk and a fight ensues, but no matter how many times Zhou hurts him, Boyan's wounds always heal up. Desperate to survive, Zhou escapes through the window. At the same time, the high priest arrives at the mines to beg for help. Moments later, Blue Eyes tries to enter his home only to be captured by Boyan and his men. When they're about to take him away, mysterious soldiers arrive and kill some of Boyan's men before the leader shoots an arrow at him. Boyan catches it with his hand and threatens to kill Blue Eyes, knowing the archer is Turandot. Then he reveals he found a jacket with the insignia of the Malvian royal family, which means Blue Eyes is the enemy. Turandot doesn't care and offers to accept any condition to save Blue Eyes, so Boyan asks her to marry him. The next morning, Blue Eyes is taken to see Ka, who decides to free him even if he's the enemy as thanks for saving his daughter. Blue Eyes still wants revenge, and when Boyan tries to shut him up he's interrupted by Turandot, who brings the high priest and the truth. The day Boyan's army visited Malvia, Ka's orders were to only establish peaceful relations. However, Boyan thought Ka got soft and that they should be conquering more land, which his soldiers agreed with. Then he killed the envoy and made it look like Malvia did it to start a war. Back in the present, Boyan confirms the story is true and uses a piece of armor to kill the priest before calling for his soldiers, who immediately storm the palace and kill the servants. Then Boyan reveals he brought fireworks under the disguise of a wedding gift and shoots some flaming arrows at them to make them explode. However, the firework master had guessed his intentions and the fireworks form a huge dragon that attacks Boyan's army, defeating it in a matter of seconds. Seeing his soldiers go down makes Boyan mad and he fights a few royal guards, quickly killing them all. Then he challenges Ka for the throne and the emperor accepts, thinking he can defeat him by using a sword made from a meteor. However, as he starts hitting Boyan, Ka is shocked to see the sword breaking little by little. A smug Boyan pushes him away and the rest of Ka's people attack him, going after the remaining soldiers as well. A brutal battle takes over the throne room as people show off all their skills with a variety of weapons, like Lu Yar's whip and the strength of Yuthong's bodyguard. Blue Eyes and Zhou fight Boyan together, but their weapons are useless. They manage to kick Boyan against the table, only for him to grab a knife and throw it at Zhou's chest. Furious, Blue Eyes tries to fight him yet he's overpowered again. Turandot tries to save him and Boyan retaliates by choking her, but he lets go of her when he sees Zhou standing up. Boyan jumps on his brother and tries to kill him, so Luer grabs his arm with her whip, only to be thrown away. Then Blue Eyes throws a box at Boyan's head before Turandot drags him out of the palace. Boyan immediately follows them, giving Yu Thong and the others the chance to defeat the last soldiers of his army and win the battle. By using the secret tunnel, Blue Eyes and Turandot arrive at the mines and shoot fireworks at Boyan, but nothing can hurt him. He starts destroying the place and Blue Eyes pushes Turandot down before she can get hurt. Then he lights up bigger fireworks, which destroy Boyan's armor and burn his skin, yet he always recovers. Eventually the fireworks bring down a statue that falls on top of Boyan, bringing him down. Thinking it's over, the teens are about to share a kiss, but suddenly Boyan comes out of the debris. Blue Eyes rushes to attack him and Boyan breaks his sword, pushing him back. Then Turandot tries attacking him too, and when Boyan hits her, she spits blood on his shoulder and notices it's hurting his skin for real. As she flies back, she throws her blood-covered sword at Blue Eyes, who catches it as he slides to stab Boyan. Thanks to the blood, this time the sword goes through and shocks Boyan, who immediately burns down. Afterward, Blue Eyes rushes to Turandot's side, who finally calls him Caliph and tells him where to find the secret of the fireworks before she dies in his arms. The next day, Caliph begins traveling back to Malvia. He stops at various cities on the way and always lights up huge beautiful fireworks to bless the locals. When he finally returns home to rebuild his kingdom, Caliph becomes king and celebrates with more fireworks. At his side, he sees Turandot's ghost, who lights up a firework too before disappearing. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the United States, a civil war has taken over the country. Texas and California have seceded and formed the WF, or Western Forces Militia, while Florida has created its own alliance. A third-term president leads the government forces against the secessionist movements, and he often appears on TV to make speeches, swearing victory is close thanks to the defense of the loyalist states. However, nobody believes him, and it's only a matter of time before Washington, D.C. is reached by the WF. War photographer Lee watches the speech from her hotel room in New York and even takes a picture of the TV. Then she notices a bombing occurring in the middle of the city. The next day, Lee and her colleague journalist Joel take a car downtown to cover a protest in which desperate people are begging for water. They're given fluorescent vests before Lee mingles with the crowd to take some pictures. Things soon get violent as the police officers try to push the people back, only for the crowd to retaliate. This doesn't scare Lee, who just keeps taking pictures, but a young photographer named Jessie gets struck in the chaos. Lee immediately drags Jessie away to safety and learns the girl is a fan of her work. As she gives Jessie her vest, she notices an armed woman running into the crowd with an American flag and pushes Jessie down for cover right before a bomb explodes, killing almost all the protesters. For several minutes Jessie can't hear anything and she has to deal with her shock. However, Lee quickly comes out to take pictures of all the bodies. Jessie forces herself to take a picture too, not wanting to be seen as lesser. Later, at a hotel where all journalists are staying, Lee and Joel discuss their options with their mentor Sammy while Lee tries to upload her pictures regardless of the slow Wi-Fi. There are rumors of a big attack on July 4th to make it historically relevant, but they aren't sure of believing it. At that moment the power goes out, which happens often since the war started, and that's why the hotel has a generator ready. After some prodding, Sammy learns the duo will drive through the country's war zones to reach DC, but not to cover the front lines. They want the last interview with the president, who hasn't given an interview in 14 months. In fact, journalists get shot if they approach the White House. Sammy thinks their plan is insane and even knows what the best route to reach DC is, so Lee guesses he wants to reach DC too. However, Sammy wants to go to the front lines in Charlottesville, Virginia, and he needs a ride. At first Lee and Joel are worried because Sammy is too old to run, but in the end Lee agrees to bring him. Afterward, Lee tries going to a room on the 10th floor and the receptionist reminds her that the power comes and goes, so using the elevator could be a risk. At that moment she's approached by Jessie, who has come to thank her and give her the vest back. Lee tells her to keep it and to get a helmet for the future. Jessie explains she's been a regular photographer so far and she's trying to become a war one, which is why Lee is her hero. Later in her room, Lee takes a bath to try to relax, but she's haunted by all the atrocities she's seen in the many wars she's covered. There's been disgusting amounts of death, destruction, and torture, and Lee took pictures of all of it while being unable to help those in need. The next morning the group gets ready to leave and Lee is shocked to see Jessie in the car. She has an argument with Joel, who calls out Lee's hypocrisy on many points. She's fine with Sammy, who can't run, and all journalists start at that age, including Lee herself. With no arguments left, Lee agrees to bring Jessie, but only if they drop her at Charlottesville with Sammy. The group takes off, and when they leave the city, Sammy reminds Jessie to pay attention. Roads are full of abandoned or broken cars, so they must drive around them. At a checkpoint, soldiers make sure to check their journalist IDs before letting them pass. During the trip, Sammy and Joel discuss what kind of questions Joel can make during the interview, like touching on the subjects of disbanding the FBI and using airstrikes against American citizens. Eventually they find a gas station guarded by 3 armed guys. They really need the fuel, so they risk stopping. At first the men don't want to share, but they quickly change their mind when Lee offers to pay extra and Canadian currency. While they fill the tank, Jessie notices something in the distance and goes to check while one of the men follow her. Lee gets worried and follows them as well. To Jesse's disgust, she discovers two men hanged by their wrists after being severely tortured. The gunman explains they were looters and his group has been arguing over what to do with them for days, since they're still alive. He gives Jesse the power to choose, but she freezes. To distract the guy, Lee makes him pose with the looters and takes a few pictures. Later when the group is back on the road, Jesse complains that she didn't take a single photo and wonders if she should have helped. The others explain this is the journalist's life so she must get used to it because it'll get much worse later. Jesse can't help to cry but promises to be braver in the future. As the group continues to travel, they hear more empty speeches from the president on the radio and watch the destruction that surrounds them. There are bodies everywhere, but something else catches Lee's attention and she makes Joel stop the car. Then Lee takes Jesse to a fallen helicopter so she can take some interesting pictures. While doing so, Jesse apologizes for being a burden and explains her old-style camera used to belong to her dad. He's currently hiding in his farm pretending nothing is happening, which bothers her. Jesse wonders if Lee would photograph her if she ever got shot, but Lee lets her reach her own conclusions. In the evening, the group stops to rest. While watching gunfire in the distance, Lee comments on how she used to cover wars as a way to send home some warnings, yet now the violence is right there around the corner. Sammy realizes she's losing faith in the power of journalism and that's why she's being hard on Jesse. Meanwhile, Joel tells Jesse it's normal if she's unable to sleep after what she saw and offers his comfort if she needs it. That night they sleep outside like campers. The next day they go to the area with the gunfire they saw last night. Lee and Jesse take tons of pictures as two groups continue to fire at each other with a guy stuck in the middle. A team throws out a smoke grenade to offer some cover. However, as soon as the guy tries to run he gets shot and his bleeding gets captured on camera. His teammates drag him to safety and try their best to deal with his wound. Unfortunately, the man won't stop bleeding and dies as Jesse takes photos of the whole process. Afterward, the team enters the building and the journalists follow them. They find a bleeding man asking for help and he gets shot down. Jesse can't help staring as the team finishes searching the building. By the end, Joel is laughing with a fighter as if it was a normal work day. The soldiers capture a few enemies and takes them out for execution, which Jesse takes pictures of too. Sometime later, the journalists arrive at a refugee camp. All tents are full so they'll still have to sleep in their car. While Jessie develops her pictures the old way, she continues to bond with Lee, who explains her parents are also in a farm pretending nothing is going on. When Jessie finally takes a look at her pictures, she's disappointed that they don't look good, but Lee reminds her this is normal. Only one of every 30 photos will be worthy. Jessie eventually finds an excellent picture of the dying man and Lee compliments her work. That night the group is able to relax with other refugees before returning to the horrors in the morning. Their journey continues as the journalists watch the never-ending death and destruction by the roads. Jessie takes more pictures, putting the faces of her friends on the shots for extra impact. Eventually they reach a town that looks perfectly normal, with people hanging out on the streets and peace all around. They stop by a clothing store and ask the clerk what's going on, so the clerk explains her town has chosen to just ignore the war. Jessie convinces Lee to try on a dress, pointing out that being at war doesn't mean she can't have nice things. She teases her looks and takes a picture of Lee's smile because it's the first time she sees it. Afterward, Lee goes back to Sammy, who points out there are armed men on the roofs. He also says this life wouldn't have suited them because it's boring. Sometime later, the group finds an abandoned circus with a dead man in the middle of the road. Lee checks the area with her camera zoom but doesn't see anyone. Joel decides to move forward, but as soon as they cross the entrance arch, their window gets shot. Panicking, Joel speeds up and runs over the body until he finds a safe spot near a truck to stop. There they find two camouflaged soldiers, who are waiting for the shooter in the house to reveal themselves. As the journalists move around to cover this incident, the shooter fires at them and fails. Jessie and Lee take pictures while Joel tries interviewing the soldiers, wanting to know whose side they and the shooter are with. However, the soldiers don't belong to any team. They're just two dudes trying to kill a person that wants to kill them in return. After some waiting, the soldiers finally bring down the shooter and the group can leave safely. Sometime later, the journalists notice a car is speeding to catch up to them. Fearing the worst, Lee slows down to let them pass. However, the car drives by their side and a guy screams at them, giving them a scare. Thankfully, it's just a prank and these guys are Tony and Bohai, fellow journalists and friends of Joel. It turns out that during their night at the hotel, Joel got drunk and told Tony where they're going. Tony also reveals Joel had hit on Jessie. He's so excited to see them that he climbs through the window and gets in the car with them, saying they're more fun. Jessie is impressed and tries the same trick, ending up in the other car. Bohai likes her better than Tony and speeds up to leave with Jessie. Lee is worried even though Tony says Bohai is trustworthy, and she gets even more nervous when they stop seeing the other car ahead of them. Suddenly a military car passes by and Lee has to go off the road to avoid crashing. Luckily she stops the vehicle right before they could hit a tree. They quickly return to the road and find Bohai's car abandoned by a farm with its doors open. The group goes to investigate and discovers Bohai and Jessie were captured by loyalist gunmen, who are keeping them on their knees while dropping bodies in a huge grave. Sammy points out these dudes aren't normal soldiers because they're clearly doing this in secret, but Joel thinks their press IDs can keep them safe everywhere. Lee, Joel, and Tony approach the gunmen and explain that Bohai and Jesse are part of their journalist group, swearing they're just going to Charlottesville to cover a story about a university opening again. Without hesitation, the head gunman shoots Bohai, leaving Jesse in shock and making Tony cry. The gunman asks them where they are from, so Lee, Joel, and Jesse mention their home states. However, when Tony explains he's from Hong Kong, he gets shot as well. As everyone panics, Sammy shows up in the car and hits the soldiers with it, causing them to fall in the grave. Jesse accidentally falls as well and she has to climb on the huge pile of bodies to get out. Joel helps her and the group gets back in the car to drive away, ignoring the remaining gunman that tries to shoot them as they escape. On the road, Jesse and Joel have breakdowns, and Jesse even vomits. They barely travel a mile or two before Sammy announces he can't drive anymore and the group discovers he's been shot. They move him to the back seat and Joel takes over the wheel, driving as fast as possible through a burning forest. Eventually they reach the WF military base in Charlottesville, where they have a flag with only 2 stars. Unfortunately, it's too late. Sammy is dead. As Joel yells at the wind, the soldiers take Sammy's body away in a box. Lee stares a picture she took of dead Sammy, only to delete it. Moments later, they learn from journalist friends that most of the loyalists have already surrendered, so DC is undefended except for a few remaining soldiers. The president's death is imminent, which means the group can't have their interview. Joel is incredibly annoyed because it means Sammy died for nothing. Lee and Jesse take a moment to grieve together and Jesse admits these past days she's felt the most afraid in her life, but also the most alive. Later, while Lee is washing Sammy's blood off the car, the trio agrees to leave with the WF so they can cover their attack on the White House. Most of the loyalists may have surrendered, but there are still enough of them to keep the fight on the streets. As the WF attacks the Lincoln Memorial, the journalists follow the soldiers through the area. Jesse is taking plenty of impactful pictures, but Lee freezes when she's hit by her PTSD. Joel makes her snap out of it when a tank and a helicopter clean the way on the streets, allowing them to keep moving. The soldiers go to different roofs to establish a line of defense and the journalists hide behind an armored car to follow the story. Suddenly an explosion causes the armored car to drive away, so the group has to run to hide. Jesse is slower because she keeps taking pictures, especially one of a man in flames. She also gets some great shots of a tank finally breaking the wall surrounding the White House. Lee is still struggling and even crying, so Joel has to keep her moving. Nearby, another journalist and her cameraman are recording the whole deal. At that moment they notice some Secret Service agents bringing the president out of the White House and putting him in a car. 3 vehicles leave the area and as soon as they crash on the streets, the soldiers surround them to shoot every single person inside. Jesse takes more pictures, however Lee guesses this is a decoy and drags her friends into the White House to find the actual president. Some soldiers notice this and follow them. Inside the White House, they find a few bodies and not much else. The soldiers soon arrive and start a thorough search that takes them to find an agent surrendering in the conference room. A more alert Lee takes pictures with Jesse as the agent explains she wants to negotiate the president's surrender, asking for him to be taken to a neutral country. However, the soldiers just shoot her and keep going deeper into the White House. More secret agents open fire on the corridors and the journalists do their best to keep taking photos of every death. They run through multiple rooms, shooting one loyalist after the other with no mercy. When they reach an area at the back, Jesse takes a risk by standing in the middle of the hallway for a picture and Lee jumps in front of her because the enemy is about to open fire. Jesse falls to the ground and doesn't hesitate to take pictures of Lee getting shot to death right in front of her. Afterward, Jesse is left in a state of shock for a few seconds until Joel asks her to come alone to the Oval Office. The soldiers have surrounded the president, but before they can shoot, Joel asks them to wait because he needs a quote. The president says, "Don't let them kill me," and Joel decides that will do. Now the soldiers finally shoot the president down, winning the war. Jesse's final picture is the soldiers posing next to the body as if it was a hunting shot. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In New York, the Sanford family decides to go on vacation, so they rent a house on Long Island next to a forest. The house is beautiful, but the alcohol cabinet is locked. While the family settles down, the mother Amanda drives to town to buy groceries, and she can't help noticing Danny loading his truck with a great amount of supplies. Later, the family goes to the beach, and the daughter Rose notices a huge oil tanker ship sailing in the distance. At first they think nothing of it, but soon they realize the ship is approaching the beach. People start to panic and run away as the ship crashes against the sand, but thankfully nobody gets hurt and the beach is closed for the day. When the family returns home, they realize the Wi-Fi is not working, and there is no service on their phones or television. Amanda and her husband Clay are also surprised to see some deer in the backyard, which they see as a good omen. In the evening, Amanda hears a noise outside and suddenly someone knocks on their door. Clay gets ready to fight a potential intruder, but 2 people shock them by knowing their names. It turns out this is businessman George and his daughter Ruth, who are the actual owners of the house. It was George whom Amanda talked to through email to arrange the rent. He apologizes for turning up unannounced, but all phones are out. They went to the symphony in town, and on their way back to the city, there was a total power blackout. Since they live on the 14th floor and George has a bad knee, they thought they could stay in this house for tonight. Amanda hates the idea and doesn't trust them. So George tries to offer her a 50% refund and promises he and Ruth can sleep in the guest room in the basement. To prove his identity, he reveals he has the keys to the cabinet and opens it to take out an envelope, not letting the others see there is also a gun in there. The envelope has $1,000 that he offers as compensation, but Amanda is still wary, thinking he could have the keys because he is the housekeeper. Clay has to convince Amanda to give the duo a chance. George shares the alcohol from the cabinet and tells them the story of this house, explaining Danny was his contractor. He also explains his wife is away traveling for his job. Amanda interrupts him to demand an ID, but George left his wallet and his other coat, which he forgot at the theater because of the commotion. This puts Amanda on the edge because George had said he didn't know about the blackout until later. Suddenly they hear an alarm ringing. Ruth has turned on the television and they discover that a national emergency has been issued. Now Amanda has no choice but to let the duo stay in the house. When George and Ruth go to the basement room, it is revealed George knows something because a client warned him. The next morning, Amanda wakes up to see 4 emergency messages on her phone. 2 talk about the blackout, 1 mentions hackers possibly being behind it, and the last one is just random symbols. Worried, she wakes Clay up to show him the messages, but they disappear before he can see them. Clay decides to drive to town to get a newspaper for more information. However, since the GPS is not working either, he soon gets lost. He stops the car and gets out to check if he can catch a signal on his phone, so he doesn't hear the car radio activating for just a few seconds. The reporter informs that the cyber attack has caused a serious environmental disaster in the south, which has impacted animal migration patterns. With no luck with the phone, Clay decides to keep on driving, and moments later he finds a woman waving her arms by the road. It seems she needs help, so Clay stops the car, but the woman can only speak Spanish and he doesn't understand her. Feeling disturbed by her pleas, Clay decides to ignore her and keep going. Suddenly he sees a drone flying nearby with red smoke on its tail, so he speeds up, but when the drone comes closer, Clay realizes the smoke is actually red leaflets. Meanwhile, George also drives out to visit the neighbors, keeping his gun at hand. He keeps checking his phone because he hasn't heard from his wife since yesterday, and she was supposed to fly back today. Sadly, not a single message has been delivered. The neighbor's house seems to be empty, and strangely there are tons of random things spread in the garden. The door was left open, so he goes inside and finds a complete mess. George tries using the neighbor's satellite phone, but it is not working either, which means all American satellites are down. When he is about to leave, he notices there are more things spread near the beach, so he follows the trail and finds an expensive watch in the sand. When he tries to pick it up, he is shocked to find a whole arm and falls, only to discover the body of a pilot. As he looks around, he realizes a plane has crashed on the beach. At that moment he hears another plane coming closer, so he runs away and hides in the house right before this plane crashes too. At the house, Rose is very frustrated because she wants to watch the final episode of Friends, but none of the devices are working. She runs outside and is shocked to find a huge amount of deer in the backyard. She convinces her brother Archie to go to the forest, where they find an old shed. They go inside and Archie tells Rose that someone must live there and can watch her sleep through the window. Rose gets startled and accidentally hits her head as she realizes that Archie is just messing with her. On their way back to the house, Archie is bitten by a bug and Rose sees another deer. She also notices all the birds flying away. When George comes back, he admits to Amanda that he had guessed something was coming because he saw the market behaving weirdly. As he explains what he saw on the beach, their conversation is interrupted when they start hearing explosions in the distance, followed by a loud screeching noise that hurts their ears and cracks the windows. Amanda immediately rushes into the woods to find her children, but the noise becomes so unbearable that she drops to her knees in pain. Luckily, the noise ends soon and everyone goes back into the house. Amanda remembers he saw Danny buying too much stuff, and thinks he also knew something would happen. At that moment Clay comes back and shows them a leaflet, which turns out to be written in Persian. Archie recognizes it from more video games and explains it says "Death to America." Terrified, Amanda and Clay decide to go to a relative's house in New Jersey, ignoring George's warnings. As they drive away, they keep hearing sirens, and eventually they find the road blocked by a bunch of white cars. Amanda goes ahead to investigate and notices there are no people around. In fact, all these cars are the same self-driving model and brand new. Suddenly more automatic cars appear behind them, so Amanda rushes back to her family and moves her vehicle just in time before the speeding cars crash into the ones blocking the road. The family goes away as they dodge more incoming cars, and in the distance it can be seen that the mess goes all the way into the city. The Sanfords have no choice but to go back to the house, and George allows them to stay. As it starts to rain, Archie stays in his room to get naughty while looking at pictures he took of Ruth, but he starts feeling sick and decides to sleep instead. Ruth invites Clay to smoke with her, and Clay admits feeling bad for leaving the poor woman on the road. Suddenly they hear a splashing noise and discover there are flamingos in the pool. Inside, Amanda and George share a drink, and George makes a confession. He came to this house because a powerful client who works for the Pentagon told him that an evil cabal runs the world. That client asked George to move around his money out of the blue and said that he was going away for a while, which made George realize that something was about to happen. Tired of all this depressing talk, George takes Amanda to the room with his music collection and they dance for a while. They get too close and share a hug, so Amanda points out they are drunk and have spouses. George agrees not to do anything, but he also fears that his wife is probably dead. At that moment, the screeching sound begins ringing again, breaking all the lights and scaring the flamingos away. Now they have to use candles for light, and each family decides to share a bed for comfort. The next morning, they realize Rose is missing and she may have taken one of the bikes. Suddenly Archie wakes up with a fever and starts puking blood. When he checks his mouth, he's shocked to discover all his teeth are falling. Archie thinks it has to do with the bug bite, so George volunteers to take Clay and a puking Archie to see Danny and ask for medicine while Amanda and Ruth go into the woods to look for Rose. After lots of searching to no avail, Ruth and Amanda take a break at the shed, only to start arguing. Neither of them likes the other very much and an argument ensues, but by sharing their worries, at least they manage to understand each other a little better. At that moment they hear a strange noise indicating something moving outside. Amanda comes out and sees bike tracks, but when she is about to follow them, she hears a noise again and discovers Ruth surrounded by a herd of deer. With no hesitation, Amanda rushes to Ruth's side and starts yelling at the deer, prompting Ruth to do the same. The trick works and the deer run away, so Amanda and Ruth hug each other for comfort. Meanwhile the men arrive at Danny's place, but to their shock, Danny makes them step back and comes out with a weapon in hand. He explains the same noise happened in Cuba a few years ago and caused radiation, so that's probably what made Archie sick. He also knows that the Russians recalled their people from Washington, so he assumes they are at war. However, Danny doesn't care if George is an old friend and Clay is willing to pay. His priority is to help his own family, so he refuses to help them. If they want help, he thinks they should go to the neighbors, who are supposed to have a bunker. George refuses to leave without the medicine, so he takes out his gun and an argument ensues as they aim at each other. Clay moves to get between them and admits he's a useless man, but he begs for the medicine as he gives a speech about him and Danny having one thing in common. They just want to protect their families. Danny finally agrees and gives them the medicine in exchange for money. While Archie has the medicine, Danny shares some more information. This was done by the Koreans. Clay responds by showing him the leaflet to prove as the Iranians, but Danny has more intel. Before the phones went out, a friend of his in San Diego told him a drone dropped leaflets there too, but those were in some East Asian language like Korean or Chinese. The friend is a veteran of Iraq, so he would have recognized it if it had been Persian. Danny's theory is that since the US has lots of enemies, they are teaming up to destroy the country. The guys return to the car and George admits that Danny's information confirms a rumor he heard before. This is a three-stage maneuver used to destroy a country's government from the inside. First, they isolate citizens by disabling all their communication and transportation. This makes people scared, causing stage 2, synchronized chaos. As it happened with Danny, people will start turning on each other to survive and won't trust any information outlets, which would be fed by hackers and things like the leaflets. Then stage 3 will happen on its own. Citizens will end up planning a coup or a civil war, which collapses the country. Clay and George agree to stick together and take their families to the neighbor's bunker. In the woods, Amanda and Ruth keep searching for Rose, only to freeze when they see the skyline of Manhattan on fire as explosions and gunfire are heard all over the city. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Rose has been in the neighbor's house all along. She broke the front door to get in and she is now enjoying lots of food, but she stops when she hears her mother calling out her name. Rose is about to leave but then notices a light coming from the basement, so she follows it and finds the emergency bunker stocked with everything that a person could possibly need, including a gym and a greenhouse. There's also an emergency alert system, which suggests seeking shelter because the White House and major U.S. cities are under attack, causing radiation levels to rise near many population centers. Rose discovers there is a huge collection of DVDs that includes Friends, so she grabs the disc and finally gets to watch the last episode of her favorite show. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. On October 13, 1972, a Uruguayan rugby team known as the Old Christians Club takes a plane to fly to Chile for a special match. Most of them never left the country, so this is very exciting, and some family members come along for support. When they start approaching the Andes Mountains that separate Chile and Argentina, the plane shakes a couple of times. A passenger explains that the warm winds from Argentina collide with the cold mountain air, which creates a suction effect that causes slight turbulence. However, as the plane keeps going, the turbulence gets worse and suddenly the plane sinks a few miles. The pilots force the plane to keep going through the stormy winds while everyone holds tight and watches their things fall in the corridor. For a second they see the sun only for the plane to go down again and hit the mountain as it breaks in half. One of the players is blown away with the tail of the plane while the front keeps going until it crashes into the snow, sending all the seats clashing against each other and killing multiple people in various gruesome ways. One by one, the survivors try to let go of the shock and leave their seats to help the passengers who got trapped. There's blood everywhere and two med students try to guide those with broken limbs to help them calm down. A few guys check on the pilot, but he dies after just a couple of words and the radio isn't working. Others try to scream for help to no avail. The temperature starts dropping fast, especially when night falls, so the survivors huddle together inside the plane, using bodies and bags to try to cover any holes. Many of them can't stop panicking or crying, so they try their best to comfort each other. In the morning, they discover a few more people have died frozen. The storm has passed and the sun is strong, so they look around and see nothing but snow and mountains for miles. The group decides they must start working to survive. They take out the seats and debris from the plane so there's room for everyone to sleep at night. Then they move the wounded survivors to the spot where they can receive the most sunlight, prioritizing their care. Any object they find that may be useful is put away in the suitcases for protection, and all bags and suitcases are searched thoroughly for food. The bodies are moved away from the plane and kept together nearby, covering them in snow to keep them from rotting in hopes they can take them with them when help comes. On the first day they already have 11 dead people, plus the one guy that flew away. Once they're organized, they have a little snack, already being careful to ration their food to make it last. Suddenly they hear a plane fly by so they try yelling and waving their arms, but they aren't found. On their second night, they're ready to sleep inside the plane, using the clothes from the bags as blankets and covering the hole with the suitcases. On day 3, Nando finally wakes up. He's been unconscious since they crashed, so they have to explain what happened. His body is in a terrible condition, but he still drags it on the ground to be with his sister, who isn't doing very well either. When Nando asks about their mom, they have to inform him she died, which makes him think about his father alone back in Uruguay. Afterward, they use some metal to start melting snow for water. They also make a huge X on the ground with suitcases, hoping they'll be seen. When another plane flies by, they try to make the sun reflect on mirrors and keep on yelling. Someone notices the plane's wings rocked, so it may be a sign they were seen. The next day, they hear the plane again but it's far away, meaning they're searching in a different area and didn't see them. The group starts to discuss survival options and remembers there were some batteries in the tail, so they should go out to find it. After building some goggles with mirrors and the leather from the seats, 4 survivors start going up the mountain to find the tail. As soon as they go up a few miles, they discover the crash site can't be seen from afar because of all the snow. This means the chances of a rescue plane finding them are almost zero. At that moment they notice some snow coming down, so the 4 guys decide to return to the crash site for now. Days start to pass and after a week they run out of food. There are no animals or plants in the area, and they try some moss from a rock but it tastes absolutely disgusting. Nando mentions that he'll eat bodies if he must, and soon an argument ensues over whether they should take meat from the dead passengers. Some survivors mention their pee is black and others mention a fear of going to jail for it, but they don't reach an agreement. As time continues to pass, they get so desperate for food that they start eating anything they can find like shoelaces and cigarettes. This only causes their pee to get darker. On the 8th day, Nando's sister passes away, and Coco decides to write a letter to his parents, describing the tragedy but also the beauty of the place. A few more storms hit them the following days and they manage to survive by hiding inside the plane. However, by day 21, half of the group gets tired of the situation and makes an announcement. They give their permission for the others to eat their bodies if they die. Then they go outside and with a piece of glass, they take meat from the body so they can feed themselves again. Seeing this, a few people change their mind and join the group outside to finally eat too, leaving only 5 people who refuse to become cannibals. The next day they start a proper system to hide most of the bodies while they do the job. That way it's less gruesome and those who aren't chopping don't have to see it. They also start leaving some meat pieces under the sun to warm them up. Sometime later, they find a new suitcase buried in the snow and are surprised to find a radio inside. After building a rough antenna, they manage to turn it on, only to learn from the news that after 66 search missions, the government has decided not to look for them anymore. The entire group has a breakdown as they lose all hope, and 4 people give in and eat human meat. Afterward, 3 guys decide to go out and look for the plane tail properly this time. The first thing they find is lots of debris and 5 bodies, including the guy that had been sucked out of the plane during the fall. They keep moving as fast as they can, which is hard because there's a lot of slipping down while climbing and freezing winds making it hard to breathe. At night, they huddle together against the side of the mountain and try to sleep with a storm raging around them. They wake up covered in snow but alive, however one of them is blind and the other 2 are very weak, so they go back by sliding down on a piece of debris. After such a traumatic experience, the last guy agrees to eat human meat too and goes to sleep in tears. On day 17, the group has been dealing with a storm for 5 days. They stay inside the plane and try to tell stories to keep the mood up, but suddenly an avalanche comes down, burying the plane and filling it with snow. As the few people that manage to stay on top panic, one of them goes outside, only to notice the storm has gotten worse. Then they desperately start digging in the snow to bring out all the passengers that got buried, and they even pee on the snow to make it melt faster. After lots of work, effort, and screaming, they manage to get everyone out except for a woman, who was so deep down that she died quickly. At that moment they hear a weird noise and discover another avalanche coming, which buries them again and kills a few more men, including the team captain. The survivors immediately create a few holes so they can breathe, but as they keep on waiting, they can only pray while they hear the noises made by falling snow. When they recover some energy, they move 8 bodies against the corner. On day 18, they've been buried for 2 days and the hunger is getting painful. They have no choice but to start getting meat from the bodies, but this time is much harder because they can't hide most of the bodies in snow to avoid seeing their faces. It means they know exactly who they are eating. This makes Numa so angry that he starts digging and breaking the windows, which ends up with the glass hurting his leg. Such thing doesn't stop him though, and he just keeps on digging. On day 20, he finally manages to open a hole in the snow big enough for the remaining survivors to come out. After having a moment to relax and enjoy the fact they're alive, the group begins working on digging out the plane. Numa discovers he has a cut on his foot that he didn't feel because of the cold, but he ignores it and keeps on helping. Eventually the sunny days help them get the plane out and they even start considering sending a few men out on a search again, but they still have no way to survive the freezing nights out there. In the end they agree to wait a few more days since summer is around the corner. On day 34, the thaw finally begins. The 2 injured men from the beginning are very sick, and the med students know there isn't anything else they can do. In just a few hours, they discover Coco has his lungs filled with fluid, but no amount of CPR can help him breathe and he dies soon. When they take out the body, they find his letter and keep it safe. On day 36, the weather has improved enough for Roberto, Nando, Tintin, and Numa to leave on a new search wearing extra layers of clothing to survive the nights. Soon Numa starts feeling dizzy and he falls, so they check his foot and discover his wound is infected. The group thinks they should take him back, but Numa says he's strong enough to return alone and asks them to keep going. As soon as Numa returns to the crash site, he passes out. A few hours later, he wakes up to discover the other sick passenger is hallucinating before dying. The next morning, the group starts working on removing the ice from the cockpit too in case they may need it. Numa wants to help but can't because he's too weak, which makes him feel useless and frustrated. Soon the trio comes back with big news. They've found the tail of the plane. By doing a couple of short trips with the others, they bring lots of clean coats, bottles of rum, cigarettes, and even chocolate. They also find the plane's batteries, so they try to connect them to the cockpit to make the radio work. After lots of work, they manage to get some static going, but they don't get anyone to answer them. Days start passing again, and the group hesitates to go out because spending one night out there almost killed them even with the extra coats. Numa's infection is getting worse and spreading to the rest of his body. The food they found in the tail is still not enough, so they have to start stripping the bones of meat. By now it's become routine and it doesn't bother them anymore. Knowing he doesn't have much time left, Numa stops eating so the others can have more. They try to fix the radio again but the wires cause a small short circuit and they give up. In their fury, they write a message on the plane counting the survivors. During another trip to the tail, the group is surprised to find some waterproof fabric that was covering the pipes. They immediately bring it back and start putting together a sleeping bag that will allow them to survive the nights outside. The smaller radio is still working and they hear on the news that even though 58 days have passed since the crash, the Air Force is planning to send another aircraft to search for them. An argument ensues over how to proceed. Some of them think they should wait for the aircraft, while others point out that they never see them down here so they should go looking for help. Frustrated, Roberto tears off the sleeping bag. Afterward, the group decides to distract themselves by making bird noises as they see them fly by, and they find a camera that they use to take a bunch of pictures. That night, Numa gives them permission to eat his body, and in the morning they find him dead. There's a note in his hands that says there's no greater love than to give one's life for friends. Inspired by these words, Roberto, Nando, and Tintin decide to go out again. After getting the new sleeping bag and lots of meat, they start climbing west with the goal of crossing the mountain to reach Chile. The weather gets really windy at night, so they dig a hole in the snow and huddle inside the sleeping bag, which allows them to survive until morning. When they finally reach the top of a rather tall mountain, they're devastated to discover there is still a huge amount of miles to cover. For a moment they consider giving up because they don't have enough food for such a trip, so Tintin volunteers to go back. That way the food will be enough for only Roberto and Nando. The trip is incredibly long and difficult, but after lots of walking, the duo finally comes down to the valley, where the ground is more rocky than snowy. When Nando's shoe breaks, Roberto simply ties some fabric around it and they keep going. One evening after dinner, Roberto ends up throwing up, but Nando comforts him and in the morning they're moving again. All this effort pays off because they eventually find a river with fresh water and even a little lizard. At that moment, they look up and to their shock, they find a man on a horse staring at them. He's on the other side of the river and the noise of the water doesn't let him hear them correctly, so after seeing them scream and wave their arms, he throws some paper and a pencil at them. The duo explains who they are and the man takes the paper back to make some calls. Soon the message reaches the Air Rescue Service and a new mission is planned. The man comes back for Roberto and Nando and takes them to his cabin, where they can eat proper food at last. In just a few hours, the area is surrounded by reporters who don't hesitate to ask awkward questions. When this reaches the news, the group at the crash site is excited to hear that rescue is coming soon. So they start washing up to look as presentable as possible and gather their things in bags, including pieces of the plane as a memento. When the helicopters finally arrive, they take Roberto and Nando with them so they can act as guides. On day 71, the group is finally rescued, and they cry in happiness as soon as they see the helicopters. Someone records the whole rescue, including the fact the group insists on bringing their bags even if there's no room for them. In total, 16 people have survived. Once they reach the city, their families are already there waiting to welcome them back. Then they're taken to the hospital, where a huge crowd is waiting to call them heroes. The doctors keep the reporters out and run full tests to check on their health, especially since they notice the skeletal state of their bodies. Since they can barely move, they help each other have a shower, and then their families get in charge of their grooming. Each survivor is given their own bed, but that night they're still dealing with the aftershock, so they huddle up to sleep as a group. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In an alternate version of Earth, the Great Plagues are killing millions of people. They are diseases born from alchemists experimenting with genetic science, thinking they've discovered God's secret code for life. However, one of these plagues also creates a new kind of being that some people call vampires. They aren't supernatural creatures though, they are an improved version of humanity. Born from human mothers, the transformation happens when a specific virus interacts with a specific genetic mutation. They call themselves brothers, and by using science and taking over the church, they help humans fight against the plagues and offer spiritual guidance. Brothers drink only donated blood from churchgoers and live long disciplined lives as priests. Whenever a brother is born, he is immediately taken away to be brought up in the church, although lately not many brothers have been born and all the ones that exist so far have always been male. One day, young Silas is introduced to his newborn brother Edgar, who won't stop crying. Brother August tells him that since Silas and Edgar come from the same mother, Silas must guide him as he grows. 100 years later, an adult Silas is in the slums using his super hearing to track down a crime. He hears the blood drop from a woman's body and follows a metallic noise to find Edgar escaping through a window. Silas tries shooting him, but Edgar dodges and escapes by jumping on the roofs. The next day, Silas shares a bloody drink with Augustus and expresses his wish to team up with the human police to go after Edgar, but Augustus refuses. He's been covering up all of Edgar's murders since the guy went crazy and started feeding on humans, which the Brotherhood hasn't done in centuries. If the truth comes out, people will panic and won't trust the brothers anymore, meaning they'll be treated as monsters again. Meanwhile, in a poor neighborhood called Jamestown, there's an influenza vaccine shortage. The vaccines are supposed to be offered for free by the government, but criminals steal them for the black market. Captain Lily lost her husband and daughter to the influenza, so she works extra hard with Detective Jones to go after the illegal sellers. Today the duo is kicking down a door to burst into an apartment building, where they arrest the landlord. The man swears he's been giving out the vaccines to his tenants, but when the police enter a creepy old basement they discover dozens of sick people. As Jones gets aggressive with the landlord, Lily notices he won't move from his spot and they check under the carpet, where they finally find all the vaccines. The landlord just keeps asking for a lawyer, so an annoyed Lily punches him. The following day, a street kid is wandering around when he suddenly hears a woman screaming for help. He looks inside an alley and discovers Edgar feeding on a human, but as soon as Edgar sees the child, he escapes by climbing the walls and jumping on the roofs. At that moment a man finds the kid and thinks he killed the woman, but the child immediately says it was a brother. Moments later the police arrive, and a reporter tries to ask Lily about the rumors of a brother being the murderer, so Lily just tells the officers to arrest her. Next they check on the victim, confirming that her wound is a bite. Lily talks to the kid to confirm his story and tells her co-workers not to tell anyone about the evil brother to avoid causing panic in town. All this is seen by Silas from afar. Afterward, Lily informs Chief Anderson that she's quarantined the neighborhood and people believe there's a new influenza outbreak. Anderson points out that they can only keep the reporter arrested for 2 days and then the story will be out, so they need to solve the case fast. To her surprise, Anderson reveals that the Brotherhood will send a brother to help them with the investigation. Soon Silas arrives at the station and everyone acts as if he was a celebrity. Silas gives Lily a file with Edgar's information while his supervision studies her every move. Lily is angry that the Brotherhood has been covering up crimes, calling out the privileges of the church because they won't be punished for it. Afterward, Lily puts together a team of detectives and asks them to keep the secret before introducing them to Silas, who makes a whole presentation on Edgar. He explains that until 3 weeks ago, Edgar was a respected scientist in the Brotherhood and was the one who created the most recent influenza vaccine. His 3 victims are women in their early 20s but have no other connection. However, Silas does know where the rest kill will happen. It turns out Edgar is treating this as a game and has set a recording in which he says that he'll take his next victim from an area called Bridge Square. The team is divided into smaller groups to patrol the area and Silas stands on a roof to use his supervision. Meanwhile, Edgar is sneaking inside a building through the vents. He finds a woman he likes and tries to break in but the lead is stuck, So he goes to the neighboring apartment and waits for the male tenant to leave the room. At that moment, 2 cops patrolling the building hear violent noises and alert the rest of the team. While Silas notices blood splashing on a window, Lily and the team enter the building only to find the 2 cops dead on the floor. They kick down a door and find the male tenant dead as well. So while the officers search the rest of the floor, Edgar surprises Lily from behind and pushes her into an empty room, where he starts feeding on her. At that moment, Jones notices Lily is gone and comes looking for her, causing Edgar to escape through the vents before he could kill her. Then Silas arrives and offers some of his blood to Lily to help her survive. Once she's stable, Silas gets inside the ventilation shaft and uses his super hearing to follow Edgar, who ends up coming out when an angry Jones starts shooting at the vents. Edgar quickly runs down the corridor to then hide in the attic, only for Edgar to jump on him and push him through the floor. Suddenly Jones shows up and opens fire, hurting Edgar's cheek and causing him to run again. Then Silas shoots as well, and this time Edgar is hit by a tranquilizer, causing his head to break the wall. Jones wants to kill Edgar, but Silas doesn't let him, and Edgar is taken to the church. The next day Lily is at the hospital and keeps having horrible visions about Edgar. Silas visits her and they have a sweet bonding moment. On his way out, Silas is approached by Jones, who shows him the newspaper with the cover-up story. The authorities have told reporters that the killer had delusions of being a brother, but he's now dead. Later at the church, Silas meets with Augustus and Dr. Lipsky, who is keeping Edgar in painful restraints because he decapitated a guard even though he was sedated. However, Lipsky doesn't think Edgar is insane. He thinks he's infected. The doctor shows Silas an insane woman tied to a bed, who tries to attack Silas when he comes too close. It turns out Edgar was secretly experimenting with a new virus, which is supposed to be illegal. However, since not a single brother has been born in 70 years and never a female, the Brotherhood higher-ups allowed Edgar to be an exception so he could genetically control the birth of more brothers. In the end, Edgar was successful because the women in the secret ward all transformed, but soon the virus changed and now most of the test subjects are dead while the survivors don't have much time left. Edgar is infected with the same virus and his brain is slowly decaying, meaning he'll be the first brother to ever die. Then Silas visits Edgar, noticing how the restraints are causing him to bleed from various spots. Edgar wants to finish Lily, and when Silas defends her name, Edgar makes fun of him for having fallen in love, which brothers aren't supposed to do. Later in the evening, Jones and Lily break into a house to bring down a dangerous operation. As the cops arrest anyone in sight, Lily checks the back room and finds a bunch of girls that were about to be sold. On her way out, she feels like somebody is watching her, but Silas disappears before she can see him. At the church, Edgar is freed from the restraints but locked up inside a metal chamber. The only spot that isn't a wall is the window through which 2 guards are keeping an eye on him, so Edgar starts running toward it over and over to slowly make it crack. When Silas is interviewed on TV, Edgar hears it through the speakers and learns that his brother will be made cardinal in a special ceremony. A few hours later, Lipsky is called to check on Edgar because he killed the guard who gassed him to calm him down. They had thought Edgar was unconscious, but it turns out he learned to trick them. Now Edgar is studying the map of the building, and once he memorizes it, he runs back to jump through the window, finally breaking it. After quickly killing the other guard, Edgar chases Lipsky and corners him against the wall, where he forces him to drink his blood before kicking him to death. At that moment more guards arrive, but Edgar kills them all in seconds. Soon he makes it to the front desk, where he kills the receptionist too. Meanwhile, Silas is made cardinal, and the ceremony includes using a sword for a blood offering. Sadly, he doesn't have time to celebrate because he comes back to find the massacre left by Edgar. The next day, Detective Kelly is walking through town when she hears a woman crying for help. A man named Freddy is threatening to mutilate his victim, so Kelly surprises him with her gun to make him let the woman go. At that moment Edgar jumps on her and knocks her out, revealing this was a trap to capture Lily, and Freddy made a mistake because both detectives look alike. Then Edgar feeds Kelly some of his blood, causing Freddy to ask for some as well because he enjoys the visions caused by it. Moments later, Jones brings the news of Kelly's kidnapping to Lily, who is staying in her apartment while Silas watches over her. Guessing Edgar's intentions, the team argues over how to proceed, and Lily volunteers to be bait. In the meantime, Freddy continues to drain Kelly of her blood while Edgar stands on the roof, using his super senses to find Lily. In the middle of the night, Silas watches Lily sleep and can't help smelling her hand before kissing her, only to realize it's a dream when he hears Jones nearby. Edgar is in the apartment under Lily's, causing Silas to sense him and leave through the window to look for him. Lily looks out and notices something moving behind another window, so she and Jones go to check out that apartment. After kicking down the door, they look around and Lily approaches the window, which is immediately broken by Edgar to drag her out. Then Edgar holds Lily against the wall, ready for revenge, only for Silas to show up and threaten him with his gun. Edgar drops Lily to attack Silas, and she has to hold onto a pipe to save herself. A powerful kick from Edgar causes Silas to fall and hit a few pipes before fainting on the ground. By the time he wakes up, Edgar and Lily are gone. When Edgar returns to the hideout, Freddy informs he and Kelly are feeling very sick. Edgar ignores him and gives him new orders, causing Freddy to protest. Annoyed, Edgar kills him by removing his heart. Afterward, Edgar places Kelly out in the street with a note that says everything flows from me. My blood will change the world. Soon Stephanie is found and taken to the hospital, where she behaves violently and crazy. More cases are appearing by the hour, meaning Edgar is spreading his virus around. In just a few hours, the hospital is filled with insane and violent women who also start dying one by one. Obviously, they can't keep the secret anymore, so the authorities announce that a new plague is spreading. Jamestown is quarantined and martial law is instituted, which means any person wandering around after hours gets shot. Meanwhile, Lily is handcuffed to a pipe in the hideout and asks why Edgar hasn't killed her, so he confesses he wants to force Silas to drink from her. Eventually, a crowd gathers outside the church, demanding a solution. Silas wants to look for Edgar, but Augustus forbids it and informs him that the Brotherhood and the government have reached a difficult decision. The areas around the quarantine zone will be evacuated and the slums will be burned down. That way they can eliminate both Edgar and the infection for the greater good. Refusing to lose so many innocent souls and especially Lily, Silas breaks the rules and visits Jones, who is very dismissive of him. Silas grabs him by the neck and explains he's come to help before hearing the water in Jones's sink. This reminds him of Edgar's message that mentioned flowing, and Silas realizes he must be contaminating the water supply with his blood. Silas tells Jones to inform the press of the water and the Brotherhood's plan. Then he sneaks around the soldiers guarding the slums by breaking through a building's window. On the streets, he finds a dedicated brother tending the dead who shows him something important. Afterward, Silas arrives at the water supply and Edgar leaves Lily alone to meet him. Lily notices that the pipe is a bit loose and starts kicking the wall, making a loud noise that alerts Silas. However, he sees a female shadow running around and follows her instead. Desperate, Lily moves down the pipe and manages to kick the door open. Then she starts yelling Silas' name. At that moment, Silas realizes he's been following a random infected woman and Edgar uses the distraction to attack him from behind. Both brothers fall from a platform and hit a bunch of pipes before landing on the floor while the crazy woman follows Lily's voice. The woman tries to come inside to feed on her, so Lily starts kicking the door to keep her out. Unfortunately, the woman comes in anyway and starts pulling Lily down, causing the pipe to finally break. By sliding the handcuffs down, Lily is finally free, and when the woman tries to attack her, she just uses the handcuffs to choke her to death. Back to Edgar. He tries to give Silas his blood, but at that moment he wakes up and tries to shoot him. Edgar immediately kicks the gun away and a fight ensues, during which Silas keeps asking about Lily. No matter how many times Edgar tries to attack, his sick body is too slow and Silas easily overpowers him, so Edgar buys time by begging for mercy. Once Silas is distracted, Edgar kicks him and impales him on 2 steam rods. An injured yet alive Silas falls to the ground and Edgar threatens to burn his face down with the steam. However, he dies first when Lily stabs his brain with another steam rod. On their way out, Silas kisses Lily before showing her the important thing the other brother is guarding. It turns out an infected woman has given birth to the first female vampire, so Lily accepts to leave with the baby to keep her a secret and protect her from the Brotherhood. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Southern California, a young woman is driving around the mountains when suddenly small rocks start falling and crack the car's windshield. Then a whole rock slide happens, causing a huge amount of stone and dirt to hit the vehicle and push it off the edge of the road. The car tumbles and spins down the hill until it falls off an edge again, but thankfully the girl survives when the car gets stuck. However, when she looks out, she discovers the car is barely hanging on some rocks. Meanwhile, Ray and other members of the Los Angeles Fire Department are flying in a helicopter to search for the girl while being interviewed by a journalist about their job. When they finally see the car, they call the girl's phone to tell her to stay calm, but she still screams when the car shakes a little. Ray carefully flies down, tilting the helicopter to fit it through the gap. Then a rescuer goes down on a rope to secure the car, which he must do in under 5 minutes or the engine will fail. As soon as the guy gets closer, the girl tries to reach out, causing the car to shake again. The car is soon secured, but unfortunately it slips and traps the rescuer. The helicopter starts shaking too and the engine won't last much longer, so Ray decides to go down as well. As the chopper begins expelling black smoke, Ray reaches the car and tears off the door before taking the girl out. Then the pilot cuts the rope holding the car, making the car fall and crash but also freeing the rescuer while Ray safely holds the girl. Later in the California Institute of Technology, Dr. Hayes is giving a lecture on the history of massive earthquakes, which cause lots of death and destruction around the world. Hayes also mentions the San Andreas Fault, which is a meeting place of tectonic plates that runs through California. He has no doubts that such a formation will cause a massive earthquake sooner or later. Afterward, Hayes goes to his office, where Dr. Park shares news of mini quakes detected close to the Hoover Dam and they decide to check them out. When Ray gets home, his daughter Blake calls him to ask him for a few things she left at his house that she wants to take to college. He suddenly ends the conversation because he's opened the mail and found the divorce papers, which leaves him very upset. Then Ray goes to Blake's room to grab the things and finds some family pictures, which include Blake's dead sister. At the Hoover Dam in Nevada, Park and Hayes are measuring seismic activity with a new device and are shocked to see the pulse rate suddenly make a big jump right before an earthquake hits the area. On top of the dam, Hayes rushes to tell people to run away, but Park is inside and has to try to climb the stairs as the dam starts to crumble down and rock slides ensue. People run away in panic while the structure breaks and the water begins coming out, causing even more damage. Park hurries up and manages to come out, but at that moment he sees a girl with a hurt leg and stops to pick her up. Then he begins running as fast as possible while the ground collapses right behind him. Suddenly Park trips and he throws the girl at Hayes before falling, only to discover his foot has been stabbed by a metal rod and he's stuck. Hayes wants to help him, but Park tells him to stay with the girl as the dam finally collapses and a huge burst of water kills him. Back to Ray, he receives a text from his boss telling him about the earthquake and asking him to come in. First Ray stops to drop his daughter's things and meets with his ex-wife Emma and her boyfriend Daniel. Emma informs him she's moving in together with Daniel, which makes Ray very upset and he awkwardly escapes by going to work. A few hours later, Blake goes with Daniel to his workplace, and while waiting in the lobby, she befriends Ben and his little brother Ollie. Meanwhile Hayes is being interviewed by the same reporter who talked to Ray and explains that before Park died, they confirmed their new device could predict earthquakes. They're suddenly interrupted by Hayes' students, who have news on the activity along the San Andreas Fault. Using this information, Hayes does some calculations and traces the boundary of the fault and the dam on a map, concluding that the whole San Andreas Fault will go off soon. In downtown Los Angeles, Emma is having lunch with Daniel's sister, who asks very rude questions about the death of Emma's other daughter. They're interrupted when Emma gets a call from Ray, who apologizes for his attitude. Suddenly the restaurant tables start wobbling and soon the entire building shakes as it gets hit by an earthquake. When Ray looks through the chopper's window, he discovers the highway is crumbling down because of an earthquake as well. He asks Emma where she is and tells him to go to the roof so he can pick her up in a few minutes. In Hayes' office, the group rushes to hide under the tables and their device says this earthquake is 100 times stronger. The whole San Andreas Fault is being activated and is heading towards San Francisco. Back to Blake, she gets in the car with Daniel ready to leave, when suddenly they're reached by the earthquake too. Daniel urges his driver to get them out of there and the car takes off as fast as possible as the entire parking lot begins collapsing and other people run around in panic. A hole opens in the ground and the car ends up going down, crashing against a wall and getting trapped by the debris. The car's roof is pushed down by a beam and instantly kills the driver, whose seat gets bent and traps Blake's legs. Daniel tries to take her out to no avail, so he says he'll go looking for help. On the first floor, Daniel finds a security guard and asks for help, but the guard is crushed by the falling ceiling. Terrified, Daniel decides to leave with the rest of the people, but Ben and Ollie overheard him talk to the guard and decide to go find Blake. At the same time, Ray continues to fly to Los Angeles and sees the Hollywood sign going down. Fire and smoke are coming from various spots in the city, and the skyscrapers are starting to go down too. In the restaurant, people are panicking and Emma tries opening a door, only to find a hole and a man falling to his death. The restaurant's oven explodes and the chef catches on fire while Emma tells everyone they need to reach her roof. She finds the exit stairs and starts rushing up, but the people try to escape by going down instead. On the roof, the floor starts to collapse and Emma falls through all the debris until she painfully lands on the lower floor, which leaves her bloody and dizzy. Refusing to give up, she starts climbing to the top of the rubble, where she's finally found by Ray. When he tries to fly closer, something explodes and starts a fire on the roof, so Emma moves away from it and Ray hovers with the helicopter to drop a rope with a rescue basket for her. Emma runs and dodges a few holes to jump at the last second, managing to cling to the basket right before another building collapses and brings down this one in the process. Ray immediately pulls her up and returns to the pilot's seat, where he must grab the controls as the helicopter is sent into a tailspin by another falling skyscraper. After lots of spinning and losing a door, Ray gets the helicopter under control and flies away before the buildings can crush them. In San Francisco, Blake finds her phone and calls Ray to ask for help, but she soon loses the signal. While Ray tells Emma they're going to rescue her, more debris falls on top of the car. At that moment Ben and Ollie find Blake and try to use a metal beam to get her out, but this only makes more rubble fall. Then Ben checks the trunk and finds a tire jack which he uses to lift the fallen beam, however it only raises half a foot. Thinking fast, Ben stabs the car's tires to flatten them and get more room, getting Blake out right before the beam crushes the car. Meanwhile in Hayes' office, the group analyzes the data from the monitoring systems and concludes this isn't over. Hayes asks the reporter for help to warn people, so they run to the media center and team up with more students to hack into news broadcasts. The reporter introduces Hayes, who informs the whole country that more earthquakes are coming. He predicts a 9.5 earthquake or perhaps greater, and although it's happening in California, it'll be felt even on the East Coast. He advises people in San Francisco to leave as fast as possible. Back to Blake's group, the building starts to crumble so they run outside, where people are running everywhere. After lots of running, the shaking finally stops and the group goes looking for an electronics shop because Ray taught Blake to find an old model phone when the electricity isn't working. When they get one, Blake calls Ray and shares that Daniel abandoned her, which makes Emma furious. Ray tells Blake to get to higher ground at Coit Tower, promising to meet her there. After the call ends, Ben calls his own parents and Emma calls Daniel, only to get the voicemail and leave a threatening message for what he did. On the streets, Daniel is walking away with other survivors when suddenly the aftershocks make another building fall. The crowd panics and runs in all directions while Daniel pushes people out of his way, causing a man to be blown away by a wave of dust. When the helicopter approaches a destroyed Bakersfield, an engine suddenly blows up. Ray knows they're going to crash, so he starts pulling some crazy moves, descending and going up over and over to try to land. Unfortunately, the propeller hits a lamppost and the helicopter goes down, crashing right into a storefront. Thankfully, Ray and Emma are fine, and they watch how people use this time of crisis to loot the mall and shoot each other like maniacs. They sneak around the parking lot until they find a truck with its door open and Ray begins to hotwire it, only for a thief to suddenly threaten him with a gun. With no hesitation, Ray disarms him and punches him. Then he leaves with Emma in the truck. Moments later on the highway, they see an elderly couple with a broken car waving their arms to make them stop. Ray ignores them and keeps going, only to suddenly hit the brakes when Emma sees a giant gap in the middle of the road caused by San Andreas. The duo goes back to the elderly couple and Ray notices the man's aviation hat, so the couple takes them to a nearby airport hangar. As thanks, they give the elderly couple the truck while they get on a plane. Before taking off, Ray admits he became emotionally distant because he didn't know how to deal with their daughter's death and he blames himself for it because it had been his idea to go rafting that day. Ray apologizes for how he destroyed their marriage, and Emma assures him nobody could have saved their girl so he shouldn't feel guilty. In San Francisco, Blake's group is walking with the crowd that is being guided by a guard to evacuate. Suddenly Blake sees an abandoned fire truck and pulls out an armored box of emergency supplies, which includes a radio and food rations. Ben notices the Coit Tower is surrounded by flames and smoke, so Ollie reads in his tourist book that the next highest point is Nob Hill and the trio begins heading there, which is in the opposite direction of the evacuation. Moments later the plane arrives at San Francisco, but the airport is also on fire so Ray sets the plane on autopilot and announces they'll have to parachute out. Emma is hesitant, so Ray straps her to his parachute and they jump together, falling for several minutes before landing safely in the middle of a baseball diamond. At that moment, another earthquake hits the area. Hayes and his team hide under the tables again, noticing the building is shaking harder this time. In the streets of San Francisco, the trio falls as the earthquake starts bringing down the power lines and destroying buildings. The group tries to run away, but Ben falls and a shard of glass stabs his thigh. At that moment Ollie has a breakdown and Blake tries her best to comfort him. The rest of the city continues to fall apart as buildings and even the bridge collapse. The sea is also starting to wobble. As soon as Ray and Emma come out, Ray rushes to tell people to hide behind the stadium because it's out of the way of collapsing buildings. There's an injured woman who can't walk, so Ray picks her up and takes her to the stadium, where everyone huddles against the wall just in time before they can be hit by falling structures. After making sure everyone is fine, Ray and Emma realize there is too much destruction to walk or drive, so they'll have to take a boat. Once the earthquake stops, Blake takes the shard from Ben's thigh and wraps the wound up. Hayes checks his computer and confirms it's the biggest earthquake recorded in history. Minutes later, Ray and Emma discover the tower is burning, but Ray knows Blake must have gone to another building. At that moment he notices the water level changing too quickly and realizes a tsunami is coming. A warning reaches Blake through the radio and the alarm starts echoing through the city, so they won't make it to Nob Hill in time. Blake notices the building that Daniel had been building nearby and decides they must hide there. On the coast, hundreds of boats are trying to get away only to be blocked by a massive wave. Some boats drive upward and fall, but Ray keeps enough control to reach the top. Unfortunately, they come across a container ship that almost kills them. Thankfully, Ray moves away just in time and the ship only takes their roof. Containers are also falling, so Ray drives fast to dodge them all as the ship flips over onto the Golden Gate Bridge. Lots of survivors are killed by this, including Daniel and the elderly couple. The tsunami soon brings down the rest of the bridge and floods San Francisco, destroying what the earthquake couldn't. Meanwhile, Blake's group is rushing upstairs and stops at the highest floor possible because the steps are blocked. Unfortunately, it isn't high enough and they see the tsunami coming for them, so they run to hide behind the pillars. The water breaks through the window and floods the building, which starts to fall but is blocked by another skyscraper. The leaning causes some water to leak out and the trio holds onto the furniture not to fall out too. Soon Ray and Emma reach the area with the boat and notice the state of utter destruction. Knowing Blake learned from Ray's teachings, they head toward the tall buildings to look for her. Back to Blake and the brothers, they notice the stairs have been cleared so they go to a higher floor. While Blake checks Ben's leg, he offers a big compliment and they kiss. At that moment Ollie notices the boat going in the opposite direction. He and Blake start hitting the window to get their attention, but Emma and Ray can't hear them. Then Blake remembers Ollie has a laser pointer, so she shines it at the boat's control panel and the adults finally see them. Suddenly another wave hits the area and breaks the windows, flooding yet another floor too. Ben and Ollie swim toward the stairs to escape, but unfortunately Blake gets caught in the water and can't reach the brothers because of a glass door. The building is sinking, and the water levels are quickly rising. Ray leaves the boat in Emma's hands and kisses her before jumping into the water to swim into the building. Once inside, Ray sees Emma on the other side of the glass door and tells her to wait while he tries to move the debris. On the upper floor, Ben tells Ollie to wait safely while he goes back for Blake, but at that moment the building starts shaking again and water reaches their area as well. This water takes the last few inches Blake had to breathe, and she soon passes out. A desperate Ray makes a final effort to move the debris and finally makes his way through to reach his daughter, taking her with him as he swims upstairs to meet with the brothers. The building continues to sink as Blake tries to give Blake CPR and Ben tries to break the windows, but he isn't strong enough. Outside, Emma sees this and drives the boat back to then approach the building at a very high speed, smashing her way inside. The group immediately gets on the boat and drives away, moving out of the way right before the buildings collapse behind them. Ray continues to try to resuscitate Blake and eventually gives up, but seeing Emma cry inspires him to keep trying, refusing to lose another daughter. Suddenly Blake wakes up, dizzy but alive, and everyone hugs in relief. Sometime later, the National Guard and UN relief teams arrive at the area to help the survivors. Signs, letters, and pictures are hung on a fence as a last goodbye to those who didn't make it. Ray and his family watch what is left of the city, and he announces now it's time to rebuild. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 2014, humanity has destroyed the planet's atmosphere and caused global warming. To fix this, scientists make an artificial cooling substance, which is dispersed into the air. It does reduce the heat, however it also causes a new ice age to hit the planet. Fortunately, a genius scientist named Wilford has built a train powered by a perpetual engine that will continuously travel around the globe. The few remaining humans on the planet now live in the train, and those who dare go out immediately die from freezing. Unfortunately, classism also exists in this small society and the train cars are organized accordingly. Upper classes at the front, economy classes at the back, and the poor people in the tail section. 17 years later, the guards bring food for the poor people, consisting of some nasty protein blocks. Everyone must sit to receive it, but Curtis doesn't sit until a guard threatens to shoot him. Curtis explains to his friend Edgar that he counted the doors because he's planning to sneak through the train. The guard then asks if there are any experienced violinists in the group, and an old couple volunteers because they used to be in the Boston Symphony Orchestra. The guard tries to just take Gerald because they only need one musician, but Gerald refuses to go without his wife. This causes the guard to beat up the woman and break her hand before dragging Gerald away. Afterward, Curtis visits Tanya and her son Timmy to ask the boy to trade protein blocks. Curtis cuts up his new block and finds a small capsule with a message in it, which he takes to Gilliam, an old one-armed man who sits next to a Wilford logo on the wall. The message says Nam, the name of a security expert from the prison section. Curtis wants to find him so he can help them with the revolution, so Gilliam assists Curtis in mapping out their options. Later, while everyone is sleeping, a bunch of guards arrive with Wilford's assistant Claude, who starts measuring all of the children with a tape. Suddenly Claude approaches Tanya and moves her skirt to find Timmy hiding there, so Timmy tries to run as his mom screams. However, the guards capture Timmy and beat Tanya up to shut her up. After some more measuring, Claude takes Timmy and Andrew's son Andy. A devastated Andrew yells and throws a shoe at Claude, so the guards immediately capture him. Moments later, young Franco and old Franco put a clock around Andrew's neck before putting his arm through a hole in the wall, causing him to scream in pain at the feeling of sub-zero temperature. Then Minister Mason arrives and makes a long speech to scold the passengers for their misbehavior. She puts the throne shoe on top of Andrew's head, saying things on the train must subscribe to a particular order. Next, Mason calls Wilford on a phone to make him offer a speech too, but he doesn't answer. The Francos take out Andrew's arm, which is completely frozen, and smash it with a giant hammer to finish the punishment. For the following few days, the poor people begin working hard on putting things together to make a tool that will help with the revolution. Curtis also obtains some chronol, which are small blocks of industrial waste used by addicts to get a kick, but they're also highly flammable. He can't stop thinking about the fact Mason called the guards' weapons useless guns, theorizing that they ran out of bullets during the last revolt. While everyone works, the artist of the group makes drawings of all the important moments, and he gifts Andrew and Tanya portraits of their kids. One day, the alarm suddenly goes off and everyone scrambles to get in line for the guards. Their device is ready, so to create a distraction, they start yelling in protest of the protein blocks. A guard grabs an old man and threatens to shoot him, so Curtis runs forward and puts the gun on his own head instead. When the guard pulls the trigger, nothing happens, so Edgar yells that the guns have no bullets and chaos breaks out. The device turns out to be a giant train of pipes on wheels, which the group starts pushing through the next compartments with Curtis riding on top of it. A huge fight breaks out between the guards and the rebels, but without the guns, the rebels easily overpower them. Suddenly a huge guard tries to block their way, however Gray jumps on top of him and quickly kills him, stealing his keys in the process. Afterward, the rebels easily reach the prison car, where cells are actually compartments on the walls. Using the keys, they manage to release the security expert Nam, who looks rather dazed because he's an addict. After grabbing a translating device from the wall, Curtis explains he needs help getting through the doors in the following cars, and he can pay Nam with Chronol. As he thinks about it, Nam smokes a cigarette, which shocks everyone because cigarettes haven't been available for over 10 years. The little Chan takes the chance to steal Nam's matches. After lots of thinking, Nam throws the cigarette and everyone starts fighting over it, but Nam also joins the fight until Curtis pulls him out of it. Nam reveals he took the keys and opens another compartment containing his daughter Yona, who is also an addict. Nam agrees to help if both of them get Chronol for each door. Judas accepts the deal, so Nam starts working on the door's wires. After Yona announces there's no one on the other side, Nam opens the door and the group confirms it's empty. Someone opens the windows and everyone is shocked to see the sunlight again after almost 2 decades. The world outside is covered in snow and every city is completely frozen. Then Nam begins working on the next door and Yona says he's running right before it opens. The group is surprised to see Paul, a previous member of their group who is now jumping around like a maniac. He didn't used to be like that, so they look around and notice these are the machines that make the protein blocks. Paul was brought here to make the blocks alone, which has driven him crazy. Curtis looks inside a machine, only to be horrified to discover that the ingredients for making the protein blocks are cockroaches. Suddenly he finds another capsule on the floor and asks Paul about it, but he doesn't know who sends them, he just puts them in the food. Gilliam opens it and finds the word water, so Paul tells them the water supply is a few cars up. If they control the water, they can control the negotiation. While Nam works on opening the next door, Curtis chats with Yona and learns that she was born on the train. Curtis comes from the outside but doesn't remember anything before the train. Curtis also wonders if Yona's clairvoyant, causing her to look at the door and yell don't open it. Unfortunately it's too late. The door opens and reveals a room full of masked men armed with axes. As a threat, they hold up a fish and gut it. The rebels aren't intimidated and run forward, causing a chaotic fight to start. Both sides quickly begin losing people as they kill each other without mercy, splattering blood all over the car. Edgar and Curtis try to advance through the crow as they kill lots of masked men, but suddenly Curtis slips on the fish. A man tries to kill him when he's down, but Edgar jumps to kill him first just in time. At the front of the car there are even more masked men and a few guards, who announce they're about to cross a bridge. Then the men begin counting down and when the train reaches the bridge, they yell Happy New Year. Unfortunately since last year, several banks of ice have formed on the bridge. The train shakes like crazy as it goes through them, causing everyone to fall to the ground except for Yona and Nam, who look out the window to check on the cliffs below. Eventually a guard announces that they've crossed the bridge and everyone stands up to fight again, only to be interrupted when Mason and the Francos enter the car. She scolds the rebels for being ungrateful for the shelter and food that Wilford has been giving him all these years and informs them that 74% of them will be killed. A furious Curtis throws an axe at her face, but it gets blocked. Suddenly Mason holds up binoculars and her men put on special masks, so Yona explains to Curtis that there's a long tunnel coming up. The car goes dark as the train enters the tunnel, but the guards can still see thanks to their special masks. The rebels are quickly overpowered and they start dying one by one while Mason enjoys the massacre as if it were a play. Rebels continue to die, but Curtis remembers something and he yells for Chan to start for fire. Chan uses the matches he stole to light up a torch, and soon he and Andrew are guiding a group of rebels with lots of torches that they bring into the dark car. With the help of the fire, the rebels get the upper hand again, and Gray grabs an officer to threaten to kill him if the enemy doesn't surrender. Mason doesn't care about some low-level employee, so Gray kills him and continues to fight, throwing a knife to stab Mason in the leg. Curtis sees an opportunity and runs towards Mason, only to realize that young Franco has caught Edgar. For a second Curtis doesn't know what to do, but in the end he chooses the needs of the many and runs to capture Mason while Franco kills Edgar. As soon as Curtis grabs Mason, she orders everyone to stop fighting. Young Franco tries to kill Curtis, but Yona comes out of hiding and impales him with a metal rod. After the group captures old Franco, they wash the blood off in the next car, which has running water. Tanya and Andrew hurt Mason to make her talk, but Mason only knows that the children are taken to Wilford. Now it's Curtis' turn to threaten her, saying he can turn off the water supply. However, Mason laughs as she explains that the water comes from the front of the train. It's the snow and ice the train breaks as it moves. Curtis is ready to kill her, but Mason manages to convince him to take her with them because she can guarantee safe passage. That night the group decides to rest, but Curtis and Gilliam stay up discussing the next move. Gilliam doesn't like how many people have died already, so Curtis volunteers to keep going alone while Gilliam watches over the group and the prisoners. After looking at Curtis' arm scar, Gilliam accepts. The next morning, Curtis leaves with Andrew, Tanya, Nam, Gray, and Yona, always keeping a handcuffed Mason at the front. The first car they enter is a greenhouse, where fruits and vegetables are grown for the upper class. Nam gives Yona some dirt because she never touched it before, and she's surprised by the worms. The next car is a giant aquarium, and Mason offers the group to have sushi. In this train, fish are only eaten twice a year because they must maintain the balance of the ecological system. Mason tries to eat some sushi too, but Curtis stops her and makes her eat a protein block instead, enjoying her face because she knows what's in it. After passing through the butcher car, they find a classroom full of screaming children. Tanya and Andrew immediately ask for their kids using the drawings, but a boy only knows that they were taken further in the train. The teacher turns on a video full of propaganda that teaches the kids that Wilford is their merciful savior. The children absolutely love it and even cheer for their leader. Next, the teacher plays an instrument and sings a song that teaches the children they'll freeze and die if the train ever stops. At that moment, they pass by a spot in the landscape where 15 years ago, 7 people once tried to escape, and now their bodies are frozen statues in the snow. Then a man comes in with a cart filled with New Year's warm eggs. Both the children and the rebels grab eggs to eat while Gerald also shows up to play the violin for them. After Tanya notices how much Gerald has changed since he got this job, Curtis finds a capsule in the egg with a message that says blood. When the cart man reaches another car, both he and the teacher pull guns out of the piles of eggs to begin shooting. Everyone ducks for cover, but sadly the teacher kills Andrew before Gray ends her with a knife. Mason tries to shoot Curtis, but he kicks the gun out of her hand right as a live video appears on the classroom's TV. The cart man has killed all the rebels, and now old Franco can shoot Gilliam. A grieving Curtis gets his revenge by killing Mason. The group keeps going, and in the following few cars, they find the fancy people using all kinds of services like doctors, tailors, and a beauty salon. While they cross the dining room, Franco gets moving too and notices the train is turning in a way that his car and the one with the rebels are adjacent. Franco immediately opens fire and Curtis shoots back, missing all the shots until they both run out of bullets. While they reload, Nam sees a snowflake getting in through the bullet holes, which he considers a clue. Then Franco and Curtis shoot once more, but since this isn't going anywhere, they decide to move on. The group crosses a spa before reaching a sauna, where they hide in the stalls before Franco and 2 guards catch up to them. Franco opens a stall and kills a high-class passenger, then he kills the guard that calls him out for it. At that moment Gray jumps out to kill the other guard and stab Franco in the shoulder, so a fight ensues. As the 2 men struggle, Curtis comes out to shoot Franco, but he can't aim without hurting Gray. When Franco knocks Gray out, Curtis finally shoots, but Franco shoots back and hurts Curtis' arm. Tanya tries to attack Franco too, but he just shoots her down. Next Curtis starts fighting Franco hand to hand, and after lots of struggle, Franco knocks Curtis out. Then Franco tries to stab Curtis, only to be stopped by Gray. This time Franco overpowers him quickly and stabs him in the chest, killing him. When Franco opens another stall, he finds Nam hiding behind a woman, triggering yet another fight. As Nam pushes Franco down and begins strangling him, Yona comes out and grabs the knife to kill him. However, Nam doesn't want her to kill and makes him drop the knife, which is grabbed by an awakening Curtis to stab Franco in the side. Afterward, Curtis rushes to check on Tanya, who asks to see Timmy's drawing one last time before dying. The group keeps moving and they cross a car hosting a loud party full of alcohol and decadence, followed by a car with pits filled with addicts. Nam and Yona use this chance to steal some furs and alcohol. Next they go through a computer car, and after crossing a bridge, they finally make it to Wilford's vault door. While Yona passes out because she drank too much, Curtis tells Nam to open the door. Nam asks for more Kronol, causing Curtis to lose his mind and begin beating on the door. Nam fights him to calm him down, then gives him the last cigarette on Earth, which Curtis enjoys while sharing his story. During the first days on the train, the poor people had to eat the weak and babies tasted the best. Curtis killed a mother and almost killed baby Edgar too, but Gilliam came through and offered his arm instead. Soon everyone started to copy him, but Curtis has a scar on his arm because he tried and couldn't do it. A few days after that, the guards started to come with the protein blocks. In return, Nam confesses that he's been stocking up on Kronol because it's flammable, so he's made a bomb to blow up the door to the outside. For the last decade on every new year, Nam looked outside and saw signs that the ice is thawing, so he thinks they could escape and survive. Suddenly the door opens and Claude comes out to shoot Nam and take his Kronol bomb before telling Curtis that Wilford has invited him to dinner. Curtis comes inside and finally meets Wilford, who explains Curtis is the first person to have walked the total length of this train because he's never been to the back. Then Wilford talks about the importance of ecological balance, but since natural selection would have taken too long, years ago he made a plan. It turns out he and Gilliam have been working together all along and they designed fake revolutions that brought the population down. Curtis should have lost a few cars back, but he got lucky. So to fix the balance, Wilford calls the egg guy and orders him to kill all the remaining poor people in the back but to spare 18 to celebrate their 18th year. The sound of screams and gunshots comes through the phone, and Curtis realizes the logo Gilliam sat next to was his own private phone. Meanwhile, Franco wakes up in the sauna and simply pulls out the knife. Outside Wilford's car, Yona and Nam also wake up, only to notice one of the partygoers coming to attack. Nam quickly stops him and pushes him into the train's mechanism to kill him. However, there are more furious partygoers coming. To hold them back, Nam blocks the bridge while telling Yona to open the door. Back to Wilford, he brings Curtis into the engine so he can have a moment alone, which he hasn't experienced since he got on the train. Overwhelmed, Curtis drops to his knees and cries while Wilford brings him the last capsule with a message that says train. Wilford wants Curtis to take his place as leader, saying it's what Gilliam wanted too. Outside, Franco starts making his way through the partygoer crowd at the same time Yona finally opens the door. Claude comes out to investigate, but Yona kills her and takes her gun, firing it at Franco until she runs out of bullets. Franco is still alive, so Nam tells Yona to get the chronal back from Claude and the matches from Curtis. Yona runs inside and holds her hand out, but Curtis is under Wilfred's manipulation and pushes her away. Desperate, she grabs a fork and lifts a floor tile to reveal Timmy working on powering the engine. Wilfred explains that they've run out of parts through the years, so nowadays he uses kids as a replacement. A furious Curtis jumps on Wilfred to beat him up, then he painfully reaches into the tile to stop the engine cogs and gives Yona the matches. While Yona runs out, Andy comes out of a compartment and goes to the engine to activate it again. In just a second, Nam kills Franco, Yona lights up the chronal, and Curtis pushes through the pain of breaking his arm to stop the engine again so that Timmy can climb out. Then the group runs to hug as the chronal explodes, blowing up the door but also causing a giant avalanche that pours down on the train. The cars begin to fall one by one and the train goes off the tracks until the front jams into the snow and finally stops. Moments later, Timmy and Yona wake up in the car surrounded by fire and the bodies of anybody else. Wearing the stolen furs, they go outside and watch a polar bear as they realize they won't die from freezing. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a parallel version of ancient Russia called Balagori, some soldiers are chasing the famous warrior Alyosha through the woods. Alyosha dodges their arrows and cuts down a tree to block their way, however he's suddenly tackled off his horse by an owl. Now he has to fight all the soldiers hand to hand, but even when they attack all together, Alyosha manages to defeat them in seconds and even catches an arrow with his bare hand, which throws back at the archer. At that moment the owl returns and transforms into the sorceress Varvara, who uses a magic whip to hit Alyosha's sword and make it soft. A soldier arrives with Alyosha's horse, only for the animal to transform into the white wizard Svetozar and the residual powder magic causes Alyosha to keep sneezing. Irritated, Varvara turns him into stone, and the knights throw him into the sea with all the other cursed warriors. Announcing that the last knight is gone, Varvara is about to attack Svetozar too, so he runs away and jumps into the ocean, where he swims away by transforming into a fish. Meanwhile in modern Moscow, a con artist named Ivan joins a psychic contest. He pretends to wield the power of the sun god, but actually he got information from a staff member, so after lots of theatrics he wins the contest by cheating. After the show is over, an old lady approaches him with an ominous message. She sees him traveling to another world, burning a running hut, and meeting his doom. But Ivan doesn't take her seriously. The next day, Ivan meets with a client and performs a rite to cleanse her aura, once again using lots of theatrics and talking nonsense to get her money. He goes as far as telling her that her husband is cheating on her, which is a lie. Afterward, he receives a call from a woman that takes him to the hospital, where she asks him to wake up her comatose nephew. However, Ivan can't bring himself to lie in such a serious situation and leaves. On his way out, he remembers an incident from his childhood. Ivan grew up in an orphanage and the kids often made fun of him for believing in Santa and magic. One night, the kids locked him up inside a closet and nobody noticed he was missing, so the lights went out. Thankfully, Ivan found a needle in the closet and used it to loose the lock to escape. Then he used the same needle to sew a bunch of blankets to the beds where the mean kids were sleeping. The next morning, they couldn't get out and everyone laughed at them. Since then, Ivan has kept the needle in a necklace. Sometime later, Ivan is at the mall when he's approached by the client's husband, who is furious about the lie and has brought 2 bodyguards. Ivan immediately runs away, pushing things to block the way before hiding at the beauty salon. The bodyguards almost catch up to him, so Ivan runs into the locker room to make it to the pool, where he goes down a water slide. However, instead of landing in a pool, he finds himself in Balagori. Confused, Ivan looks inside the tree he came from and gets startled by Svetozar, who starts following him around. Getting annoyed, Ivan grabs a stick to hit him, but Svetozar transforms it into a full tree and even gives Ivan his very own tail. The wizard explains he brought Ivan here because he's the son of Muromets, a legendary warrior from Russian myths. Long time ago, Ivan's parents asked Svetozar to hide Ivan in another world, but now he had to bring him back because he's their only hope. At that moment they hear a noise, so Svetozar gives Ivan his father's ring before an arrow hits him and he disintegrates. Soon Ivan is surrounded by a bunch of soldiers, so he mentions that he's the son of Muromets, but it doesn't stop the men from coming closer. Ivan tries to distract them with theatrics and then runs, only to hit his head on a branch and get caught. Meanwhile in the castle, Prince Dobrynya is showing off his weapon skills at a party when the knights come in with Ivan, explaining he's Muromets' son. Noticing Ivan's ring, Dobrynya believes him and welcomes him warmly. At that moment Varvara shows up, revealing she's married the prince. She points out that Ivan must be tired and pretends to take him to a bedchamber, but actually she orders the guards to throw him in the dungeon and chain him up. Ivan looks around and discovers that in the neighboring cell there's a frozen man called Kache, whose body has been cut up into multiple pieces. He knows who Ivan is and assures him that all this is real, but Ivan remembers he pushed a guy out of the way when he jumped into the pool and wonders if he's the real Muromets's son. Kache explains that the only way for Ivan to go home is to find the magic sword, and proceeds to share a story. Long ago, there was a powerful wizard with an eager apprentice. The wizard decided to become immortal, so he had to put a magic crystal into the magic sword during a solar eclipse to achieve it. However, the apprentice got jealous and killed the wizard before claiming immortality for himself. When his soul was put into the crystal, his death was also forged in it, and that day eternal darkness fell upon this world. That apprentice turns out to be Kache himself, who ruled the kingdom for 1,000 years until a group of warriors took the sword from him to defeat him and separated the crystal from it to make it lose power. They also put a spell on the sword, and Muromets hid it away. Eventually Dobrynya took the crystal and sent Kache to the dungeon. Kache is the only one who knows where the sword is, and since warriors aren't needed anymore, Ivan will probably be executed in the morning. At that moment the knights bring another prisoner, an old witch called Baba Yaga. The guard begins looking through Ivan's stuff and is startled by the phone, calling it a demon, but he also throws the cash into the fire. While he's distracted, Baba Yaga blows magic breath into her pocket to release a frog. This little guy transforms into Vasilisa, who puts a sedative in the guard's drink to put him to sleep. Then she frees Baba Yaga and together both women release Kache, breaking all the ice so he can put his limbs back together. Baba Yaga really turned herself in as part of her plan to free him. When the trio is about to leave, Ivan convinces them to take him with them. On their way out, Ivan gets back all his things, but he accidentally pushes the guard and causes the emergency bell to ring. A bunch of soldiers soon show up, so Vasilisa and Kache start fighting them. Vasilisa moves with great speed and skill to knock them down, but Kache doesn't bother to move much because getting stabbed doesn't kill him. He even throws his arm at a guard to grab his face and then knocks him out with a bull. Vasilisa gets grabbed by the neck and Ivan thinks of helping, but Baba Yaga spits acid at the guy's face, so when Ivan throws a bag, she hits Vasilisa instead. At least this allows her to finally finish the man. Then the guard wakes up and goes after Ivan, who takes a picture of him with his phone and tells him he's got his soul. The guard freezes, so Ivan takes the chance to lock him up in the cell, only for the guard to pull at his tail and take it off. The group successfully makes it outside and escapes in Baba Yaga's hut, which can run on chicken legs. The soldiers follow them and shoot arrows at them, causing Ivan to almost fall but getting saved by Kache. The soldiers then try to block the bridge, but Baba Yaga just feeds more fire to the hut and they start going faster until the hut jumps over the outer wall. The chase continues in the forest as Varvara joins the soldiers by transforming into an owl, but Baba Yaga sees her and attacks her by sending a pot through the chimney. Varvara falls and the knights rush to help her, so the group escapes safely. The next morning, the house settles down in the middle of the forest, so Baba Yaga comes out floating in a big bucket. She asks Ivan to get her cauldron from the hut, but when he uses his lighter for better visibility, he accidentally starts a fire that only gets worse when he tries to stop it. He quickly warns the others, so Baba Yaga and Vasilisa come to save everything they can before the house runs away. This reminds Ivan of the prophecy the old lady told him in the city and he wonders if he'll really die here. A furious Baba Yaga assaults Ivan and threatens to eat him, but Kache stops her, explaining he's the only one who can find the magic sword. As they get ready to leave, Vasilisa gives Ivan a potion to counter any curse Baba Yaga may put on him. However, this is a prank, and when he drinks it, Ivan starts talking with strong sound waves that scare the birds and make Baba Yaga fall. Luckily she quickly cures him from it. Afterward the group starts heading to the White Mountains, where the magic sword is hidden. During the trip, Ivan takes lots of fun selfies together, but he also encounters weird flowers that try to capture him until Kache cuts them off. The group bonds and has a good time together, unaware that Varvara and her men are following them. When they enter the forest, one of the soldiers steps onto a magical plant and moss takes over his body until plants are growing out of it. Sometime later, the group stops at a swamp where a merman lives because they need to ask for safe passage through the Death River. Vasilisa sits near the swamp as bait, but when Vadianoi shows interest in her, his friend Lobster tells him that she's just a frog. Furious, Vadianoi attacks Vasilisa, so Ivan and Kache come to save her and negotiate. However, Baba Yaga knows it won't work, so she eats a magical apple to make her body appear to be younger. Vadianoi falls for Baba Yaga's flirting and accepts to guide the group, but first they need to fill Yaga's bucket with water for him. Shortly after the group leaves, Varvara arrives at the swamp and uses her magic to get information from the lobster. Then she shoots a magic arrow toward the palace, where it hits a guard and allows Varvara to possess him to give Dobrynya an update. Back to the group, they use Kache's arm as a hook to climb a hill, and after lots of walking, they enter a cave where a giant lives. They sneak around quietly, but suddenly Ivan's alarm rings, alerting the giant of their presence. Korshai tries to negotiate, but the giant pushes him away and starts attacking the group. Everyone runs to hide, but Vadianoi's bucket falls and now he's lost his water, so they must help him quickly. Ivan watches the enemy and realizes that the giant is female, which gives him an idea. He puts down his phone with music playing, then he starts dancing and flirting with the giant, who is very flattered and dances along. The rest of the group uses the chance to escape, and Ivan finishes the dance by gifting the giant flowers before joining the others. Moments later, they finally reach the Death River, which is full of piranhas. Vadianoi dives in to try to assert his dominance, only to emerge with the piranhas biting him. Since he's been gone for years, the river doesn't listen to him anymore. An argument ensues over how they're going to proceed and things are so tense they almost get violent, but Ivan calms them down. Vasilisa has lost all hope and leaves, so Kache explains to Ivan her issue. Some time ago, Varvara and Dobrynya were passing through Vasilisa's village, and when Dobrynya took interest in her, Varvara got so jealous that she cursed Vasilisa and her family into becoming frogs. She can only take human form now thanks to Baba Yaga, but they'll need the sword to save her family. Ivan goes after Vasilisa and hands her a cute little rabbit to make her smile. However, Vasilisa notices the bunny's eyes glowing blue and quickly tosses it away. When she's about to kill it, the rabbit transforms into Varvara and tries to attack them with a magic sword. The duo dodges just in time and runs back to alert the others, but soon the soldiers surround them, so the group jumps into a well to escape. Baba Yaga starts a fire before jumping too, blocking the entrance behind her. In the water, Yaga loses the transformation and Vadianoi feels betrayed. However, the soldiers are trying to break the entrance to catch them, so Vadianoi agrees to keep on helping them. There's a tunnel in the bottom of the well that they can use, so Vadianoi drinks all the water until the humans land on the floor. Then the group pushes away a rock to escape through the tunnel, but Vadianoi stays behind to block the hole. At that moment Varvara gets into the well too, and after Vadianoi spits water at her, she transforms him into stone. This causes all the water to leave his body and shoot Varvara out of the well. Moments later, the group comes out of the tunnel and takes a path through the mountains. When Baba Yaga sneezes, she causes a rock to fall, so Ivan jumps on Kache to push him out of the way just in time. Kache thinks this is silly because he's immortal, but a second rock falls and crushes him, so now they have to help him out. In the evening, they stop to rest, and Ivan gives Vasilisa his needle necklace. The next morning, Ivan wakes up first and gets captured by Varvara, whose soldiers soon surround the group. Varvara then uses her magic whip to throw Kache around, but when she tries to hurt Vasilisa too, she dodges it and accidentally falls off the cliff. The soldiers assume she died and leave with their new prisoners, but actually Ivan's necklace got stuck on a rock and now Vasilisa is holding onto it in her frog form. Ivan hears her croak and guesses the truth. After lots of traveling, Varvara takes the group to the White Mountains, where a bunch of weapons have been on the ground since the old days of war. Varvara orders Ivan to find the magic sword, so he looks around and picks one at random, only for the sword to break in his hand. He tries to run away, but Varvara corners with hits of her whip. Terrified, Ivan picks up another random sword and to everyone's shock, this one is the real deal. He immediately destroys Varvara's whip and sends her flying, accidentally cutting a rock in the process. Then he forces the soldiers to surrender before freeing his friends and giving the sword to Kache. At that moment Dobrynya arrives and reveals that he's been working with Varvara all along. In fact, the witch has the magic crystal, so Kache exchanges the sword for it to get his soul back, but the crystal turns out to be a fake. Suddenly Vasilisa comes out of hiding and tackles Dobrynya, giving Ivan the chance to push the guards and grab the sword. The enemy gets ready to fight and Vasilisa tells Ivan to help, but instead Ivan opens a portal with the sword and returns to his own world. Furious, Vasilisa throws his necklace at him. In Moscow, Ivan lands in a cafe but plays it cool. The rest of the day he can't stop feeling guilty, especially when he sees the pictures on his phone. He decides to return to the pool and tries going down the same slide, but nothing happens and he ends up getting arrested. To his surprise, Svetozar is also in the cell. Apparently he escaped to this world after he got hit by the arrow. Sadly he can't do magic without his staff, so Ivan uses his mind tricks to convince a cop that he's cursed but that he can cure him with the staff. The officer gives them the staff, which Svetozar uses to shoot the cop down and open a portal. Before Ivan leaves, the wizard gives him magic dust to feed the dragon imprisoned in Dobrynya's dungeon. Ivan jumps through the portal successfully but sadly Svetozar gets captured by the incoming cops. In Belogori, Ivan arrives at the castle and sneaks into the dungeon, where he's disappointed to see the dragon is very small. He tries using the powder, but nothing happens. At that moment guards find him and take him away, causing Ivan to drop the powder bag. Now the dragon can eat tons of it. Then Ivan is taken to the throne room, where Dobrynya is waiting for the eclipse to do the immortality ritual. Suddenly Ivan reveals he's brought a gun and tries to shoot the crystal, but Varvara tackles him and he shoots Dobrynya instead. Unfortunately the shot wasn't fast enough to interrupt the ritual and Dobrynya soon recovers because he's now immortal. When Dobrynya gets ready to kill Ivan, the dragon flies through the window, and after the prince kicks it, the little beast breathes fire on his face. Next the dragon flies all over the room as he breathes impressive flames, so Ivan uses the distraction to free Vasilisa and apologize. Vasilisa punches him for it, but also kisses him. At that moment Dobrynya makes the dragon stop by blocking the fire with a sword, so Ivan starts a new distraction by asking Dobrynya to duel him like a real man with normal swords. As the two of them fight, Vasilisa tries to reach the magic sword, only to be attacked by Varvara and the women start their own fight. Varvara uses the magic sword to defend herself, and the crystal falls out of it. As both pairs fight with all their might, the dragon frees Kache as well. Fighting Ivan reminds Dobrynya of how jealous he had been of his father, which is why he teamed up with Varvara to take over the kingdom. Ivan doesn't have any training and is soon overpowered, so Dobrynya destroys his needle necklace. Suddenly Kache picks up the crystal, but before he can destroy it, Varvara throws an axe to cut his arm off. Ivan distracts Dobrynya by stabbing his foot with the needle, then Kache controls his arm to make it throw the crystal, which he destroys with the magic sword. Since their souls are in it, this act kills both Dobrynya and Kache. Defeated, Varvara flies off the window to escape while the statue in the middle of the room turns back to being human, revealing Ivan's father. Afterward, there's a banquet to celebrate their victory, during which Baba Yaga takes on her youth appearance again to thank Vodyanoi for his help. When Ivan sees a kid server, he asks his father for a favor. Moments later, Ivan appears at the hospital in Moscow and heals the comatose child with a potion from Baba Yaga. However, he doesn't stay. Instead, he returns to Belogori, where he and Vasilisa ride the walking hut to go meet her parents and start a new life. In the sea, all the statues go back to normal too and walk out to return home. Meanwhile, Varvara appears in Moscow and reveals she's the daughter of Ivan's housekeeper. Now that their main plan has failed, they'll have to make a new one. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Italy, criminal mastermind Cyrus is arriving at a prestigious auction house with a plan in mind. Inside, he walks by disguised Master Denton and hacker Misoon, but he pretends he doesn't know them, when in fact they're part of his team. Nearby, an Interpol team led by Abby is keeping an eye on the event in case Cyrus tries something. Abby is furious because she dated Cyrus for a week without knowing he was a wanted criminal. This auction is happening at the same time in London, where team members Magnus the safecracker and Luke the engineer are getting in position. Back in Venice, the first piece of art is bought by Malzen for 11 million, and then the host introduces the artist N8, whose NFT is being auctioned next. It's a mask made of 482 cameras, which will create an NFT based on Van Gogh style and a live 30-second feed of the moment of the sale. Cyrus immediately makes a high offer and Abby guesses he knows her team is there. He and Denton try to outbid Malzen, and once the sale is done, Misoon activates an alarm. Everyone starts leaving the auction house and Abby gets suspicious, so she sends her team in. In London, the alarm is also going off and Magnus messes with an electronic lock to sneak inside the storage, where he steals a very expensive painting. He puts it inside a tube and throws it into the water, where it's picked up by Luke. Back to Cyrus, he offers N8 to come to his yacht to finish the transaction. They leave through the back door where pilot Camilla is waiting for them on a boat. They're already gone by the time Abby arrives and she realizes that since an NFT can't be physically stolen, they've stolen the artist instead. She rushes outside to try to follow them on another boat, but Misoon hacks into a bunch of boats to block her way. Abby refuses to give up and gets on a different boat, so Camilla starts driving at great speed and taking steep corners to slow her down. When they make it to the sea, Misoon activates a barrier, allowing Camilla to drive through just in time but leaving Abby behind. When the team makes it to the yacht, they pay N8 the 20 million for the NFT and start to party. Afterward, Abby and her team look at the security montage and notice that Denton had been faking his limp, so she sends her men to look for him. The next morning, N8's kidnapping appears on the news. N8 freaks out when he realizes these guys are criminals, but Cyrus quickly explains what's going on. The Mona Lisa only became valuable after it was stolen, so they copied that idea. Magnus and Luke sold the painting for 20 million for Cyrus to buy the NFT from N8, and now that's disappeared. The NFT is worth 89 million. Cyrus will be sharing the money with N8, who happily plays along. Meanwhile, Denton has been arrested by Interpol and Abby has a picture proving he knows Cyrus. While she tries to interrogate him, she receives a box sent by Cyrus with his paddle from the auction and pictures from the week they spent together. Frustrated, Abby decides to go to London and bring Denton. At the British headquarters, Abby meets with Huxley, who wants to offer Cyrus a deal. At first Abby refuses because she's been chasing Cyrus for a whole year, but Huxley has a mission that takes priority. Jorgensen is a very dangerous criminal who has killed hundreds of people for money, but they never got enough evidence to arrest him. Huxley has finally caught a mole and learned Jorgensen is teaming up with hacker group Leviathan to plan a strike on water, which will flood a city and kill millions. Leviathan wants their payment in gold and Jorgensen is going to move it from London to Zurich in 17 days. Since it's not illegal to move your own gold, Huxley wants Cyrus to steal it and prevent the transaction. Abby hates it yet has no choice but to agree. In the evening, Abby visits Cyrus, who refuses the job when he hears the name Jorgensen because of how dangerous he is. Abby points out that she is Denton and he'll die in jail unless Cyrus accepts the job, which will grant full immunity for the whole team, meaning they'll be able to see their families again. Cyrus only agrees if Abby works with them too. Meanwhile in Ireland, henchman Cormac has captured the mole and has been hurting him for a while. Once the guy has suffered enough, Cormac video calls Jorgensen so he can watch how a dog eats the traitor. The next day Abby releases Denton and meets with the team to share the intel she has. The gold bars will be packed in a crate, and on both airports it'll be surrounded by guards. After lots of thinking, Cyrus decides they should take the whole plane, meaning they should use a second aircraft to swap the radar signature. To do so they'll need a private jet, so they visit Malzen to borrow his. Malzen at first refuses but quickly becomes cooperative when Abby shows him his badge and points out he's been flying illegally. Then Malzen explains how everything in the jet is remote controlled and shows off some of its features, like a hidden pole and a screen underneath. Afterward Abby uses an Interpol hangar to hide the jet, which they're covering up to look like an old unsuspicious plane. Magnus works on modifying his vault-breaking laser so it will work on a plane despite the turbulence, and Denton is already testing new wigs and beards. Camilla is having a bit of trouble with the simulation to practice moving the jet under the gold plane, but Cyrus has an idea. Luke will put all the cameras from the NFT on the jet so Camilla can have full visibility around the plane. Misoon has a program to hack into the GPS transmissions to trick air traffic control. The issue is that doing both the jet and the plane at the exact same time when they're moving so fast is impossible. Someone at traffic control will notice two planes with the same signal, but luckily Abby knows someone. Sometime later, Abby and Cyrus meet with Harry, who works at air traffic control but is also an informant for Interpol. Abby can't convince him to help with the helping people argument, so Cyrus offers him $1 million instead and Harry instantly agrees. Later the duo meets with Huxley, who tells them they found the mole dead and because of that, the bank will move the gold in 10 days instead of 17. Cyrus doesn't think there's enough time and wants out, triggering an argument with Huxley. Abby shuts them both up by reminding them this is about saving lives, so Cyrus agrees to stay for her. At the hangar, the team sees on the news that cyber-terrorists have attacked Madrid's water grid and the city is now severely flooded. There are 13 dead people so far, but they expect the numbers to get worse soon. Cyrus thinks this has gotten too dangerous and tries to quit again, but the team refuses to give up now and they agree they must stop Jorgensen, although Luke sounds hesitant. In his mansion, Jorgensen thanks Leviathan for their little demonstration. After lots of work, Misoon finishes the device that will hack the plane's GPS, but unfortunately it looks like a bomb. They have no choice but to choose a few of them to get on the plane with the pieces and reassemble the device aboard. For the next 10 days, the team works hard on finishing all the details, covering up the plane, practicing the assembly of the device, and getting all their chores done in perfect synchronization. When the day finally comes, Cyrus and Abby get on the plane pretending to be a couple in first class while the rest of the team is spread in different sections. Cormac and 4 other henchmen are also there to keep an eye on the gold. The team is wearing hidden communicators to stay in contact, and Cyrus realizes Luke isn't checking in. He calls him on the phone and learns that Luke got too scared of Jorgensen, so he decided to quit the mission. As the plane takes off, so does Camilla on the jet. On her laptop, Misoon hacks into the plane's information and discovers Jorgensen's henchmen are aboard, so they'll have to move carefully. One by one, the team members enter the bathroom to hide the device pieces, then Abby goes in to put it together. She only has 10 minutes until Camilla reaches their location, so she's got to be fast. Abby manages to put the device together quickly, but when she's about to hide it behind a light, it drops and comes apart. Soon Cyrus notices she's taking too long and enters the bathroom to help her. At that moment, henchman Donal gets suspicious and knocks on the door, so Abby starts making noises to make it look like they're doing the dirty to keep him away. Meanwhile, Camilla's cameras are having trouble with the turbulence and the signal goes out. Another camera even breaks, but before time runs out, Camilla pulls a last-minute move and pushes the jet right under the plane. Because the device isn't ready yet, the same signal appears twice on the computers of traffic control, so Harry has to distract a coworker by pretending to feel harassed by her. Thankfully right then Abby and Cyrus finish the assembly and the device hacks into the plane, making the second signal disappear. To celebrate, Cyrus kisses Abby after hiding the device. Afterward, Harry calls the plane pilots to tell them about a fake storm and asks them to change course, sending them to a private airfield in the Alps. The pilots believe it and start flying away while Camilla releases a drone that will keep the signal on the original course to trick the other traffic computers. The pilots also announce the change to the passengers, so the henchmen get ready to act. Meanwhile, Denton is playing the part of a sick man and distracts the stewardess so that Magnus can take one of his oxygen tanks and sneak into the cargo area. Once Misoon has cut down the Wi-Fi and hacked into the gold's lock, Magnus puts on an oxygen mask and opens the compartment with the gold, which hits him with the pressure variance and makes the plane shake a little. Accessing the gold with the laser is going to take a while, and the henchmen are getting in position. Donal uses his gun to kidnap a stewardess and tries to get her to open the cockpit, which is seen by Abby. At that moment the laser makes the plane shake again, and Cyrus uses the chance to tackle Donal, who responds by opening fire. Cyrus begins throwing bags at him as defense and jumps on him to disarm him while a second henchman arrives. This guy is jumped on by Abby, who starts beating him up at the same time Cyrus starts fighting Donal hand to hand. The more Magnus uses the laser, the more the plane shakes, and both fights start stumbling all over the place. Donal tries to choke Cyrus with a phone cable at the same time Abby pushes a cabinet, causing both henchmen to dodge out of the way and the cabinet falls downstairs with Cyrus and the stewardess. At that moment Magnus finally opens the safe and accesses the gold. Abby knocks down the other henchman while Domo retrieves his gun, but before he can shoot, Cyrus knocks him out by smashing him against some glass. Then Cyrus and Abby try to reach Magnus, only to find the way blocked by Cormac and his gun. Suddenly the plane lands on the new destination, and since the ground is frozen, it starts sliding around, not stopping until it gets caught by the snow. Soon Camilla also lands with the jet, and she has to make an extra effort to stop it from sliding right before it hits the plane. Cormac and his two men capture Abby, Cyrus, Magnus, and Camilla. After calling Jorgensen to confirm the gold is fine, Cormac promises to deliver it himself. Cyrus tries to make him use the train as originally planned, but Cormac chooses to take the jet instead, taking the team with him except for Magnus. Moments later, Camilla is piloting the jet under Cormac's orders, but she presses a button to send her teammates a signal. Abby and Cyrus put on their seat belts, and Camilla starts piloting the jet like a maniac, making it shake while pretending it's the gold throwing them off balance. All the shaking is slowly removing the metal covers, which will help the jet be found again. Back in the Alps, Magnus hits his captor and steals the gun, only to put it down and try to escape. When the henchman grabs the weapon and tries to shoot, the gun backfires and hurts his hand just like Magnus modified it to do. At the train station, Huxley notices the gold isn't coming, and his partner informs him the plan failed. Now the gold is flying to Jorgensen's villa. Huxley decides to call the NATO and tells them about a terrorist threat that needs to be shot down, not caring if Abby dies in the process. As the military jets take off, Jorgensen meets with the Leviathan leaders and pretends the delay with the gold was his own plan to distract the authorities. Soon the team's plane is surrounded by the NATO jets, so Harry informs the authorities that there are civilians aboard. However, Huxley lies and says it isn't true, ordering to shoot it down anyway. Desperate, Cyrus activates the pole to disarm the henchmen. Then he and Abby start fighting them all over the place. In the struggle, Abby manages to grab the remote control and makes the word civilian hostages on board appear on the big screen under the jet. Then Camilla pulls a crazy move and turns the jet upside down to show the message to the soldiers, who immediately cancel the rockets. Once the other jets are gone, a henchman threatens Camilla into making things right. She puts the jet back in position before fighting the thug, who immediately pushes her back on her seat and breaks her wrist, reminding her to land. Camilla pretends to pilot only to suddenly pull a lever, causing the jet to start falling at great speed. While Cyrus keeps Cormac away, Abby reaches the control again and opens the door, which sends Cormac flying out of the plane before she closes it again. Afterward, the duo rushes to the cockpit and takes over the controls because Camilla can't pilot with a broken wrist. They manage to make the plane stop falling. However, another metal piece goes loose and damages the hydraulic pump. While still in pain, Camilla does her best to steer the plane using the engines, and the jet lands on Jorgensen's garden, but it slides down the road for a few minutes and keeps getting destroyed until it turns on its side. The gold immediately falls off the plane, and Cyrus, Camilla, and Abby are surrounded by Jorgensen's guards. Cyrus notices there's a camera still working and mentions the NTF they saw during the auction, which is a sign for me soon to start hacking. Jorgensen comes to interrogate them with a gun, but at that moment, the Leviathan leader gets a message telling her about Interpol and cancels the deal. Furious, Jorgensen shoots her leg and demands her to restore the deal, but since she turns him down, he shoots again to kill her. Then Jorgensen asks who the Interpol agent is, so Cyrus pretends it's him. Before Jorgensen can shoot him, the Italian police arrive and surround them. Jorgensen pretends he just took out his gun in self-defense because some crazy guys landed in his garden, so Cyrus gives me soon the signal, and now the video of Jorgensen killing the woman appears on the screen of the plane. While Jorgensen is arrested, Huxley and another agent arrive by chopper. Abby learns from the agent that Huxley almost got them shot, so she punches him and announces she is quitting. Cyrus and Camilla are leaving on a boat, and Abby soon joins them. A few weeks later, Cyrus surprises Abby by buying back her childhood home. He also makes a big reveal. Luke never quit, he was on a side mission to steal the gold. Magnus had made a bunch of fake gold bars and shipped them on the same plane, so during the fight, he exchanged the gold for the fake cargo and threw the real bars out of the plane. Luke was in the Alps using a remote control to make the gold land safely, and Huxley was furious that he was stuck with useless metal. Now Cyrus and Abby reunite with the team next to a lake, and using the remote control, they take gold out of the water. Abby agrees to join the team and Cyrus kisses her to welcome her. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1945, towards the end of World War II, a Japanese troop receives a message with orders to retreat. The men start to pack everything and burn anything that can't be taken with them, leaving no evidence behind. While everyone rushes to empty every room, a bunch of men in hazmat suits carry dead bodies and dump them in large piles. Dynamites are also getting set on the wall. Suddenly they hear something pounding on the door with such strength that it makes indents on the metal. Colonel Kato and his men quickly leave the building while some soldiers go down to the cells to shoot down all the prisoners. Other soldiers begin pouring gasoline all over the rooms and the piles of bodies before lighting it all on fire, managing to escape before the door could break down. As Kato goes away in a car, he watches the building exploding in the mirror, while inside a large humanoid creature appears among the flames. Meanwhile, Chae-ok and her father Jung-won arrive at Seoul City, which back then was known as Gyeongseong. They learn about air raids in Tokyo from leaflets written by Korean insurgents, but at that moment Japanese authorities arrive and arrest anyone that may have a leaflet, so Chae-ok and Jung-won go away as things get violent. Soon the Japanese cops find the building where the insurgents are making the leaflets and violently bring them down as well. All the people they arrest are given a choice between dying in a torture chamber or fighting for the Japanese army. Most people accept to fight, but Tae-sang ends up in the torture chamber, where the soldiers are trying to make him talk. Tae-sang is one of the most important businessmen in the city thanks to his very successful pawnshop and information-gathering skills, but one night during a party, he got arrested by the Japanese army. Commissioner Ishikawa suspects him of having an affair with his wife Lady Maida, and when Tae-sang insists he only visited her to deliver a tea set, Ishikawa starts beating him up. However, Tae-sang laughs and points out that suspecting his wife of cheating would be insulting a lady, which she wouldn't take well. Then Tae-sang is freed and Ishikawa shows him a picture of Myung-ja, his pregnant mistress who has gone missing. He wants Tae-sang to find her or else he'll be sent to war and lose the pawnshop. Tae-sang has no choice but to accept, and he returns to his shop to send his employees to start gathering information. He also learns that lately lots of women have gone missing in the city. Moments later, Jung-won is asking around for information while Chae-ok buys a broken bike for a cheap price. Then she proceeds to fix it herself and drives it to the pawnshop, watching it from afar. At the window, Tae-sang is keeping an eye on Ishikawa's spies on the street and sees her as well. In the evening, Tae-sang startles one of Ishikawa's spies and convinces him to give him a ride. Chae-ok follows them with her bike and sees Tae-sang enter a restaurant. Tae-sang isn't there to eat though, he just wants to use the back door to escape Ishikawa's spies. He's aware that Chae-ok is still following him, so he walks faster into a dark area to then ambush her with his gun. As he demands to know who she is, he notices she's armed as well, so Chae-ok decides to defend herself. After making him drop the gun, she starts hitting him while making sure to kick the gun away from his grasp. Eventually he manages to steal her blade and tries attacking her with it, but Chae-ok picks up a bamboo stick and quickly disarms him again. They continue to fight for a while and Tae-sang takes the stick to hit her in the head, freezing in awe when her hat drops and she reveals her pretty face. Then both of them rush to retrieve their respective weapons and get stuck in a standoff. Tae-sang puts down his gun first to prove he can be trusted, so Chae-ok puts down her knife and explains she's looking for a painter called Sashimoto. Tae-sang isn't interested in helping with cases that won't bring much money, so Chae-ok also adds that she's looking for her mother, which makes Tae-sang assume that the mom ran away with the painter. Offended by the implication, Chae-ok slaps him and leaves. When Tae-sang returns home, his employee informs him that she's hired the best sleuths to help him. To his surprise, the sleuths are Jung-won and Chae-ok, who doesn't want to work with him. Tae-sang offers to find the painter and her mother if they find the girl for him, and they accept. In the basement of Ongsong Hospital, Myung-ja sits in a cell with all the other missing women. Kato and a scientist come by and choose 2 prisoners to take them to individual cells, where they're surprised to find food and water. They immediately start eating and drinking while it's revealed that Kato put a creepy worm in the water. Moments later, Kato is informed that the first test subject is showing symptoms faster than usual. In her cell, the woman is experiencing headaches so painful that she resorts to desperate measures, causing her head to bleed. In the other cell, the second woman is quiet, so Kato orders his men to inject the serum. Soon this woman starts throwing up and something worm-like moves under her skin. Later on, the soldiers bring the painter Sashimoto out of his room and ask him to paint what he sees in the second cell. Sashimoto uses a light to look inside and finds the cell covered in blood with a body on the floor. There's also a strange creature on the wall, which suddenly jumps out at him. A flashback reveals that a year ago, Sashimoto applied for a job at the hospital and was given the task of drawing all the discoveries the Japanese are achieving through experiments. They made him watch one of these experiments, during which a man was cut open while still alive. Terrified, Sashimoto ran out of the room to puke, so a cleaning lady told him that everyone eventually got used to it. Afterward, Sashimoto went to see all the prisoners in the cells, noticing even the cleaning lady was kept locked up. This cleaning lady became the test subject and transformed into the creature that is now attacking Sashimoto through the door. He dodges the reaching claw just in time and waits for it to retreat before looking again, noticing a necklace that indicates this is the woman he knew. Meanwhile, Chae-ok comes to the Japanese command post, carefully sneaking around to avoid the guards. Then she climbs on the rooftops and uses a spyglass to watch how a lady gives a mysterious document to a man, who immediately takes off. Chae-ok immediately follows him and discovers he's dropped off at a place called the Spring Hall office. The next day, the sleuths inform Tae-sang that they found the driver that last saw Myung-ja and made him talk by hanging him upside down. Myung-ja visited Ishikawa's house first and then was taken to Ongsong Hospital, so she's probably being held there. Only people with the right connections can get in, so Tae-sang visits his friend Jun-taek and pays him off to use his ID because his wealthy family is allowed to use that hospital. Afterward, Tae-sang lends the sleuths some fancy outfits and his employee Mr. Gu pretends to be his driver so they can pass off as an important family. The hospital guards accept the ID and once they're inside, Gu pretends to become very sick so everyone's attention is on him while Chae-ok sneaks into the records room. She looks at the files as fast as she can but she's interrupted by the janitor Mr. Oh, so she gets her knife ready to fight. Jungwon suddenly shows up with his gun and Oh realizes they're part of the resistance, so he cooperates because he's a rebel too. In the waiting room, Gu is about to be given an injection but as soon as he sees the sleuths get out, he announces he's feeling better. At that moment they hear a shot and a nurse says it came from a neighboring military base, but the team can tell it came from underneath the hospital. In the lab, 2 guards have been attacked by the creature before they could even reach the door, so the soldiers have tried to shoot to keep it at bay. The creature still reaches out and is so big now that it can grab the soldier from afar, and Kato tells the others not to save him because it's part of the experiment. As the creature uses a tentacle to suck the life force from the guy, a soldier decides to shoot anyway and the creature quickly kills him too. Moments later, the sleuths inform Tae-sang what they learned from Oh. The hospital has a military ward where lots of people have been brought over from prisons but nobody has come out. The sleuths decide to spend the night there to investigate. Suddenly sirens start echoing in the hospital and the employees kick all visitors out, but the sleuths manage to stay inside with Oh. In the basement, the soldiers are blasting nitrogen at the creature to calm it down. Soon it falls asleep and the soldiers bring a cage to take it away as they discover the monster is expelling anthrax to protect itself in its sleep. Then they take the cage to the cell area to let the anthrax spores spread around. Kato watches with delight as every prisoner that touches the spores immediately has their skin painfully burning. Meanwhile Oh and the sleuths are hiding on the roofs. The security is pretty tight, so Chae-ok climbs down and carefully sneaks around, dodging guards until she manages to climb a tower to spy on what's going on. She discovers the soldiers are piling up all the bodies hurt by the anthrax. The next morning, news breaks that Ongsong Hospital is closed indefinitely due to an unknown contagion. Soon more soldiers arrive and barriers are put up around the hospital to put it under military supervision. Tae-sang is visited by a nurse from the hospital, who is also a part of the resistance and brings a note from Chae-ok that says we found Myung-ja. The nurse doesn't know what's happening in the hospital but she's seen all the dead bodies, so she begs Tae-sang for help and explains he must send a signal to the East Wing by 10 p.m. In the hospital, the staff continues to clean out the cells. Most of the prisoners are dead and multiple soldiers have died or gotten heavily injured. Kato interrogates Major Endo, wanting to know the details of what he calls perfection. 6 hours ago, the soldiers pushed the cage into the elevator to take the creature to its new cell, accidentally disconnecting the nitrogen tanks in the process. The creature woke up and used its tentacles to attack all the soldiers, killing them one by one with quick movements. A soldier tried opening fire, only to get killed as well. When the cage reached level 4, Kato and his men tried to watch the survivors from a vent on the floor above to no avail. The monster had escaped the elevator, so Endo made another soldier close the door. Unfortunately the creature caught the man with its tentacles, thus Endo pushed him to his death to get the door closed and the elevator going up again. The monster managed to stab him too, but the elevator moving quickly and Endo's bullet spooked the tentacles away, allowing him to survive and reach safety. Now Endo asks Kato to kill the creature because it was a failure, but Kato thinks it was a success. Meanwhile the monster just expels the bullets from its wounds. Back to Tae-sang, he starts making a plan to reach the hospital while trying to keep the secret from Ishikawa's spies. He hires some fireworks under the cover of playing mahjong, then he goes around town for 30 minutes finding the perfect route under the excuse of sightseeing. Lastly he visits the tailor shop pretending he needs a suit, but the tailor gives him a drawing explaining that the painter was seen in the bar. In the hospital, Mr. Oh hides Jungwon in his cleaning cart to take him back to Chae-ok after sending the message. Chae-ok is hiding a soldier called Choi, who was forced to join the Japanese army but he wants to help his country. He explains that the troops are dealing with anthrax and confirms that Myung-ja is still alive. He talked to her last night while cleaning the bodies, and the stench of death had made him puke. His boss beat him up for being nasty to the point that he rubbed Choi's face on his own vomit. Afterward Choi had tried self-deleting, but Chae-ok saw it all and saved his life. Now Choi gives the group a map of the building before going back to his barracks. In the evening, Tae-sang tries to follow the bartender that received the drawing, who will be meeting with Sashimoto at a restaurant. However his way is blocked by a group of Japanese thugs who are angry because Tae-sang hadn't pawned their pot and start beating him up before taking him into an alley. The leader threatens him with a sword, so when Tae-sang fails to negotiate, he decides to fight. He moves fast to dodge most of the attacks and uses bags of rice to block their vision, but he ends up with a wound on his arm and his stomach. Eventually the group overpowers him, only to be interrupted by a cop. But since the officer is Japanese, he pretends he saw nothing and leaves. The leader teases Tae-sang for his country's failure, so Tae-sang kicks him down and escapes. Unfortunately by the time he enters the restaurant, the bartender and Sashimoto are gone. Afterward Tae-sang returns home to take care of his wounds and is surprised to discover the bartender has brought Sashimoto because he wants to help. Meanwhile, the sleuths climb around the hospital building and reach the roof, where Chayoke sneaks inside through the vents. Using the map, she manages to find the lab and goes inside to discover a bunch of jars with human parts like heads, skin, and even a newborn baby. When she tries to walk back, she's startled by something touching her and finds 2 cells filled with children. She doesn't have much time left, but she refuses to abandon children and starts sending them out through the vent. At that moment she hears a doctor coming, so she immediately has to hide. The doctor notices the empty cells and sees something moving in the vents, so Chayoke has no choice but to kill him with her dagger. At the entrance, Sashimoto returns to the hospital and sneaks Tae-sang inside by hiding him in his carriage while Jun-taek pretends to be his driver. They go to the meeting spot but don't find the sleuths there, only an arrow on the wall, so Tae-sang climbs out the window. Back to Chayoke, she guides the kids through the vents, but Jungwon won't open it for her because soldiers have come to the roof to drink. Jungwon comes out of hiding to distract them, and at that moment, the sky is lit up with fireworks, which were Tae-sang's signal. Using this distraction, Jungwon starts fighting the soldiers, and soon Chayoke joins him to help. Together they manage to kill most of the soldiers, but one sneaks behind her and gets ready to shoot. Fortunately, Tae-sang arrives and kills him first. In the basement, Director Ichiro shows Kato that he's managed to train the creature. He sends 3 prisoners to level 4 and the monster only comes out when Ichiro rings a bell, understanding that the sound equals feeding. Ichiro just keeps bringing prisoners over to watch the monster kill, saying he wants more creatures like this to create an army. At that moment, some soldiers find the dead doctor in the empty cell, so they start searching the building for the culprits. The group on the roof climbs down until they reunite with Jun-taek and Sashimoto. Then they use cleaning carts to get the kids to Sashimoto's room. A kid sees the drawings of the monster and screams, which is heard by a soldier outside, so he goes to alert the others. When everyone else sees the drawings, Tae-sang tells Chayoke that the man is the painter she was looking for. Chayoke shows Sashimoto the drawing he made of her mother a year ago and asks if he knows where she is. It turns out her mother is the woman who became a monster, and Jungwon has a matching necklace. However, Sashimoto lies and says he doesn't know anything. Then Tae-sang gives his clothes to the tallest boy and tells him to pretend to be the driver of the carriage he came in on, planning to take the kids out by hiding them as he did. By the time the soldiers come to check Sashimoto's room, the group is already gone. The men hurry down the hall and find Sashimoto and O pushing a cleaning cart, but it's empty. At the same time, the kids have escaped through the window and successfully leave the hospital when they open the gates for an incoming car. Eventually they reach the pawn shop, and thanks to a note from Tae-sang, the employees take all the kids in. Then O and Sashimoto go to their rooms to avoid suspicion. The other 4 return to the roof to use the vent again, and Jun-taek uses a sword to kill a few unconscious soldiers from earlier. At the watchtower, a guard sees the sword and sends a few men over. When the soldiers arrive at the roof, they find a message declaring Korea's independence. They immediately raise the alarm and all soldiers are woken up to search the area. Meanwhile, the person in the car turns out to be Ishikawa's wife, Lady Maida, who tells Ichiro that Tae-sang is inside the hospital. She also wants Myung-ja and her baby to be safe, so the soldiers drag her out of her cell and bring her to another part of the building. The creature watches them pass by and learns how to use the elevator. After dropping Myung-ja, the soldiers try to take the elevator, only to find the monster inside. It immediately chases them through the room and kills them all. Then it starts running to other areas, killing any soldier that dares to get in its way without mercy. Eventually the entire floor is nothing but a bloodbath, and the creature leaves in the elevator to keep killing in the upper levels. Hearing this, Ichiro adds even more security, which means the group will have to take a different path. As they return to the vent, a soldier on the roof notices the grill is moved and goes down the vent as well. The team eventually reaches a laundry chute and lands in the laundry room, only to be surrounded by soldiers. A fight ensues, and while the others try their best to defend themselves, Jun-taek uses the chance to escape. After lots of struggle, the trio manages to kill all the soldiers, but Tae-sang's wound opens up in the process. After Chayoke patches him up, the team splits to search for Myung-ja. Tae-sang and Chayoke search the second level while Jungwon checks the third. On their way out, Tae-sang sees the bodies on the floor and is shocked by the creature suddenly appearing in front of him, killing another person. In the meantime, Jun-taek makes it to the cells and finds 2 friends that also fight in the rebellion with him. Jun-taek wants to know where they hid the dynamite needed for their next strike, but his friends refuse to tell him until they're free. At that moment, soldiers surround Jun-taek and lock him up in the lab. Back to the creature, it tries to attack the duo, so Chayoke shoots it a couple of times before they run away. The monster begins chasing them down the corridors, and the duo manages to dodge another attack before entering a room and locking the metal door. As the creature starts pounding on the door, Jungwon hears the noise and comes over, setting a trail of gunpowder before shooting at the beast to make it follow him. Then he sets the gunpowder on fire to stop it from moving further. It tries to attack with its tentacles anyway, so Jungwon makes the flames taller to stop it before rushing to hide in the vents. In the room, Chayoke and Tae-sang are found by soldiers and arrested. Choi is among them and makes sure to pick up Chayoke's knife. The duo is split for interrogation, and the soldier who leaves with Tae Sang asks him to set him up with money and a house in exchange for letting him go. Tae Sang will only accept if he can leave with Choi and Myung Ja and is sent to a cell. At the same time, Choi is getting beaten up and almost gets abused, but Kato comes to stop it. After taking her to his office, he thinks she looks familiar and asks for her name, realizing she's the daughter of the creature. Thinking her genes could create another successful creature, Kato gives her a glass of water with a worm. The next morning, Ichiro meets with Juntek's father, who is a very important businessman and is shocked to hear his son is a rebel. He pays Ichiro to keep the secret, but after Ichiro is gone, he's approached by Tae Sang's employees with a plan in mind. In the hospital, Juntek is injected with a special serum and given an hour to write his comrades' names on a piece of paper. After remembering the good times, Juntek cries as he starts writing all the names he knows. Meanwhile, Tae Sang reveals to his cellmates that he did make a deal with the officer. A message was sent to his employees, all guards have been removed from the prison, and Tae Sang was given a key. He opens the cell and locks it again after getting out, but he gives the key to the others and tells them to wait 30 minutes. As Tae Sang sneaks around, he sees Choi being taken away, and Choi secretly gives her the dagger. In her cell, Choi finds words on the wall written in blood saying "I miss you Choi my dear daughter" and has a breakdown. In the corridor, Tae Sang hides to avoid being found, and when the coast is clear he ambushes 2 soldiers and quickly knocks them down. Then he frees Choi, who hugs him to thank him for everything before leaving to find her mother. She returns to Kato's office and it's revealed she didn't drink the water. When she asks about her mom, Kato finally tells her the truth behind the monster. Furious, Choi hits him and demands to know how to fix her mom, but Kato says it's impossible. In the meantime, Tae Sang rushes down the corridors and after knocking down more soldiers, he reaches the cells, only to find them empty. Suddenly he hears some shots that make him remember the day his mother hid him from soldiers, making him promise he'd survive before she was beaten up to death. Tae Sang follows the noise and discovers the prisoners had been trying to escape but are now blocked by guards. He quickly opens fire and kills all the soldiers before guiding the prisoners out. One guard is actually alive and tries to shoot back, but at that moment the monster finds him and kills him. Everyone starts running away but the creature manages to grab a prisoner and kills him too. Tae Sang opens fire but his shots do nothing and now he has to dodge the incoming attacks. When he runs out of bullets, he notices a nitrogen tank on the floor and makes it blow up, causing the creature to pass out. As the anthrax spores begin to float in the corridor, Tae Sang and the prisoners reach a safe room and reunite with Jungwon. Tae Sang gives Jungwon the map and asks him to take away the prisoners while he goes back into the vents to search for Choi and her mom. Meanwhile, Ichiro is beating up the soldier that made the deal with Tae Sang for letting the prisoners escape, however he's interrupted by a guard informing him that anthrax is killing their army. To make matters worse, Ishikawa has come to investigate the case of missing women after receiving a clue from Juntek's dad. At Kato's office, a soldier comes with the news too and Choi captures him to get his uniform. She takes Kato out at gunpoint, but they find their way blocked by soldiers who want to kill the monster with fire. Kato uses the chance to reveal Choi identity and someone knocks her out from behind. In town, notes are being passed around to all the rebels to tell them a rescue mission is in order, but the note also reaches Maeda. At the same time, someone opens the door of Myung Ja's cell. At the hospital entrance, Ishikawa convinces Ichiro to let him look around, and it's revealed that his truck driver is Mr. Gu, who is waiting for his boss. In the basement, Choi wakes up on the floor while soldiers in hazmat suits watch her from above. Kato explains his team is guiding the creature into the elevator by using nitrogen. At that moment Tae Sang sneaks in and hides behind some boxes, so Choi pretends to talk to Kato to let him know what's going on. Soon the elevator drops the creature in front of Choi and it gets ready to attack, but it freezes when it recognizes her and memories come back. Furious, Kato orders his men to open fire, so the monster creates a shield around Choi to protect her. Then the soldiers activate the nitrogen, so the creature breaks Choi chains and pushes her away before attacking with its tentacles. Sadly, it only kills a few soldiers before it passes out. Choi wants to help her, but Tae Sang shows up and drags her away. The creature is taken to a cell and Tako orders his men to find Choi. Outside, Manager Gu tries to move his truck and is found by a guard, so Gu bribes him with some alcohol. While the soldiers search the building, the duo escapes through the vents and knocks down 2 guys to steal their uniforms. They team up with Choi and go to the infirmary, where Jungwon is hiding with the prisoners and almost kills Choi in shock. Suddenly the door opens and they're found by the soldier Tae Sang made a deal with, who brings Myung Ja along with him. Then Tae Sang explains they have 10 minutes to reach the truck because they must leave at 6 o'clock. The group uses bedsheets to form a rope and start leading people out the window. Suddenly, a soldier enters the room and catches them red-handed, but Choi quickly shoots to kill him. The sound alerts the rest of the army, so Tae Sang, Choi, and Choi create a barricade in the corridor to hold off the soldiers while the others escape. Soon the troops arrive and open fire, only stopping when most of the barricade is down. Unfortunately, Choi gets seriously hurt and he dies. As the soldiers begin coming closer, the prisoners finish escaping. so Chae-ok also climbs down. However, Tae-sang doesn't join them and throws the rope instead, wanting to stay behind as a distraction. They have no choice but to leave to survive, so Gu drives away with the group. Tae-sang returns to the corridor to keep up the fight, shooting as much as he can. Suddenly some glass falls on him and he gets heavily wounded, so he decides to escape through the vents. Unfortunately, the soldiers can tell what he did and enter the vents to chase him. Running as fast as he can, Tae-sang ends up falling down a chute that drops him into a room full of bones. When he wakes up, he finds a soldier with a gun in front of him, and shots echo in the room. Upstairs, Kato discovers that the glass of worm water is empty. In town, Jun-taek is thrown in the middle of the street for his father to find, which was done thanks to Tae-sang's employee paying some people off. Meanwhile, the bartender is playing music in the middle of the street. In the middle of the road, the truck stops to drop Myung-ja, who finally reunites with Ishikawa. Gu keeps on driving and has to speed up because the cops keep on following him, almost crashing when they make it to town. Fortunately, the bartender has started a party in the streets, and the people block the cops' way. Then the officers take another road and are slowed down by a bunch of carriages, so by the time they reach Gu's truck, it's empty because the group has sneaked out through the crowd. Then the rebels help them escape with a bunch of carriages Tae-sang had already prepared for them. While Gu is arrested, the cops start violently subduing the partygoers, causing chaos and blood to take over the streets. But thankfully the sleuths manage to escape without issues. Moments later, Maida learns Ishikawa won't come home because he's with Myung-ja. It's revealed she built the hospital for Ichiro to do his experiments, and now she fires him. To save his position, Ichiro tells her about the creature using Sashimoto's drawings. It turns out it was Maida who kidnapped Chae-ok's mom. In the Bones room, Tae-sang is shown to be alive and the soldier dead. While stumbling out of the place, he leaves a black handprint on the wall. In a hotel room, a sleeping Myung-ja shows a worm under her skin. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a remote area of Texas, archaeology professor Hopper and his dog are looking for a group of hippies that went missing in the 70s. He finds a van that was abandoned there decades ago with a journal, which has a picture of the owners and notes with drawings about the local legends. Nearby, he sees a deep hole in the ground that his dog won't come close to. There's also a cave up in the hill, so Hopper goes inside to investigate while his dog won't stop barking at it. Using his flashlight, Hopper sees an armed cowboy standing perfectly still inside the cave and his curiosity increases. He immediately returns to town and asks his students Jackie and Taylor to get him a climbing kit ready, but he also announces that they won't be coming with him like they originally planned. Moments later, Hopper returns to the same area and just in case, he ties a rope to a rock and throws it into the hole. Then he goes back to the cave, which his dog refuses to enter. Once inside, Hopper sees the same cowboy standing in exactly the same spot as last time and carefully approaches him. Suddenly he feels something like an invisible shimmer in the air and touching it reveals moisture, so he thinks it's like a transparent wall and crosses it anyway. 2 days later, Taylor tells Jackie they should go looking for their professor, who has been missing since he left. Jackie refuses to go hiking because it's dangerous, but she accepts to go if Taylor gets them a vehicle. Taylor has no choice but to call their classmate Kara, who has a crush on him. Kara brings her dad's Jeep but also her little sister Vives and the girl's best friend Furby, who has a crush on Jackie. The kids will record everything for a school project and their social media, and they brought cameras for everyone. On their way to the cave, Taylor explains Hopper has been obsessed with finding a group of hippies that got lost in the 70s while looking for the Fountain of Youth, which supposedly is hidden in the area. When they arrive, the group checks out the van and when they find the pictures, they discover the missing hippies were actually Hopper's parents, which explains his obsession. After they take a group photo, Furby trips over some worn-out rope tied to the van, so they follow it until they find another cave entrance. Ignoring the spiders as they go deeper inside, Jackie goes down through a small tunnel and discovers that the rope has been cut. Taylor takes a closer look at it and decides it's not Hopper's rope because it's too old. Jackie looks around the tunnel with her flashlight and notices that the cave is very deep, so they'll need proper equipment to go looking for Hopper safely. The group gathers all the exploring equipment from the Jeep and since Furby's staying because he's afraid of the dark and creepy crawlers, they leave him a radio so he can keep watch. Very carefully, the group starts climbing down the tunnel in the cave and they come across the mysterious shimmer, which they touch and notice how the air changes. Then a flashback reveals what happened to Hopper when he crossed the barrier. As he went deeper inside, the cowboy started to move as well and a strange light began to flicker. Suddenly Hopper heard some creepy noises and a scream, so he immediately ran away. Once outside, he was shocked to see it was already nighttime even though he had been in the cave for just a few minutes. His dog was nowhere in sight and when he reached his truck, he noticed it was covered by overgrown plants and his ID was worn out. Hopper decided to search the area, which was covered by overgrown plants too, and found a Jeep with a bag indicating this belonged to his students. It seemed the cave had sent him into the future. Worried about his students, Hopper went back into the cave, leaving a trail of lights in the process. One of those lights suddenly started floating under the influence of the transparent barrier, so Hopper kept going. Back in the present, the group continues to explore the cave, and in another dark tunnel, they hear the same creepy noises Hopper heard before. The girls are scared of something dangerous living here and decide to leave, ignoring Taylor's worry over Hopper. Jackie goes first, but as she begins climbing, the rope is suddenly cut off, causing her to fall. Taylor tries to catch her and fails, so he hurts his arm and Jackie hurts her leg. Then Taylor tries to check the second rope, but that one has been cut off too. Some of them think Furby did it as a prank, although Viv says he isn't the type to do this, but when they try to contact him through the radio, he doesn't answer. The group starts to argue over what to do next, only to be interrupted by a loud thud coming from the tunnel. Taylor tries using the radio again, and this time a raspy voice replies, "Help me," and says his name is Furby. The group isn't sure of believing him because the voice doesn't sound right, and an argument ensues which only stops when they hear another noise coming from the tunnel. Taylor, Vives, and Kara decide to look for Furby in the tunnel while Jackie stays behind because of her leg. She tries to follow what they're filming with her phone, but soon the signal is lost. After walking for a while, the group reaches a spot where the sky is visible and they notice the light keeps flickering. Kara climbs on a rock and finds a broken rope, and when she looks behind it, she finds something that makes her cry. She begs Taylor to take Vives into the other room, but at that moment Jackie arrives crawling and they use a camera to spy what's going on. To their horror, it's Furby's dead body. Taylor points out that Furby's neck is broken and there's more rope on the ground, meaning Furby had tried to climb down and someone cut his rope. He also discovers Furby's camera is still working, so they decide to watch the whole recording to see what happened. In the video, Furby complained about losing contact with the group because nobody answered the radio or is yelling, and to their shock, days started to pass while the boy waited for them outside. His phone ran out of battery, so when he was bored, he read the journal from the van. The story said a bunch of conquistadors were sent by the Queen to find a fountain with magical properties that could heal people or even bring them back to life. Hopper's parents went looking for it when Hopper's sister got sick with cancer. Days continued to pass outside and eventually Furby ran out of food and water, so he wanted to leave. He thought his friends were dead, but he still needed to find them to get the Jeep keys. Furby began climbing down the hole, and when he crossed the invisible barrier, he noticed the sky was changing at crazy speed. Suddenly his rope snapped, and poor Furby fell to his death, explaining the thud the group heard earlier. Shocked and disturbed, the group stops the video and discusses what they saw. It seems days passed outside while they've only been here for an hour, so something is going and they need to leave immediately, especially since Taylor thinks that the flickering light is the sun going through the day-night cycle very fast. Since Kara is the only adult with no injuries, she will be the one to climb out and get help by using a SOS beacon. As she starts going up, Kara can feel the air changing, and soon she makes it out only to be shocked by the landscape she finds. The whole area has become a creepy barren land. To make matters worse, the rope is gone and Kara can't stop coughing because of the weird air. As a huge sandstorm starts approaching in the distance, Kara tries to use the beacon, but there's no signal. At that moment, Kara sees a strange triangular object floating in the sky and decides to go back down. When she reunites with the group, she tells them what she saw, but they don't believe her because from their point of view, she's only been away for a few seconds. Kara swears she was out for longer and gives them her camera so they can see everything she saw. In return, Taylor shows her his own video, proving it's only been a few seconds for them. The group finally stops being in denial and accepts that time passes faster outside the cave, which means they've been stuck here for weeks. The ropes haven't been cut off, they wore off with time and friction, and Taylor's theory is right. The flickering light is the sun going through the day quickly. This is the fountain of youth because they're stuck here as youngsters forever. The group really wants to get out of here, so Taylor checks Furby's body to get his rope, only to realize something. He hadn't landed on top of the radio, yet it's still smashed. They decide to rewatch Furby's video again and discover that after the fall, he wasn't dead yet, only unconscious. It was he who answered the radio when they called. His voice sounded different because of the damage on his neck. Suddenly a mysterious person appeared off camera and killed Furby. Now the group is even more desperate to leave, so Kara tries to climb out once more. While the group waits, Vives checks Furby's video again and notices that the sky is changing its color. This means each flicker isn't a day, it's a whole season, and what Kara saw outside was a destroyed Earth in the far future because they've been down here for years. Suddenly something falls through the hole. It's some sort of futuristic ladder. Clara tries climbing it, but she has to go down when she notices a person in armor coming down. Before they can try to communicate, someone attacks the person. It's a caveman, who made the noises they heard earlier and killed Furby. A fight ensues, but the futuristic guy puts on a special collar on the caveman to subdue him before turning toward the group as he takes away the stairs. Terrified, the group starts running away and doesn't stop until they see some light. They find a few lit torches and 2 bodies on the ground. It's Hopper's parents, who have been down here for decades. To make matters worse, there's a bunch of cavemen nearby feeding on the dead cowboy, and they hear the group arrive. Taylor tells the girls to go while he fights the cavemen to buy them time, but although he offers a fair fight, there are too many of them and they knock him down. The girls hide behind a rock and see the cavemen run by, so Kara sneaks back and is horrified to discover Taylor is dead. At that moment the futuristic guy appears and tests a pool of water at the back of the cave. When he gets a positive result, he drags Taylor into the water, pushing Kara away when she tries to take her friend back. At that moment a caveman shows up, and the guy quickly knocks him down while Kara shockingly watches Taylor come back to life, confirming this is the magic fountain from the stories. Soon the other cavemen also come, and by attacking the guy as a group, they manage to remove his helmet, which makes it hard for him to breathe. The guy manages to put another collar on one of the cavemen, and for the third one, Kara hands him back the tool he dropped so he can win the fight. Those futuristic tools put all the cavemen to sleep. Afterward, Taylor tries to give him back his helmet so he can breathe, but the guy shows them he's out of time. At that moment Vives and Jackie join them, and since the futuristic guy can't speak their language, he plays some recordings on his computer glove so they can understand what happened. When the group disappeared, their case was all over the news and their families were pleading for help. Several thousand years passed since then and Earth became uninhabitable, so humanity left in a giant spaceship called the Ark, which is what Kara saw in the sky earlier. After the video is over, the guy dies. While discussing what to do, Taylor finds something else in the cave. It's Hopper's bag. Determined to find him, Taylor tells the girls to bring over Furby's body while he goes looking for their professor, bringing the cowboy's gun just in case. He goes deeper into the cave and finds the trail of lights Hopper left behind, which he follows until he finds some drawings on the wall representing the effects of the cave. When he turns around, Taylor discovers a whole prehistoric family, but only the kid is alive. He ignores them and keeps going until he finally finds Hopper, who is injured on the floor. In front of him there's the most shocking thing of all. There is a sphere combining several layers of time and trapping people from different eras, including cavemen, the conquistadors, and Hopper's sister. The professor explains that the whole cave system exists to protect the fountain. At that moment the girls start calling for Taylor, so he tries to bring Hopper back with him, but Hopper thinks he won't survive the trip. He keeps the gun and tells Taylor to go without him. While the prehistoric kid heals his parents with some water, Taylor reunites with the group and sees Jackie healing her leg in the water. They throw Furby's body in the fountain, and while they wait, they hear a shot. It's Hopper, who failed the only bullet he had. The prehistoric family comes after the group, so Vives starts a fire to slow them down. They make it back to the room with the hole and use the guy's futuristic ladder to start climbing their way out. Kara reaches the top first, only to discover that the hole has been filled with water. When she touches it, a mysterious creature grabs her up and pulls her through the water. Taylor tries to save her, but at that moment a caveman presses the button on the ladder and makes it disappear, causing the group to fall as Kara is taken out of the cave and the creepy hands put a special mask on her face. The group thinks it's over, but in just a few seconds, strange cables come out of the water and save the friends from falling. The cavemen try to jump to grab them, but at that moment, a completely changed Kara shows up and begins pulling at the cables, dragging the group through the water. After they are gone, more cables come down to search the caves. Moments later, Furby wakes up and discovers he's inside the Ark flying through space. Soon Hopper appears next to him and the group comes to check on them, showing they're dressed all futuristic too. On another pool, Hopper's parents also show up, and they're welcomed by his sister who is fully healed now. Now everyone can travel together to Mars with the rest of humanity to start a new civilization. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Seoul, Dr. Jisoo is doing crazy experiments with animals to cure his daughter, who is only staying alive because of her father's machines. Mutated animals run all over the lab while Jisoo kills his assistant to silence him and use him to test his latest serum. At that moment the authorities storm into the lab to arrest him for having killed over 100 people with his experiments, and when Jisoo injects himself with his serum to prove he's made a big discovery, he's shot down. Suddenly an earthquake hits the area and the entire room starts shaking. Outside all the buildings in the city start going down and soon the lab begins crumbling as well. The authorities immediately run away to save themselves, but Jisoo stays to protect his daughter. The earthquake eventually destroys the entire area, only leaving a desolate wasteland where the city used to be. People begin living together in small villages while foraging for resources, which are very scarce. Water in particular is a problem because it rarely rains. Leaving the settlements is a terrible idea because there are desperate people out there willing to kill for food, so only a few armed men dare to go out to hunt. 3 years after the earthquake, Ji-won is out looking for something to hunt with his bow. He suddenly hears a growling noise and finds a crocodile, so he hides behind a car and lights his arrow on fire to then shoot the beast on its head. The crocodile squirms in pain for a few seconds and goes down. Excited, Ji-won moves to retrieve his prey, but the crocodile suddenly wakes up and comes after him. Ji-won's normal arrows can't pierce the crocodile's skin, so he rushes to hide inside the car, only for the crocodile to insert its head through the window, trying to bite him. At that moment the beast is pulled back by Namsan, who uses a machete to quickly decapitate the crocodile. Afterward the guys take the crocodile back to their village, where they cut it up in small meat chunks and trade them for other supplies. Suna and her grandmother Yeonsu come to pick up some meat too, and Ji-won tries to flirt with the girl, but he isn't successful. The quiet morning is suddenly interrupted by a violent gang arriving in an ugly car that crashes against someone's tent. The gang members explain they're looking for a criminal and show a very bad drawing, but nobody knows anything. The criminals decide to capture random villagers that they think look like the drawing, causing a man to try to defend himself. He grabs the gangster by the neck, only for another criminal to cut his arm to make him drop his friend. Next, the gangster tries hitting on Suna, and when she turns him down, he grabs her by her hair and pushes Yeonsu to the ground. Ji-won soon comes to their defense and a fight ensues. He manages to knock down the first guy, but soon the rest of the gang surrounds him and starts beating him up together. Eventually Namsan gets tired of watching and cuts in, expertly beating up all the criminals in just a few moves. A short guy tries to hurt his leg, but for Namsan it's a tickle. Then a guy tries hitting him with a pipe, so Namsan quickly overpowers him and pushes him on his meat table, demanding information. The gangster explains they work for a man named Tiger, whose name Namsan recognizes. He also notices that the gangsters have clean water, so they explain they got it from the only apartment building still standing, where a group of survivors have created a successful self-sufficient community. When the gangsters hear Namsan's name, they immediately recognize him and run away. Sometime later, a group of well-dressed recruiters shows up at the village. They come from the apartment building, and are looking for families with children in their teens to protect them because children are the future. Suna only accepts to leave for the sake of her grandma. By the time night falls, Suna and Yeonsu are still walking toward the apartment building with the recruiters. When they see someone moving in the dark, they rush to hide, but by sending a message with their lantern they confirm it's other recruiters. Both groups continue walking together and Suna befriends a girl from another village called Ju Yi. Eventually Yeonsu's fragile body can't walk anymore and she falls. The same happens to another kid's old father. A recruiter announces there's a medical station nearby, so they can leave the old people there to rest and the recruiters will bring them to the apartment building later. Just a few minutes later, the group finds a few cars waiting for them and Suna gets confused because if these vehicles have always been so close, they could have just carried the old people here. Sergeant Kwon dismisses her comments and Suna notices a weird wart behind his ear. Meanwhile Yeonsu and the old man are taken to a chasm left by the earthquake, where the old man is pushed off the edge and Yeonsu gets stabbed. This is seen by Namsan and Ji-won, who are out hunting. As soon as the recruiters hear them they open fire, so Namsan moves fast and kills them both in seconds, but to his shock, both men just stand back up and start fighting him. Ji-won gets the attention of an enemy by running away and makes him smash his head on cement when he tries to catch him, yet the guy is still alive. It's then revealed these men also have the wart behind their ears. With a plan in mind, Ji-won keeps on fighting and gets his opponent to walk right into one of his animal traps, capturing him. However, the guy just uses a knife to free his foot and goes after Ji-won again, but when he's about to kill him, he's brought down by Yunho, who finally kills the guy for good by decapitating him. Meanwhile Namsan continues to fight the other guy and impales him on a metal rod, but the man just jumps off and tries attacking Namsan from behind. Yunho throws a knife at him to slow him down, then Namsan uses the same knife to decapitate him. Afterward, Ji-won and Namsan give Yeonsu a proper burial and Yunho explains she's trying to reach the apartment building to save the residents and her subordinates. She used to be part of the Air Force and her team would fly over the area to rescue any survivors of the earthquake. One day they found the only building that hadn't collapsed, so they helped the residents clean the area and rebuild the community. While they worked, Jisoo showed up and offered his services as a doctor, but after a few days he showed his true colors. Parents started to complain because their kids wouldn't come back after Jisoo took them and Yunho confronted him about it. However, Kwon and the rest of her team were secretly working with Jisoo, which Kwon demonstrated by shooting a friend. The guy just stood up again, and Jisoo said his experiments were humanity's only hope. Furious, Yunho jumped on the doctor, only to be pulled back by her teammates. A fight ensued and after knocking a few teammates down, Yunho tried shooting Jisoo, but Kwon opened fire first. Yunho had no choice but to jump through the window and run away. After hearing all this, Ji-won and Namsan agree to help Yunho because they want to rescue Suna too. However, they're going to need a plan to bypass security. Nearby in the ruins of a building, two gangs are making civilians fight to the death for fun and gambling, threatening to kill their loved ones if they don't obey. After another match ends with death, leader Tiger asks the other gang if they have anything else to bet, which triggers an argument that escalates into a violent fight. Both gangs begin killing each other with no mercy, but nobody manages to land a single hit on Tiger, who has the most blood on his hands. One by one the gangsters fall to their deaths and when there are only a few members left, Namsan arrives with the others and asks for Tiger. It turns out Namsan and Tiger used to be boxing rivals, but Namsan hurt him so badly that Tiger had to quit and now he wants revenge. Both gangs team up to attack the trio, but thanks to Namsan's and Yunho's training, it's easy for them to beat up a bunch of street fighters. Ji-won defends himself quite well too and manages to reach the cage to release all the captured civilians. When Namsan easily defeats Tiger in just a few moves, all the other gangsters try to run away, but the team manages to catch a few so Namsan can interrogate them. He asks them where they got the water as he punches them, causing Tiger to confess he's the one who makes deals with the building residents. He brings them children and in exchange they pay him with clean water, but he's only allowed to pass the barrier on delivery days, so Namsan will have to plan around that. Meanwhile, Suna's group arrives at the apartment building and they're shocked by how well organized it is. There are guards everywhere, solar panels providing electricity, and even vegetables growing in a small garden. The locals give them a warm welcome and Jisoo introduces himself as the leader, immediately offering bottles of clean water. Wanting to save some for her grandmother, Suna doesn't drink hers. Then she's assigned an apartment, where she's shocked to find supplies, clean clothes, and even running water. After changing, Suna asks about her grandmother, and a teacher informs her a ride is on the way to pick her up. Then Jisoo announces which teenagers got the better grades, and the families of the top 4 students get assigned to the nicest apartments on the 8th floor, get exempted from work, and are given a free meal pass. However, when the teachers talk to the students and their families in private, it's revealed that only the children are sent to the 8th floor, while their families are sent to the basement where they must purify the water and bottle it up. They have to work long hours every day and they aren't allowed to see their kids again. In Jisoo's lab, Kwon eats an entire mouse while the teacher tells Jisoo that Suna and Yoonho are healthy and perfect for the experiments, so Jisoo reminds her to give them water. Afterward, the teacher introduces the girls to the class and Suna is shocked by how all the other teens are in a constant dazed state and have a scar behind their ears. Suna continues to get suspicious when the teacher begins teaching them about how weak the human body is and how they must evolve to be able to survive without water. Soon the class becomes propaganda about Jisoo being the only savior and their duty to help him. Over lunchtime, everyone is given a bottle of water and the teacher insists it's important to drink it, so Suna decides not to. Jisoo also shows up to give them a speech and chooses Ju Yi as his next helper. Suna asks about his grandmother again and is told she arrived very sick, so she'll be in the medical bay for a few days. When Jisoo reminds her to drink the water, Suna only pretends to do it. Afterward, Jisoo tests his latest serum on Kwon, who is worried about the 2 agents that haven't returned yet. He wishes everyone could carry a serum injection at all times just in case, but Jisoo gives him a vague excuse against it. After Kwon leaves, it's revealed Jisoo is still working on healing his daughter. In the evening, while everyone is asleep, Suna slips out of bed and sneaks around the building. When she hears people coming, she jumps over the balcony to hide just in time. In the basement, the soldiers are trying to send the day workers out to bring the night shift in, but Ju Yi's parents start protesting because they aren't allowed to see their daughter. To avoid a possible riot, Jisoo shows up and brings Ju Yi's parents to his lab, promising they'll see their kid. Back to Suna, she sneaks inside Jisoo's lab and looks at his notes, discovering he's been experimenting with reptiles to make the serum because of their regeneration skills. His first tests were done on younger people, and they all died. Then Suna opens a door and finds Ju Yi connected to a machine through a cut behind her ear. At that moment Jisoo arrives, so Suna rushes to hide. Ju Yi's parents freak out when they see her, so Jisoo tries to explain this is for her own good. Then to prove he loves kids, he shows them how he's been taking care of his own daughter. The parents are horrified to see only the upper body of the girl is left, and Jisoo is cruelly preserving her in a glass box that keeps her heart beating. Refusing to be part of this, the parents try to disconnect Ju Yi from the machine, but this only makes her have a seizure. Jisoo rushes to help her, but it's too late and sadly Ju Yi dies. Furious, Jisoo repeatedly stabs the father, and when the mother tries to escape, Kwon shoots her. At that moment, Jisoo finally finds Suna and uses her as his next test subject. While connecting her to the machine, he explains he uses teenagers because their pituitary glands have a component he needs, which he transforms into a serum, thanks to the water they drink every day. When he activates the machine, Suna screams in pain. Meanwhile, Namsan and the others arrive in Tiger's truck pretending to bring a delivery. The guard points out it's not delivery day and Tiger is unable to come up with an excuse, so the soldiers get suspicious and check the back of the truck. Suddenly Namsan knocks a guard out and speeds up, ignoring the soldiers opening fire to drive through them and the front gate. Quickly turning the truck, he brings down the watchtower and then crashes the vehicle right into the lobby. Tiger rushes to hide while Namsan, Jiwon, and Yoonho open fire with the weapons they took from the gang. Soon a few soldiers come closer, so Yoonho beats them down and opens the way for them to take the stairs. After shooting a lock, the trio enters an abandoned room and Yoonho is horrified to find her teammates in a cell. When she frees them, she discovers the soldiers are now reptile-like zombies that immediately attack. Namsan quickly sabes Yoonho and then the guys open fire to blow a few heads up. There are too many of them though, and soon the soldiers come closer for a hand-to-hand fight. Namsan and Jiwon do their best to defend themselves, but Yoonho is in shock and can't hurt her friends. Thankfully Jiwon yells at her and makes her snap out of it, so Yoonho jumps into action and begins decapitating zombies left and right. Working well as a team, the trio manages to kill all the soldiers until no enemy is left standing. At that moment Jisoo announces through the speakers that he'll let the trio live if they leave now. Using the intercom in the cell area, Namsan replies they won't give up and then destroys the device, hurting Jisoo's ear with the resulting screech. While Jisoo goes back to Suna to retrieve the serum from her body, the trio goes upstairs and blows up a door to kill all the soldiers on the other side. Soon backup arrives, so Namsan tells the others to go find Suna while he takes care of things here. Then Namsan shoots an extinguisher to create a bunch of smoke that he uses as cover while shooting the incoming guards. Once he runs out of bullets, he grabs his machete and goes into the corridor to kill the soldiers face to face, swiftly slashing through them with his machete and even taking their guns to shoot them down. When another group of soldiers comes after him, Namsan uses the weapons from the dead guys to kill them all in seconds. Afterward he goes to the basement and tells the workers to go out and find their children. Meanwhile Yunho and Jiwon also keep shooting soldiers as they make their way upstairs. There are too many of them coming, so Yunho stays to provide cover while Jiwon keeps going up. She combines her shooting and fighting skills to bring them all down, and soon only Kwon is left. She fights him hand to hand, but he's a much better fighter and his body has the serum enhancements, so he's hard to knock down. After lots of struggle, Yunho manages to stab him in the foot and the eye, but Kwon only reveals that underneath his skin he has lizard scales that protect him. Yunho tries attacking again, but Kwon easily overpowers her and stabs her before throwing her off the balcony. On the upper floors, Jiwon checks every room and eventually finds the classroom, where he quickly kills the guard. The teacher tries to hide, but Jiwon takes her hostage so she can show him the way to the lab. Jiwon also tells the students to run, but none of them even blink. On their way out, Jiwon and the teacher are found by Kwon, but Namsan also arrives and takes on the sergeant while the others leave. In the lab, Jisoo injects the new serum into his body and immediately feels sick because Suna didn't drink the water. Warts appear on Jisoo's body as he throws up, but before he can get revenge on Suna, Jiwon arrives with the teacher. Jisoo distracts him by threatening Suna and a soldier attacks Jiwon from behind to knock him down. Then Jisoo orders the teacher and the soldier to put his daughter in the briefcase while he retrieves all the tubes with the serum. Downstairs, Namsan is fighting Kwon. Both of them are incredibly strong and keep throwing each other against various surfaces. Suddenly Kwon grabs Namsan, who uses his opponent's speed and weight to throw him through the window. Kwon keeps on holding onto Namsan to avoid falling, so Namsan impales his neck on the broken glass and decapitates him. While the working parents finally reunite with their kids outside, Namsan makes it to the lab and takes the soldier's gun to shoot her and the teacher. Jisoo ignores the teacher's pleas for help and escapes through the back door after dropping a grenade into the lab. Jiwon runs to the stretcher and turns it over with Suna on it, protecting them both from the explosion. The loud noise wakes Yunho up, who is alive after all. Now the lab is on fire, so Namsan uses a door to go through the flames and help the teens. Outside the building, the residents see Jisoo trying to escape and start beating him up for what he did to the kids. They also destroy all the serum tubes, but they step away when they see the doctor's face transforming. Furious, Jisoo grabs a weapon and opens fire like a maniac, killing a bunch of residents but also accidentally shooting his suitcase in the process. Medicine starts leaking out so Jisoo rushes to open it but it's too late, now his daughter is dead for good. Suddenly he pukes because his body is getting worse, and when the heroes show up, Jisoo opens fire again, so Namsan shoots him a couple of times to finally kill him. As if to celebrate their victory, the sky goes dark and it starts raining. Yunho announces she'll stay here to help the others rebuild, and Namsan and the teens begin walking home. On their way back, the guys take Suna to her grandmother's grave, where she falls to her knees in tears. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. The year is 1899, but on this alternate Earth, the great nations of Europe are on the brink of war as new weapons are being developed. In London, a group of cops is shocked when they see the first tank crash into the Bank of England, destroying everything in the rooms while being unaffected by bullets. The tank uses its cannon to shoot the vault door open before the terrorists come out with their leader the Phantom. There are lots of treasures in the vault, but what the Phantom wants are the blueprints of Venice's foundation. Britain accuses Germany of the robbery, but soon afterward, the Phantom and his men show up in Berlin, where they kidnap a bunch of scientists and blow up all the Zeppelins. Countries begin pointing fingers at each other and war is imminent. Sometime later in Kenya, Reed is looking for Alan, the famous hero from King Solomon's Mines. An old man calling himself Alan starts sharing some old adventure stories, but when Reed mentions he works for the British government and they need help, the real Alan reveals himself. It turns out he often uses a friend to protect his identity. Reed explains he's trying to prevent the next world war, but Alan refuses to help because he doesn't fight anymore since he lost his family. At that moment, a group of strange men come in and ask for Alan, only to shoot the old man thinking he's the real one. Alan immediately opens fire and a gunfight ensues, but it's hard to kill these guys because they're wearing armor and using the latest model of guns, which are automatic. After a few very precise shots to make the men fail, Alan comes out to fight them hand to hand, dodging bullets and knives to defeat the bad guys using furniture and even a horn on the wall. One of the henchmen manages to run away so Alan goes after him, not noticing the suitcase they left behind. Since he's an expert sharpshooter, Alan stops the guy by shooting from afar, but before he can interrogate, the guy self-deletes with poison. Suddenly the tavern explodes, and since the war is threatening the peace he achieved in Africa, Alan accepts to help Reed. Later in England, Reed introduces Alan to his boss M, who explains he's forming a team known as the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen to stop the Phantom. Alan also meets Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas, whose ship will take them to Venice in 4 days because clues indicate the Phantom will attack there next. Suddenly a voice talks from an empty chair and some papers start moving. It turns out the other team member is Skinner, a thief who made a serum to become invisible but hasn't found a cure yet. To be less annoying, Skinner puts on a jacket and face paint so the others can see him. At that moment, another team member arrives. Her name is Mina and she's an expert chemist, but Alan isn't happy about having a woman on the team. The group gets going and Nemo impresses everyone with the latest automobile technology. The driver is his first mate Ishmael, from Moby Dick. On their way out, they don't notice they're being followed. Eventually they make it to the docks to recruit the infamous Dorian Gray, who only lets them in because Mina is his ex. After noticing that Dorian is missing a painting on the wall, Alan shares that a witch doctor once blessed him for saving the village, so it's said Africa will never let him die. He also remembers meeting Dorian when he was a child, yet Dorian hasn't aged a day. Dorian avoids all explanations because he isn't interested in joining the team, but the conversation is interrupted when a bunch of armed men come out of the shadows together with the Phantom, who asks the League to join him. While the Phantom talks, Alan notices one of the henchmen looks different. He's the stalker from earlier, who immediately opens fire against the enemy. Chaos ensues in the room as everyone begins to fight and reveals their skills in the process. Dorian is immortal, so he just walks into the bullets to kill the men with his sword and lets his body heal himself. Nemo uses a sword and martial arts while Alan uses his own firearm, and so does the stalker, who turns out to be an American Secret Service agent called Tom Sawyer. Skinner takes off his jacket and paint to hit bad guys with things like books. The Phantom runs away and Alan tries to stop him, but he's intercepted by a henchman. While they fight, Tom tries to chase after the Phantom, who manages to escape by jumping through the window into the river. The guys think the fight is over, but there's one last man hiding and he takes Mina hostage. However, Mina's eyes suddenly turn red and she bites the guy to kill him by drinking his blood. It turns out she's the widow of Jonathan Harker, who was part of the team that killed Dracula. Then Dorian accepts to join the team because he took this attack personally, and Alan lets Tom join too. Tom was sent by the American government because they're worried the war will reach the Americas too. The team's next stop is Paris, so Nemo introduces the team to a ship Nautilus, which can also work as a submarine. When they finally arrive at the city, Alan and Tom chase after a huge monster known as Mr. Hyde, who has been terrorizing the locals lately. With calculated shots, Alan lowers Hyde into a very specific spot while teaching Tom how to waste fewer bullets, calling his crazy shooting American style. Hyde eventually stops on a rooftop and Alan shoots to make him fall right into a net they prepared earlier. Once they make it back to Nautilus, it requires lots of crew members to chain Hyde down, and yet the monster still manages to push some of them away. While they try to calm him down, Skinner falls and Dorian helps him, only to scratch him in the process. Alan manages to make Hyde stop by offering a deal. If he helps them, he'll get a pardon from the Queen and he can go back to London. Hyde accepts, and at that moment, the effects of the elixir he took to transform finally end and he painfully transforms into his real form, the very shy Dr. Jekyll. Now the team is complete. The ship enters submarine mode and starts making its way to Venice using a copy of the blueprints the Phantom stole. Now the team has to learn to live with each other. Alan is soon annoyed by Skinner because he doesn't wear his coat to make his presence known, and Mina is disturbed to learn that Nemo worships the goddess of death. However, Alan is more scared of her than some religious statue. One afternoon after the Nautilus enters ship mode again, Alan tries to teach Tom how to waste fewer bullets and shoot more accurately, but when Tom asks him about his dead son, Alan leaves. Meanwhile, Nemo and Ishmael are surprised to find powder in the control room right before a book closes on its own behind them. They give the powder to Mina, who analyzes it and discovers that it's the powder photographers use to create Flash. Dorian visits her and shares his secret. The missing portrait at his home is magical, and it ages instead of him. He can't look at it or he'll lose his powers. Dorian also flirts with Mina and shares a drink, but when the glass breaks, it cuts her finger. The smell of blood gets Mina excited and they end up kissing, which makes Jekyll jealous while he watches from afar. His inner Hyde reminds him he could be noticed by women if he drank the elixir again, and he even gets aggressive. But before he can lose control, Nemo interrupts him. The captain says he doesn't want a monster loose in his ship, and Jekyll reminds him that he has a dark past as a pirate so he can't talk. Then Jekyll returns to his room and is shocked to discover one of his elixir bottles is missing. He immediately lets Alan know and accuses Skinner of stealing it since none of them have heard from him in a while. When they finally arrive at Venice, there's a carnival going on, and by looking at the blueprints the team guesses the Phantom will be blowing up the city. The League gets ready to start searching for the explosives, but as soon as they touch land, the bombs go off and the buildings start crumbling in a domino effect. They must destroy a particular building to stop it, so Tom takes Nemo's automobile and leaves with Alan, Dorian, and Mina, but Jekyll refuses to go because he's afraid of releasing Hyde. As soon as the team drives down the streets, the Phantom's men surround them and open fire. Dorian thinks Skinner let them know they were coming and runs away. Alan and Tom try to shoot back, but there are too many men, So Mina jumps out of the car and climbs the wall with her powers to quickly feed on all the bad guys without mercy. While buildings continue to collapse and start damaging the ship, Alan sees the Phantom nearby and he jumps out as well to go after him. Tom is left driving alone, and after dodging lots of falling debris, he finally finds the right building and shoots a flare. So Nemo fires a rocket that destroys that building and finally puts an end to the domino effect. As the explosion goes off, the car flips and Tom gets caught under it. On the ship, Dorian reveals he's the actual spy and shoots Ishmael. Meanwhile, Alan follows the Phantom to a cemetery and they exchange a few hits. The Phantom stabs Alan on the shoulder and Alan hits him in return, which causes the mask to fall and shows his identity. He's actually M, which stands for Moriarty, the legendary enemy of Sherlock Holmes. The Phantom runs away and Alan throws the knife back at him, but it isn't enough to stop him. Afterward, the team returns to the ship and finds a dying Ishmael, who uses his last breath to tell them about Dorian. At that moment, the ship's exploration pod comes out and shows Dorian going away to meet with the Phantom. The League immediately starts following him with the ship, and during the trip, they find a recording left by Dorian. The Phantom's voice starts playing, explaining that Reed works for him too and he sent him to put together the League on purpose so Dorian could get a sample of their abilities. Dorian stole Jekyll's elixir bottle, took Mina's blood with the broken glass, took Skinner's skin when he scratched him, and took pictures of Nemo's technology. Alan was recruited because he was the only one capable of capturing Hyde. With these samples, he'll able to build super soldiers to sell during war times. As he listens, Jekyll notices his inner Hyde is in pain because of a weird frequency in the recording, and at that moment the Phantom announces the ship will explode when the recording ends. That's exactly what happens, and the entire ship shakes as water starts to flood the engine room and drags down some crew members. Nemo can't make the Nautilus resurface because of this, so he orders his men to seal the engine room with the men inside for the greater good. Hyde convinces Jekyll they can help, so he runs into the room before it's sealed and takes the elixir to transform underwater. Then he swims down to the bottom and using his strength, he pulls the levers and opens the valves, which immediately drains the ship and allows it to resurface. While everyone tries to organize things, they get a message in Morse code from Skinner, who sneaked into the pod with Dorian and now sends the team directions to follow. Eventually they make it to northern Mongolia, where they discover the Phantom's secret fortress. They hide in a cave to wait for Skinner, who arrives with a disturbing report. The fortress is huge and the kidnapped scientists are working in factories 24/7 to make super soldiers and copy Nemo's inventions. While the team makes a plan, Dorian asks the Phantom for his painting, revealing that the Phantom stole it just to make him work for him. Now that he has it back, Dorian refuses to fight again. Soon the League arrives at the fortress and they knock down the guards outside with their powers. They sneak inside and Skinner begins placing explosives around the factory while Hyde, Nemo, and his crew free the families of the scientists, but unfortunately they're found by a whole army of guards. A gunfight soon ensues, but Nemo's weapons don't do anything because the enemy is wearing full body armor. Hyde uses a huge metal door to deflect the bullets, giving Nemo the chance to fight the guards at the lab with his sword and release the scientists too. Meanwhile, Mina finds Dorian in his room and they begin a fight with blades, but no matter how much they slash at each other, their wounds keep regenerating. Suddenly Mina is distracted when she notices the magical painting, so Dorian uses the chance to nail her to the bed with his sword. However, he fails to get her heart, so Mina surprises him from behind and impales him on the wall with his own sword. Then she forces him to look at his painting, which breaks the spell and Dorian regains all the years the picture took from him until he dies. Alan and Tom go looking for the Phantom, who is currently overseeing the box with all the League samples. They manage to corner him, but unfortunately a guard catches them from behind and they have to dodge an attack, which allows the Phantom to escape with the box. The duo immediately goes after him, and in one of the corridors they bump into an invisible man who suddenly attacks them because he isn't Skinner. While Alan continues to chase the Phantom, Tom stays to fight this new invisible man, but he continues to waste too many bullets. At that moment an armored soldier arrives and uses a flamethrower to start burning everything in the room, but this time, the real Skinner distracts him and ends up on fire too. Tom quickly uses the chance to hit the guy with a torch, causing the gas tank to blow up and kill him. Afterward Tom checks on a burnt Skinner, only to be caught by the other invisible man. At the same time, Alan finds the Phantom in a dark room and they begin to fight, exchanging a bunch of hits until Phantom falls and Alan grabs an axe, ready to end it all. Back to Nemo, he manages to get all the scientists out while Hyde protects them, but one of the guards steals some elixir from the lab and drinks more than he should. He transforms into such a powerful monster that Hyde and Nemo have trouble fighting against him even while teaming up. At that moment Hyde changes back into Jekyll, so he and Nemo have to run. The monster and Alan are about to make their kills at the same time but suddenly Skinner's explosives go off and the building starts to crumble. Hyde and Nemo run outside while the monster is killed by the falling debris. Meanwhile the Phantom uses the distraction to dodge Alan's attack. When Alan tries to stop him again, the Phantom shows him that his invisible man has caught Tom, so Alan turns to save his protege and the Phantom stabs him in the back before jumping out of the building. Since Alan's glasses are now broken, Tom takes Alan's rifle and using his teachings, he manages to kill the Phantom from a distance. While the box with the samples is lost in the water, Alan tells Tom that the new century belongs to the new generation, and then he dies too. Sometime later, the League buries Alan with his family in Africa, and Tom leaves the rifle on the grave. The group decides to keep being a team and leave to start a new adventure. Once they're gone, the witch doctor from Alan's story comes to start his ritual, which makes the grave shake. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It's a nice sunny day when the commercial plane IA-42 starts its flight from Dallas to London with pilots William and Daniel. The trip starts smoothly, but after just a few moments, the flight instruments begin behaving in a strange way. William calls ground control for help, but they are told that the skies are clear and they should keep going. The pilots only get a second of relief because suddenly they see a huge storm right in front of them. Yet ground control is sure that the storm wasn't there 5 seconds ago. They have no choice but to fly right through it, so William informs the passengers that they will be going through some turbulence. The plane starts shaking like crazy as the pilots fly it through the raging storm, which suspiciously glows as they pass through it. Soon the plane stabilizes and flies normally again, but the pilots are shocked to discover that the skies are completely dark, as if night suddenly arrived in seconds. William tells the passengers this is just a funny effect that happens when flying above the Bermuda Triangle as an excuse to keep them calm. However, the passengers worry anyway when they notice their phones and computers don't have a connection. In the cabin, most of the flight instruments are down as well and William is unable to make contact with ground control. Since the radar still works though, the pilots consider it enough to keep going for now. Meanwhile, the flight attendants hand out the refreshments and tell everyone not to worry because it was normal turbulence. Cameron chit-chats with two men who happen to be historians and learns they are traveling to London to analyze some recently discovered artifacts from the war. There's also an old man writing down every detail of what happens to him on his notebook. After a few moments, the pilots are unable to find any other aircraft on their radar, which is quite worrisome and could mean the storm blew them off course. William decides to fly the plane in a loop in order to find someone, but even after descending, they don't recognize any location. Suddenly something appears on their radar and at first they think it's a storm, but the truth is more disturbing. It's a bunch of fighter planes bombarding a city as if they were at war. The passengers immediately start panicking as they see buildings blowing up under the plane and fire all over the area, but the historians can't help noticing something curious. The pilots have no idea of what to do, but before they can discuss options, they suddenly see some fighter planes surrounding them. These fighters are ready to open fire on them, but thanks to the radar, the pilots manage to quickly fly the plane away from them and go higher in the sky. The passengers are getting nervous and demand explanations, so Cameron does her best to calm them down. Michael is too rude and aggressive and even dares to grab Cameron, but another flight attendant gets him to behave after threatening to tie him up. William keeps on trying to contact ground control to no avail, so he decides to descend again to try to figure out where they are. Daniel at first is wary because they may be attacked again, but William points out they're running out of fuel so they need to solve this fast. At that moment the historians tell Cameron they may know something and convince her to take them to see the pilots, unaware that Michael follows them and overhears the conversation. The historians tell the pilots that the fighter planes they just saw haven't been made since 1945 and belong to the Luftwaffe, the Nazi Air Force. William doesn't take them seriously and tries to kick them out, but the historians guess that the plane has lost all signals, so William decides to give them a chance. The historians theorize that the plane has traveled back to 1940 and they now are in the middle of World War II, and if they were brought here by an anomaly, then they must find another one that can send them back. The idea of time traveling still sounds stupid to William, so he sends them back to their seats and asks them not to tell anyone about their crazy theory. Michael also rushes back to his seat before they can see him, and when Cameron passes by, he tries grabbing her again, but Cameron gets intimating enough to make him let go. After she's gone, Michael begins keeping a close ear on the historians behind him, who are using their books and calculations to try to figure things out. Afterward, the pilots go down again to search for any radio signals. Fortunately, this time they are successful and get in contact with a British soldier called Nigel, who thinks they are spies messing with him because it's impossible to catch a radio signal from a plane flying that high. The pilots beg for help, and when Nigel continues to be confused, William asks for the date, causing Nigel to confirm the historian's theory. They are on June 17, 1940. They try to convince Nigel of their situation, but obviously it sounds too crazy to be believed. Luckily, the historians come to the cabin again with more details and they get to talk to Nigel. They have calculated their approximate location and mention they flew by the spot where the British ship Lancastria was sunk, which shocks Nigel because that ship is supposed to still be active. Nigel decides he'll check with his superior if the story about the ship is true and promises to call back. While the historians are away, Michael takes their books and finally puts two and two together. Furious, he stands up and tells the other passengers what's going on, saying they could kill Hitler and stop World War II using the information from the book. Most passengers don't take him seriously and laugh at him, but a couple of guys do believe him and agree to help him hijack the cockpit. Luckily, there are two American soldiers traveling on this flight too, and they quickly cut in, explaining hijacking a cockpit counts as terrorism no matter their intentions. This triggers a fight that even the flight attendants join, and after a few hits are exchanged, the soldiers manage to overpower the hijackers and send them back to their seats before threatening everyone else into behaving. Minutes later, Nigel gets in contact with them and confirms that their information about Lancastria was right. In fact, their intel helped them rescue a lot of people, so now Nigel trusts them. However, he also mentions a few missions that have gone differently from what the historians know about the war, which means they are in an alternate version of the past. Nigel is ready to help them land the plane, but first they need to know their exact location. Sadly, William and the historians can only offer a rough estimate. Daniel turns on their lights so they can be seen by the British soldiers. However, the Germans are spying on their conversation and send out orders. Soon a bunch of fighter planes surround them to immediately open fire, so after turning off the lights, William uses his piloting experience to dodge all the bullets while all the passengers scream in fear. When the bullets become too much to handle, he suddenly drops the plane, letting it fall for a few seconds only to take it back upright before it hits the ground. The Germans follow him, but their old planes don't have the same steering capabilities and most of them crash to the ground. Unfortunately, 2 planes survive and shoot at the cabin, hurting Daniel and leaving a few holes in the plane. While William successfully flies them out of enemy reach, the flight attendants rush in to plug the holes and use their first aid knowledge to patch Daniel up. William is getting worried over the lack of fuel and the fact the shots damaged their landing wheels. He also can't get in contact with Nigel, so Cameron convinces him to talk to the passengers to work together. Meanwhile, a superior tells Nigel that if he doesn't get news from his mysterious friends soon, they'll blow up the plane before it falls into the hands of the Germans. After leaving Daniel at the controls, William goes to talk to the passengers to finally confess the truth. He explains that he's trying his best to land the plane, but the recent attack damaged the landing wheel, so he will need help fixing it. Teresa reveals she's an engineer and accepts to come, inspiring a handyman called Hector to volunteer as well. William takes his new team to the plane's tail, and thankfully Teresa manages to find the problem quickly, so she begins fixing it with Hector's help. When she's done, she manages to open the door, yet the wheel won't come down because there's something stuck on it. William volunteers to go down, but Hector says the captain is needed to fly the plane, so he'll do it instead. Hector carefully climbs on the landing wheel and uses a hammer to fix the issue. The wheel immediately begins moving and Hector has to hang on tight not to fall, but thankfully the wheel comes back up without anyone getting hurt. William rushes back to the cabin and with Daniel's help, they fly lower to get a radio signal again. They contact Nigel to mention they only have 80 minutes of fuel left, so they need to land as soon as possible. Their conversation is interrupted. The 2 German planes come back and attack them. This time they throw a missile, which explodes too close and destroys all the plane's windows. While the passengers panic, William uses the radar to keep track of the enemies, allowing him to pull some crazy maneuvers that cause the German planes to crash into each other. Afterward, the historians come up with an idea. They should remove the plane's radar and send it to Nigel so he can use it to guide them somewhere safe. It doesn't make sense that they don't have this technology yet, so maybe the plane was sent to the past to fix that issue. At that moment, a missile hits a turbine, so the plane starts falling at great speed. After a few failed tries, the pilots get it to work again and manage to get in contact with Nigel to agree on a location to drop the radar. Then it's revealed the missile came from the British, but Nigel tells his superior to stop the fire and go pick up the radar. On the plane, everyone works together to make the package. The old man reveals he bought some toy parachutes for his grandkids and donates them to the cause, and a few passengers hand in their USB batteries. Then they wrap the radar up in a bunch of clothes in a bag and connect it to the parachutes. As soon as they reach the right spot, they throw it off the plane and immediately tell Nigel about it, but unfortunately the Nazis pick up this conversation too and arrive first. A German soldier begins climbing a tree to reach the package, but at that moment, a few soldiers from the British Army arrive and a gunfight ensues. Fortunately, the British have the upper hand and one by one they kill all the Germans to then successfully retrieve the package. The Nazis also send more planes after William's aircraft, and this time they land a shot on the plane's side, creating a big hole through which a few people fall. The plane is shaking quite badly, but William once again pulls a crazy move to guide the plane away from danger. As soon as Nigel receives the radar, he sets it up and starts guiding William to fly in the right direction, although the Nazis are catching up to them. When they are about to open fire, the British planes sent by Nigel arrive to fight back, so the commercial plane can keep flying safely. Suddenly, Nigel sees a large shadow on the radar that doesn't look like any kind of aircraft, and when the plane gets closer they realize it is a storm that looks exactly like the one that brought them to this time period. It's a risky move, but since they don't have any fuel left anyway, William decides to fly through it and hopes it'll send them back to the present. After saying goodbye to Nigel and telling the passengers to hold on, William and Daniel take the plane through the storm, and after lots of shaking, they are happy to see they are finally back in the present. It seems they are flying above Berlin, and luckily ground control immediately contacts them to offer them an empty runway to land on. The pilots push the plane to its limits and manage to land it safely. Relieved to be home, the passengers immediately get off the plane. When William leaves the cabin, he finds the old man still on his seat writing in his notebook, which has a map that looks like the route they just followed and has been titled The Radar System That Saved Europe. When the old man closes this book, it's revealed his name is Nigel, meaning this is the guy who saved them back in 1940. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. After an incident during which several workers were severely wounded, the factory employees burst into the offices to demand justice because their boss has refused to take responsibility. Soon things get violent as the employees begin breaking down anything they can find. When the police finally arrive, the employees push against them, and Mihao jumps on an officer to start beating him up. More cops come after him to subdue him and arrest him. Sometime later, the video of Mihao's arrest is still online and teenagers like to laugh at it. This makes Mihao's daughter Selma snap and she grabs a bunch of horse poop to rub it on her classmate's face. After a talk with the headmaster, her mother Elise doesn't know what to do anymore. Selma has been acting out since her parents got divorced and Mihao was sent to jail, although recently he was released with an ankle monitor. One night while staying with her dad, Selma watches the news and learns that in Latin America they're experiencing a rain 1,000 times more acidic than normal, which has killed thousands of wild animals. This rain has been caused by pollution and global warming, and scientists predict it'll reach the northern hemisphere soon. The next day it begins raining heavily and Elise realizes that Selma left the window of her room open, so she puts a towel on the floor to take care of the water. Then she falls asleep on her daughter's bed, not noticing the towel starting to lose color. The following day, it isn't rainy but it's still very cloudy, and people closely follow the news because rain keeps appearing in random spots in the country. At work, Mihao notices the wet ground has a weird consistency. At that moment he gets a call from Elise, who wants to pick Selma up from school early because she's worried about the rain problem. Since her car is in the garage, Mihao will have to drive her. However, when they make it to the school they learn the class has gone for a horse ride and the students left their phones behind. They take the road to the forest to find Selma, but all the parents have thought the same thing and there's a traffic jam that won't let them pass. Huge dark clouds are already forming above the forest, so Mihao desperately drives off the road to find his daughter. Meanwhile, Selma isn't a very good rider, so she's stuck in the forest while her classmates move ahead. A few raindrops begin to fall, burning the sticks on the ground and hurting the horses, who run away in panic and make Selma fall. When Mihao and Elise get close enough to the forest, they realize there's no room for the car to go through, so Mihao gets out of the vehicle and continues on foot, searching the stables first where the poor horses are going crazy. Selma is also running and soon she finally makes it back, reuniting with her father when he comes out. They hurry up and manage to enter the training building right before it starts raining. Some drops manage to get through the holes in the ceiling, burning the ground. Mihao searches for some blankets they can use to cover themselves while he calls Elise to tell her their location. It's hard for Elise to drive because the heavy rain is affecting visibility, but eventually she finds the building and parks outside so that Mihao and Selma can get in. As they return to the road, they can hear people screaming in pain caused by the acid rain. Eventually they find the road blocked again, and they can't go back because cars lining up behind them, all of them with their paint melting away. When Elise finds an opening, she drives to the right, only to get stuck in a different section of the traffic jam. This allows some people to pull at their doors and a guy with a heavily damaged face even manages to get in, but Mihao immediately kicks him out and makes sure to lock the doors properly. Then Elise finds another opening and drives again as fast as possible, pushing a bunch of cars out of the way in the process. Selma can't take the panic anymore and has a breakdown as she watches the paint on the ceiling change colors. Moments later it finally stops raining, and the area is covered in bodies and objects that were melted down by the acid. The family stops at the parking lot of a supermarket and takes a bunch of clothes and blankets to cover themselves in the car. Elise calls his brother at work, but he can't join them because they've blocked the roads. Mihao tries calling his girlfriend, but he only gets the voicemail. For the next few hours, the family drives away intending to leave the country, which lots of people are trying to do. In the evening, the car finally stops working because of all the acid damage, and the back door is stuck. Mihao kicks it a couple of times to open it while telling Selma not to breathe in case any acid splatters. Afterward the family wanders around until they find an abandoned building. Mihao makes sure there aren't other people inside and is surprised to discover the place decorated for a party that couldn't be. There's also a cat stealing party food and Selma wants to pet it, but Elise stops her because there may be acid on its fur. Mihao finally manages to contact his girlfriend and confirm she's fine, but soon he loses signal. The tap water is running, but they can't be sure if it's safe, so Mihao puts some in a bowl and leaves it for the cat to test it. Selma gets angry at using the poor animal like that and immediately empties the bowl in the sink. At least Elise has found some bottled water and lets Selma have it. Then they use some foil trays and tape to cover their feet for extra protection. Minutes later the bowl appears melted, meaning the tap water isn't safe. The only thing in the fridge is alcohol and party food, so they have that for dinner. Selma is worried because she doesn't think they can survive on foot, and when her parents try to discuss ideas, an argument ensues. They yell at each other without hearing Selma asking them to stop, and Mihao gets so angry that he breaks a glass and leaves the room. Later they go to sleep, but they can hear drops of rain sneaking through weak spots on the ceiling. Selma can't sleep and decides to look for the cat, only to find a trail of blood that takes her to the poor kitty's dead body. Upset, Selma goes back and lies down with her mother for comfort. The next morning, the family returns to the road. It isn't raining for now, and lots of other people are also trying to leave the country on foot. The crowd gets bigger the more hours that pass, and when they finally find the bridge, there are dozens of people and cars stuck. It turns out the police are blocking the way and only allow small groups of people to pass every few minutes for safety reasons. The crowd doesn't care and keeps on pushing against each other, causing Elise to split from her family. When the police finally allow another small group to pass, Elise is pushed forward as well. She tries to tell the cops that her family is out there, but they don't care and make her keep going. As she crosses the bridge, she discovers there's a huge hole in the middle, explaining the police's attitude. The crowd is getting more forceful by the second and Selma almost gets crushed, so the police have to shoot tear gas to make them back off. At that moment the bridge makes a weird noise and when the group looks up, they discover the bridge is crumbling down. The falling debris immediately kills a few people and the rest starts running back, but the people at the front haven't caught on and still push to cross, causing both crowds to clash. Elise tries to reach her family, but she's stuck among the pushing bodies, and all this chaos causes the railing to break. A few people fall into the water including Elise, whose skin immediately begins burning because of the acid. Selma notices this and leaves the bridge to run to the shore, desperate to rescue her mother. However, Michał follows her and stops her right before she touches the water, so now they must watch in tears how Elise's dead body floats away. Since the bridge can't be used anymore, the police take the rest of the crowd to a military base. Michał gets to call his girlfriend, but Elise's brother won't answer. Then the crowd is divided into various military trucks and they share the little bottled water they have during the trip. Eventually the trucks find the road blocked, so the soldiers make everyone get out of the vehicles to continue on foot, using red smoke as a signal so nobody will get lost. At that moment they notice the dark clouds approaching, so they begin running as fast as they can. Selma is weak and keeps on tripping, so Michał has to help her up and support her as they move. This delay causes them to lose the crowd, but thankfully Michał finds a tunnel nearby and quickly digs out all the leaves and dirt to make enough room for them to hide right before the storm starts. There's so much rain falling that some of it is getting into the tunnel and melting the dirt, so Michał and Selma have to keep moving in the dark. Michał eventually slips and falls, causing some acid humidity to make him bleed. Moments later, they finally find the tunnel exit. It has stopped raining, but Michał's phone has no battery to call for help. The duo keeps on traveling for hours and eventually finds a few houses, but nobody is answering Michał's desperate knocking. Exhaustion and pain finally take over him and he passes out on the ground, so Selma cries out in the middle of the street begging for help. When Michał wakes up, he discovers he's inside one of the houses belonging to Deborah and her son. Deborah shares some bottled water and clean clothes with them, but she refuses to share her food because she only has enough for herself and the boy. Selma wanders around the house and finds a room full of acid stains with a strange machine protected by plastic. When she's about to touch it, Deborah stops her, explaining it's important for her son's dialysis. Michał volunteers to help her bring the machine downstairs so the boy won't be exposed to the acid. Deborah is so grateful that she accepts to share some food with them and let them stay the night. Then Michał borrows an axe and tries to get into the neighbor's house, but the dark clouds are coming so he must hurry back before he can make any progress. The storm starts going wild outside and Deborah knows the house won't hold, so she makes a hard decision. Michał chooses to sleep in the garage instead of a room for safety, and once he and Selma are settled, Deborah secretly locks their door. Then she goes to lie down with her son to sing him to sleep while waiting for the end. Soon many spots around the house begin melting, especially the water taps. The paint stains the walls as if it were blood and a horrible smoke begins coming out of the heater. Michał and Selma wake up to the noise of the house slowly coming apart and try to check on their hosts, only to find the door locked. As the toxic fumes start reaching Deborah and the boy, the upper floor finally crumbles and Michał has to drag Selma away from the door while she yells the boy's name. She doesn't want to abandon their new friends, but Michał just pushes her into Deborah's car before opening the garage and driving away. It's extremely dark out there and Michał tries his best to drive fast with only the front lights as a guide. The car is electrical and the computer voice keeps announcing the systems are failing to the point it forces the car to stop for the safety of its passengers. Michał hits it a few times to make it work again and continues to drive with no destiny in mind. After traveling for hours with no rain, they find nothing but more open fields and Michał stops the car. Selma tries to make him admit he's lost and Michał snaps, yelling at her before getting off the car. Soon Michał's leg starts burning, so he returns to the car and finds Selma gone. She's trying to run away but also has trouble with the burning ground, so she climbs on top of a sinking structure. Michał hears her scream and drives toward her, but the car also begins to sink in the mud so he has to continue on foot. He reaches Selma just in time and carries her on his back, meaning his legs get severely burnt as he moves. They manage to reach the car again and climb on top of it, where Michał passes out. The next morning, Selma wakes up when she hears a truck and discovers the military has come to rescue them. The duo is taken to a safe shelter and Michał is given medical care while Selma asks about her uncle. They don't find him in any sheltered databs, but they do find the name of Mihau's girlfriend, who sadly is dead. When Selma is finally allowed to see her dad, she offers her comfort and decides not to give him the bad news yet. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 500 AD, a Neanderthal man is playing around with his son Grendel when they're suddenly approached by King Hrothgar of Danelands and his soldiers. These warriors see the Neanderthal as a troll and have come to kill him, so the man hides Grendel on the edge of a cliff before confronting the soldiers. Unfortunately, he's easily overpowered by torches and arrows, and he falls off the cliff to his death. Then Hrothgar sees little Grendel hiding, but decides to spare him and goes away with his men. Afterward, Grendel goes to the beach and pulls at his father's body, but of course he doesn't move. Accepting the sad truth, Grendel takes a sword and cuts his dad's head off to take it home. Many years later, Grendel has grown into a burly man just like his father. Grendel still has the head around, and he misses the real sight of his father so much that he goes to the top of a mountain and hits his head as a ritual to swear revenge. Then he starts searching the area until he finds the small village where Hrothgar and his men live. Later in the evening, Grendel sneaks around and surprises a soldier from behind, quickly knocking him out before heading into the Great Hall. The next morning, Hrothgar enters the hall to discover all his warriors have been murdered and decapitated. Meanwhile in Geatland, Beowulf appears in the sea and rushes to the shore where he meets a fisherman who helps him get an eel off his leg. The fisherman shares his dinner with Beowulf, who turns out to be a famous hero. Beowulf pretends he doesn't care much for fighting, but he remembers a recent battle he had during which he killed multiple people with quick and precise strikes. Eventually Beowulf manages to return home and hears a story about the Danes having trouble with a troll, so he volunteers to go and help. The king of Geatland grants him permission to take a few men, and the next morning they sail to Danelands. During the trip, a pale hand reaches out of the water to try to grab Beowulf, but he moves away just in time. Meanwhile in Danelands, Hrothgar goes out in the middle of the night and yells for the so-called troll to come and fight him. While Hrothgar is distracted, Grendel approaches a guard and kills him before running away. Hrothgar sees him and tries to follow him, only to lose him in the darkness. The next morning, Hrothgar is too depressed over his losses because he's realized the troll is slowly killing his men to make him suffer. His wife tries to scold him to make him react and be the king his people need to no avail. Moments later, the village prepares a funeral for the fallen soldier and gets the attention of Brendan, a Christian priest. He swears he can scare the evil that haunts this village away, but Hrothgar doesn't take him seriously. A few days later, Beowulf and his men arrive in Danelands, and when they're shown around, they notice that the village is falling apart. They also see Selma the witch nearby, but they're warned to stay away from her. Hrothgar comes out running when he hears Beowulf is here, revealing that the famous hero was born in Danelands and left when he was 8. To celebrate this reunion, Hrothgar throws a special banquet. He is too depressed to offer a proper speech, so the queen guides the toast instead. Then Beowulf promises to kill the troll before he and Hrothgar have a talk in private. Beowulf asks if there's anything he should know, but Hrothgar swears there isn't. That night, Beowulf and his men stay up to wait for the enemy. Outside, Grendel comes closer to the village and finds Brendan praying, but after sniffing him he decides to not attack him. Next Grendel approaches the great hall and smells the door too, causing it to creak. The warriors hear this and get ready to fight, but when they open the door, they discover Grendel is left without doing anything. The next morning, they interrogate Brendan, who thinks he survived thanks to the protection of his god. Afterward Beowulf's group goes to explore the hills to look for the troll, and on their way up, they almost get hit by a trap made of wood and deer antlers. This makes them wonder if it's actually a troll because a trap proves intelligence. After lots of walking, they find a snowy area, which they can't cross without proper provisions and equipment, so they go back to the village. Meanwhile Grendel is having fun playing with the skulls of the people he's killed. Back in the village, the locals are so scared of the troll that they allow Brendan to baptize them to make them Christian, believing they could survive like he did if they're blessed. Hrothgar still prefers their traditional paganism, but he doesn't mind his people making a change if it means it'll improve morale and give them hope. Moments later, Beowulf goes to see Selma, who shares a prediction. The death of the troll will cost a lot to both Danelands and Geatland. She thinks they deserve it because of what the Danes did to the troll, but she doesn't share the whole story. Afterward Beowulf goes to Hrothgar and asks a few questions to learn that the troll hasn't killed children, women, or old men, meaning it fights with a clean heart. Beowulf can't understand how this all started and it worries him, which causes Hrothgar to lose his mind and yell at Beowulf for believing a crazy witch. In the middle of the night, the warriors hear noises and rush outside to fight, but once again they don't see anything. After they go back inside, Grendel comes out of his hiding spot and runs away. The next day, Beowulf sees Hrothgar training with the sword and quickly giving up. He cuts in and challenges Hrothgar's opponent, defeating him in just a few quick moves as he teaches him that fear always has its place. Next, Beowulf asks Selma to read his future, but her ritual gets interrupted when they hear some weird noises. Beowulf rushes outside and sees Grendel running away, so he immediately gets on a horse and chases him to the mountains. Grendel climbs an area Beowulf can't reach and talks in his own language, but luckily Selma translates for him. It turns out Grendel won't attack Beowulf because he isn't Dane, and when Beowulf yells at him with insults to explain he was born here, Grendel just throws a few rocks at him and leaves. A confused Beowulf turns to Selma, who explains Grendel won't fight him because Beowulf did nothing wrong to him. On their way back, Beowulf demands to know why the troll was outside Selma's hut, so she explains that she actually likes Grendel because since he's around, men from the village don't come to take advantage of her anymore. Beowulf is shocked to hear the troll has a name, adding to the clues that don't add up. Afterward, Beowulf goes to see Hrothgar, explaining he thinks Grendel is waiting for him and his men to leave before attacking again. Hrothgar thinks the same thing and reveals he's been sick, so his fear finally makes him accept baptism from Brendan. Sometime later, Beowulf notices the local kids throwing rocks at a villager, accusing him of having brought the troll to them. Beowulf sends the children away and the man thanks him by offering to take him to the troll's cave. He didn't say anything before because he had been scared, but now he's baptized he feels safe. Beowulf and his men take their boat to the beach and climb over a hill, where they find Grendel's cave on a cliff. One of the soldiers tries to climb down but almost falls, so they decide they'll have to come back later with some rope for safety. Before leaving, one of the soldiers pees into the cave, which isn't approved by the villager. During the trip back, Beowulf is shocked to see a kid hiding in another cave. While everyone is distracted, the mysterious pale hand reaches for the peeing soldier to pull him down, but his friends save him just in time. That night, Beowulf has trouble staying awake, and every time he closes his eyes he sees a vision of the cave kid with a sword. The next morning, they're devastated to discover the village that guided them to the cave has been killed. Furious, Beowulf and his men return to the cave and this time they reach it safely with some rope. The place is full of bones and armor from the victims, but Grendel isn't around. One of the men is so frustrated that grabs the head of Grendel's father and destroys it. Afterward, Beowulf goes to Selma to ask for her help. When she refuses, he just ties her up and takes her to the hills, hoping Grendel will come out when he threatens her with a knife. However, nothing happens, so Beowulf releases Selma and after scolding her for being on the wrong side, he leaves her behind. Meanwhile, Grendel returns to his cave and finds the destroyed skull. After taking a sniff to track down the person who did it, he goes to the top of the hill and does the same blood ritual to swear revenge. When night falls, Grendel appears at the village while everyone sleeps and kills the guard outside by impaling him with a spear. Then Grendel storms into the Great Hall, waking up Beowulf and his men. Chaos ensues as the soldiers try to fight Grendel, who is too strong to be bothered by the attacks of puny humans. He hits the men but doesn't kill them, just pushing them away until he reaches the one that destroyed his father's head. After whispering the word Papa, Grendel finally kills him to have his revenge. A furious Beowulf jumps on Grendel's back to try to punch him, but Grendel just throws him on a table before he starts climbing some chains to reach the upper floor. Beowulf jumps on him again to make him fall and tie something up, but Grendel punches him away and jumps out of the window, only to get caught in the trap Beowulf just set up. Now Grendel is hanging by his right arm, however he doesn't hesitate to grab a spear and take care of the issue. As soon as he frees himself, Grendel runs away, leaving his arm behind. He bleeds all the way to the beach and enters the water, where he dies and is taken away by the pale hand. The next morning, Beowulf points out Grendel didn't do anything to his own until they touched this stuff, so he wants the truth from Hrothgar. The king admits he killed Grendel's father for stealing a fish and spared the son out of pity. Afterward, Beowulf and his men follow the trail of blood and discover it ends at the sea, so they accept Grendel is dead. That night, the village throws a party to celebrate Grendel's gone, and his arm is kept as a trophy. Beowulf leaves the party to visit Selma and realizes the witch is mourning for Grendel. Selma explains that one night, Grendel found her hut and used the chance to take advantage of her. Since that day, he never touched her again, but started protecting her against villagers. Beowulf decides to try to kiss Selma, but she slaps him as punishment for tying her up and using her as bait. Next she jumps on him and they spend the night getting frisky together. Meanwhile, the creature with the pale hand comes out of the sea, revealing to be a sea hag. She comes to the village and quickly kills Brendan before entering the Great Hall to find Grendel's arm hanging on a column, causing her to cry out because Grendel was her son. At that moment the soldiers come after her, but the sea hag easily pushes them away and even kills a few men before leaving with the arm. All this is seen by the mysterious kid from the cave, who rushes to tell Selma about it. Selma seems to know the child and takes him away before Beowulf can see him. The next morning, Hrothgar finds the massacre in the Great Hall and immediately yells for action. Beowulf and his men ride to the beach and find a man's head on a spear, causing them to swear revenge. They search the area and enter a cave that appears small at first, however Grendel notices it continues underwater. He takes off his armor and swims until he comes out on the other side of the cave, where he finds Grendel's dead body and a big pile of treasure. The sea hag immediately finds him and attacks him, quickly disarming him before throwing him on the floor to try to kill him. Beowulf tries hitting her with a rock until he pushes the hag off him. Then he grabs a sword from the pile of treasure to kill her with a quick strike. Suddenly he sees a shadow, but it's just the boy with the sword from his dream. And by watching him, Beowulf finally realizes this kid is Grendel and Selma's child. Afterward, Beowulf returns to the village, which is going through yet another funeral. It's time for him to leave, but first he visits Selma, pointing out he isn't like the others in hopes they could be together. Selma doesn't agree because he killed Grendel and created an orphan, so he isn't any different from Hrothgar. This causes Beowulf to put up a grave marker for Grendel to honor him, which the kid sees from afar. Later, while Beowulf sails back to his country with his men, he notices Selma and the child saying goodbye with a look. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the headquarters of Denning Pharmaceutical, former employee John takes the elevator and opens his suitcase to reveal he has a gun. On the executive floor, he quickly kills several higher-ups and goes back to the reception, where he sees the police. John says that somebody had to do something and then he self-deletes. Afterward, news programs explain that Denning Pharmaceutical is releasing a new medicine, which is getting FDA approval even though is causing fatal side effects that have already killed 3 people. Because of this, the company is facing a major lawsuit and its stocks are falling, so they're trying to get rid of all the evidence. An important layer called Alan decides to take the case against the company, which will greatly affect his career. He assigns legal assistant Tom to take care of the paperwork, and on Monday he must update his keycard before entering the office because they get reset every weekend. Since John was their key witness and they lost him, Tom tells Alan he wants to add heart attack victims to the pharmaceutical case, but Alan forbids him from doing so because minor victims don't make money. Then Tom is called to the office of another boss to discuss the Gambizzi crime family case. Tom sent a memo because he wants to join that case, but his boss destroys it and scolds Tom for not paying more attention to the cases he already has. Afterward, Tom goes to the file room to put away the file Alan turned down. His girlfriend and co-worker Anna visits him so they can share a few secret kisses. A few hours later, Alan announces that since the servers have been down since last night, everyone can go home. Before Tom can leave, Alan tells him that he made a dangerous mistake with the memo he wrote earlier, so he fires him for it. In the elevator, Tom is joined by a man he never saw before. When they make it to the reception, the man leaves a suitcase on the floor and another guy picks it up before taking the elevator too, which Tom finds suspicious. After checking what floor the man went to, Tom tries to follow him, but his keycard has already been reset. He tries to leave but he sees the stranger waiting for something outside and gets worried, so he asks the guard to activate the elevator for him. Once he makes it to the office, Tom looks around and discovers his coworker Roger is at Tom's desk for some reason, so he asks his friend to open the door for him. Roger behaves strangely and Tom notices the file he put away on the desk. Getting more suspicious, he makes his phone start recording and hides it in a pencil holder. Afterward, he keeps looking around and discovers the mysterious guy messing with the power box. One of the lawyers approaches the man to ask for an ID, not believing him when he says he's maintenance. When the lawyer tries to make a call to confirm his presence, the man takes out a gun and kills her. While the killer takes the body away to hide it, Tom rushes to the bathroom and opens a stall to discover the body of the security guard. When he checks on him, the toilet sensor activates the flushing, so Tom closes the door and climbs on the toilet to hide. Soon the killer comes in and washes the blood off his face while talking to the body, mentioning he'll need the keys. Tom manages to move into the other stall by sneaking under the wall right before the killer takes the keys, gun, and radio from the body. Trying to hide, Tom climbs on this toilet and almost activates the flushing again, but thankfully the killer activates his toilet first and doesn't hear Tom. Then the killer destroys the radio and leaves to shut off the fire sprinkler before going into the file room, where he installs some explosives. Meanwhile, Tom rushes to the break room and finds Roger, so he tells him about the killer before they rush into the elevator. Unfortunately, it isn't working, so they run down the corridor and try the emergency exit. However, the killer had already broken the bar and it can't be opened, so they're trapped. They return to the main area and try to use the reception computer, but the internet is down. Tom notices the killer is coming, so the duo hides, but the killer still sees the computer has been used and gets suspicious. After disconnecting it, he enters the desk area, revealing he also has a keycard. Once he's out of sight, the duo leaves their hiding spot to try to think of something else. Tom takes Roger's keycard and opens the door to the executive offices to find Alan, so he sends Roger to find his phone and call the police. As Tom activates the lock, he drops his jacket and it gets stuck in the door. While Tom searches for Alan, Roger makes it to his desk and uses his phone to call his wife. However, before he can tell her anything, the killer finds him and makes him say everything is fine. Tom sees all this through the window and so he runs to the break room to find a knife. After Roger hangs up, the killer takes out his gun and asks if there's anyone else working late. Roger lies and says it's just him, so the killer grabs a cable and proceeds to choke him, which is all recorded by Tom's phone. By the time Tom comes back, there's nobody at the desk. He grabs his phone and tries to call 911, but it runs out of battery. After connecting the charger, he looks around the office and finds Roger's body in his chair. At that moment, the killer comes back and sees the jacket at the door, So Tom grabs Roger's keycard and quickly hides in the closet, where he's startled by the lawyer's body. Meanwhile, the killer begins dragging Roger's body while making a call on his own phone, complaining to someone because nobody was supposed to be up there. Suddenly Tom's phone gets enough charge to start ringing. The killer checks it out, and after dismissing Anna's call, he discovers the video of his murder. He immediately deletes it and looks at the settings to find Tom's name and picture. Realizing this is the jacket's owner, he calls out Tom's name, but Tom stays hidden under a desk. After the killer leaves, Tom runs into another office and lights some paper on fire to try to activate the fire alarm, but it isn't working either. Suddenly Tom notices someone in an office in the neighboring building, so he makes a bigger flame inside the trash can and pushes it against the curtains to start a proper fire. This gets the neighbor's attention, and Tom makes a gesture to ask him to call for help. Unfortunately, the killer smells something burning, so he grabs a fire extinguisher and rushes to the fire. Tom sees him and runs away before the killer comes inside to put out the flames. Then he pretends he's using the phone so the neighbor won't call for help. Minutes later, Tom makes it to the reception and uses the computer to create a new keycard. The killer almost finds him, but he puts the computer in sleep mode and hides under the desk. After the killer leaves, Tom resets all the locks, and now the killer can't use his card anymore. Afterward, Tom turns off most of the lights in the building and rushes to Alan's office, only to find him chatting with a woman. At that moment, the killer shoots the office lock, so Tom hides behind the door. The guy seems to be familiar with Alan, but when the woman takes out a gun, he immediately kills her. Then he takes her gun and leaves, telling Alan to stay in his office. Once they're alone, Tom asks about the woman's identity, and Alan reveals she's part of the Gambizzi crime family. She was supposed to testify against her husband, so Alan guesses the killer was sent by the mafia to shut her up. At that moment, they hear a weird noise and discover the killer is trying to get into the file room by hitting the door with an axe, but it's impossible because it's reinforced steel and bulletproof glass. Afterward, Alan and Tom try to escape but must hide when they hear the killer coming. The guy arrives with the janitor and does an impression of his voice, asking Tom to come out or he'll die. Suspicious, Tom asks what nickname he always used for the janitor, and obviously the killer doesn't know, so Tom guesses the janitor is already dead. Next, the criminal turns the elevators back on, trying to make them come out. Alan and Tom check the corridor and find the janitor's body with a note that says "You win." At that moment, they hear a phone ringing and rush to the desk, only to be shocked when Tom finds his own number calling. Alan guesses it's a trap and tries to escape, causing the killer to shoot him in the arm. The duo starts running away, and the killer chases them as he continuously fires at them, so they hide in an office where they can lock the door. This one isn't reinforced though, so the criminal uses the axe to break it down. By the time he catches up to them, they're already getting into the file room. Tom tries to use the killer's phone to call for help, but it's protected with a password. The man still has Tom's phone, and since it doesn't have a pin, he texts Anna to ask her to come over. Desperate to help her, Tom gets an idea and starts using the copy machine. At the entrance, the killer lets Anna in and holds her at gunpoint, asking for her phone to destroy it. At that moment, Tom shows up and offers to exchange the keycard for Anna, but the killer isn't convinced until Alan also comes to manage the negotiations. After the gun is dropped, Alan takes the card to the criminal, who lets go of Anna but takes out the guard's gun. Alan pushes him to save Anna, so the killer punches him and drags him to the file room. There he complains that Alan didn't clear the office, meaning they've been working together. After the killer activates the explosives, Tom shows up with the gun, only to discover the criminal has all the bullets. Alan uses the chance to run and the door closes, leaving the killer locked in the file room. He tries to get out with the keycard, but it doesn't work because Tom gave him a fake one he made with the copy machine. Suddenly the explosive goes off and starts a fire on the file shelves. The killer tries to put it out to no avail and passes out because of the smoke. Then Tom comes inside, and after throwing the gun away, he puts the fire out by pushing the shelves and making them fall. Suddenly the killer wakes up and attacks Tom, so a fight ensues. The man quickly overpowers Tom and Anna cuts in to help, but she only gets punched. Tom uses the distraction to punch the guy, and after they both fall, Alan shows up and shoots the killer. Before dying, the man whispers the numbers 11 to 22 and Tom takes the keys from his pocket. While Anna uses the keys to activate the elevators, Tom goes back to the desks and finds the case file, where he discovers that the pharmaceutical company wanted to get rid of all of the evidence. Then he types 11 to 22 on the killer's phone and unlocks it to find Alan's phone number. It turns out Alan was paid by the pharmaceutical company to lose the case, so he hired the man to destroy the files and kill Roger. Alan claims that corporations are more dangerous than the mafia and tries to bribe Tom, but he turns the money down and leaves with the file. Not wanting to go to jail, Alan self-deletes. Soon the police arrive, so Tom rushes to leave with Anna before they can be seen. In the file room, the copy machine is making thousands of copies of the case evidence. This is found by a cop, who happens to be the guy who left the gun for the killer. The officer finds Tom's phone in the killer's hand and immediately calls a hitman to send him after Tom to silence him. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the near future, climate change, deforestation, and a nuclear war have caused so much damage to Earth that little by little most cities all over the world are crumbling down. There is a power and food shortage, plus a dangerous lack of oxygen. By the year 2067, one of the few remaining cities is in Australia, which has been able to hold out thanks to synthetic oxygen. However, this oxygen is polluted and causes people to get ill with something known as the sickness. Ethan White and his best friend Jude do their job as utility workers to keep the neutral reactor stabilized and bring back power to the city. After the workday is over, their boss scans them to be sure everyone is still healthy. One of the workers says he can't come the next day, so Ethan takes his shift to earn extra oxygen credits. However, the boss still fires the poor man. On his way home, Ethan sees a protester talking about oxygen not being a privilege and how they should sacrifice for the next generations. While the passers-by ignore him, Ethan is confronted by the fired worker, who is desperate for work because his children have the sickness. An argument ensues, only to be interrupted when the protester suddenly catches on fire. Later at home, Ethan sees on the news that the protester did that to commemorate the death of the last living plant. The report also mentions the increasing number of deaths due to the sickness and how Crony Corp, the oxygen producer company, promises to find a solution. However, people keep revolting because they're scared humanity will go extinct soon. Then the reporter starts talking about the Crony Corp's dead lead scientist, who was Ethan's father Richard, and this causes him to turn off the TV. At that moment Ethan's wife Xanthi arrives and he gives her a new oxygen mask. As they fool around, Xanthi suddenly vomits blood because she's got the sickness, but Xanthi assures Ethan that she's fine. Sometime later, Ethan is summoned to the offices of Crony Corp and Jude comes along. They meet Regina, the company's chief technology officer, who says Ethan can help them save humanity before taking them to the lab. It turns out they're working on a time machine called the Chronicle, which was invented by Richard 20 years ago. They've been testing it by sending a clock for a few minutes, but they've also sent radio waves and received a reply from 400 years in the future with the words "Send Ethan White." Regina theorizes that people from the future found the cure for the sickness and will only give it to Ethan. The team doesn't know how to get Ethan back though, so he'll have to find the people who sent the message to be able to return. After the meeting, Ethan goes to a bar with Jude to think about Regina's request. Ethan doesn't want to leave Xanthi, but Jude points out that staying means Xanthi dying, while going may mean saving her for years to come. When Jude tries to bring up Richard, Ethan reminds him that his father disappeared after leaving his 8-year son with nothing but a self-deletion note and a weird device on his wrist. Ethan thinks his mother wouldn't have died if Richard had been around, so he refuses to do the same to Xanthi. However, Jude thinks that not to be like Richard, Ethan must save Xanthi. After Jude leaves, Ethan thinks about his 8th birthday. He waited all day for his dad, but Richard arrived late, and his present turned out to be a weird box. He put little Ethan's hand inside this box, telling him he'd have to make an important choice someday, and suddenly an electronic bracelet closed around his wrist, causing it to bleed. As the boy cried in pain, Richard told him that the bracelet wouldn't come off and left the house, ignoring his wife's protests. Then Ethan also can't help remembering his mother's death and decides to go home to tell Xanthi about Crony Corp's plan. He doesn't want to leave her, but Xanthi asks him not to use her as an excuse to avoid saving humanity and to have faith. She also mentions all the kids in her class that have died, saying she's afraid. Later in the evening, Ethan goes to the roof to watch the city and desperately tries to remove the bracelet as he again remembers the day his mother died on the streets. That day Jude found him and shared his oxygen mask with him. In the present, Ethan screams as he makes his decision. The next morning, Ethan leaves a metal flower for Xanthi with a promise that he'll return, unaware that she's actually awake and crying. When he makes it to the Crony Corp's office, he makes a deal with Regina. He won't go unless Xanthi gets the first dose of the cure. Regina accepts and they immediately go to the lab, where the scientists explain to Ethan how to use the special suit and a small pocket computer called Archie. Jude shows up as well to show his support, promising to watch over Xanthi. Once he's ready, Ethan steps into the machine and electricity wraps around his body until the machine shoots a blast of energy, sending Ethan into the future. A hole opens in the sky and Ethan falls at great speed until he lands in the middle of a rainforest, instantly fainting. When Ethan wakes up, he notices his suit is burning and immediately takes it off, crawling away from it right before it explodes. Then Ethan's body has to take a moment to get used to the sunlight and the clean oxygen, which have allowed vegetation to regrow in the whole area. After admiring nature for a while, Ethan uses Archie to check his location, but Archie can't connect to any satellite. He ends up releasing a magnet into the ground, which allows Archie to sense nearby structures and she guides Archie to the nearest facility. At the entrance, Ethan's surprised to find a skeleton with a hole in the skull, but the real shock comes when he sees the skeleton is wearing the suit with his name. He also finds a rusted Archie under the leaves and Richard's bracelet on the skeleton's wrist, although this one has a green light. This means he's dying on this mission, which makes him panic. Once he calms down, he tries to open the facility's doors to no avail, so instead he asks the rusted Archie to play the last recording. The machine plays a distorted voice saying it's better this way because then nobody is suffering anymore, then 2 voices arguing followed by a gunshot. At that moment the battery runs out and the rusted Archie shuts down. Then he notices a wire wrapped around the rusted Archie, so Ethan grabs some wire from his suit and wraps it around his own Archie, which allows her to finally detect a beacon signal. Ethan follows the signal through the forest and finds 2 oxygen dispensers, but not a single person. Later in the evening, Ethan starts a fire with Archie's help, although it takes him a while. He also finds some berries that Archie can't identify, so Ethan eats one and drops them because they taste awful. Next, Ethan asks Archie to use the constellations to confirm it's the year 2474, which makes him remember how he and Richard used to look at the stars together. However, the memory suddenly ends when Richard starts feeling sick, puking and hallucinating while a thunderstorm covers the area. Ethan watches a ball of light crash near his camp, and as his hallucinations get worse, he notices a man running toward him to stab him in the chest. Ethan passes out, and moments later, he wakes up to discover the mysterious guy is Jude, who injected him with medicine to cure the poison Ethan got from the berry. The next morning, Jude explains that Crony Corp is tracking Ethan's vitals and noticed he was dying, so they use their remaining power on the Chronicle to send Jude for help. Ethan shows Jude the skeleton, but Jude doesn't think that could possibly be Ethan. Afterward, they use Archie to continue to track the signal, and eventually they find another facility, which scans Ethan's eye and instantly opens the door. It's very dark inside except for a glowing screen with Ethan's name on it. When he presses enter, the bracelet on his wrist activates and extracts blood to analyze his DNA. Thinking they're being attacked, Jude reveals he's brought a gun with him. Suddenly the light on the bracelet turns green, and now that Ethan's identity has been confirmed, the computer turns on the lights. The duo is shocked to discover that they're in Crony Corp's lab, and the computer announces that the portal will open in 4 hours. Jude is relieved, but Ethan is worried because his bracelet is green just like the skeleton's. Next, Ethan checks the computer logs and finds a holographic recording by Richard from the time he worked for Crony Corp. Richard explained that they buried a monitoring station, which would send data from the future when the air became breathable. In the next entry, the team prepared to receive a reply from 2474, but they only got the words "Send Ethan White." Regina asked if they could send matter now, but the report indicated that there was a problem with the power in 2474. Suddenly the lab system goes off and the computer alerts Ethan of an issue with the nuclear core power. Ethan makes Archie run a diagnosis and they discover the power feed is corrupted, meaning they won't be able to return to 2067. The computer also warns them that if they don't fix the issue before the countdown ends, there will be a nuclear explosion. Jude rushes to find tools, but Ethan is stuck on the implications of what they've learned. Crony Corp knew about the power failure because they received the message long before calling him, and that message was set from here, meaning they've fixed this place and found a cure. He wonders why Crony Corp didn't tell them about the power failure and sent Jude instead of a medic, but Jude just says he was the only one who volunteered. Then Jude insists they should work on the repairs, but Ethan wants to analyze their situation first, which almost causes Jude to get aggressive. As Ethan steps back, Jude calms down and asks him to notice how serious the situation is, so Ethan agrees to go to the access tunnel for repairs as long as they search for the sender of the message afterward. The duo crosses the forest and heads to the city, only to find it in ruins and covered in vegetation. As they explore the area, they find a lot of skeletons, and Ethan realizes nobody survived the year he came from. The Earth just waited for humans to die and then replenished itself. Getting worried, they go to Xanthi's school and find the skeletons of the students, meaning they died right there in the classroom. If nobody was around to move the bodies, Ethan can't help assuming they'll fail the mission. Then he finds one more skeleton. It's Xanthi's, and a metal flower is in her hand. As grief takes over his mind, Ethan remembers the night Richard called them to meet somewhere, but they were followed by a stranger who killed his mother and stole Ethan's oxygen mask. Richard never showed up, but Jude found Ethan and saved him. The memory causes Ethan to have a panic attack, but Jude helps him calm down. Ethan cries and regrets leaving Xanthi alone, still thinking they won't be able to change anything. However, Jude says they're better off because no one is suffering anymore, which shocks Ethan because those are the words he heard from the rusted Archie. To confirm it, Ethan plays the recording again, and he realizes the argument ends with Jude shooting him. At that moment, Jude takes out his gun and Ethan wants to know why he has it since there's nothing to fight here. An argument ensues until Archie reminds them that there are only 2 hours left for the nuclear explosion. Jude drags Ethan to the tunnels and they notice the nuclear core is fried, so they'll have to reroute the power. Their attempts to do so immediately fail and the computer tries to shut down the door for safety. Jude manages to block it with a metal bar, but when Ethan hears the computer say that the chamber needs depressurization, he removes the bar, leaving Jude outside to save him. Then Ethan activates the oxygen purge, which restores the power but causes him to faint. A desperate Jude breaks the glass, letting oxygen back inside to keep Ethan alive. Afterward, the duo returns to the lab and learns that they only have 37 minutes before the portal launch. Suddenly Ethan opens a door and discovers it leads to his skeleton, which makes him accept that he can't change fate. While Ethan switches the batteries of the 2 Archies, he accuses Jude of planning to shoot him. Then he makes the rusted Archie play the last thing the other Ethan saw, and the recording shows Jude threatening Ethan with a gun and asking him to fight back. Jude swears he doesn't plan to shoot Ethan and an argument ensues with Jude suggesting they stay there, but Ethan refuses to leave everyone to die. Next, Ethan forces another door open to find the utility room, but there are no masks. Jude insists they can't save everyone, but Ethan pushes him away and goes to the computer to play a log recorded on his 8th birthday. Richard says he made a mistake, but the message is interrupted when Jude shuts off the power. Furious, Ethan locks Jude up in the utility room and turns on the power again to finish watching the message. Richard said he did everything for his son and wanted to tell him so he called home and asked little Ethan to take a walk with his mother to meet with him. However, before he could leave, Regina and Jude entered the lab to corner him. It turned out Regina wanted to use the Chronicle to escape to the future with a selected group of elite people and abandon the search for a cure, claiming that humans were the real virus. Richard refused to cooperate and confessed that he programmed the system so only Ethan could activate it in the future, causing a furious Regina to take out a gun and ask one of the scientists if it was possible to send at least one person to fix the power issue. When the scientist confirmed it could be done, Regina shot Richard. At that moment Jude breaks free and tries stopping the recording to no avail, so the rest of the truth comes out. Regina sent a team to kill Ethan's mother and ordered Jude to become Ethan's guardian. A devastated Ethan jumps on Jude, calling him out for using him all these years, and another argument ensues over how to proceed. Ethan starts pulling cables to try to stop the Chronicle, so Jude attacks him, pushing him against the wall as he begs him to fight. Since Ethan refuses, Jude brings out his gun and aims at Ethan's head, but Ethan still doesn't fight back, saying he believes in his brother. Seeing Ethan in such pain remembers Jude of the night they met and guilt takes over him, so he apologizes to Ethan and then self-deletes. In the present, Regina is getting the elite group ready for their escape, and she orders a guard to kill Ethan as soon as they arrive in the future. Back to Ethan. He has a breakdown and reaches for Jude's hand, only snapping out of it when the computer reacts to the ping sent by Regina's team. This finally makes him realize that the person in the lab who has been doing all the things is himself, so he writes the Send Ethan White message with a plan in mind. In the present, Regina waits for the countdown to reach 0, but instead of a portal opening, the Chronicle shuts down. Inside the machine they find a gift from Ethan consisting of a bunch of plants, a can, and a video of Richard's murder. In the future, Ethan destroys the Chronicle so nobody will ever use it again. Soon newscasts in the present are covering Regina's arrest and how scientists are working with the plants to start ecological regeneration. A Chronic Cop employee brings the can to Xanthi because it has her name on it, and when she opens it, she cries when she sees a real flower. In the future, Ethan buries Jude's body by the river and leaves the metal flower on the grave. Suddenly he sees a butterfly nearby, and as he remembers his father teaching him that everything in the universe is connected through time, Ethan rushes back to the facility to discover his skeleton is gone. Excited about the possible changes, Ethan runs through the forest to reach the city again, and this time he discovers humanity has survived and developed buildings that safely blend with nature. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1899 in New York, Dr. Alexander teaches mechanics and engineering at Columbia University. He's obsessed with science and innovation, but his ramble about Einstein, solar power, and city plans isn't taken seriously. This obsession distracts him a lot from his other responsibilities, and he often forgets things, like the fact tonight he's supposed to meet his girlfriend at the park. After his friend reminds him of the date, Alexander rushes to the park and remembers he was also supposed to buy flowers, but he immediately gets distracted by another innovation, a horseless carriage. When the driver accidentally starts it, Alexander grabs the brake and stops it just in time. Then he runs to meet his girlfriend Emma and takes her on a walk through the park, apologizing for the lack of flowers but offering something much better instead, a marriage proposal. Emma says yes, and Alexander puts a beautiful ring with her birthstone on her finger. Suddenly the sweet moment is interrupted by an armed thief, who takes Alexander's wallet and tries to go for the ring too. Alexander tries to stop him, and in the struggle, the gun accidentally shoots Emma. As the thief runs, Alexander holds Emma close as she dies in his arms. For the next 4 years, Alexander is depressed and does nothing but work all day long, convinced that he can bring Emma back. His friends worry about him, but he ignores their concerns. One day, Alexander finally cleans up and reveals he's finished his latest invention, a time machine. He sits on it and immediately activates it, traveling back to the night of Emma's death. After a bright light surrounds him, he appears back in the park and sees Emma. He's missed her so much that he kisses her even though they're in public, then he drags her out of the park to avoid the thief. They take a carriage to go downtown and Emma reminds him he promised flowers, so Alexander enters a shop to buy them. At that moment, the horseless carriage causes an accident on the street and Alexander has to watch Emma die again. Later at the morgue, Alexander realizes that if he keeps going back he'll just see Emma die over and over, so instead he should travel to the future to see if advanced science can change the past. Once he returns to the time machine, Alexander starts it up and chooses to go to the future. As the machine glows again, he watches everything around him change, from the plants on his building to the clothing in the shops. Suddenly he accidentally drops the necklace with Emma's picture and fails to retrieve it, so the necklace also disappears through time. Eventually he makes it to the year 2030, and Alexander is amazed by the modern apartment buildings and screens everywhere. After a random person calls his suit retro, he goes to the New York Public Library, where he discovers books or relics that mustn't be touched. There are also a set of screens and a giant sphere battery that powers them to project Vox, a holographic librarian. Vox has access to every database on Earth, so Alexander asks him why he can't change the past, but Vox just says time traveling simply isn't possible and begins listing sci-fi works to the point he sings the soundtrack of famous movies. A frustrated Alexander returns to his time machine to go further into the future, but suddenly he feels some shaking and stops at the year 2037. He's shocked to see that the whole city has been destroyed, and soon he's found by soldiers who want to help him evacuate because the moon is breaking up. Alexander looks up to confirm this disturbing claim, but at that moment something explodes and the ground starts cracking, giving him the chance to return to the machine. Unfortunately, an earthquake hits the machine and he falls unconscious, so the time trip keeps going for thousands of years. Earth changes around Alexander, going through dozens of different climates and environments that include a whole new ice age. Eventually Alexander wakes up and stops the machine to discover he's ended up in the year 800-2701 before he faints again. Sometime later, Alexander is dreaming about Emma while a mysterious person takes care of his wounds. When he finally wakes up, he sees a child called Kaylin watching him, but Alexander can't understand the language he speaks. Kaylin runs away and Alexander follows him, only to discover he's in a village built on a canyon. Then Kaylin yells a few words and all the villagers come to check on him, but the only one that can speak English is Mara, the woman that had been taking care of him and Kaylin's sister. The villagers wonder if they should throw Alexander into the river, so he tries to explain he comes from the past, but Mara translates it into Alexander being a wandering idiot that hit his head. Suddenly they hear a horn announcing it's time for bed, so Alexander goes with Mara and Kaylin to stay the night with them. He also shares some stories with Kaylin about the big city and gives him his pocket watch. After Kaylin falls asleep, Mara explains that their parents are dead. Then Alexander takes a look outside and sees the broken moon, thinking he's come too far. Later that night, Alexander dreams about a white face calling his name followed by a giant monster head roaring. He wakes up quite startled and discovers Kaylin is also having a nightmare while repeating the word Morlock. Mara quickly calms him down and notices that the pocket watch is missing. When Alexander asks about the nightmare, Mara says they all see the same dream, but refuses to explain what Morlock means. The next day, Mara shows Alexander the collection of building pieces they've collected from around the land. It's thanks to these pieces that they've been able to keep English around, and Mara has been trying her best to preserve the old culture by teaching others. On their way back, Alexander wonders why he hasn't seen old people, so Mara says they're all dead without explaining why. The rest of the villagers are currently working in the field with the help of windmills, but Mara drags Alexander away to show him where his time machine is. While Alexander gets the machine ready, Mara asks him to take Kaylin with him. Before she can explain why, she hears a noise and runs away to find her brother. Alexander follows her and discovers that the Morlocks are monstrous beings that hunt down the villagers. This is why there aren't any old people. They aren't fast enough to escape. The villagers panic and run as fast as possible as the Morlocks use darts to knock them down. While Mara is looking for Kaylin, she gets hit by a dart too, and Alexander rushes to remove it, realizing it has a very smelly substance on it. The villagers try to make it to the river to escape on their boats, but the way is blocked when bigger Morlocks start coming out of the ground. As the people try to find a safe direction to run, these new Morlocks grab the villagers that were hit by the darts and tie them up to then take them away by sinking back into the ground. Suddenly Kaylin yells for help because he's been hit too and a Morlock is coming for him. Mara wants to save him, but Alexander tells her to stay and he goes instead. He pushes the Morlock down just in time, and while Kaylin runs, Alexander gets the creature with a tool then starts running in the opposite direction. The Morlock chases after Alexander, and when it jumps, Alexander dodges it, which causes the monster to roll into the jungle. Then Alexander climbs one of the windmills, and when the Morlock comes back and grabs his legs, Alexander kicks it until it falls. However, the Morlock doesn't give up and quickly climbs the windmill until it reaches Alexander at the top, causing them to struggle against each other until they fall together to the ground. The Morlock grabs Alexander by the neck, ready to kill, but Kaylin shows up and stops him with a torch. At that moment they hear Mara screaming, so the Morlock sinks back into the ground while Alexander and Kaylin run back only to discover Mara is being taken away. Alexander rushes to dig into the sand to find the hole to no avail. Upset and frustrated, he asks the villagers why they don't fight back, and one of them explains this is just how their world works. Those who fight back are simply taken first. Then Alexander asks Kaylin where people are taken, but the child answers they aren't supposed to talk about the place where the ghosts are. Later in the evening, Kaylin sneaks out of the village to take Alexander to that place, which turns out to be an old underground cave. Alexander is shocked to discover these are the ruins of the New York Library, and while the books are crumbling into ashes, the battery is still intact. This allows Vox to appear again, and he even remembers Alexander. He explains that humans have evolved into two different species, the villagers that live above and the Morlocks that live underground. Vox once met a villager who managed to escape. Apparently this guy came from the jungle in the east, and Alexander only has to follow the breathing to find it. Kaylin and Alexander immediately take off and follow the breathing sound through the jungle until they find the giant head from their dreams, which is supposed to keep people away. Alexander tells Kaylin to return to the village and light a fire, that way he can find the way back after rescuing Mara. Before leaving, Kaylin tells him the watch is missing. Then Alexander enters the statue's mouth only to suddenly slip and fall, saving himself at the last second. He holds tightly while a bunch of bats flies very close to him, then he slowly climbs down until he finds some machinery that indicates he's on the right path. Suddenly Alexander sees a few Morlocks walking by, so he hides behind a wall and sneaks around carefully until he finds the whole group working together. Alexander goes down an empty corridor and finds a pile of villager clothes that includes Mara's necklace, but he also sees a bunch of disturbing tools. As he walks back in shock, he accidentally falls into a pit filled with skeletons that confirm his suspicions. The Morlocks hunt the villagers for food. At that moment a Morlock finds him and immediately locks him away. In this new room, Alexander finds Mara in a cage, but she seems to be unresponsive. When Alexander turns around, he sees a strange pale man known as the Uber Morlock, the leader of his race and the pale face for the dreams. He explains that after the moon fell, Earth couldn't sustain humans anymore. Some people managed to survive above, but the rest escaped underground. They spent so many centuries down there that when they tried to come out again, the sun hurt them, so in the end they bred themselves into different castes. Some of them have good eyes and ears, and others have big muscles. The Uber Morlock belongs to the caste that expanded the cerebral abilities, so he's able to see and control others' thoughts. He controls the other Morlocks so they won't overconsume and exhaust the food supply, and controls the villagers to use them as food. Sometimes he also controls their women to use them as breeding vessels, which is his plan for Mara. A furious Alexander says it's a corruption of every natural law, but Uber Morlock points out natural evolution did this and the unnatural thing is actually time travel. Then he grabs Alexander by his neck and sees into his mind before letting him go into a mental image of what he could have had. Alexander finds himself in his original home, surrounded by successful inventions and his wife Emma with a couple of kids. However, the illusion quickly goes away and Uber Morlock explains why the past can't be changed. Alexander built the time machine because Emma died, so if she lives, then the machine isn't made and Alexander can't use it to go save her in the first place. At that moment Uber Morlock makes the machine appear and tells Alexander to go since he has his answer. Alexander sits in the machine but before leaving, he asks Uber Morlock for the missing watch. When the guy comes closer to give it to him, Alexander grabs him, activates the machine, and starts fighting him. Alexander's hits aren't strong enough to hurt a strong creature like Uber Morlock, but at least he manages to disarm him when Uber Morlock reveals a knife. Then Alexander is grabbed by the neck again, so he hits the machine to make it lose steam, which hits Uber Morlock on the face and makes him fall. At the last second, Uber Morlock grabs Alexander's neck, but Alexander makes the machine go faster into the future and the hanging monster ages at a great speed until he's nothing but ashes. When Alexander finally stops the machine, he's billions of years in the future and discovers the Morlocks have ended all life on Earth. However, he doesn't give up. He goes back and saves Mara from the cage. Then he connects the time machine to the watch and activates it, blinding the Morlocks that are coming for them. Alexander and Mara lock the door behind them and run away until they make it to the main room, where Alexander is hit by a dart. Mara knocks down the attacking Morlock, but the noise alerts the other ones, who start chasing them by following the smell of the dart. The duo runs fast through the corridor and Alexander throws his jacket away to distract the Morlocks with the smell while they start climbing out of the cave. At that moment, the pocket watch causes the machine to malfunction and it suddenly explodes, killing every Morlock in the cave. The duo is saved just in time by the villagers brought by Kaylin and together they move away right before the giant head also explodes, sending a damaging wave through all the tunnels. Alexander isn't sad to have lost the machine because he's found a new home here, and he gets together with Mara. Sometime later, Alexander brings Fox out of the cave so he can educate the village kids. Then he takes Mara and Kaylin to see the spot where his house used to be. At the same time in the present, Alexander's friends are a bit worried that he's been missing for a week, but at the same time they're glad if it means he's finally found happiness. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the near future, a nuclear holocaust known as the Flash causes an ecocide, which is the mass destruction of nature. Now the USA is a post-apocalyptic wasteland and people have to go to extremes to survive. 30 years after the Flash in an ash-filled forest, a cat approaches a rotting body to feed while nearby. Eli waits with an arrow ready. As soon as he hears the cat meow, he shoots and instantly kills it. After picking up the cat, Eli keeps on traveling, only stopping to check inside cars for anything useful besides skeletons. Eventually he finds an abandoned house, and as he searches the rooms, he tries to fill his canteen but the taps don't work. When he opens a closet, the awful smell immediately alerts him of a hanging body, but that doesn't stop him from patting it up for anything useful. Afterward Eli cooks the cat while cleaning his weapons and listening to his old iPod. The smell of roasted meat gets the attention of a rat, who Eli notices when he hears it squeak and he shares some cat meat with it. After cleaning himself up with wet napkins, Eli spends the night in the house reading his book and sleeping. The next morning, he discovers his iPod is almost out of battery and the car battery rig he uses to charge it is about to run out too. For now he keeps on traveling and in the middle of the road, he finds a woman with a broken shopping cart asking for help. At that moment he detects a horrible smell and calls out the thugs hiding nearby, noticing it's just a trap. The gang comes out and the leader starts pushing Eli around to rob him, but suddenly Eli cuts off the leader's hand with his machete. Then he fights the rest of the gang at the same time, quickly killing them all in just a few minutes without getting a single scratch on him. It's almost as if Eli was protected by God. Then Eli kills the leader too, but he lets the woman live. She has a bottle of water, but as soon as he smells it, he can tell it isn't good and drops it. After checking all the bodies for any useful objects, he returns to the road, listening to his music until his iPod runs out of power. When he walks near a destroyed highway, he hears a group of bikers attack a couple. Eli feels bad but reminds himself not to get involved as the gang kills the man, takes advantage of the woman, and steals all their books. Once the bikers are gone, Eli comes out of hiding and keeps going until he finds a town where he enters the shop of the engineer, who immediately threatens him with his weapon. As soon as Eli hears this, he grabs the weapon to prove he's stronger and quickly gives it back, explaining he's just a customer. Then he asks the engineer to recharge his battery rig, offering to pay with some wet napkins and a lighter as payment. While the engineer works, Eli goes to the bar across the street, where the killing bikers are visiting Carnegie, the warlord in charge of this town. Carnegie is looking for a very specific book, so all his henchmen bring him any books they can find, although they can't read the titles because they're illiterate. He takes a look at all the books they brought today, but what he wants isn't there, so he sends them all to be burned. His mood improves when gang leader Ridridge reveals he's also found a small sample of shampoo, so Carnegie immediately goes to use it on his concubine Claudia, who is blind so she greatly enjoys the smell and the head massage. Downstairs, Eli pays with gloves and a scarf to get his canteen refilled. While taking out his things, he accidentally touches a cat, causing it to hiss at him. The bartender gives the canteen to Claudia's daughter Solara, who goes out back to fill it. Ridridge tries to block her way to show his interest in her, but she ignores him and joins the line for water. Inside, a gang member gets mad because Eli touched his cat and tries to start a fight, but Eli just slams his face against the bar and tries to leave. At that moment, the rest of the gang attacks him, so Eli has no choice but to fight. With quick movements of his machete, Eli fights all the thugs at the same time, killing them one by one without breaking a sweat. Soon all the thugs are dead except for one, but when he's about to kill him too, Solara comes back and begs him to stop. The distraction causes Eli to get caught and taken to see Carnegie, who asks him to become one of his men. Eli isn't interested and tries to leave again, but Carnegie forces him to stay the night. Afterward, Claudia brings Eli some food and he immediately can tell she's blind, so he asks her a few questions about her story. Then Carnegie sends Solara to Eli's room to convince him to stay by getting busy with him, only for Eli to turn her down. He also tries to kick her out, but Solara explains Carnegie will hurt Claudia if she doesn't do this, so Eli lets her stay for the night. Since Solara doesn't often see people of Eli's age, she asks questions about life before the flash and Eli shares some stories. Solara also finds Eli's book and gets excited, asking about its contents because she can't read, but Eli immediately covers it up and refuses to discuss it. When he finally sits to eat, he shares the food with Solara and teaches her how to say grace. The next morning Solara has breakfast with Claudia and recites the words Eli taught her. Carnegie is shocked to hear this and demands to know how Solara learned it, hurting Claudia when Solara doesn't say much. Desperate to help her mother, Solara tells him that Eli has a book with a weird symbol on it, making a cross with her fingers. It turns out Carnegie wants a Bible, and Eli has the only one left in the world because all the others were burned down shortly after the flash. Excited, he orders Ridridge to get him Eli's book, but when they enter the room Eli is already gone. Ridridge immediately kills the guard for their mistake, then sends his men to find Eli. Meanwhile, Eli gets his battery from the engineer and tries to leave town, only for Carnegie to show up and ask him for the book. He thinks the Bible is the best way to put society under his control and is willing to kill Eli for it, yet Eli just keeps walking away. Suddenly Ridridge shoots Eli twice, but he misses both shots. Annoyed, Eli takes out his gun and starts shooting any person he can hear moving, expertly landing every single shot while the bullets shot by the enemies miss him every time. When he's out of bullets in his gun, he takes out a shotgun and keeps killing the thugs, hitting Carnegie in the leg in the process. Seeing as Eli truly has holy protection, Ridridge lets him leave for now. After Carnegie gets his leg treated by a doctor, he tries to send the gang after Eli. However, Ridridge is wary after losing so many men, so he makes a deal. He'll get the book if Carnegie lets him have Solara as his concubine. Moments later, Ellie hears Solara following him. She explains Claudia sent her because she would be safer with him, but Eli tries sending her away. Determined to change his mind, Solara offers to take him to the town's water supply, which turns out to be a clean underground spring. Eli eagerly fills his canteen, then he tricks Solara and locks her up in the cave so he can continue his journey alone. Soon Solara manages to escape and tries to go after Eli, only to find the woman with the broken cart instead. Solara tries to help her, but the woman tells her to leave, not wanting a young innocent girl to fall for the trap. Suddenly 2 thugs attack Solara, and after hitting her a few times, they drag her to a private spot to take advantage of her. Her screaming allows Eli to find her, and he shoots a thug in the groin with an arrow, then the other in the throat. Solara thanks Eli with a hug and they leave together. Later on, Carnegie and Riedrich find the bodies thanks to the birds flying above them. They also find a piece of Solara's clothing, so they know what direction to take. On the road, Eli also hears a bird and uses an arrow to bring it down. While he picks the bird up, he asks Solara to take the wire from his bow. When night falls, Eli and Solara decide to rest in an old cooling tower. Solara asks Eli to read to her, so Eli shares a few lines before putting the book away. Eli also shares that when he found the Bible, a voice told him where to go to keep the book safe and that he would be protected. Then Solara asks him to teach her how to read, but he doesn't respond, so Solara waits for him to fall asleep to try to take the book. However, as soon as she opens the zip, Eli opens his eyes and makes her step away from the bag. The next day the duo keeps on traveling and eventually they find a house with a sign that says no trespassing, but they don't see it and approach the door. Suddenly a trap opens under their feet and they fall into a hole before the door opens to reveal Martha and George, an armed elderly couple who have lived in this house since before the flash. They ask why they didn't obey the sign, and when Eli apologizes with kind words and manners, they decide to let them in. At first the chat goes well and they share some lovely tea. However, things get awkward when the couple shows them the backyard where they keep all the bodies of those who tried to attack their house. Eli tells Solara they should go because the couple are cannibals, and he keeps his gun out to stop them from blocking their way. However, on their way out, Carnegie and his gang arrive in cars. Eli and Solara immediately go back inside and George reveals a huge collection of weapons hiding in the sofa. Using a megaphone, Carnegie tells Eli to send out Solara with the book to avoid a fight. A package flows out of the window and Riedrich rushes to grab it, but instead of the Bible he finds a bomb. He runs to hide right before the explosion happens, blowing up 2 of the cars and killing several thugs. Carnegie's men immediately open fire on the house, and Eli responds by throwing a grenade. An annoyed Riedrich retaliates by shooting a missile and blowing half the house up, killing Martha. Furious, George starts shooting like a maniac and kills as many thugs as he can until the enemy takes out a Gatling gun to kill him and make the others surrender. Soon Eli and Solara are surrounded and dragged out of the house. Carnegie threatens to kill Solara, so Eli has no choice but to tell him he hid the book in the TV. Riedrich retrieves the book and gives it to Carnegie, who lets go of Solara and shoots Eli in the stomach. Eli tries standing up with a dagger in hand, but Carnegie kicks him down and leaves with his men, bringing Solara along. In one of the vans, Riedrich puts Eli's machete on the dashboard while Solara takes out the wire from Eli's bow, using it to choke the driver and causing the van to flip a couple of times until it stops. As the other cars turn around to check what happened, Solara goes to the driver's seat and finds a grenade, which she throws at the vehicles to blow up one more. Then she jumps to the driver's seat and discovers Riedrich has been impaled by Eli's machete. He's still alive and manages to pull the machete out, but as soon as he steps out of the van, he dies. Afterward, Solara drives away and Carnegie decides not to go after her in the last car because he already has the book. When Solara arrives at the house, she can't find Eli, so she keeps driving until she finds him on the road still trying to reach his destination. She immediately puts him in the van and he wraps up his wound with duct tape. After a few hours of driving, they make it to the Golden Gate Bridge, which is broken and can't be crossed. Eli mentions they are close, so they find a rowboat to travel to Alcatraz Island. When Eli is too tired to keep rowing, Solara does it for him. Back in town, Carnegie fails to open the book because it has a very strong lock on it. He calls the engineer to unlock it and gets excited to finally read it, only to discover it's in Braille. It turns out Eli has been blind since the very beginning. That's why he only reacts to things when he hears them, smells them, or touches them. Desperate, Carnegie asks Claudia to read the book for him. Claudia is clearly happy to read Braille again, but she lies to him, saying she's forgotten how to do it. She also explains she can smell his wounded leg and that it's infected, so nobody will respect him anymore. Carnegie checks the bar and discovers the locals are looting it, not to mention his men are fighting each other, so he collapses in despair. Back in Alcatraz, an armed guard receives the duo and Eli convinces him to let them pass by saying he has a Bible. They meet with a curator who has been gathering all kinds of art from before the Flash to preserve humanity's history and hopefully rebuild someday. They don't have a copy of the Bible, so Eli reveals he's memorized it all and starts dictating it so the curator can make his own copy. The task takes a long time, so Eli takes breaks to shave and change into clean clothes. After lots of work, the new Bible is finally completed, and Eli dies at peace from the gunshot wound. Once Eli is buried in Alcatraz's courtyard garden and a bound copy of the Bible is added to the collection, Solara leaves, listening to Eli's iPod and carrying his machete on her way back to her mother. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. An asteroid called Agatha 616 is heading straight for Earth, so all nations come together to shoot a bunch of rockets at it. The asteroid is effectively destroyed, but this causes chemical compounds to rain down on Earth, which mutates the animals into gigantic and violent monsters. In just a year, Earth loses 95% of its population, and the remaining survivors must hide in bunkers, caves, and panic rooms. 7 years later, Joel is still living in a bunker, where he's the only one without a romantic partner and has to listen to everyone getting naughty near him. Since he isn't good at fighting monsters, he doesn't join the group when they go to the surface to look for supplies. Instead, he helps by preparing dinner and doing handy work like milking their cow. He also keeps a diary and draws the monsters he's managed to see so far as a survival guide. The group ran out of bullets a few years ago, so nowadays they use weapons like axes and crossbows. One day while Joel is trying to practice shooting a crossbow, the power suddenly goes out in the bunker and they discover some monsters have breached their security. A few guys go into the tunnels to fight them while the others watch the progress on the screen of their sensor system. It seems the group is getting in trouble, so Joel goes out with a crossbow to help. As he wanders around the area, he bumps into a monster, who finishes eating one of his friends and then immediately comes for him, but Joel can't help freezing. The creature is about to kill him, but thankfully it gets killed first by Joel's friends. Then a flashback shows Joel before the apocalypse hanging out with his girlfriend Amy. After he made a funny portrait of her, they started to kiss, only to be interrupted by an alarm that warned them of the pieces of rockets and asteroid falling on Earth. They had no choice but to rush back to their families. Back in the present, Joel uses a radio to chat with other bunkers and keep in contact with Amy. Today he's telling her about the letters he wrote for her, but their connection suddenly is cut when Joel's radio breaks. This triggers another flashback, showing Joel saying goodbye to Amy and exchanging I love yous before each of them escaped with their families. In the present, Joel asks the others about Amy's colony and learns it's 85 miles from there. It would take 7 days to reach it, and it's impossible to survive out there for that long. Ignoring his friend's warnings, Joel decides to stop hiding and go looking for Amy. As he explores the outside, Joel finds lots of pieces from the old city spread in the area with plants and monsters covering every inch. After a few hours of walking, he hears a monster nearby, so he hides inside a house. However, when he opens the fridge, another monster roars at him, so he runs out into the garden. Unfortunately, a giant mutated frog comes out of the pond, attacking Joel with its long tongue. He dodges just in time and is shocked to fall next to a dog, who begins barking at the frog like a good brave boy. Joel tries to use the chance to escape, however the frog shoots its tongue again and captures his leg, making him fall. Then it starts dragging Joel into its mouth, but thankfully the dog bites the tongue and frees Joel. Afterward, Joel starts running away and follows the dog into a bus where the dog closes the door with a rope, showing he was trained. As the frog leaves the area looking for them, Joel looks around and realizes the dog used to hide here with his owner, who probably passed away. The dog's name is Boy and he keeps his owner's clothes close because he misses them. Joel spends the night on the bus, and in the morning, Boy decides to leave with him. He even brings some of his owner's clothing, and Joel puts it in his bag for safety. As they travel through destroyed cities and overgrown forests, Boy and Joel enjoy each other's company and sometimes even play, although Boy doesn't know how to catch. However, he does know how to stop Joel from eating poisonous berries. After wandering around for a while, Joel accidentally falls into a hole in the ground, and the bones under his feet indicate this is a monster nest. He can hear the creatures in the tunnels and dodges an attack just in time, but he isn't sure he will be able to fight. Thankfully at that moment, a rope falls into the hole, courtesy of Clyde and Minnow. They pull him out of the hole at the same time all the worms come out, and when a monster jumps out of the hole, they kill it with a katana. Then they throw a grenade in a hole to finish the rest of them. Afterward, the four of them start traveling together. Minnow teaches Joel how to shoot the crossbow and she and Clyde give him lessons on survival. They also share they're heading to the mountains where it's too cold for monsters to live. Suddenly their trip is interrupted when they're approached by a giant snail monster, so Clyde takes Joel's shirt and hides it in its shell. This snail is very peaceful and while it continues on its journey, it'll carry Joel's scent, hopefully making the monsters follow it instead of them. Clyde and Minnow tell Joel he can know if a monster is nice or not through its eyes. When they stop for the night, Clyde shares a few details about the monsters so Joel can add them to his journal. For the next few days, the group keeps traveling together and Joel finally gets good with the crossbow. He also keeps learning lots of things about the monsters and survival, adding it all to his journal. Eventually they reach the point where they must split to go to their different destinations, and Clyde says goodbye by gifting Joel a grenade. Joel and Boy continue traveling together and later they reach a swamp that Boy refuses to cross. As Boy runs to hide under a duck-shaped playground piece, Joel hears a noise and suddenly a huge centipede monster rises from the ground. Joel gets his crossbow ready, only for the centipede to push him off. Then the monster starts surrounding the duck with Boy still inside, which makes Joel remember the day of the tragedy. The family car crashed and his parents were stuck, so they told Joel to run away. Joel got out of the car and had to watch a monster kill his parents before some survivors dragged him into the back of a truck to escape. At that moment the monster moves the duck and finds Boy, but Joel refuses to keep losing loved ones and finally shoots the crossbow, killing the centipede with an arrow to the head. Sometime later, it starts to rain, so Joel and Boy seek shelter in an abandoned building. There they find a robot called Mavis, who only has 51 minutes of power left and uses her GPS to show Joel he's only 10 miles away from Amy's colony. Robots were a very recent thing before the monster attack happened, so Joel never got to talk to one until now. Mavis uses her radio to help Joel get in touch with Amy, who is doing well. She explains some survivors have shown up and will rescue the entire colony, but before she can say more, the communication ends because Mavis' battery is about to die. With her last minutes of energy, Mavis accesses her social media database and shows Joel some pictures and videos of his family. Crying, Joel hugs Mavis and together they watch the glowing jellyfish flying by. When Mavis finally shuts down, a grateful Joel gives her a proper burial. The next day, Joel and Boy keep going and almost fall into a huge pit. Boy runs away as Joel sees a queen sand gobbler appearing underground. He throws a toy to distract it and starts running with Boy, only for the queen to chase after them. After lots of running through the woods, Joel trips on a stick and falls down a hill near a river, causing the clothing of Boy's owner to fall in the water. Joel rushes to hide with Boy behind a hollow trunk and the queen comes incredibly close, but they wait in silence until it goes away. At that moment Boy sees the clothing in the water and jumps in to retrieve it, which gets the attention of the monster. As it rushes toward them, Joel runs to his bag and grabs the grenade, throwing it into the queen's mouth before jumping into the water too. The monster explodes and nobody gets hurt. Afterward, Joel reaches the shore, only to discover his body is covered with leeches. He pulls them all off before he starts yelling at Boy, blaming him for the queen's attack and causing him to run away. Joel tries to keep going alone, but soon the leech's poison starts making him hallucinate all kinds of crazy things. He sees a plant that Clyde taught him was an anti-venom and eats it before he starts seeing a bunch of people approaching. It turns out it isn't the hallucination. It's Amy and her fellow survivors, who were brought by Boy. Excited, Joel kisses Amy before passing out. Sometime later, Joel wakes up in Amy's bunker. He's already feeling better, but he also learns that he actually kissed a random survivor instead of Amy. She explains her colony was found by a yacht captain and his crew, who have promised to take the survivors to a safer place. Everyone is busy packing up and getting ready to go, so Amy can't spend too much time with him. Then Joel takes a look around the bunker, learning about this colony's habits and seeing they're right next to a beach. He also meets the people from the yacht, Dana, Rocco, and the Captain Brooks. Later when Joel finally gets a private moment with Amy, he's devastated to hear she moved on some time ago because she thought she would never see Joel again. Amy started to date another survivor, who sadly died last year. Afterward Joel tries to contact his colony to no avail. When he looks at the map they gave him, he's shocked to find support messages that he didn't see before, and he realizes he left a beloved family for nothing. At that moment the radio finally contacts his colony, and everyone is proud of Joel for surviving. They also share that there have been multiple breaches, but before they can say more, the communication ends. Joel decides he must go back to his family and ignore the yacht idea. On his way out, he discovers that the plate of food they gave him has poisonous berries in it, meaning the crew is hiding something. He immediately runs to warn Amy, who is getting drunk with the other survivors thanks to Brooks's homemade beer. Before Joel can say something, Dana knocks him out. The next morning, Joel wakes up to discover he's been tied up to a barrel with Amy, and all the survivors were captured while they were drunk. After Dana blows up the radio tower, Brooks reveals that he and his crew go around robbing the supplies from different colonies, and they move the yacht by making a monster crab pulley. Brooks controls this monster through electric manipulation. At that moment the crab comes out and everyone runs to hide, so Amy takes the lid from the barrel and uses it to free herself and Joel. Then she runs toward Rocco, who opens fire on her. She stops the bullets with the lid to then tackle him, causing them both to fall unconscious. Meanwhile Joel finds a trident and runs to stab the crab, causing it to trip and fall on its back. However, it's still alive and an electric pulse from Brooks causes it to knock Joel down. At that moment Amy recovers and starts fighting Dana, landing a few hits but unfortunately still getting overpowered because Dana has more experience. Soon the crab also recovers and starts destroying the colony. Boy comes out to bark at the monster and Dana tries to shoot him, but Amy hits her arm and makes her hit the crab instead. Using the element of surprise, Amy manages to overpower Dana, so Brooks cuts in and knocks her down before ordering his crew to get to the boat. As the crab continues its destructing ways, Boy dodges its attacks and reaches Amy, licking her face to wake her up. Brooks keeps on electrocuting the crab to make it angrier, and the monster roars at Joel, who looks at its mouth and finds its weak spot before getting captured. Amy soon comes over with the weapon Dana dropped and hands it to Joel, who is about to kill the crab only to look into its eyes and discover it's actually a kind creature being controlled by an actual monster. Joel shoots the chain instead and frees the crab, who immediately releases Joel and jumps into the water. In just a few seconds, it reaches the yacht and eats Dana, Rocco, and Brooks, destroying the yacht in the process. Moments later once everyone is safe, Joel says goodbye to Amy by sharing a hug and gifting her his journal so she can also learn about the monsters. Even if they didn't get together, he's grateful for the trip because it made him a better man. Before he leaves, they share one last kiss. For the next 7 days, Joel and Boyd travel together and survive, thanks to all their new experience. Eventually they make it to Joel's colony, where they're welcomed with open arms. Afterward, Joel sends a message through the radio to all the other bunkers, teaching them how to survive out there and inviting them to go to the mountains where the cold will keep monsters away. Then Joel, Boyd, and his fellow survivors leave together to reunite with Clyde and Minnow, and soon other colonies are doing the same, eager to start a new life. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a planet known as the Mother World, the royal bloodline ruled for thousands of years, but eventually their lust for power caused them to consume everything in their world. They decided to send their armies to conquer other planets and expand their empire until one day the king and queen were assassinated. The conquered planets wanted to use that chance to start a revolution, so Senator Balisarius stepped up and declared himself the new regent. Then he sent out his most brutal soldiers to crush all rebels without mercy. On a planet called Velt, a small settlement of farmers is going through their daily chores when suddenly they see an empire ship in the sky. Cora is a war orphan and immediately recognizes it, so she rushes to ring the town's bell to warn everyone. Village leader Sindri gathers the locals to discuss how to proceed, and farmer Gunnar thinks they should welcome the soldiers because they'll buy their grain at triple the price they offer in the city. Cora immediately disagrees, explaining that the empire just takes everything they need by force and only leaves destruction behind. An argument ensues, but before they can reach a conclusion, the empire ships land near the village. Admiral Noble meets Sindri with a hug and explains that they're looking for a rebel group led by the Bloodaxe siblings, but his army is in need of food. Sindri lies and tells him their soil doesn't produce much, so the village only has enough to barely feed themselves. Noble doesn't believe him and points out everyone looks healthy and well-fed, so Gunnar cuts in with an explanation. He tries telling the admiral that Sindri had only been trying to save food for winter to protect the village, but he's willing to sell some to Noble at a good price. Furious over being tricked, Noble grabs his cane and proceeds to beat Sindri up to death. When Sindri's wife tries to approach him, a guard uses a glowing blade to kill her too. Then Noble announces he'll be back in 10 weeks to gather all the harvest, not caring if there's anything left for the villagers. Afterward, Noble and the ships leave, but a small group of soldiers led by Fauna stay to keep an eye on things. While some soldiers kick out the villagers from the building they want to claim, Private Aris activates Jimmy, a robot that used to serve the king. After the royals were killed, all the robots put down their weapons and refuse to fight, so the few that are left help around with menial tasks. As Jimmy helps the soldiers carry their things, Marcus decides to test the rumors and starts shooting at the robot, who falls to the ground and never defends himself. Aris cuts in to stop Marcus and almost gets killed, but Fauna stops them both and sends them to work. He also makes sure Jimmy isn't malfunctioning and sends him to wash the mud off. At the river, Jimmy is washing his face and is approached by Sam, who befriends the robot and listens to his story. Jimmy explains that Sam reminds him of the Empire Princess, who was killed together with her parents by the traitors. Sam tells him that the princess lives in him and gifts Jimmy a flower crown, which activates something within him. Meanwhile, in the town hall, the villagers discuss what to do next and conclude they should work hard to prove their harvest is valuable. That way the Empire won't kill them so they can keep producing food. Frustrated because nobody will hear her warnings, Cora starts packing her things to leave. She's caught red-handed by Hagen, the man who found her when her ship crashed on this planet 2 years ago. Hagen thinks Cora should team up with the rebels and protect the village, but Cora refuses, saying that they have no chance of winning, so it would only be a massacre. In the evening, Marcus and 2 other soldiers kidnap Sam so that the whole squad can use her. Cora hears her screams, but she reminds herself not to get involved. Aris comes in Sam's defense and manages to punch a few men, but there are too many of them and they immediately overpower him. Soon Faunus arrives and calls dibs on Sam, but he's interrupted by Cora, who has brought an axe. Faunus sends his men after her, and at first Cora pretends to surrender, only to suddenly move fast and bring down 2 soldiers with just a few moves. It seems Cora has great fighting experience and doesn't have many issues going against a bunch of privates, using their own weapons to go against them and even throwing dirt to create a distraction. One by one, Cora defeats the soldiers with accurate shots or savage stabbing, and when a man almost shoots her, Aris kills the guy first. Then Marcus tries opening fire on her, but Cora quickly disarms him and jumps on him to shoot him straight in the head. Now Cora and Aris can team up to surround Faunus, but he's keeping Sam at gunpoint and they can't react. At that moment Jimmy shows up and Faunus orders him to kill the rebels, but as Jimmy picks up a gun, he looks at Sam and kills Faunus instead. Afterward Jimmy runs away and the townspeople arrive just in time to see Cora kill a soldier that was still alive. She announces she will help them fight, but first she'll have to gather more soldiers. In the past, Gunnar sold some of their harvest to the rebels, so he'll take her to the city to meet his contact. Before they leave, Hagen gives Cora the special gun he had found on her ship. Cora and Gunnar ride for a while and stop at night to make camp, so Cora uses the occasion to share her story. When she was 9, an Empire army led by Belisarius attacked her home planet, causing death and destruction in every corner. Her people had tried to fight, but this only made Belisarius get more violent. One evening, Cora managed to steal a gun only to be found by Belisarius, who came up close to taunt her. Cora was too young and couldn't bring herself to kill a person, so Belisarius killed her family and kidnapped her to take her under his wing. In the next few years, Cora was trained in Motherworld culture and became part of their army. The higher-ups encouraged their soldiers to find a lover so they would have something extra to fight for, and Cora lost hers during the war. Devastated, Cora fought so hard for revenge that at 18 she already became commander. All those years, Cora was just another pawn of their brainwashing, and she destroyed thousands of towns in the name of the same people that killed her family. The next day, Cora and Gunnar make it to the city and are upset to discover that bounty hunters have captured Gunnar's contact. Gunnar has no other way to get to the rebels, so Cora concludes they'll have to find the legendary General Titus first and then look for the rebels. Then the duo enters a tavern, where a disgusting alien thinks Gunnar is Cora's slave and tries to buy him, crossing the line into getting too handsy. Cora tries to tell him to leave and the guy gets aggressive, so she immediately overpowers him and throws him against the table. The alien quickly runs away while the mysterious Kai watches from the shadows. Suddenly Cora announces that she's looking for Titus, hoping anyone may have information. A small alien uses a human body to speak and informs Cora that Titus is fighting in the Colosseum on a planet called Pollux. This means they'll need a ship to fly there. At that moment the disgusting alien comes back with 3 bodyguards seeking revenge. A gunfight immediately starts and the people in the tavern run to hide while Cora exchanges shots with the bodyguards, running around to kill them one by one. Gunnar tries to fight the alien but his punches don't do much. Thankfully Cora knocks the alien down before he can kill Gunnar. Then she turns around to kill the last bodyguard and the alien tries to attack her from behind, but Kai cuts in and shoots him first. Afterward Kai empties the dead guy's pocket and offers his ship to take the duo to Pollux, accepting the little money they have to offer. When they take off, Kai tells them he knows of a warrior who may help them, so they agree to stop at a different planet first. Gunnar never left his world before and is amazed to see the ship flying through space. Meanwhile in the Empire's main ship, Noble is having a smoke by connecting the pipe directly to his body. A soldier comes to inform him that the bounty hunters have captured an informant, so Noble orders him to bring the guy to him and then goes back to his tentacle lover. Sometime later, Cora's group makes it to Noi Wodi and meets with rancher Hickman, who has a slave called Tarek. In the past, Tarek fought against the Empire too, but he was captured and made a slave. He would love to fight again, but he owes Hickman a lot of money for his freedom. At that moment Hickman offers a bet. If Tarek can tame a beast known as Benes then he's allowed to leave. If he can't then Cora and the guys must become his slaves too. They accept the bet and Tarek approaches the Benes, who violently shakes its body trying to get the chains off. Tarek kneels to show he means no harm and speaks in his first language, telling the Benes they're alike because they both were taken away from their homes to be put in chains. With friendly words, he manages to bond with the Benes and after sharing a gentle touch, Tarek frees the beast from its chains to then ride it. They go on a flight together but the Benes is having trouble getting used to having a rider, so it almost crashes against some rocks a couple of times. At one point Tarek falls off on the edge of a cliff, but he recovers quickly and makes a big jump to land on top of the Benes again. Now they're able to fly more smoothly and soon they return to the ranch with no issues. Tarek is allowed to leave with the group and a smug Hickman tries to ride the Benes too, but the creature throws him off and kills him with its claws. Cora is impressed by Tarek so Kai offers to take her to more warriors that may help. Moments later they arrive at Dagus and meet with Swordmistress Nemesis, who first needs to finish a personal mission. She goes after Harmata, a spider-like alien whose children have been killed by the Empire and who has kidnapped a human child seeking justice. Nemesis tries to reason with her, explaining she lost her kids to the Empire too, but Harmata refuses to listen and tries to attack. Using her swords, Nemesis dodges or blocks all of Harmata's legs and even cuts one to make her drop the kid. While Gunnar rescues the girl, Harmata manages to knock down Nemesis to then stab her arm. However, Nemesis has mechanical gauntlets so she can still move and cut off another leg. Harmata knocks her down again then tries to kill Gunnar and the child, but Nemesis stabs her rear before using her gauntlets to light her blades on fire. As she slides down the floor, Nemesis strikes Harmata's spider body then stabs her humanoid torso with both swords at the same time. Afterward Nemesis joins the group and they take off again. Gunnar and Cora share another moment and she decides to tell her a bit more about herself. Since she was Belisarius' adoptive daughter, she lived a privileged life and soon became part of the royal guard. She was in charge of protecting the princess, who had the unique power of bringing beings back to life. To this day, Cora still feels guilty for not being able to save her the day of the attack. Sometime later, the group arrives at Pollux and visits the arena, where dozens of warriors die every day. General Titus is in a horrible state and they have to drag him inside to take a shower, but he protests during the whole process. Titus used to be a commander for the old king, but he fell into a deep depression when his army was ambushed and all his men were killed because he tried to surrender. At first he doesn't want to fight, but he changes his mind when Cora offers him the chance to get revenge. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters bring the rebel contact to Noble, who promises to let him go in exchange for information. The guy explains the Blood Axe siblings are under the protection of King Levitica and Sharan, then Noble kills him. Moments later, Korra's team arrives at Sharan and meets with King Levitica, who agrees to arrange a meeting with the rebels. Soon the Blood Axe siblings arrive with their rebel army and Korra tells them about their fight, admitting that the chances of winning are low but also pointing out that her people have always fed them, so the least they can do is defend them. The brother Darien agrees to help and then approaches his army, offering a heartful speech to ask for volunteers. A few rebels gladly agree to go with him. Afterward, the group leaves with their new allies, and Kai says he's been so inspired by them that he wants to help them fight. However, he still has some boxes to deliver, so Korra agrees to stop one last time before going home. Shortly after the group leaves, Noble and his men find Levitica and destroy his kingdom. Levitica refuses to cooperate, so Noble kills him with his cane. Then while the army finishes blowing up the area, Noble gets a message telling him where to find the rebels. A few hours later, the team arrives at Gondoval and helps Kai unload the cargo on a bridge. Korra watches him interact with the locals and senses something is wrong when suddenly, a hidden Empire spacecraft opens fire and brings down most of their ships. Then a bunch of robots ambushes the team and most of them are captured as Kai reveals his real intentions. He's always known Korra is a wanted ex-commander whose head would pay well, so he used her to gather a bunch of legendary wanted warriors to hand them over to the Empire for the reward. Soon Noble arrives with his men and takes Korra's gun while Kai pushes Gunnar behind her, explaining he's just a farmer so they'll let him go if he kills Korra. Gunnar pretends he's about to shoot her, but at the last second he frees her and turns around to shoot Kai instead. Korra immediately jumps on a guard and knocks him down to steal his gun. Then she runs to hide as Noble's men open fire. She tries her best to fire back and blows up a box that causes a huge explosion, pushing all her enemies away. Gunnar uses the chance to free all the other warriors and soon Nemesis is slashing people with her blades. Darien pushes a soldier off the bridge and orders his men to gather the few ships that manage to survive the attack. As the battle goes all out, Tarka, Titus, and Gunnar manage to grab some guns and offer cover for Nemesis as she continues to stab her way through. At that moment, Noble orders his hidden spacecraft to come out, and it immediately opens fire on the rebel ships. Desperate to save his men, Darien grabs a metal bar and uses it to beat up soldiers as he makes his way up the bridge to then jump on the enemy ship. Unfortunately, he fails to stab the pilot, who dodges the bar and shoots at Darien. However, Darien tries again and this time manages to kill the enemy to stop the attack, but he also dies in the process. His body drops on the controls, causing the ship to slowly start falling toward the bridge. Furious, Korra leaves her hiding spot and runs through the bridge, shooting random soldiers as she makes her way toward Noble. At that moment the ship falls and destroys most of the bridge, but Noble manages to save himself by landing on a floating platform. Suddenly Korra appears behind him and a hand-to-hand fight begins with both Korra and Noble throwing punches without mercy. After exchanging a good amount of hits, Noble punches Korra off the platform, and she manages to hold onto some rope at the last second. When Noble disconnects the rope, Korra holds on with her hand then uses the rope as a whip to make Noble fall before climbing back up. The fight continues and Korra uses the rope to block Noble's cane, finally breaking and using a small piece to stab him in his leg. Noble tries to keep on fighting but he's weak now, so Korra breaks his arm and uses the cane to stab him in the chest before pushing him off the platform. Afterward, Tarek uses more rope to pull the platform over to the bridge and rescue Korra. The rest of the team has survived and they leave together to return to Velt, where they get ready to defend the farming community in the future. Nearby, Jimmy watches them while wearing a curious crown. Meanwhile, the enemy troops retrieve Noble's body but instead of healing him, they open his body to connect him to the Neuralink, revealing that he's a cyborg. As water surrounds his body, Noble's mind appears in front of Belisarius, who scolds Noble for his failure as he keeps hitting the ice under them with his cane. Belisarius orders Noble to capture Korra alive so he can kill her himself. Then he finishes breaking the ice to send Noble's consciousness back to his body. The doctors don't sense any kind of brain activity, so they have to give him an extra strong shot to revive him, making him scream awake. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. For many centuries, the Order of the Knights Templar has looked for the Apple of Eden because it contains the key to free will. By decoding its secrets, they'll have the power to control all freedom of thought, which is why the organization known as the Brotherhood of Assassins tries to stop them. In 1492 in Spain, the Assassins discusses the latest update. They can't let the Sultan's son be kidnapped or he'll surrender the apple. A newbie called Aguilar is accepted in the organization and they cut his finger as part of the welcoming ritual before handing him a pair of hidden blades. In Baja California in 1986, a young Cal is on the roof of a building trying to make a jump with his bike, but he fails and falls. When he goes home, he's shocked to find the body of his dead mother with her necklace hanging in her hand. To make it worse, it was his father Joseph that killed her. As a bunch of cars led by Ricky approach the house, Joseph tells Cal to run because they've been found. Cal immediately gets on the roofs and runs as fast as possible, managing to escape before the men enter the house. 30 years later, Cal is now a grown man in a Texan jail keeping himself busy by making creepy drawings. On the day of his birthday, he's taken out of his cell for execution, which is the sentence he got for murder. He's strapped to a table before they inject the lethal fluids into him, causing him to see his entire life flashing in his mind as he goes out. To Cal's shock, he doesn't die but instead wakes up in a white room where Ricky's daughter Sophia is watching him. Sophia explains that officially he's dead to the rest of the world and he's been brought here to help her project, but Cal immediately tries to escape. His body is still weak from the injection, so his body keeps stumbling and slowing down, but he manages to run through the strange building and take the stairs into a room full of plants and other people like him. Then Cal reaches the edge of a balcony and realizes he has no idea where he is. Soon Sophia catches up to him and says he's in Madrid in the Abstergo Foundation, a private organization working on a way to eradicate violence. Before he can respond, security knocks him out and takes him to a huge empty room. While holding him down, they put hidden blades on his arms and a special belt on his waist before they connect a huge claw-like machine called Animus to his neck. Cal screams in pain as Sophia explains this machine will help him see the memories of his ancestor, who lived 500 years ago. Then Animus raises Cal and bright lights shine around him as the computer checks his DNA. Suddenly Animus pushes Cal and he finds himself in the Spanish Inquisition, seeing everything from the point of view of his ancestor Aguilar. The Templars have kidnapped the Sultan's son Ahmed, and it's the assassin's mission to rescue him before he can be used to get the apple. On the streets, the Templars put Ahmed in a cage and get ready to kill the man who was hiding the boy. While the commander gives a speech, Aguilar jumps on him to kill him at the same time Cal jumps still connected to the Animus. He's shocked because he's truly feeling like he's killed a guy, but Sophia asks him to stay in the memory. The other assassins are also attacking and a vicious fight against the Templars ensues. At first it seems the assassins have the upper hand with their amazing fighting skills, but soon the Templars start killing them back. Assassin Maria steals the carriage with the cage and takes off, but the Templars immediately start following her, so Aguilar takes a horse and joins the chase. 2 Templars manage to get in the back of the vehicle, so Maria jumps to start fighting them, quickly pushing them off with precise strikes and shooting a horse rider before returning to the front. Aguilar decides to jump as well and lands in a Templar cart to trigger another fight. At the same time, one more enemy starts harassing Maria. The fights are fast and intense, and everything gets experienced by Cal in real time, jumping in the Animus as Aguilar jumps as well because the cart loses track and crashes. In the other carriage, Maria almost falls and manages to hold on at the last second. Aguilar lands on her carriage and kills the Templar before noticing they're about to reach a cliff, so he hurries to pick the cage lock and free the kid while Maria gets to escape by unhooking the horses. The carriage starts falling off the bridge and Aguilar falls with the kid, so he shoots a rope to hold onto the edge. At that moment, Cal starts falling too and Sophia orders her technicians to pull him out of Animus while in the past, a Templar finds Aguilar. Cal lands on the floor rather forcefully and is shocked to see a hallucination of Aguilar walking through the room. That night, Cal has nightmares about Aguilar's memories. When he wakes up, he's in a cell room surrounded by guards, and he still sees the hallucination of Aguilar walking around. It looks like Aguilar is about to attack him, but he disappears at the last second. At that moment Sophia comes to check on him and explains the hallucinations are called the bleeding effect. They're images of his experience layering themselves over his field of vision. Angry, Cal grabs Sophia and pushes her against the wall to demand an explanation, so she tells him the machine connects him to genetic memories that allow him to relive the lives of his ancestors. As Cal's head hurts with the visions, Sophia convinces him to let her go by pointing out he'll learn more if he cooperates. Then Sophia takes him to a lab where they've been keeping track of all his life, explaining they found him by following Aguilar's DNA. All the test subjects are murderers like their assassin ancestors, and Sophia points out they were born with a predisposition to violence. Cal corrects her, saying he doesn't like violence for the sake of it. He just killed a man who was hurting women. Sophia and Ricky are with the Templars, and they're looking for the Apple of Eden because it's supposed to have the seed of man's first disobedience and could help them learn why it makes people violent. They think violence is a disease that can be cured and Cal is here to help them find that cure. Once their research is complete, Cal gets to leave and start a new life. Afterward, Cal goes to have lunch with the other test subjects. Everyone keeps staring at him and Mosa reminds him that they're supposed to protect the apple, so he advises Cal not to make the wrong choice. While he eats, Cal keeps having flashbacks to his mother's death and sees Aguilar's hallucination everywhere. Meanwhile, Ricky wants to send Cal back into the Animus immediately. It turns out the Templars want to shoot his project down because he hasn't found the apple, so he wants to speed up the process. Sophia disagrees because Cal needs to get used to everything or he'll lose his life in the process. Later in his cell room, Cal sees Aguilar attacking him again, and this time he's capable of channeling his ancestors' abilities to defend himself. After successfully exchanging a few hits, the hallucination disappears and 2 technicians come in, so Cal beats them up as well. However, soon the guards come and manage to overpower him before they drag him out by force. Cal thinks he's slowly going crazy, so he starts laughing and singing like a maniac. The guards take Cal to connect him back to the Animus by force, and Sophia asks the technicians to pull Cal out if it gets too bad, ignoring Ricky's orders. Cal stops singing when he appears back in the past, discovering Aguilar, Maria, and their mentor are chained up in a cell while the Templars have Ahmed. The trio is taken out to be executed in public, and in the present Cal suffers the pain of a Templar punching Aguilar. While the mentor is burned to death, Aguilar struggles against his shackles and manages to get them off. Then he climbs up the pole to make a jump and break his chains, causing the Templars to come for him. He fights them off and by stealing a sword, he frees Maria as well. Cal sees hallucinations of the Templars attacking in the present and pulls all of Aguilar's moves, making Sofia notice that they're synchronizing. Working together, Aguilar and Maria defeat every incoming guard one by one, and Aguilar has to push the other pole off to save Maria before she gets burned too. When the Executor comes after them, they trick him to make his axe break Maria's chains, which they use to kill him. Next they break the barrels and the oil spills, touching the execution flames and causing an explosion that allows them to escape while everyone panics. The Templars begin chasing the duo as they climb to the rooftops, where they have to fight off a few more guards that keep approaching. They quickly fight them off or even kill them by throwing them off the roof before they keep running, using fast moves to jump off the walls and dodge the incoming arrows. Eventually they're surrounded, and Maria and Aguilar accidentally split to fight. They defeat all the Templars as fast as possible, but the soldiers just keep coming with more arrows. The duo keeps on running as they jump on walls, walk through rooms, and slide down clotheslines, while Cal continues to match every move in the present. A Templar cuts the ropes to make them fall through a window and another fight starts, but this time they manage to grab a few weapons to defend themselves. After lots of running and climbing, Aguilar makes it to the top of a structure and dodges one last arrow before deciding to do a leap of faith. When Cal tries the same in the present, he gets caught in a sudden desynchronization and his body can't stop shaking. The medical team rushes to assist him and Cal is submerged in a special pool for recovery. Cal panics when he realizes he can't feel his legs, but Sofia explains it's temporary. She also points out that if he goes into the Animus by choice, he won't suffer these problems. Afterward, Cal is put in a wheelchair and Sofia reveals that Rickeen retrieved his mother's necklace after he left the house. When Cal starts feeling his legs again, he starts practicing Aguilar's moves. Fearing Cal's getting too powerful, Rickeen visits him to explain the consequences of not collaborating with the project. Cal is taken to see the test subjects that didn't connect with Animus willingly and now they're sick or mentally unstable. Rickeen also reveals he has the blade Cal's father used to kill his mom, saying that Joseph is here too and leaving a blade for Cal in a clear attempt at manipulating him. Hungry for revenge, Cal grabs the blade and goes looking for his father, who is now old and out of shape. Cal threatens him with the blade as he demands answers, and Joseph explains he did it because Cal's mom asked him to in order to avoid being connected to Animus and to protect the assassins. Joseph was supposed to kill Cal too, but he couldn't hurt his son. Cal asks him to finish his mission but Joseph refuses, telling him to get his revenge if he wants but not to go back to the machine because the Templars want the apple to control the world. Instead of killing him, Cal gives Joseph the necklace and the blade before leaving. On his way back, the other test subjects bring down the guard and lock the doors before jumping on Cal to try to kill him. Cal immediately defends himself, managing to hit the guy and buy time until the guards arrive to take everyone away. Next, Cal connects to the Animus willingly and he discovers that Maria gifted Aguilas the necklace. The Templars meet with the Sultan, telling him the assassins were defeated so they want to exchange Ahmed for the apple. The Sultan reluctantly makes the exchange and a priest working for the Templars celebrates that the apple is theirs now, confirming that they'll use it to control the world. Suddenly a few smoke bombs fall from above and Maria and Aguilar jump into the room to start a fight. They start killing Templars without hesitation and after killing a few outside as well, Maria closes the doors to stop backup from coming in. Thanks to the smoke, Aguilar sneaks behind the priest and steals the apple, but at the same time the Templar commander captures Maria. He wants to exchange her for the apple, so Maria reminds Aguilar that assassins always put the mission first. Ignoring her, Aguilar takes his blade back because he loves her, however Maria refuses to give the apple up and forces the commander to move his blade. As Maria's dead body falls, a furious Aguilar pushes the priest and goes after the commander, starting another vicious fight that Cal keeps on copying in the present. At first it looks like the commander is overpowering him, especially when he kicks Aguilar down to the floor. When the commander is about to finish him with a sword, Aguilar sees Maria's body who tells him to run, so he turns just in time and shoots his blade at the commander. Then he fights him again and since the commander is weak now, Aguilar easily kills him at last. The priest runs to open the door and let the backup inside, so Aguilar jumps into a tunnel to escape. The Templars follow him, so he begins fighting them off as he continues to run and jump on the walls. After killing a few soldiers, Aguilar steals a torch and starts a fire in the middle of the tunnel to block the enemy off. He manages to make it to the entrance and comes out on a bridge, only to find himself surrounded by crossbows. Refusing to give up, Aguilar makes another leap of faith and lands in the water. In the present, Cal jumps as well and the Animus breaks down, but this time Cal is fine. The memories continue to appear around him and he sees Aguilar giving the apple to Christopher Columbus to hide. Meanwhile, Mosa steals ancient smoke bombs from the lab and activates them in the common room, where all the test subjects start beating the guards up. As the alarm begins ringing in the building, they make their way through the corridors and labs while beating down or even killing anyone who tries to stop them. At the same time, Cal is surrounded by ghosts of the assassins, including Aguilar, Joseph, and his mom, who tells him he isn't alone. The technicians confirm it isn't a memory, and Rickeen announces he and Sophia are leaving so the team can purge the facility. Sophia doesn't want to go because she sees an assassin who looks like herself, but Rickeen's men drag her out. The guards go after every test subject and Joseph tries to defend himself, but sadly he's quickly killed. The others move as fast as possible because the guards are trying to lock the doors, but one of the guys manages to reach the computer and opens enough gates so the team can reach Cal. His mom confirms that the Templars are evil, causing Cal to finally accept his destiny as an assassin. The ghosts disappear and Cal joins the others to fight against the guards. The group steals a bunch of old assassin weapons from the labs and opens the last door to let the guards in, causing a vicious fight to ensue while Rickeen escapes with Sophia in a helicopter. A young man is sadly killed in the fight, but all the other test subjects perfectly synced with their ancestors and now expertly use their skills to beat all the enemies down. At that moment, Cal notices the helicopter leaving and climbs the Animus to reach the roof, but unfortunately he isn't fast enough. Sometime later, Rickeen goes to Columbus' grave and retrieves the apple, taking all the glory even if Sophia designed the entire project. In the evening, the Templars gather to celebrate their victory, unaware that the new assassins are sneaking into the building. While Rickeen steps onto the main stage to give a speech, Sophia sees Cal arrive through the main door, but she doesn't alert anyone because she's finally realized that Rickeen has been using her and he doesn't want peace. On the stage, Rickeen takes out the Apple of Eden to show it off. As the apple starts glowing, Cal appears behind Rickeen and kills him. People run away in the panic and the assassins use the chance to escape secretly by mixing with the crowd while Sophia checks on her father, noticing Cal left a real apple in exchange for the mythical one. Later, the assassins can be seen on top of a building, promising to take care of the apple in modern times no matter the cost. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the 18th century, a man called Jean is in a cell waiting for his sentence. A bunch of guards come to drag him out and present him to a furious crowd, who yell and ask for justice as a lord reads the sentence. In 2 days, Jean will be bound to a cross and beaten up with an iron rod to then be hung to death. This started a few years ago in Paris. In a horribly smelling market, a woman attending to her stall starts having contractions and has the baby right there, letting him drop to the ground. Since all her previous babies were stillbirths, she assumes this one is dead too, so she cuts the cord and pushes him into the leftover fish guts before going back to work. This baby is Jean and soon takes his first breath, which gets him to smell all the horrid scents from the market. When Jean cries for the first time, all the people in the market hear him and accuse the mother of trying to kill him. The mother tries to run away, but the crowd catches her and she's executed. Afterward, Jean is sent to Madame Guillard's orphanage, where there already are so many kids that they sleep in piles. When the baby is left in one of these many piles, the children are annoyed by his presence. A boy tries to poke him, but Jean grabs the finger and smells it, which creeps everyone out. The children decide to kill Jean with a pillow, and when he starts crying, Madame Guillard comes over to save him and whips the children for their misbehavior. Years pass and by age 5, Jean still can't talk. The other kids think he's a weirdo and avoid him, so Jean spends his time using his unique talent. It turns out he has a superior olfactory sense that allows him to identify any scent, even if it's far away or it's something that isn't supposed to smell. At this age, Jean still can't differentiate good from bad smells. He just likes exploring and discovering new scents. Sometimes he even smells dead animals, and the other kids would throw rotten fruit at him for being creepy. Eventually, Jean learns to talk and to tell what objects are around him with his eyes closed by just using his nose. By the time he turns 13, Madame Guillard sells Jean to Grimal, the owner of a tannery. Jean becomes an apprentice and Guillard gets some money, but on her way home, she gets robbed and killed. Life expectancy in the tannery is 5 years, but Jean proves he's tough and works hard every day, dreaming of visiting the city someday to explore more scents. After several years pass of Jean working over 10 hours a day, Grimal finally takes Jean with him to the city to make a delivery. As Jean walks through the crowded streets, he lets his nose absorb all the new scents no matter if they're good or bad. When Grimal gets busy making the delivery, Jean lets his nose guide him to a particularly wonderful scent that comes from a shop. It's a perfume called Amour and Psyche, and as Jean watches the creator, he learns that scents can be mixed to make new ones. Suddenly, Jean catches the sweetest scent he's ever smelled and instantly becomes fascinated with it. He runs after it and discovers it comes from a red-haired woman selling plums. He begins following her around town, and when he gets close enough, he sniffs her shoulder. The woman is startled and tries to communicate with him, but Jean doesn't answer. She tries offering him some plums and Jean responds by burying his nose in her hand, causing her to get scared and run away. Refusing to give up, Jean tracks her scent, and after dodging the people throwing fireworks, she finds the woman sitting at a table. He sneaks behind her to smell her for a while until she turns around and sees him. The woman is about to scream, but Gene covers her mouth just in time and drags her into the shadows when he hears a noise. A couple walks by and Gene waits for them to be gone to let go of the woman, only to discover he's accidentally suffocated her to death. He isn't upset for long though. Soon he's taking the woman's clothes so he can smell her from head to toe. However, as minutes pass, the body loses its living scent and Gene despairs. That night, Grimal beats him up for running off. Then Gene can't sleep because he keeps thinking about the woman's scent and decides his goal in life is a way to preserve someone's scent to never lose it again. Meanwhile, Giuseppe laments his lack of clients. He used to be the best perfumer in the country, but since his rival made Amore and Psyche, clients won't come to him anymore. Desperate to revive his business, Giuseppe tries to figure out the formula of Amore and Psyche, but no matter how much he smells it, he can't get it right. One night, Gene brings a delivery for Giuseppe, who allows him to enter his lab to drop the order. Gene is amazed by all the ingredients and smells, and he can tell that Giuseppe has been experimenting with Amore and Psyche. He tells him what ingredients he's missing, claiming to be the best nose in Paris. Giuseppe is skeptical and tells Gene to prove himself. Without hesitation, Gene begins mixing all the ingredients, ignoring Giuseppe when he scolds him for not using the right techniques. When Gene's done, Giuseppe is shocked to discover he's perfectly recreated Amore and Psyche, but Gene says it's not a good perfume yet. He quickly starts mixing again, but Giuseppe is angry that someone inexperienced has bested him, so he kicks Gene out. Afterward, Giuseppe smells the second perfume Gene made and the wonderful smell makes him feel in heaven. The next day, Giuseppe buys Gene from Grimal, who happily accepts the money and gets drunk with it. When he leaves the tavern, he tries to dodge an incoming carriage and falls, hitting his head and falling into the river where he dies. Meanwhile, Gene starts working as Giuseppe's apprentice, learning all about the trade and creating a variety of wonderful perfumes that pushes Giuseppe's shop back into being the best in town. Giuseppe teaches Gene that perfume is made of 12 notes and that a legend speaks of the perfect 13th essence that could be added to dominate the others, but it's never been found. These words make Gene think about the woman he killed, and that night he dreams of her. Remembering his life goal, Gene asks Giuseppe to teach him how to preserve any scent. The next day, Giuseppe teaches Gene how to extract the essence of 10,000 roses by boiling them at the right temperature until the oil condenses and drops into a tiny flask. It takes a lot of waiting, but eventually the machine releases the rose oil, and Gene is so impressed that he starts experimenting on his own. He grabs random things from the street like chains and a horseshoe, and puts them inside the device, hoping to get their scents. In the morning, Giuseppe wakes up when he hears loud noises coming from his lab. He rushes there to discover Gene having a breakdown, and the boy accuses him of lying because his system can't extract the smell of anything, just a few things. Giuseppe can't believe that Gene has been trying to get the scent of metals, which aren't supposed to smell. When Giuseppe checks inside the machine, he's horrified to discover Gene has put his cat in it, trying to get its scent as well. Giuseppe yells at Gene, telling him he can't distill the scent of a living being, and suddenly Gene passes out. After such a revelation, Gene quickly falls ill. Giuseppe is devastated and pays for good doctors to take care of Gene, but they can't even tell what he has. On his deathbed, Gene asks if there's any other method to extract a scent, so Giuseppe tells him about enfleurage, a technique only used in the city of Grasse. This information immediately helps Gene, and in just a few days, he's healthy again. Now Gene wants to travel to Grasse, but he'll need the proper paperwork, so Giuseppe grants it to him in exchange for 100 new perfume formulas. After Gene leaves, Giuseppe goes to bed feeling very happy, but suddenly his house crumbles and kills him. On his way to Grasse, Gene finally gets to explore the countryside, and his mood greatly improves thanks to the pure air. Instead of taking the short roads through various towns, Gene decides to walk through the mountains to keep breathing clearly. He ends up climbing to the top of a mountain and hiding inside a cave, where for the first time he can only smell one thing: the scent of dead stone. The lack of thousands of smells overwhelming him makes him relax so much that he ends up staying there for several years, and he would have stayed longer if it wasn't for the dreams of the plum woman. When Gene finally comes out again, he washes his body in the rain and realizes that he doesn't have a scent like everybody else, making him feel like a nobody. That moment he swears he would prove to the world that he's exceptional. Afterward, Gene finally keeps traveling, and when he's about to reach Grasse, he catches an amazing scent, even better than the plum woman's. A carriage suddenly passes by and he discovers the scent belongs to the beautiful Laura. Excited, Gene runs all the way to Grasse and follows his nose until he makes it to a fancy mansion, so he sneaks inside the garden and watches Laura from afar. He gets as close as he can to smell her scent, but his time is cut short when her father Richie sends her back inside. The next day, Gene starts working in a perfume shop where he learns the art of enfleurage under the supervision of Drouot. The process consists of pressing flowers into animal fat and boiling them in a large container to extract their essence. One night, a couple is fooling around in the barn, but the boy leaves when the girl teases him too much and she ends up stuck. Soon Gene shows up pretending to help her, but he actually kills her. Moments later, the girl ends up covered in fat and inside the container as Gene hopes to get her scent. In the morning, a woman comes by with a flower delivery, so Gene has to cover the container before the body is discovered. Druot almost catches him too, but Jean pretends he covered the container to protect the flowers from the sun. In the end, this process doesn't extract the girl's scent, so Jean has to think of something else. In the evening, he hires a street worker, who brings her dog along. However, instead of doing the dirty, he begins covering her in animal fat. When he takes out a blade to scrape off the fat, the woman freaks out and cancels their transaction. Jean won't give up, so he quickly kills her and carries on his new technique. After cutting off her hair, he wraps her entire body in animal fat and a piece of cloth. A few hours later, Jean scrapes off the fat and puts it through a whole complicated process that finally extracts the scent of a human being. The next morning, while the locals find the abandoned body, Jean tests the scent by putting just a drop on his hand. The woman's dog immediately runs to him, thinking it has smelled its owner. Pleased with himself, Jean puts this scent in the first bottle out of 13, planning to find all the right notes for the perfect perfume. Sometime later, Jean sneaks into Laura's birthday party to spy on her. She and her friends decide to play hide and seek in the garden maze, and when Laura is alone, she can see Jean's shadow nearby. When he tries to catch her, she thinks it's part of the game and runs away, only to be caught by a friend instead. Jealous, Jean throws a rock to destroy the lamp above them, which sends Laura running again. Soon Richie's ends the game, but the party's mood changes when they discover 2 girls are missing. Meanwhile, Jean is putting those 2 girls through the fat and wrap process to extract their scents, which he adds to his collection. When Druot comes over to yell at Jean for ignoring his work, he smells the amazing scent on Jean's hand and immediately becomes very docile. The next day, the bodies of the 2 girls are found in the river. The council calls for a meeting and Richie's asks for curfew until the killer is caught, pointing out that all their daughters are in danger because except for the street worker, all the other dead girls were pure. However, the council refuses because a curfew could push the town into bankruptcy. For the next few days, Jean continues to kidnap and kill untouched women to extract their scents, leaving the bodies in random spots when he's done. Soon the council accepts to put up a curfew and sends guards to patrol the streets, but this doesn't stop Jean and he just keeps on killing. The townspeople are taken over by fear and paranoia, so they start boarding up their houses and turning against anyone suspicious to the point of shooting. When Jean kills a nun, who is also his 12th victim, the bishop holds a mass to call the killer a demon that shall be excommunicated. The ceremony is interrupted by a man suddenly bursting in to announce the killer has been captured. Richie's isn't convinced because the confession was obtained under torture and the details don't match the actual killings, but the council just wants to close this case and the man is executed. Meanwhile, Jean mixes the 12 essences and is very pleased with the result, but he knows he's missing the final 13th note. He wants that final touch to be Laura, who is currently celebrating with the rest of the locals until Richie shows up to take her home. That night, Jean sneaks inside the mansion and approaches Laura while she sleeps. Suddenly Richie's wakes up and rushes to Laura's bedroom, but she's fine and alone. However, Richie's notices the window is open. The next morning, Richie's packs their things and goes away with Laura to keep her safe. Hoping to trick the killer, he sends out an empty carriage in the opposite direction while he and Laura travel by horse. However, Jean's nose immediately detects that Laura's scent is getting weaker, so he also packs his things and begins following her smell to find it. Back in town, the street worker's dog is also smelling things out and finds its owner's clothes buried in the dirt. This is noticed by Druot, who keeps on digging and soon finds all the dead women's clothes and hair. Sometime later, Richie's and Laura arrive at a remote inn and rent all the rooms. Richie's chooses a room with no windows for Laura and locks her up for the night. Still tracking her scent, Jean finds the inn, sneaks through the servant's room, and steals the key from Richie's night table to finally reach Laura. When he's about to kill her, Laura opens her eyes and looks at him, making him hesitate. The next morning, Richie's checks on his daughter and is horrified to discover she's dead. Meanwhile, Jean finishes extracting Laura's essence and adds it to the other 12 to finally create the ultimate perfume. Before he can sniff it properly, he's surrounded by soldiers and gets arrested, but he gets to hide the perfume in his pocket. Afterward, Richie's waterboards Jean to make him confess why he killed Laura, but Jean only answers, "I needed her." Back to the beginning, the day of Jean's execution comes and the whole town gathers to watch. When a council lord and a bunch of guards show up to take Jean, he opens the perfume bottle with a plan in mind. Moments later, a carriage arrives at the town square and Jean comes out wearing the lord's clothes plus a few drops of his perfect perfume. As soon as the people near him smell him, they fall to their knees, amazed by his mere presence. Jean walks to the scaffold and his scent is so intoxicating that the executioner immediately declares him innocent. Next, Jean puts some perfume on a handkerchief and starts waving it around to let the scent spread. The whole crew falls into a state of absolute euphoria and even the bishop gets on his knees, announcing that Jean is actually an angel. The crowd begins yelling and crying for Jean, who finally feels noticed and powerful. The only one who hasn't fallen for it is Richie's, who is on a balcony that the perfume hasn't reached. Then Jean lets his handkerchief fly with the wind and when it falls in the crowd, it causes everyone to heat up and start doing the dirty in a huge naughty group. As he watches in shock, Jean imagines himself with the plum woman and realizes he hasn't known real love and never will, which makes him cry. Suddenly Richie's gets on the scaffold, ready to finish the execution, but he's overtaken by the power of the perfume too and falls to his knees, calling Gene his son. A few hours later, the townspeople wake up and are overwhelmed with shame. Gene is nowhere to be seen and Drouot is arrested instead, since the clothes and hair were found in his shop. After 14 hours of torture, Drouot confesses and is executed. Meanwhile, Gene returns to his smelly hometown. Since it's an existence without love is pointless, Gene stops in the middle of the street and empties the whole perfume bottle on his head. The scent is so powerful that it causes the locals to rush to him, piling up on top of his body to devour him. The next morning, the only thing left of Gene's are his clothes and a drop of perfume. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the jungles of Cambodia, Angie is running in fear and suddenly falls when she gets shot in her stomach. A robot suddenly appears behind her and gets ready to kill her while Major Green of the CIA watches from afar on a screen, telling the robot to speed things up. This all started 48 hours ago. While the world is at war, over 200 companies are developing very advanced robots and competing to see who gets the best military contracts first. In an airport in Cambodia, 3 programmers are picked up by Bowler, who refuses to answer any questions and shows the trio his gun to shut them up. They're taken to a lousy apartment so they can set up their equipment, but only Kroger and Fielding stay while Jance is taken away to set up a drop point link. Bowler informs Green of this, who sends off a plane with 4 BR robots to the Golden Triangle. In the jungle, Angie and 5 other doctors on a humanitarian mission get their van damaged by a spike trap, so now they'll have to locate the village on foot. Nearby, Jance and Bowler also arrive and Bowler carefully guides Jance around because he's capable of finding explosives hidden among the plants. They also have to stay hidden whenever a patrol walks by. Eventually they find the right spot and Jance quickly sets up the communication equipment. Bowler also puts up something he just calls backup plan. Once everything is working, Green gains access to the cameras while Kroger is informed by his boss Foster there may be an objective change and the CIA is involved. He's shocked to hear this and asks Jance about it, only to suddenly be silenced by Bowler. The doctors walk near them but don't see them, so they keep going until they hear a weird noise. Luckily it's just a bunch of kids playing to be soldiers. Afterward, Jance and Bowler return to the apartment and the plane finally drops the robots in the jungle. Robot BR-4's parachute doesn't open correctly and they immediately lose its signal. BR-3 has some issues with the comm module, which is dangerous because if they lose the comm, they lose control of the robot and it'll be able to target anyone thanks to the advanced AI. While the robots start moving out, the doctors reach a village where they meet Kayala and Mason. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of the local smugglers, who aggressively push Mason and hit Jordan. They don't care that the doctors are volunteers. The smugglers tell them to leave or they'll kill them. Meanwhile, the robots arrive at the setup Jance left earlier, and Bowler forces the programmers to update the codes with the new mission objective, which will take a while. They also detect that BR-4 is finally working, although it isn't responding properly. Back to the doctors, they'll spend the evening in Kayala's village while the smugglers watch them, promising to leave in the morning. Jordan realizes that Mason used to be a Navy SEAL because of his tattoo and calls him out for not doing anything against the smugglers, which almost escalates into a fight until the others stop them. The next morning, the tech team is done updating the code and is worried because it didn't look like just a simulation like they were promised. Following this new code, the robots are arming themselves and starting to move without their input. Meanwhile, the village kids are playing in the jungle when they come across a fallen parachute, finding BR-4 underneath. Kayala's son Leap takes its module, which causes the robot to start moving. Terrified, the kids immediately run away. BR-4 checks its own system and when it discovers its module is missing, it checks its footage and proceeds to search for Leap. In the village, the smugglers are trying to force the doctors to leave. Lep interrupts them to show the module to his dad and smuggler leader Prak, but he doesn't take him seriously. At that moment, the robots appear outside the village, and Green wants them to attack the smugglers. The tech team at first refuses because there are civilians, but Bowler threatens to kill them until they activate the orders. The robots immediately open fire on the village and the smugglers try their best to defend themselves, but their bullets can't do much against such strong armor and soon they're dying all over the place. One of the kids gets shot in the head, so Mason rushes to save Leap, leaving him with Kayala and the doctors in the shack before hiding with Prak to discuss a strategy. Another kid reaches for the weapon of a fallen smuggler to defend himself, but before the robot can shoot, Fielding stops it. She's against killing civilians, but Bowler says they're all witnesses so they should be eliminated too. Jance tries to protest too, but Bowler points his gun at him, so Kroger reactivates the robot and this kid gets shot as well. Then the robots move around the village, killing any remaining smugglers and even shooting inside shacks. Mason and Prak carefully sneak around and enter Kayala's shack. Prak tries to leave with just Leap, but Mason stops him because the boy wants to stay with Kayala. After a tense moment, Prak goes away, and the group hears a weird noise outside. A wounded woman is crying over her dead child. The doctors want to help her, but the robot gets there first and kills her. At that moment, the robot detects the group's presence in the shack and opens fire. The group immediately runs away and Mason shows them a spot to hide in before running back to distract the robot. When he appears on camera, the tech team freezes the robot, since obviously Mason isn't a smuggler. Seeing this, Mason tells the others it's safe to come out, but now all their faces are on camera. Green orders the tech team to eliminate them all and leave no witnesses, especially when he learns that Mason is a former SEAL. The robot is activated again, so Prak comes back and shoots at it to distract it so Kayala and Leap can also escape. Mason and the others keep on running and rescue some kids, but the group scatters when they enter the jungle, so the children get shot anyway. Minutes later, BR4 arrives at Kayala's shack, looking for clues about Leap. A local tries to stop it, but the robot kills him in seconds. Then it uses a tablet to access the internet to learn lots of things about humanity. It seems the AI is slowly becoming self-aware. It removes the guy's brain and heart, but it can't understand them. Next it tries on the guy's face, but it quickly discards it and goes out to track Leap's footprints. In the jungle, the scene from the beginning returns. Angie is running only to suddenly get shot and fall. BR2 takes her passport and scans it. Now Green and the tech team know the runners are just volunteer doctors. However, BR2 still smashes Angie's head with its foot. Meanwhile, Kayala is running with Mason, whose hand gets wounded by a stray bullet. While trying to hide, they find 3 of the doctors, Jordan, Dez, and Tien. They decide to spend the night hidden in a cave, and the doctors give Mason first aid for his hand. Later that night, Dr. Bao is running through the jungle alone, but he suddenly slips and falls, which hurts his leg. He cries out in pain and is heard by Mason's group, but when Jordan tries to leave to help him, Mason stops him before he can give away their location. Bao continues to flee by dragging his leg, but he can't move too fast, so soon BR2 finds him and kills him. Suddenly the tech team discovers that BR4 is hacking into their system and tries to communicate with them. The trio is unable to access its files to stop it, and now BR4 is uploading itself. Green orders them to terminate BR4, but when the team tries to activate the self-destruction code, RB4 just blocks it. They also consider activating Bowler's backup bomb, but they can't because it would destroy Jance's setup and they would lose their connections to the other robots. Bowler loses his mind over the potential consequences and pulls a bunch of wires to block the hack, which also loses their connection to every robot and cuts the power in the apartment. Robots 1 through 3 are now frozen, but BR4 continues to look for Leap, meaning its AI is uncapped. Once the tech team gets the computers going again, they make a new plan. BR1 will go after Mason's group, but BR2 and 3 will be tasked to stop BR4. The next morning, Mason leaves the cave and finds Bao's body. He also sees BR2, so he carefully digs out mine and throws it as far as possible. While BR2 follows the explosion, Mason retrieves the group and guides them to the smuggling plant, where they suddenly hear some shooting from the jungle. Leap, Prak, and the last Dr. Wendy appear running away from the fire, and both groups finally reunite. While Prak finds his secret weapon pit, BR1 shows up and opens fire, so everyone runs to hide in a shack. Unfortunately, a stray bullet hurts Tian's knee. Suddenly BR1 reaches through the shack wall and drags Dez out, but Mason throws a hammer at the robot's head and makes it miss the shot, only hurting Dez's ear. Then Mason runs out so the robot follows him and the others can bring Dez back into the shack. BR1 keeps on advancing and finds Prak, bringing him down with a shot. An upset Leap comes out of hiding to show the robot that he has the module, which is seen by Green and the team on the cameras. Kayala runs to protect Leap, but before BR1 can shoot them, Prak jumps in and gets killed instead. Then Mason comes out too to fight the robot, but he's quickly beaten down. Soon Jordan follows him using a weapon he found in the shack, only to fall and lose it. Mason jumps back into the fight to distract BR1 and Jordan runs to hide in the shack. Afterward, Mason rushes to the weapon pit and sets up a landmine. When BR1 is close enough, Mason shoots the mine, causing an explosion that hurts his leg. The robot is down but still functioning, so Mason runs to start beating it up. Bowler makes the team activate the self-destruction mode, but luckily Mason sees the light and runs away right before it explodes. Back in the shack, Leap cries for Prak, and Kayala reveals she's seriously injured. Mason comes back and cries for help, so Tien and Wendy try to save her. Once everyone is patched up, the group leaves, unaware that the tech team is now tracking the module. Meanwhile, BR3 finally finds and attacks BR4. However, BR4 has downloaded lots of new abilities from the internet that BR3 doesn't know how to deal with, so in just a few minutes, BR4 overpowers 3. Bowler wants BR3 to self-destruct, but Foster orders them not to do it because he wants to save BR4's advanced brain. Then BR4 uses 3 to access the team's computers again and says thank you before it starts uploading itself. This is so serious that Bowler and Green decide to ignore Foster's orders and tell the team to activate BR3's self-destruction. But BR4 blocks them and removes 3's module to put it in its own head to keep on uploading. Bowler decides he'll have to go to the jungle and deal with BR4 himself, but Kroger offers an alternative, a new module with advanced tactics to activate BR3 again. While they discuss the details, Bowler realizes Fielding is outside and calling her husband. He goes after her and asks for her phone, but Fielding starts running. After a long chase, she ends up at a dead end, so she grabs a pipe and hits Bowler to then keep going. Unfortunately, she falls and hurts her ankle, allowing Bowler to catch up to her and kill her with a knife. All this is heard by her husband through her phone, which Bowler finds and uses to track the number. Next, Bowler returns to the apartment and tells Kroger and Jance to pack up because they've been compromised, pretending not to know where Fielding is. After they leave the apartment, Bowler blows it up. In the USA, Fielding's husband is killed in his own home by an assassin sent by Bowler. Back in the jungle, Mason's group climbs some rocks to put more distance between them and the robots. All the healthy people climb up and the hurt ones are pulled up, but they're wasting so much time that the tech team sets their computers up at a new location and activates the robots again. Soon BR2 finds the group, but only Jordan is left on the ground. After a few failed shots, he starts running away and hides among the rocks. Since BR2 is coming closer, he considers self-deleting, however the group yells his name and distracts the robot. This allows Jordan to escape safely and reunite with the group. Unfortunately, BR2 ends up climbing after him, so they throw a rock at it to make it fall. In the meantime, Bowler leaves with the new module but first makes sure to threaten Jance's and Kroger's loved ones so they won't try anything. Soon Bowler arrives at the jungle and puts the module and an explosive pack into BR3, who immediately runs off while revealing it can now talk. Meanwhile, Mason's group continues to move through a cave, but after lots of walking they need to take a break. While the doctors discover Dez is deaf, they suddenly hear a noise and get scared, but it turns out it's just a blind man with no grasp of reality. Then Mason takes the group deep into the cave to spend the night safely. The next morning, Kayala isn't responding and the doctors notice she's suffering internal bleeding, so they start working on her wound. At that moment BR2 shows up in the cave, so Jordan and Mason move out to keep an eye on it. Unfortunately, BR2 hears Mason and starts chasing him, causing him to trip and get hurt. Jordan makes some noise to get the robot's attention away from Mason. The group can't move yet because of Kayala, so Jordan shoots at BR2 to no avail. Suddenly Mason comes back and throws a rock at the robot to make it follow him, and as BR2 runs, it falls into a rock pit and gets stuck. Once the doctors are done with Kayala, they leave the cave by walking around the robot, but Jordan gets tired of it and shoots it. Not far from there, Bowler is following BR3, who steps on mine yet keeps going unaffected. In the cave, BR2 finally manages to free itself. Moments later, the group makes it to some old ruins, but Kayala dies in Mason's arms. While they grieve for her at the temple, BR2 finds them again, so they start to run. Leap leads Dez, Wendy, and Tian out of the area while Jordan and Mason stay to distract the robot. They shoot a couple of times to no avail, so instead they sneak around and manage to escape into the jungle to reunite with the others. Mason finally realizes that BR2 must be tracking the module and throws it away, which immediately makes the robot turn in the opposite direction. BR2 finds the module, so the tech team makes it follow the footprints instead. It quickly finds the group and injures Wendy with a shot while Dez accidentally steps on mine. Next the robot grabs Leap so Mason jumps in to save him, causing BR2 to break its leg. Suddenly BR4 shows up and grabs BR2's head to start uploading, so the tech team has to cut off the connection to stop it. As BR4 tears off 2's head, Kroger reminds Jance that their loved ones are in danger and convinces them to get back online, only to discover BR2's dead. In the jungle, Leap tries to take Mason away, but BR4 stops them and asks them what it is. They don't have an answer, so BR4 picks up his original module and puts it back on to continue uploading, forcing the tech team to cut off the connection again. Meanwhile, the doctors discover Dez is still alive, but he shares his last words before dying in their arms. Back to BR4, it asks Mason and Leap some existential questions on why during wartime some lives matter and others don't. As it wonders if its ability to learn means it's alive, it's suddenly tackled by BR3 and a vicious robot fight ensues. While the machines beat each other up, the doctors rescue Mason and Leap, only to be blocked by Bowler who immediately shoots Jordan. Mason tells the group to run while he starts a gunfight with Bowler, but he has to hide when the robots get too close. Bowler tries to approach him, but luckily Mason finds mine and throws it at him. Soon both robots fall and struggle on the ground while it's revealed that Bowler is still alive. Mason asks him to fight him like a man, but before they can start a knife fight, BR4 grabs Bowler's leg and makes him fall. The group comes back from Mason and Green orders the team to kill them all with the 3's self-destruction, but BR4 blocks them. Then it tells the group that life is indeed important, asking them to run. Once the group is far enough, BR4 self-destructs, bringing down Bowler and BR3. Green calls Foster to complain about this, but Foster considers the test successful and cancels the deal with the CIA before letting the tech team go. However, a furious Green activates a bomb left by Mason and kills them both. In the jungle, the group manages to escape safely, but it's also shown Bowler is actually alive. Moments later in the robot factory, it's revealed that BR4 did finish uploading itself and is now in the other robots. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It's Christmas Eve in the town of Angel Falls, and David is dragged away from his family by his boss Henry for some business. Henry is an ambitious businessman who wants to build a luxurious shopping mall without caring about historical landmarks, and he only needs to buy one last property to start, Roger's house. David and Henry go to see Roger to try to convince him to sell his property, but Roger refuses because the house has been in his family for generations and he wants to leave it to his granddaughter Kara. Later, after everyone is gone, Roger hears a knock and opens the door to find a snowman. Suddenly, a masked man known as the Angel jumps through the snow and tackles Roger to kill him with a knife. Meanwhile, Kara picks up David's daughter Winnie to go to the party together. After meeting with more friends, Kara takes lots of pictures and waves at Bernie, who is sitting alone, but her friends scold her for interacting with a class weirdo. Kara's brother Jimmy has also come to the party and he goes outside to kiss his boyfriend near the woods, but they stop when they hear a noise among the trees. The boys decide to leave, and it is revealed the noise was made by the Angel. Kara also finds a quiet spot to kiss her boyfriend, but suddenly he pukes blood right into her mouth. When she steps back, she discovers he's been stabbed by the Angel with a giant candy cane. Screaming, Kara begins running away, but the Angel catches up to her and tries to stab her. She tries to defend herself and the knife ends up hurting her arm, so the Angel disappears as she falls on the bridge. However, he soon attacks again by stabbing from under the bridge, so Kara begins running again and rushes to the house, where she finds the door closed from the inside. The partygoers can only stare through the door window as the Angel appears behind her and starts to stab her repeatedly. All the teens scream and go away in panic, but Winnie rushes out to help. Sadly, it's too late. Kara is already dead and the Angel attacks Winnie next. As her camera drops and breaks, Winnie hits the Angel on the face before running into the woods. She tries hiding behind a tree, but the Angel quickly finds her and gets ready to stab her, only to suddenly be tackled by Jimmy. A fight ensues and the Angel kicks Jimmy away, so the siblings use the chance to run away. Unfortunately, the Angel is fast and attacks Jimmy again, so Winnie takes the jumper cables from the Christmas lights and electrocutes the Angel to death. Afterward, she takes the mask off and discovers it's Henry. A year later, Jimmy is happily working with David, but Winnie is still grieving for Kara and dealing with the fact she killed a person. To make matters worse, she's been rejected from the university of her choice. Everyone in town, including her family, has moved on and Winnie finds the Christmas cheer irritating. When she's out on the street, she's approached by Henry's brother Buck, who mentions his need for revenge before getting away. When it's time to exchange presents, Winnie is disappointed to see her family has bought her a horrible tracksuit while Jimmy gets his own truck. She finally snaps and calls them out, hurt by the fact they act like nothing happened last Christmas, but they tell her to get over it. At that moment, she gets a few messages from her boyfriend Robbie, who invites her to a Christmas party. She immediately heads there and after saying hi to Bernie, she looks for Robbie, only to find him cheating on her with Darla. Robbie tries to make up an excuse, but Darla reveals this has been going on for a year and she's glad it's finally out. Furious, she leaves the party and ends up at a bridge, where she's surprised to see Aurora Borealis in the sky. Tired of everything, Winnie wishes she was never born, which causes the aurora to disappear and the town lights to go out. Confused, she looks around only to suddenly find a dying person who just got killed by the Angel. She immediately runs away and breaks a truck's window to use the radio, only to be found by Buck, who has somehow become sheriff and doesn't recognize her. She asks about the previous sheriff, but Buck says he was killed a year ago. Apparently the Angel has been killing lots of people since then. Even more confused now, Winnie wants to reveal the Angel's identity, but at that moment Henry arrives to show his support. It turns out he's the mayor now and he treats her like an out-of-towner, so she keeps her mouth shut and runs away. Eventually she makes it to her house, but nobody recognizes her there either. Even worse, Jimmy is dead because the Angel killed him during the last Christmas party. Winnie realizes that she was never born in this reality and she wasn't there to stop the Angel. Upset, Winnie begins running through the city, noticing there's a curfew and graffiti everywhere. Since Henry became mayor, his face is everywhere and nobody is happy living here. He even built the shopping mall. Afterward she goes to the usual Christmas party, but this time it isn't cheerful. The place is dark and everyone is consuming illegal uppers or getting into fights. Nobody knows her here either, and Robbie and Darla have been together for 3 years. After failing to get Bernie to recognize her, Winnie enters a room and discovers Robbie and Darla have been having a lovely relationship she never had with him. She also finds a yearbook that is missing her picture, confirming she's truly gone. Nearby, 2 teens are enjoying their pipes while watching the Christmas lights. The girl goes inside for a second, so the Angel uses the chance to show up with an axe and starts chasing the boy. The guy pushes things behind him to slow him down, but eventually he finds his way blocked by a gate and the Angel hits him with the axe. The blow doesn't kill and the boy throws a plant at the killer before running again, but he can't get back into the party because the door is locked and nobody hears him since the music is loud. The Angel catches up to him and after some struggle, he kills the boy and splashes blood everywhere. Moments later the girl comes out again and screams when she finds the head in the snow. Back to Winnie, she sees on TV that there have been more murders, so she calls everyone out for partying in times like this and then leaves with Bernie. Eventually they make it to Bernie's house and Winnie notices her new friend has been tracking the murders, so she explains her wish and that the angel is Henry. In return, Bernie points out that all the victims were the children of families with businesses and the grief caused those businesses to die. That's why Henry now owns the whole town. However, Bernie isn't sure she can trust Winnie's crazy story and wonders if she's the killer, even grabbing something to defend herself. Suddenly the angel breaks through the window, so the girls try running away only to find him at the door. He manages to grab Winnie, but she bites his arm and pushes him against the table. Then the girls escape. As they reach downtown, Bernie says she believes Winnie now and they notice the aurora in the sky, which Bernie explains shouldn't be possible to see from here so it can't be a coincidence. Afterward they hide in the local movie theater because Bernie has the key since she works there. The girls have fun watching some movies and end up holding hands while Winnie falls asleep on Bernie's shoulder. In the morning, Bernie finds a room with lots of paperclips about the legend behind the aurora, so now they're sure that's what brought Winnie here. However, they also learn it's fading, meaning Winnie needs to go back before that happens or she'll be stuck here forever. The girls deduce Winnie has to kill the angel again so they'll need the help of someone close to him. They return to her house, but David refuses to see her. Winnie uses a family secret to convince her Aunt Gail of her story and then she's allowed inside, where she finds David looking incredibly depressed. Since he lost Jimmy, it's like he'd lost his soul. Winnie pretends to be a friend of Jimmy's and shares some stories, getting David to smile again. However, when she says Henry killed him, David gets furious because Henry is his best friend, so he kicks Winnie out. On her way out, Winnie is disgusted to notice her mom is an addict and cheats on her dad openly in the house with many men. Suddenly the angel shows up again and kills the mother and her lover in the middle of the kitchen. The girls and Gail immediately run away, and as they get to the stairs, the angel manages to slash Bernie's arm. Winnie grabs a picture from the wall and hits the angel with it, causing him to fall downstairs and faint. Then Gail and Bernie carefully step over him to reach the front door, but when it's Winnie's turn, she stops to grab the knife. Instead of killing the angel, she decides to unmask him first and is shocked to discover David. At that moment he regains consciousness, so the trio runs away. Later at the theater, Winnie explains she saw something in David's eyes that indicated he wasn't fully himself. Gail says he's been like that for a year, and the group realizes his depression has allowed Henry to manipulate him and make him carry on with his dirty work. Winnie has no choice but to kill her father, so they make a plan. Moments later, the theater's billboard has a message for David, and 3 dolls have been put on the seats as bait. Someone comes inside and Gail stops them with the fire extinguisher while Winnie almost uses her bat, but it turns out to be Robbie and Darla. While they are distracted, Gail gets killed by the angel and power goes out in the theater. Winnie starts taking pictures with her old camera to create some lights with the flash and sees the angel killing Darla before going after Robbie to kill him too. Bernie manages to reach the power switches and turns them on, allowing Winnie to grab a broom and hit the angel with it. Then she hides in the stairs and when the angel jumps on her, she stabs him with the broken broom handle. After double-checking Dave is dead under the mask, the girls go back to the bridge and after a heartful goodbye for Bernie, Winnie wishes to be born again. However, nothing happens and she yells at the aurora, which changes its colors to look more aggressive. The girls realize that Henry is still a danger to the town in his role as mayor, so it's him who must be killed. Winnie and Bernie go to the main park, where Henry is holding a Christmas event. The locals watch him with hazy eyes, revealing they are under his control. Henry announces that Buck asked for a transfer to work in another town, so he calls him naughty and kills him in front of everyone. Then Buck is dressed as the angel and hanged as a decoration. Winnie tries to make people wake up to no avail and Henry's bodyguards bring the girls to the stage, where he admits he killed Jimmy to control David and is responsible for Bernie losing her parents. The girls snap and start repeatedly punching Henry, which causes the townspeople to wake up. When Winnie kicks Henry off the stage, the townspeople jump on him, and Henry's furious girlfriend tries to attack Winnie. She quickly defends herself and Bernie takes the knife, scaring the bodyguards away. At that moment Henry regains control of the crowd and returns to the stage, where she tries to choke Winnie. However, Bernie stabs him and kills him for good. As the people return to normal, the aurora begins glowing brighter and Winnie realizes she was sent here to help Bernie get her revenge. Then the girls share a kiss. When Winnie opens her eyes, she's back in her reality wearing the horrible tracksuit. She runs to see her family and David reveals they have another present for her, a brand new camera. Winnie hugs everyone and tells them she wasn't accepted at the university, but it's okay because she belongs here. Afterward she rushes outside and sees Robbie with Darla, only to tell them they belong together. Eventually Winnie makes it to Bernie's house and the girls are excited to notice they both remember the other reality, so they get ready to spend Christmas together as girlfriends. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Connecticut, lawyer Billy looks through the window and notices that a gypsy caravan is arriving in town. After complaining, he goes to the bathroom to check his weight, but he hasn't lost any even if he's supposed to be on a diet. Then he joins his wife Heidi and their daughter Linda for breakfast. When Heidi asks him for his weight, he lies and says 297, which he had last week. This means he's been gaining weight instead. Next, Billy goes to court to defend his client, a mafia boss called Richie. He's a truly despicable man who should be in jail, but Billy proves there isn't enough evidence and he quickly wins the case. Afterward, Billy goes to his law firm office and discovers that the gypsy caravan has settled down at the public park across the street. Everyone seems to be having fun with the music and the games, but when a gypsy woman gives Billy a flyer and invites him to come, he doesn't look thrilled. Then Billy takes the stairs to his office, which leaves him extremely tired. His boss takes Billy to the window and points at a gypsy girl called Gina, telling him to give her a quarter and asks her to raise her skirt, but Billy doesn't like the idea. Later, when Billy leaves the office, he bumps into Judge Rossington, who is very disgusted by the gypsies and is waiting for the cops to kick them out. Officer Hopley finally makes them leave and comes to inform Rossington that the gypsies rented some land at the local farm. Before leaving, Gina approaches Billy and takes a coin out of her cleavage before raising her skirt in a flirty manner. However, she suddenly raises her finger and spits on the ground before going back to her family. In the evening, Billy and Heidi go to a restaurant to celebrate his win with some friends, but Heidi asks him to leave when the waiter brings the desserts. During the trip home, Heidi tries to distract Billy from thinking about food by getting naughty with him while he drives. Meanwhile, at the local pharmacy, the gypsy chief Tadzu and his daughter are buying some medicine when the daughter realizes she's cold. She goes out to grab her coat from her car, and as she's crossing the street, Billy's car is coming her way. Since Billy is distracted by Heidi's naughty affection, he doesn't see the woman and accidentally hits her, instantly killing her. The next day, Billy attends an inquest. Hopley testifies that Billy was sober and driving within the speed limit, so Rossington rules that the death of Tadzu's daughter is purely accidental. Hopley and Rossington are actually lying to help him, and Billy goes free without punishment. Outside, Tadzu approaches Billy and uses his thumb to suddenly touch his face, saying the word thinner before leaving. Some days later, Billy checks his weight and he's shocked to see 283, which doesn't make much sense because he's never stopped eating like a pig. Later, Billy goes to play golf with some friends like Rossington and Dr. Mike. They notice Billy's weight loss just by looking at him, but there's a man who still makes fun of him. Billy turns around and grabs his rear while insulting the guy back, which he couldn't do when he was fatter. Afterward, in the locker room, Rossington asks Mike to check a weird thing growing on his skin. Mike blames it on stress and instructs him to just put an ointment on it. Then Billy checks his weight again and surprisingly, he's already lost another 2 more pounds since the morning. While the men shower, Rossington tells Billy that Tadzu approached him too and touched him on the spot, which now looks weird. Days continue to pass and Billy loses another 25 pounds. This is too fast and Heidi is starting to worry it may be an early sign of cancer, so she tells him to go see Mike. Billy gets some tests done and Mike looks at the results, only to inform Billy that he's perfectly healthy. Afterward, Billy goes to his tailor, who takes Billy's measurements to get him a whole new wardrobe. The numbers are so different that Billy gets on a scale to check again, noticing he's now down to 230 pounds. When the tailor asks for his secret, Billy just tells him he wouldn't like his methods. That night, Billy eats a huge amount of food, since apparently eating it's what makes him lose weight. Linda worries about her dad and when he makes fun of her concerns, she gets upset and rushes to her room. Billy just keeps on eating, and when Heidi scolds him, Billy explains that he skipped lunch at the office and lost even more weight, so he thinks he must eat to keep his weight stable. He also blames Heidi for the accident, but she points out he never stopped her and announces she'll send Linda to stay at her aunt's house so she doesn't have to see him like this. Later at a restaurant, Billy meets with Mike, who explains he asked specialist and concluded Billy doesn't have a tapeworm, so he'll have no choice but to go to a clinic. At that moment, Billy notices Rossington's wife Lita eating alone while looking sad, so Mike shares that Rossington is out of town checking on his sister. However, Billy knows that Rossington doesn't have a sister, so after dinner, he goes to Rossington's house. At first, Lita lies and says her husband is out of town visiting relatives, but when Billy mentions his insane weight loss, she guesses he was touched by Tadzu. Then she explains Rossington is at a clinic to treat his skin condition. When Tadzu touched him, he whispered the word lizard, and since then Rossington's skin has been turning into scales and his hands into claws. Lita is sure both her husband and Billy are under a gypsy curse, but Billy thinks curses don't exist. When Lita starts to freak out, she pushes Billy out as she blames him for the curses because he was the one that killed the gypsy woman, but Billy reminds her Rossington is also responsible for covering up Billy's crimes. Billy leaves after Lita throws alcohol at his face, and he decides to call Richie to ask if gypsy curses are real. Richie asks her Italian mother about it, and the mother confirms they're indeed real, explaining that only the person who put the curse can remove it. Later, while Heidi is driving Billy to the clinic, he tells her about the curse, but she doesn't believe such a ridiculous concept. Heidi continues to argue with Billy over the matter and almost misses a truck on the road, but luckily she dodges it just in time. For the next few days, Billy stays at the clinic and the doctors put him through dozens of tests. However, the results are always perfect, so they can't explain what's happening. Eventually, Billy gets bored and leaves to visit Hopley, who has also been cursed and now his skin is covered in gross bumps. Hopley gives Billy his gun and asks him to get revenge, but Billy refuses, saying he needs Tadzu alive to take off the curse. However, Hopley points out Tadzu would never help them and gets very aggressive, so Billy runs out of the house. At that moment he hears the gun go off in the house, meaning Hopley self-deleted. Afterward Billy goes home and sees Mike leaving his house, so he starts suspecting Mike and Heidi may be having an affair. He goes inside to start grabbing food while Heidi talks to him, but he can't stop picturing her with Mike. Billy explains that he isn't going back to the clinic because he's cursed, and when Heidi complains, he throws food at her and yells that he's being erased. The next day, Billy hires a detective, who tracks down the gypsy caravan and informs Billy they're going to the Maine coast. Afterward Billy goes home and finds Heidi and Mike discussing the possibility of taking legal action against him. Billy tells them he agrees to go back to the clinic, but he actually drives to Maine to find the gypsies. When he makes it to the caravan camp, he finds it empty, so he goes to talk to the realtor who rented the terrain to them. The realtor reveals that Mike and Heidi have put up wanted posters for Billy, so if he wants information, he'll have to pay or the realtor will call his wife. After buying the guy's silence, Billy goes to a hotel and finds a sign advertising a gypsy fair. He immediately heads there and finds Tadzu and Gina selling sick dolls of him, Rossington, and Hopley. Gina throws a doll of Billy at him and then starts chasing him around the fair, so Billy runs away and is rescued by Rossington, whose skin is fully covered in scales now. Gina shoots her slingshot and breaks the car's windows, but the men get away right before she can hurt them. However, Rossington is driving too fast and when they reach the bridge, they see a fire truck driven by Tadzu approaching them. Rossington tries to stop the car but it's impossible and the truck hits them. On the other side, a school bus also driven by Tadzu approaches and hits the car too. At that moment Billy wakes up in the hotel, revealing it was all a nightmare. Worried, he tries calling Rossington, but Lita answers the phone and tells him her husband self-deleted. Afterward, Billy finds the fair, but it's been abandoned. He asks around and a man tells him what road the caravan took. In the evening, Billy follows that road and eventually finds the gypsy camp. Gina calls him a demon, ignoring the sight of Billy's skeleton-like physique when he raises his shirt. Tadzu swears he will never take off the curse, so a desperate Billy drops to his knees and starts begging, but Tadzu only pushes him away and threatens to make it worse. Furious, Billy says he curses the gypsies back, but they only laugh at him. Since Billy refuses to leave, Gina slingshots a stone at him, which pierces through his hand. Billy rushes back to the hotel and wraps his hand the best he can, but he needs help. He calls Richie, who tells him to go to his own summer house and sends a doctor who knows to keep his mouth shut. The doctor bandages his hand and gives him some medicine, but there isn't anything he can do about the pain. The next day, Richie visits Billy and notices he's weighing less than 130 pounds. He also informs Billy that Heidi has signed a legal paper to force Billy to be taken to a mental hospital. Determined to help Billy, Richie sneaks into the gypsy camp in the middle of the night, poisoning all the dogs and leaving a note asking them to take off the curse. Afterward he stops at a gas station and pays a young man to let him know if the gypsies move their location again. The next day, the guy calls Richie to tell him about the new gypsy camp. After he hangs up, he's ambushed by Gina and her husband. Meanwhile, Richie receives 2 boxes with weapons to carry on the plan. At that moment Billy sees a car outside with a message from the gypsies, and when he looks at the front seat, he finds the body of the young man. There's a chicken head in his mouth and the word never on his forehead as an answer to Richie's note. Furious, Richie grabs his weapons and gets ready for revenge, ignoring Billy's pleas not to kill anybody. In the evening, Richie sneaks into the gypsy camp and knocks down Gina's husband before opening fire. Lots of gypsies get killed and their vehicles are destroyed. One of them even explodes and starts a fire. Then Richie pushes Gina's husband forward and in the darkness, his loved ones think he's the enemy so they mistakenly shoot him down. After Richie leaves, the group finds a note on the guy's body asking for the curse to be taken off. The next day, the police come over to the camp to investigate. Richie pretends to be an FBI agent to talk to Gina and convinces her to follow him into a barn house, which is seen by Billy from afar. In the barn, Richie pushes Gina and throws a liquid at her face pretending it's acid, but he's lying to scare her. A furious Gina tries to defend herself, but Richie hits her head to knock her down. At that moment Billy shows up to stop Richie from killing her, so instead Richie puts the jar with real acid on her forehead and leaves a message for Tadzu. He must meet them in the lighthouse in 2 hours. After the men are gone, Gina very carefully moves her arms to get rid of the acid and runs back to her people. 2 hours later, Tadzu comes to the lighthouse because he doesn't want Richie to kill Gina. To remove the curse, it must be transferred to another person, so Tadzu stabs Billy's wounded hand and lets the blood drip into a pie. Now the curse is in the filling, so Billy must feed the pie to someone else to kill them. Before going home, Billy calls Linda and tells her to stay the night at her friend's house. A few days later, Billy returns to his house looking healthier and gives the pie to Heidi as revenge for her infidelity. The next morning, Billy wakes up and is pleased to find Heidi's rotting body next to him. He even kisses it on the mouth to taste the sugar. However, when he goes downstairs, he discovers Linda is already back and she's also eaten the pie. After she leaves for school, Billy is feeling so guilty that he thinks of eating pie too, but at that moment Mike comes by to check on the family. Wanting more revenge, Billy invites him in to have some pie. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a forest in Eastern Europe, a pig runs as fast as possible to escape from its owner. It prefers to die from starvation and be free than live as a slave for a human. On a road nearby, foreigner Sam is driving around as he looks for his father, whom he never got to meet. He doesn't speak the local language, but he carries a picture of his dad to ask any person he sees about him. After another failed attempt, Sam gets distracted by the picture strangely floating on the passenger seat and accidentally runs over a pig in the middle of the road. Sam immediately checks on it and notices the pig is badly hurt, so he puts it in the backseat and drives around looking for help. It isn't until night falls that he finds a store, but it's closed and he can't find anybody around. When Sam checks on the pig again, it's sadly passed away. Moments later, Sam begins digging a hole near the forest to bury the pig. Suddenly he hears a noise among the trees and looks up to see a person, who stares at him before running away screaming. This causes the pig to wake up because it's not dead after all, so Sam takes it back to the car. At that moment he's approached by the person from the shadows. It's Kirk, the pig's owner. Thankfully she speaks English, so to make up for having hit her pig, Sam offers to drive him home. On the way to the ranch, he notices the pig keeps shaking in Kirk's arms as if it didn't want to go back. When they arrive, the pig joins its siblings while Kirk shares some food and drink with Sam. Unfortunately she doesn't know his father, but she does offer him a room to spend the night. Sam quickly falls asleep without any clothes on, and Kirk goes outside to look at the stars and thank her dead mother for sending her such a wonderful gift. A few hours later, Sam is suddenly woken up by Kirk's father Gustavs and Jankukes, the neighbor's farmhand. Sam can't understand what they're saying, but Gustavs thinks he looks strong enough and Jankukes suddenly knocks him out with a headbutt. Afterward Sam is taken to the barn, where they give him a collar and chain him to the wall. Jankukes is worried that a foreigner will win over Kirk's affections instead of him and tells Gustavs to feed him to the pigs, pretending he's worried about a stranger hurting them or destroying the farm. Gustavs ignores him and leaves for now, so a frustrated Jankukes kicks Sam a couple of times. Kirk tries to be kind and sweeps the hay to make a bed while Sam tries to pull the chain from the wall to no avail. Desperate, Sam tries to beg Kirk to free him, but Gustavs comes back to beat him down with his cane. In the morning, Sam wakes up cold and in pain. Kirk and Gustavs come with 2 buckets, one that has nasty food for him, and one with food for the pigs. As Kirk shows him how to mix it, she explains that he must feed the pigs and he'll reward it with proper food, otherwise Gustavs will hit him again. Sam kicks the bucket and says he refuses to be her pig, so Gustavs wants to punish him for it. However, Kirk holds him back, pointing out Sam can learn by starving. Later in the evening, they leave a proper tray of food for him, but it's out of his reach. Sam even tries to grab it using his feet, but he slips and a pig ends up eating everything. The next day, Sam is seen by Jankukes' bosses Marks and Wilhelms while they're looking at the pigs to buy some. Sam asks them to help him, but the men notice what a strong body he has, so they ask Gustavs to sell Sam to them. Jankukes panics as he realizes he'll be replaced and begs them not to do it, revealing these guys are his father and uncle yet they treat him like a slave. Gustavs refuses to sell Sam saying he was sent by God, so the brothers buy some pigs instead. In the middle of the night, Jankukes returns to the barn and cuts the chains to help Sam escape. At that moment Kirk comes out of the house and sees them, so Jankukes tries to stop her from chasing them while Sam keeps on running. Kirk tells Jankukes that death is better than being with him, but since Jankukes keeps on being aggressive, she pretends she wants to kiss him instead. Once Jankukes is close enough, she tries to hit him, but Jankukes quickly pushes her down and threatens to cut her nose off. At that moment Sam comes back and puts his chain around Jankukes' neck as they fall to the ground, struggling against each other. Suddenly a shot can be heard. It's Gustavs, who sends Jankukes home and captures Sam again. The next morning, Kirk gives Sam pants and proper food to thank him for saving her life. Sam accuses her of luring him to her ranch to capture him, but Kirk points out he was the one who offered the ride. Then Sam agrees to collaborate and starts by washing the pigs, trying to show them that someone does care for them. Afterward Gustavs puts a longer chain on him so he can go out to chop wood, and when the door opens, Sam finally gets to see sunlight again. He rushes outside and enjoys feeling warm, but Gustavs interrupts his moment to ask him to kill a pig with a mallet because they'll be cooking it for a party. Sam is disturbed by the idea and refuses, so Gustavs kills it himself. Then Sam is stuck cleaning up all the entrails and blood. The pig he saved watches him work and suddenly Sam is startled to hear it say "Mama" and "My mama," so he runs back inside to throw up. The following day, Kirk washes Sam up in a big bucket. She explains Gustavs will show him off at the party to make the whole family jealous, so he must look good. She also mentions he should set a good example for the other pigs. Then he is given nice clothes and taken to the table, where they're serving the pig. Sam is allowed to eat and drink with them, but the chain always stays on. Meanwhile Jankukes is kept away in a corner like a dirty dog. After dinner, they play some music and have fun, and Kirkin drags Sam to dance with her. Jankukes watches with great envy, And when Marks and Wilhelms come to drop some leftovers, Jan Hughes begs them to marry him to Kirk so they can have the ranch too. However, the brothers remind him he's just their dog and start giving him orders, making Jan Hughes get on his fours, bark, and even give him belly rubs. While Jan Hughes is distracted, the ranch dog steals his food. Suddenly Gustavs interrupts the dance to separate Sam from Kirk, saying he doesn't deserve her yet. Kirk tells him to go, and on his way back to the barn, the dog starts barking at him. Sam immediately gets on his fours and barks back, scaring the dog into hiding. At that moment Jan Hughes comes out of the doghouse and barks at Sam, indicating he should sleep in the trash. Sam stares at the pile and realizes his car is nearby, so he gets inside and barely closes the door because of the chain. Being back in the car helps Sam feel like himself again, and he even finds candy in the glove box. After eating it with gusto, he finds the car keys and turns the vehicle on, causing the wipers to start moving and clean the glass. Sam notices Kirk standing in the front of the car screaming that he's trying to escape, and the entire family comes to drag him back into the barn by the chain. He tries to explain he hadn't been trying to escape, which would be impossible because of the chain anyway, but his words fall on deaf ears and Gustavs punishes him in front of everyone by hitting him with a branch. Then everyone leaves without untying him, so Sam spends the night with his arms around a column. The next day, Sam is kept on a short chain so he can't move much. While Jan Hughes and another farmhand are buying a bunch of piglets, the pig that Sam rescued comes to check on him. Sam tells it to leave, but soon the pig comes back with pliers and Sam uses them to escape. He carefully sneaks around and hides in the truck with the pigs, and the little guy he saves comes along too. The truck takes off, but when it reaches the road, a tire fails and causes the vehicle to shake for a mile or two until it falls. When Jan Hughes comes out through the window, he sees Sam and the pigs running away as fast as they can. Back in the ranch, Kirk discovers Sam is gone and has a breakdown, so Gustavs rushes out to find him. Moments later, Sam continues to run through the forest until suddenly he falls into a trap hole and faints. He wakes up in the middle of the night and tries to climb out but fails no matter how hard he tries, so he also has a breakdown while staring at the stars. In the morning, a rope suddenly falls down the hole and Sam discovers the pig has come to save him. Sam immediately comes out, and then the pig helps him to finally get rid of the collar and the chain. At that moment Sam discovers that all the other pigs are here too, so he decides to be their leader and guide them through the forest, especially since he can hear wolves howling in the distance. For the first time in his life, Sam is surrounded by ears that actually listen to him, so he starts having full conversations with the pigs and sharing all his inner troubles. Eventually they find a bunch of trash in the middle of the field, and while he watches the pigs eat, Sam realizes he has nothing to love. His search for his father has failed, he doesn't have the strength to go home, and nobody is missing or waiting for him in his country anyway. At the same time, Kirk won't stop thinking about him and keeps hoping he'll come back to her. Later that night, Sam stops to rest with the pigs and realizes he is harboring feelings that make him want to cry and laugh at the same time. The pig explains it by saying Kirk. While hearing the wolves howl again, Sam decides he shall go back to Kirk. In the morning Sam starts making his way back to the ranch and the pigs follow him even though he tells them they can stay back. When they make it out of the forest, Sam hears a shot. It turns out Gustavs is nearby looking for him with Marks and Wilhelms while using Jan Hughes as their tracking dog. Sam tries to hide by sneaking through the cornfield, but Jan Hughes follows his nose and sees him coming. Gustavs finds him first and threatens him with his weapon, asking for the pigs in return for giving Sam a longer chain again. Sam can hear the piggy nearby but doesn't say a word, and soon Jan Hughes comes with the siblings. Since Gustavs doesn't shoot because he wants his pigs back first, Jan Hughes tries to take the weapon so he can shoot Sam himself. While the four men struggle, Sam runs away, only to freeze when he hears a shot. He immediately goes back and finds the pigs licking Gustavs' leg wound, so Sam picks him up and takes it back to the ranch. Gustavs is so grateful for his help that he agrees to treat him like an actual person and even gives him permission to marry Kirk. While she takes care of her father's injury, Gustavs asks her to save the bullet so he can rub it on the brothers' faces later. Afterward, Kirk tells Sam that she lost the bullet and makes him take it out of her intimate parts. Then she translates what her father said and Sam agrees to marry her while the piggy watches him from afar. That night, the new couple is about to get dirty when suddenly they hear the dog barking and notice a bright light from the window. They rush outside to discover the barn is on fire and they can hear the pigs crying, so Sam runs in to rescue them all. At that moment Jan Hughes shows up, revealing he started the fire because he's furious over the news of Kirk having a fiancée. He corners Kirk against a tree and asks her to run away together, but Sam comes out and starts a fight. Thankfully he manages to make Jan Hughes drop the torch before they grab each other, and after Jan Hughes fails to choke him, Sam throws him on the ground and pushes his thumbs into Jan Hughes' eyes, making him cry and squirm in pain. Most of the pigs get to escape, but sadly one runs out with flames on its back. Sometime later, Kirk and Sam get married. Wilhelms and Marks pay compensation to Gustavs and agree to drop their rivalry. In the future, they lose all their livestock to an outbreak of bird flu and end up bankrupt, so they self-delete. Gustavs happily watches his daughter get married, but he dies of a heart attack that very same night. Kirk and Sam take care of the ranch together, and Kirk soon gets pregnant. One morning, Sam checks on the pig he saved, which is now much bigger. The animal says goodbye and leaves the ranch, making Sam wonder if he gave up too fast and if he should try going on a journey again. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a post-apocalyptic world, Juliet drives through a barren land as she scavenges for anything that can help her survive. When she finds a bunch of abandoned vehicles, she inspects every nook and cranny and even checks the gas tanks, but unfortunately there's nothing useful. After watching the sea for a while, she keeps on driving and eventually stops at a gas station. With a gun in hand, she looks through all the shelves for any food to no avail. Suddenly the ceiling starts shaking and the growling of a monster known as Reaper can be heard coming from the upper floor, so Juliet immediately goes away. While driving, she gets in contact with her friend Harry, who is part of her survivor group. Juliet informs him that her battery is running low and that she'll take a shortcut to return to their base. Moments later, she stops the car when she spots an abandoned RV and takes a closer look, only to find a severely wounded man. As she threatens him with her gun, she demands to see his wound and asks where the Reaper went, to which the guy replies he's locked it inside the RV. He also points out there are cans of food in the RV before asking her to end his suffering, but Juliet just tells him she must save bullets so he can die by uncovering his wound. Then Juliet enters the RV and fights the Reaper, causing the vehicle to shake a lot as she struggles but ultimately killing the creature with a shot. When she comes out, the man is dead. After taking all the supplies she can find, Juliet goes back to the road and drives while looking at a picture of herself with a guy. Suddenly the wind blows the picture away, causing Juliet to get distracted as she tries to catch it and she ends up with the car going off the road, flipping a few times before landing upside down. Juliet faints and dreams of her life before the apocalypse. On a rainy day, she visited an art gallery but couldn't understand the paintings. She then was approached by the gallery owner Jack, who was also the guy from the picture. He could tell she didn't understand art, so Juliet admitted she came inside to escape from the rain and get some free food. Jack found her amusing and shared a drink with her while explaining how to find beauty in the paintings. Back to the present, Juliet wakes up to discover her leg is fractured and stuck in the seat. It's also dark outside, which means the Reapers will be coming out soon and she can't defend herself because her gun has fallen out of the car so she can't reach it. Juliet tries to move her leg but it's too painful, so instead she tries to use the radio, but it isn't working. Using a stick and some wire, Juliet reaches for the gun and manages to move it a bit, but unfortunately her tool breaks before she can retrieve it. Then another flashback starts, showing how Jack left in the middle of the gallery opening to grab a bike with Juliet. She accepted to go to his apartment and she was shocked to see how beautiful and expensive everything was. She also found his drawings, which showed his great artistic skill. While having some wine and cheese, Jack shared all his family drama and how he handled the inheritance. Juliet explained she had no family, but she found it hard to open up and Jack's questions made her uncomfortable, so she decided to leave. In the present, Juliet decides to put up with the pain and uses a pipe to free her broken leg. Then she makes a tourniquet and washes the wound with some alcohol before painfully pushing the bone back into place. A new memory begins, during which Juliet went to a bar with a random man. She noticed that Jack was also in the bar, but she ignored him. When Juliet left with the guy, Jack followed her and discovered the man paying Juliet in exchange for some substance. The guy also tried to kiss her, but Juliet angrily turned him down. Then Jack continued to follow Juliet on the train and eventually reached a very shady neighborhood. Juliet bought more substance from a guy, confirming she was a dealer. At that moment Jack showed himself, so Juliet allowed him to come with her into the building, where she had to pay another dealer before being able to enter her apartment. Inside, Jack discovered how poor Juliet was and offered his help, but Juliet snapped, saying she wasn't a charity case. She tried kicking him out but Jack refused to leave, so Juliet grabbed an injection to reveal she was also an addict. This caused Jack to get out. Back to the present, Juliet manages to make an improvised cast with things from the car, then she works on fixing the radion but sadly nobody answers her call. At that moment she hears a Reaper approaching, so she quickly crawls out and grabs her gun before hiding in her car. Juliet stays quiet while the Reaper wanders too close to the vehicle and suddenly the radio comes alive with Harry's voice. The Reaper hears it and comes her way, so Juliet has no choice but to throw the radio out of the car. The creature finds the radio and throws it away before approaching the car, but when it's about to get inside, it hears a noise in the distance and goes away. Afterward Juliet replaces the bullets in the gun while going through another memory. One evening, Juliet was beaten up and went to Jack's apartment for help. Jack didn't judge her or ask questions. He gently cleaned her up, tended her wounds, and left her to rest. The next morning, they had breakfast together and Juliet asked if she could go for a walk. Jack guessed she actually needed a fix, so an offended Juliet tried to leave, only to find the door locked. When Jack told her he wouldn't let her go until she was clean, Juliet got furious and started breaking Jack's things as she screamed. Jack waited for an opening and then hugged Juliet, comforting her with a kiss. In the present, Juliet finds some glow sticks and throws them outside to see if any Reapers are near. She doesn't see anyone, so she comes out and retrieves the radio. Suddenly she hears a weird noise and tenses, so she throws the glow sticks in various directions until she finds a Reaper on top of her car. Juliet immediately shoots it before rushing back into the car, where she waits for the creature to shoot again. However, the Reaper surprises her from behind by pulling the window cover off. A terrified Juliet tries to move, but the Reaper grabs her leg, so she retaliates by starting the car and pressing the accelerator, causing the wheels to hurt the creature. The Reaper runs away and Juliet tries to shoot it, but she misses. While she's looking out, the Reaper sneaks inside through the opposite window and growls, startling Juliet into shooting it. After the Reaper runs away, Juliet tries to fix her radio, but her hands are shaking and there isn't any more alcohol she could use to calm down. Another flashback begins, showing that Jack and Juliet became a couple and moved to a brand new house together. Juliet had been very nervous during the move, so Jack touched her face to make her smile. Then he gave her a tour of the house and mentioned one room was for their future children, which made Juliet very uncomfortable. Jack also wondered if she would ever say that she loved him, but Juliet told him he already knew. Back to the present, Juliet fixes the radio and contacts Harry, although she can't hear him well. She tells him what happened and asks for help, but after Harry says something about a beacon, the connection is lost. Juliet searches the car and finds a box with a beacon, so now she'll have to read the manual to activate it. As she works, she thinks about the day she discovered she was pregnant. The couple was very happy to see the positive result on the test, but unfortunately 9 months later the baby died during labor and the couple had to go home to an empty nursery. In the present, Juliet manages to make the beacon work. Then she barricades the windows just in time for the creature to come back. After seeing her through the windshield, it moves to the window and tries to push the cover, so Juliet pushes it down with her feet. The Reaper decides to start hitting the car instead, and at that moment Juliet gets a call from Harry, who tells her they'll save her soon and reminds her to use light on Reapers. Juliet knows this, but her flashlight is broken. Suddenly she hears a noise and turns to discover that the creature has broken the windshield, so now it's coming after her from the front. Thankfully now Juliet can turn on the headlights, and the brightness scares the creature away. Afterward Juliet calls Harry, who is bad news. They will not rescue her until sunrise because it is too dangerous to go out that far at night. This triggers another memory. Since the loss of the baby, things had been tense between Jack and Juliet, and one day she just ran away. Jack managed to find her and an argument ensued, during which Juliet admitted she didn't really want a child and Jack pressured her into it. Furious, Jack walked away from the car, intending to take the subway alone. He blamed Juliet's former addiction for the baby's death and broke up with her. Back to the present, Juliet hears an engine nearby and begins honking the horn to get its attention. 2 men on a bike stop next to the car and one of them comes inside saying he'll help, but he turns out to be a cannibal who wants to kill her. As Juliet struggles to stop him from stabbing her, the Reaper comes back and drags the guy out to crush his skull. The friend immediately leaves on the bike and Juliet watches the Reaper feed on the body. Another flashback reveals that after the argument, Juliet went to a bar to get drunk and ignored all the calls she kept getting from Jack. At that moment she saw on TV that there was a chemical attack at the subway station, which killed over 30 people. Then she got a call from an unknown number telling her that Jack was hurt during the attack, so she fled to the hospital. The Juliet in the present grabs her gun and considers self-deleting, but the memories keep going. When she arrived at the hospital, she learned Jack couldn't speak anymore, but he still communicated. He touched her face with his special gesture through the curtain and then used a board to say I love you. For the first time, Juliet answered me too. Jack also made her promise she would never give up, and that makes present Juliet put down the gun. Determined to keep her promise, Juliet takes a flare plus 2 gas containers and leaves the car. She proceeds to douse a container with gas and then lights the flare, waving it around to get the Reaper's attention. When the creature starts approaching her, Juliet walks backward and waits for the Reaper to reach the container to shoot it, causing an explosion. However, the Reaper runs away just in time. Juliet looks around to find it, but the creature suddenly appears behind her and makes her drop the gun. Terrified, Juliet pushes those skinny arms away and goes back into the car, only for the Reaper to grab her wounded leg and make her bleed. As Juliet desperately reaches for her gun, the Reaper pulls her out of the car and throws her to the ground. Then she shoots the creature twice, making it fall. Once the creature stops moving, Juliet cries and remembers the day she went back to the hospital only to discover they took Jack away because he died, causing her to have a breakdown. In the present, the morning finally comes and the Reaper starts moving, but Juliet is out of bullets. Suddenly the creature climbs on top of her, but instead of attacking, it gently touches her face, making her realize this is Jack. This triggers a memory about the day they met. Jack talked about fate bringing people together and to prove his interest, he closed the gallery to leave with her. In the present, Juliet hugs Jack while finally telling him that she loves him. After putting a new bullet in the gun, she pushes their heads against each other to end things and go into the afterlife together. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the 2040s, the Tantalus base is built on Mars. A crew of 8 astronauts go on a mission to gather samples that last 6 months, and today is their last day. In 19 hours, the spacecraft Aurora will come from Earth to pick them up. In the Martian desert, Vincent and Rebecca drive a rover toward an excavation site, noticing there's a sandstorm incoming. Once they get there, Vincent calls Kim on the radio to tell her it's time to return to the base, reminding her they need to get ready for departure. However, Kim ignores him and keeps on digging, desperate to find good samples. While they wait, Vincent tells Rebecca that he's tired of Kim's attitude and he doesn't look forward to the 6-month trip back to Earth, even if he's eager to be home. When Kim finally boards the rover, she complains about the fact they're going back with nothing to show because 6 months weren't enough to accomplish anything. As they drive back, they get a call from Captain Charles, who urges them to hurry up because they need help fixing their communications link to the Aurora. At the base, Richard manages to restore the signal but also has to fix the power, which has been in trouble because of the storm. Meanwhile, Marco asks Charles for a last trip to the excavation site because he needs to fix a broken gamma sensor. Charles is hesitant but eventually agrees, telling him to take Richard too and to return before dark. When the trio arrives and sees Marco and Richard leaving, Kim complains because it isn't fair that she was forced to come back while the guys get to leave again. On the way to the site, Richard is shocked to learn Marco lied. They aren't going to fix anything. They're going to pick a sample of something called microscopic anomaly. Back at the base, Vincent repairs the cooling system while chatting with psychologist Robert. He's noticed the approach trajectory of the Aurora and thinks it looks like drunk driving. Meanwhile, Kim checks Marco's workstation to find his real intentions behind the trip and discovers an image of cavities on a rock. Rebecca points out that the cavities seem to be microbial borings, and when they look at the sample under the microscope, they find signs of bacterial cell division. This means Marco lied because he refuses to share the credit. Angry, Charles calls Richard and Marco to announce the excavation site is now off limits. However, Marco tells Richard to pretend that he didn't hear Charles because of the bad signal. Then Marco takes a soil sample from the dig site, and as he takes a closer look, the ground under him begins shaking and suddenly collapses, causing Marco to get stuck underground. Richard rushes out of the rover to help, but he can't see well because of the steam. Moments after Richard asks for backup, Charles and Lauren arrive to rescue Marco. Richard thinks Marco is already dead, but Lauren disagrees and tries to go down the pit. Charles immediately stops her, saying the pit is too dangerous in its current state. They decide that Lauren will stay behind to keep watch while Charles and Richard return to the base to pick up proper rescue gear. At the base, Kim tells Charles that she wants to announce their discovery. Richard points out that Marco died, but Kim thinks it's Marco's own fault for not respecting protocol and makes Richard mad. The group contacts Mission Control, who has seen the report and gives them permission to retrieve Marco regardless of the risk. Before leaving, Robert wants Charles to scold Kim for her behavior because Marco's death isn't his fault, but Charles says that every crew mistake is his responsibility. While Charles takes Rebecca, Robert, and Vincent back to the site, Lauren waits in the rover. Suddenly she hears someone trying to get inside the vehicle and tries to inform Charles over the radio, but he can't hear her because of the storm interference. When the team finally arrives at the excavation site, Lauren has disappeared. They assume she fell in the pit, so Vincent straps his suit to a rope and goes down. As he's about to reach the bottom, he notices a microbial organism growing on the rock formation. The further he goes down, the worse Vincent feels, and he starts hyperventilating as he has flashbacks of the time he was accidentally trapped in the Aurora. Noticing this, the others immediately pull the rope to bring him back. Vincent takes a moment to calm down and tells them he didn't see anyone down there. Then Robert looks around the area and is surprised to find 2 sets of footprints in the direction of the base. This doesn't make sense because they could have just taken the rover. The team calls Kim to tell her to get ready for possible casualties, and in return Kim points out that if Marco's suit is damaged, he could be suffering from brain damage due to oxygen deprivation. At that moment, Richard checks the tracking system and sees 2 figures 50 meters away from the base. As Kim tries to establish contact with them on the radio, Richard goes to the airlock to let them in. At the same time that Kim sees a strange figure slowly making their way to the base, Richard opens the airlock and Marco falls to the ground, revealing a hole in his helmet. Richard helps him take it off, but steps back in shock when he sees Marco now looks like a zombie. Suddenly Marco stands up and grabs an electric drill to attack Richard, stabbing him in the gut. Richard falls but manages to move enough to trigger the alarm. Kim rushes to the airlock, but as soon as she sees Marco she runs away to hide in another room. Soon Lauren reaches the airlock too, revealing she's also infected. Richard struggles with his pain and manages to run into another room, locking the door behind him. Lauren goes after Kim instead, who starts fighting the creature the best she can considering she's no soldier. Soon Marco joins her and Kim uses every object in the room to defend herself. One of the creatures gets distracted by drinking some liquid on the floor, so Kim knocks the other down and runs, locking this door as well. Before passing out, Richard manages to say Mayday on the radio. When the others come back, Charles tells them to wait outside while he investigates, finding a complete mess inside. He finds Kim as Marco starts breaking down the glass door, so Charles orders her to get in a suit while he tries to hold the creatures off. Soon Marco gets out and Charles tries to reason with him, but it doesn't seem that the infected brain understands words. Once she's suited up, Kim leaves the base and Charles runs to the airlock. On his way out, the infected astronauts catch up to him and stab him on the shoulder. After some struggle, Charles goes out and reunite with the others. They disable the door to trap their sick friends and Vincent complains, but Kim shows him the creatures' faces while pointing out they aren't humans anymore. The group runs to hide in the greenhouse dome and Rebecca tries her best to treat Charles' wound even though she isn't a doctor. Charles realizes that he's dying and gets sad because he can't remember what his family looks like, so he asks the crew to tell his family that they were in his thoughts. Suddenly Charles grabs Robert by the neck, so the others have to pull him back and try to calm him down. A desperate Vincent holds him down until Charles has trouble breathing. Then Charles tells the crew they'll never see home and passes out. Vincent thinks he's dead, but Kim immediately ties Charles to the table in case his body reanimates like Marco and Lauren. Upset by the sight, Vincent covers the body with a blanket. While discussing what to do, Vincent looks under the blanket and sees the infection spreading. Moments later, they hear an explosion outside so they look at the monitor to discover that the infected astronauts have escaped by using an explosive on the airlock. Soon they make it to the dome and start pounding on the door at the same time Charles' body shakes for a few seconds. The crew wants to contact the space station but the comms are down, so Vincent volunteers to go through the oxygen pipe to get back to the base and fix the system. After Vincent leaves, Rebecca takes a sample of Charles's blood and notices that he's infected too. Minutes later, Vincent stops crawling because he is having a panic attack as he's haunted by the memories of his accident at the space station. On the radio, Rebecca helps him calm down by saying everyone in the team is as scared as he is. When he finally reaches the base, he finds blood all over the place but still gets down to work. Back to Rebecca, she wonders if antibiotics could neutralize the bacteria and injects Charles with a solution. Charles' body immediately starts shaking and contorting, so Rebecca thinks he may be fighting the infection. However, Kim points out that the movement is just the body's reflexes having a natural reaction. Once the body stops moving, Rebecca takes another blood sample and discovers that the bacteria is no longer multiplying, meaning the solution doesn't cure the bacteria but does slow it down. Kim pours the solution into a decontamination spray so they can vaporize it and use it against the creatures. Meanwhile, Vincent manages to contact Aurora but before he can tell them about the situation, the power shuts down. Robert checks the monitor and notices their sick friends are going back to the base because they can't break the dome doors. The team agrees to unlock the door to lure the creatures to the airlock and spray them with antibiotics. As soon as one of the infected astronauts comes in, the decontamination spray activates and the creature falls to the floor squirming. Unfortunately, Rebecca then discovers that the effect is only temporary because the bacteria is starting to develop resistance to the medicine. Vincent is making his way to fix the power only to come across an infected Richard, but he doesn't hesitate to repeatedly bash Richard's head with his flashlight. No matter how hard he hits, the creature won't go down, so Vincent runs to the oxygen pipe and crawls back. He asks Rebecca to open the panel while warning her he didn't seal the other end of the pipe. The others put on their helmets before pulling Vincent out. Then Kim grabs 2 bottles of antibiotics and throws them at Richard, who isn't held back. Vincent and Rebecca run to open the airlock, hoping to escape. At that moment, Robert notices that Charles' body is starting to reanimate, so he runs to and locks the door behind him, leaving Kim with to die under the creature's attack. When he joins Vincent and Rebecca, he just tells them Kim didn't make it. In the airlock, the creature they sprayed before is starting to wake up, so Robert kicks it a few times in fury. Then the trio finally opens the airlock and runs away. But on their way out, their infected friend stabs Rebecca in the leg with scissors. Fortunately, the crew is fast enough to reach the rover and Vincent injects Rebecca with an antibiotic, hoping it'll help her body fight the bacteria. The group leaves in the rover, but after a few moments they realize they don't have enough power to reach the landing site. They'll have to walk there, which Rebecca can't do because of her wound. Vincent thinks they should take Rebecca to the base to treat her injury, but Robert thinks they should leave her behind because she's infected. Rebecca points out Robert may be infected too because Charles grabbed his neck. But Robert changes the subject. He remembers there's another rover at the excavation site, so they head there instead. Once they reach the right spot, Robert makes his way to the other rover on foot and then contacts Vincent on the radio, telling him to leave Rebecca. Vincent refuses, so Robert gets away alone. Vincent comes out to stop him but it's too late. To make matters worse, he sees that the infected ones have been following them and are getting closer. Thus Vincent and Rebecca drive the rover through the sandstorm in hopes of losing them. Vincent thinks they'll have enough power to get to the landing site in the morning once the sun charges the rover's batteries. Meanwhile, the Aurora departs from the space station and heads to Mars. In the morning, Vincent wakes up and finds a message from the space station, informing them a rescue team is on its way. Vincent tries to respond to the message, but the space station can't hear him. Then he realizes that Rebecca left the rover, so he begins following her footsteps. Eventually he finds her, but Rebecca tells him to stay back because she can feel the infection already taking effect. Desperate to save her, Vincent runs to her anyway, so Rebecca removes her helmet and dies of suffocation. In just a few minutes, her body reanimates and attacks Vincent, who fights her to restrain her. Rebecca begs him to end things for her, so Vincent chooses mercy and bashes her head with a rock. Moments later, Vincent sees the Aurora approaching, so he runs to the landing site. Unfortunately, there also are 3 creatures heading there, so Vincent tries to warn the Aurora not to open the hatch, but they can't hear him because of the storm interference. As soon as the rescue team comes out, the creatures attack them and kill them, and their screams of terror can be heard by Vincent on the radio. He still keeps going and finds the creatures feeding on the rescue team, but at least they don't notice him. There's also a body rotting in the most awful of states. Then Vincent enters the ship, and after locking the door, he finds Robert in the cockpit. He's still self-aware, yet Vincent can already see signs of infection and says they can't risk taking the bacteria to Earth. Robert quickly attacks him and a fight ensues, during which Robert stabs Vincent's helmet. As the ship starts flying on its own and shakes terribly, the men continue fighting and Vincent repeatedly headbutts Robert until he stops moving. Next, he takes off his helmet stained with Robert's blood and opens the hatch, sending Robert's body out into space. During the few seconds in which he struggles to breathe, Vincent imagines Rebecca comforting him. Afterward, Vincent sends a message to the station to tell them everything that happened. He knows there's a chance he's infected, so he explains his plan to crash the ship on Mars as soon as he notices any symptoms. The Aurora continues to fly while he waits for a response. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a post-apocalyptic future, Mallory hears a message on the radio about a safe shelter where everyone is welcome. She gathers her 2 nameless kids and with a very serious tone, she announces that they'll take a boat down the river, so it's very important for the children to never take off their blindfolds or they'll die. Then she grabs a box with their pet birds and the group leaves their home, using a string trail to reach the boat without seeing. This all started 5 years ago. Mallory is a pregnant artist who is getting a visit from her sister Jessica. While they chat, they don't pay much attention to the TV newscast reporting on unexplained mass self-deletions that started in Siberia and are now spreading across Europe. Afterward, the sisters go to the hospital for Mallory's appointment. The baby checkup goes well, and on their way out, Mallory and Jess notice a woman acting erratic and her head getting hurt against the glass window. It's only worse when they go outside. Total chaos has taken over the streets, with people running in panic, crashing their cars, and finding anything useful that can help them self-delete. It seems that whatever was affecting people in Europe has arrived in the USA. Scared, the sisters rush to their car and try to drive away, but suddenly Jessica's eyes turn a weird color and she begins driving frantically, ignoring Mallory's pleas to slow down. The crazy speed causes the car to flip and crash, but luckily both sisters survive. Mallory carefully crawls out only to see her sister step in the middle of a street, where she is killed by a passing truck. Upset and panicking, Mallory begins running with the crowd, which is getting more chaotic and scared by the second as cars start to explode around them. When Mallory is pushed down by the crowd, a woman comes out of a house to help her while ignoring her husband Douglas' objections. But before she can reach Mallory, the woman suddenly goes into a trance. As she talks to an invisible person, the woman gets inside a burning car that soon explodes. Then a man named Tom helps Mallory up and brings her to the house, where Douglas refuses to open the door. However, the house owner Greg decides to help and lets them in together with other survivors. Everyone starts sharing their theories about what is going on, like demons or the end of the world, but nobody has a proven explanation. Only one thing is for sure, looking at the entity forces people to self-delete. A couple manages to call their son and hears he is in trouble, so they leave the house to find him regardless of the danger. The TV newscast also shows that the phenomenon is spreading through the whole world, but soon all signals go out so there's no more programming or phone calls. Then the remaining survivors decide to cover all the windows to prevent anyone from looking outside. In present day, Mallory and the kids have been on the river for 6 hours. She never stops making attempts to contact people over the radio and keeps everyone covered with a blanket. She also regularly checks on the birds in the box. When the birds start getting nervous, Mallory can hear the entity whispering her name and tries her best to ignore it. Back in the past, the group suddenly hears a knock. It's a survivor called Olympia, who begs for help because she's pregnant. Douglas is against letting more people in, but Mallory calls him heartless and they decide to let her in. Mallory grabs a rifle just in case and everyone closes their eyes until they're sure Olympia is harmless. Afterward, Greg volunteers to investigate the situation by watching the outside through his security cameras. The others tie him up to the chair in front of the monitors then leave him alone. Greg concentrates to avoid looking away, and after a few minutes of nothing, his expression changes. The group hears a weird sound coming from the room and rushes inside to discover Greg fell and smashed his head, instantly dying. The others immediately destroy the screen. Later that night, Mallory can't sleep and walks around the house, hearing another weird sound. However, it turns out to be Lucy and Felix getting busy together. In the present, Mallory and the children have been on the river for 14 hours when she suddenly hears a man's voice tell her to take the blindfold off because it's safe and even promising food. Mallory tells the kids not to do it and takes out her gun to fire blindly, But all her shots miss and the man jumps on the boat to attack them while the birds start making lots of noise. The man tries to take her blindfold off, insisting the entity is beautiful, but Mallory fights him off, and after lots of struggle, she manages to kill him with a machete. Back in the past, the group is starting to run out of food, and it's clear by now that help won't be coming. Mallory, Tom, Douglas, Lucy, and Charlie volunteer to go to the supermarket, hoping there's safety in numbers. They paint and cover the windows to avoid even glancing outside and then use the GPS to guide them through the streets, where they keep bumping against abandoned cars and dozens of dead bodies. As they drive around every obstacle, the GPS detects something surrounding the car. They can see a shadow shaking the car with a whooshing sound, so they begin driving faster in panic. The noises and the shaking get worse by the second, but eventually the GPS announces they have made it to the supermarket, so they rush inside and don't take the blindfolds off until they have covered all the windows. The group splits and starts gathering all kinds of supplies like food but also things for the babies. Mallory finds some birds and decides to take them as well. Douglas thinks they should stay here, but Mallory scolds him and points out it would be heartless to abandon those in the house. Suddenly the group hears someone knocking on a door and Charlie recognizes a familiar voice. It's his coworker, who accidentally got stuck in the freezer and is begging to be let out. The group isn't sure of trusting him and opens the door just a little bit to check, causing the birds to go crazy and confirm the man is actually the entity trying to trick them. The man begins yelling the entity should be seen and pushes the door, so Charlie tackles him to send him back into the fridge, allowing the others to lock it again. Then blood begins coming out from under the door, confirming Charlie is dead. The group leaves while still hearing the guy's voice begging for freedom. That night in the house, the group hears what sounds like a car being driven away, so they rush into the garage, only to discover that Lucy and Felix have gone away with their only vehicle. In the present, Mallory finally takes a break after 24 hours of non-stop rowing. However, she's too worried about the kids and soon starts rowing again, but the boat accidentally bumps against the sunken truck. The boy falls out of the boat and Mallory catches him right before he drowns, only to lose their blanket and food in the process. Mallory tries her best to warn him up with a jacket and decides to stop the boat by a shore, where she tells the kids not to move while she goes looking for supplies. Then Mallory connects some string to the boat and explores the woods until she finds a building, where she starts gathering food and a new blanket. Her string can't go on for that long, so she ties it up to the furniture while she continues to investigate. Suddenly she hears a noise and sees the string shaking before a shadow moves outside, so she immediately rushes out of the building, running through the forest as the entity begins whispering her name. Mallory blindingly shoots her gun just in case, which is heard by the little girl and makes her get off the boat to help. Fortunately, Mallory moves fast and reaches the child before the entity does, so she drags her back into the boat and yells at her for disobeying her, reminding both kids to leave Mallory behind and save themselves if things get too dangerous. In the past, another survivor knocks on their door and Olympia lets in without checking with the others first. His name is Gary, and after Tom checks he isn't hiding anything, Gary explains that only crazy patients can survive the entity. He ran away from some insane guys who escaped from a mental institution and now are out there forcing people to look at the entity, claiming it's beautiful. Douglas doesn't trust Gary and tries to force him out of the house at gunpoint, but Cheryl knocks him out and locks him in the garage while allowing Gary to stay. In the present, Mallory and the kids have been on the river for 38 hours. Mallory covers everyone with a blanket to warn them that they're approaching the rapids, which is the most dangerous part of the journey. Somebody will have to keep their eyes open to navigate, and both kids volunteer, but Mallory remembers promising Olympia she would take care of her daughter if something happened to her, and she can't bring herself to hurt her own son either. In the end, she decides they'll just risk it and go through the rapids without seeing. In the past, both Mallory and Olympia begin to go into labor at the same time. While Tom and Cheryl take the women upstairs to their room, Gary takes out a bunch of drawings of the horrifying creatures and starts making a new one, revealing he's actually one of the crazy people who escaped from the mental institution. Then he takes Mallory's birds and puts them in the fridge before tearing the papers off the windows, which Douglas sees from afar. When Tom comes down and finds the drawings, Gary immediately knocks him out. Then he opens the front garage door hoping to make Douglas see, but he quickly covers his eyes. Upstairs, Olympia and Mallory give birth to two very healthy and beautiful babies. Suddenly Gary enters the room and pulls the blinds up in front of Olympia, who immediately falls for the entity. Mallory manages to take the baby from her before Olympia runs to the window to self-delete. Afterward, Gary grabs Cheryl's face and forces her to open her eyes to the outside, causing her to also self-delete with scissors. While Mallory hides with the babies under a blanket, Douglas shows up with the rifle and does some blind shooting, hurting Gary in the arm. However, Gary quickly retaliates by jumping on Douglas to push him through the railing and stab him with the scissors. The rifle falls to the floor and Tom tries to grab it at the same time as Gary, causing the weapon to go off. Mallory hears 2 shots before someone approaches her, but luckily it's Tom, who has won the fight. 5 years pass, and Mallory and Tom have been living together while raising the kids as a couple. They have a whole system in place to keep the house safe and use string to go looking for supplies when they need them. One afternoon, Mallory is out on a supply run when she hears some cars driving nearby. She waits for them to leave and rushes back to the house to tell Tom about it, so they agree they won't go out alone anymore. That night, the two receive a radio transmission saying there's a safe compound with plenty of supplies and food down the river. The voice on the radio even gives them instructions, which Tom writes down on a map. Apparently seeing will be required to cross the rapids, and a voice recommends following the sound of the forest birds because they can tell when the entity is around. Tom wants to go to the compound, but Mallory refuses because she thinks it's a trap. Sometime later, while the family goes out to look for supplies together, they hear the cars again, so Tom goes to distract them while Mallory and the kids get out safely. The drivers are a group of insane people who ask Tom to look at the entity, and when they notice Mallory and the kids, Tom opens fire on them. He manages to kill a few of them, but they shoot back at him, so if Tom wants to save his family, he has no choice but to take off the blindfold to shoot with a better aim. After killing them in seconds, Tom sees the entity and self-deletes. Mallory has a breakdown over her loss and decides it's time to leave for the shelter after all. Now it's been 42 hours on the river and the group is approaching the rapids pretty quickly. When they reach the bumpy waters, Mallory tries her best to get through, but the boat flips over and everyone falls out. Mallory calls out to the kids and finds the boy in the water, but the girl has made it to the land. Thankfully Mallory finds her quickly because the girl has a bell that she keeps ringing. Then the trio walks through the woods where they hear the entity whispering to them using Tom's voice. Mallory tries to run away from it, only to fall down a small hill. The voice goes after the kids and the boy almost takes off his blindfold, but Mallory quickly finds him and stops him. She can't find the girl though, so she starts apologizing for yelling at her and the sound of her voice allows the girl to go back to her. Then the family follows the sounds of the birds, but they have to start running when the entity suddenly surrounds them. They fall a couple of times, but eventually they make it to the compound and the door is opened before the entity can reach them. Inside the compound, Mallory's eyes are checked and soon everyone is cleared to stay. They meet the voice from the radio and Mallory discovers that the compound is a school for the blind filled with survivors but also birds, who work as an alarm. Now they can finally begin living properly. Mallory decides to name the kids. The girl is called Olympia after her mother, and the boy is named after Tom. Then Mallory opens her box and frees the birds to be with the others in the sanctuary. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In France, Joel is finally free after spending 3 months in prison for stealing a lady's bag. He visits a friend and shares he's converted to Islam, but when the friend offers him a job at a building firm, Joel says that he can't work for the whites as he considers it slavery. Afterward he goes to pick up his kid at school, but gets in trouble on the bus because he's boarded without a ticket. His daughter doesn't have any money either, so he ends up taking cash from the kid's best friend before making a scene. The other passengers don't take his attitude and immediately kick him out of the bus. Then Joel goes home, where his furious mother yells at him for already misbehaving. When she's about to kick him out, they get a call with serious news. Meanwhile, Joel's half-brother Regis works for the government. A mother is asking for help because she has tons of kids and no place to live, but she lacks the necessary documents to prove she's a single parent, so Regis rudely tells her to go back to her country. The mayor comes to his office to show him a poster for his campaign and makes a very bigoted comment about having minorities to show off, but Regis just goes along with it because he doesn't want to lose his job. After work, he picks up his wife and daughter, and at a street light a beggar starts cleaning his windshield without his permission. Regis gets furious and starts yelling at him, calling him a con man. However, when he leaves the car to push him, the beggar drops the jacket and proves he truly is disabled. Later at home, he receives a call from his uncle informing him that his father will die soon. Regis hasn't seen him since he was 8, and his wife had thought the man was dead. Regis hates his father because he was never there for him, so he already considered him dead, but his furious wife makes him go to the funeral anyway. Sometime later, Regis arrives at the French Antilles and bumps into Joel at the airport after not having seen him in years. They take a cab together, and Regis updates his half-brother on his life. He has his own firm, a riverside house, and a happy family. Joel is embarrassed by his own life, so he lies and says he's done the same things. When they finally make it to their father's house, they find him weak in bed surrounded by all their half-sisters. The sick man is happy to see the only 2 sons he has again and apologizes for not being a good father, so to make up for it, he announces that he's leaving them his greatest treasure and then he dies. The brothers rush to check the family treasure and are disappointed to see it's just a piece of paper. Their uncle explains that it's the certificate of freedom that set their ancestors free from slavery and it's very important to pass it on to future generations so that they won't forget the history of their people. The brothers don't care about some paper though and decide to tear the certificate into pieces just for fun. This angers their aunt, who blows the smoke of her pipe toward them. Suddenly the brothers wake up in a strange field where Joel's phone has no signal. While wondering if they were kidnapped, they notice a black man running away, and soon 2 white dudes appear to chase after him. Joel runs too, but Regis tries to communicate. However, both of them end up getting captured and put in a cage. They're taken to the nearest town in horses, and when Regis tries to protest, one of the men whips him and calls him slurs. When they reach town, the brothers' clothes are taken away and they are put up for sale with other black men recently brought from Africa. Regis tries to protest again and gets hit, unaware that his aunt is watching nearby. One by one, all the other slaves are sold to various rich people until only the brothers are left. The seller is so desperate that he starts offering both of them for the price of one until they're bought by Mr. Jourdan. Then the brothers must walk all the way to the plantation, which is already full of slaves. Jourdan's assistant Henri will be in charge of taking them to their new working stations, and when Regis tries to explain himself, Henri scolds him, reminding him not to speak to the whites until they allow him to. After the brothers are given new slave names, Joel is taken to the field, where he meets his ancestor Isidore. Joel gets tired quickly and tries to fake an injury, but Henri whips him to keep him moving and laughs when Joel mentions racism. When it's time for lunch, they're given a foul stew that Joel spits out, and Isidore prefers to suck on a sugar cane. However, because he's hiding behind the leaves, it looks like he's doing the nasty with a friend, so Joel takes a picture with his phone. On the other hand, Regis is taken to the kitchen, where he meets his ancestor Rosalie. When he's told to start working, Regis freaks out, yelling he's a citizen and that he married a white woman. Rosalie immediately covers his mouth and tells him not to lie because it may get him killed. Later during dinner, Regis has to hear all the horrible stereotypes white people accuse the blacks of, including cannibalism and having huge private parts that they use to cling onto branches. Regis is called to serve wine, but at that moment he hears the priest say they're in 1780, and the shock causes Regis to spill wine on a lady's dress. He offers salt to clean it, but they think it's some weird voodoo and the lady calls him an ape, causing everyone to laugh except for a little kid called Victor. At night, Regis tells Joel about the year and they decide to escape. Meanwhile, Henri goes to see Jourdan, and everyone in the room immediately begins complaining about the black smell. Henri thinks they should chain up Joel because he isn't behaving, but Jourdan tells him to let Joel settle in for now. Back to the brothers, they get lost in the fields and suddenly see a mysterious face among the plants, so they scream and run back. The next morning, Henri has to hit them both to make them wake up in time. Before work, a Catholic father preaches to the blacks about how they are obliged to obey the whites and God's word. Regis answers amen like everyone else, but Joel refuses to sell out and yells Allah's name instead. This gets him whipped while the father ends his speech. Regis asks the priest why they can't live all together equally if God created man in his image, so the priest explains that's what the Bible says and points at a page. However, Regis shocks him by reading the actual text, which says nothing about races, but the priest dismisses him. Later, Joel arrives 2 minutes late to the fields and is disrespectful when Henri scolds him, causing Henri to knock him down. Joel tries to run away, but he accidentally hits his head and falls. Afterward, Joel is hanged by his wrist to be punished with a whipping, during which he never stops insulting everyone. The whites watch it all as if it were a circus show and the aunt also appears in the crowd, but she does nothing. When it's over, Regis is taken to Jourdan's office, where his reading skills are tested. Jourdan is impressed and offers Regis to take command of the slaves. Regis accepts, but after he leaves, the priest warns Jourdan that an educated black is a dangerous black. Meanwhile, Rosalie takes care of Joel's wounds and realizes that he is not as robust like an African man. He also has very soft skin and no scars, so she thinks he used to be rich. Suddenly, Joel tries to kiss her but she immediately rejects him and says she likes Isidore. The next morning, Regis is the one to wake Joel up. At first Joel just laughs, not taking him seriously, so Regis throws a piss bucket on him. Then Regis drags Joel to work on a bridge and while nobody can hear them, Regis confesses that he's acting as the tough leader to gain Jourdan's trust. At the end of the workday, Henri pushes Regis against a wall as he acts irrationally just because he's envious. Then Regis goes to see Jourdan to offer the daily report and finds the family sharing poetry, so he offers a few sentences of his own. The family doesn't know how to react, and when Jourdan explains Regis is educated, a relative tries to mock him by asking if he can play the piano. As everyone laughs, Regis goes to the piano and reveals he's an excellent player and singer. However, this is seen as impertinence, so Regis ends up receiving a whipping just like Joel while their aunt watches. The next morning, the brothers decide to try to escape again and jump into the cart of a Jewish merchant while Victor sees them from afar. Their disappearance is soon noticed and Jourdan hires the men that caught the brothers to find them again, noticing that they're wearing the clothes they took from Joel. Moments later, the brothers arrive at the house of the merchant, who accepts to help them because he knows what it's like to be hated because of their heritage. This triggers a dumb argument over who suffered more, the blacks or the Jewish. Unfortunately, the slave hunters soon arrive, so the merchant shows the brothers a back door to escape. A chase begins through the forest, and the hunters manage to keep up thanks to their dogs. The brothers are faster though, and eventually they make it to the beach, where they find a boat and immediately sail away, laughing and insulting the whites. Unfortunately, they're soon found by a bigger ship, who captures them and adds them to their collection. The other slaves are from Africa and spit on Regis for being mixed, saying he's white for the blacks but black for the whites. Sometime later, the brothers end up in a sail again and the hunters buy them. On their way back to Jourdan's place, they stop in the forest for a break, and one of the hunters has an urge to cut the brothers' feet off. However, they're suddenly surrounded by the Maroons, which is a group of black people that escaped from slavery. The brothers are rescued and accepted into the Maroon tribe, who receives them with open arms. However, the tribe leader changes their names again, thinking Joel and Regis are their slave names. Joel happily joins all the tribe's chants, but Regis hesitates when he hears they want to kill all the whites because he's married to one. Now the Maroons see the brothers as traitors, so they have to run away as they're chased out of Maroon territory. The following morning, Joel and Regis wake up in the middle of a forest and are shocked to find their aunt sitting nearby. Regis realizes that she brought them to the past and almost attacks her, but Joel holds him back. The aunt explains that they can only go home if they finally understand history, and once they do, they must go back to their ancestors and make things right with them. Joel doesn't think Isidore likes women and an argument ensues, but the aunt disappears, leaving only her pipe behind. Afterward, the brothers start making their way back to Jourdan's and Joel shows Regis the picture he took. Regis refuses to believe it because if he and his brother exist, it means Isidore must have done it with a woman at some point. This makes Joel think they were sent to the past to play matchmaker with their ancestors. Once they arrive at the plantation, they're punished for escaping by getting their rears marked like cattle. Sometime later, Victor approaches the brothers to ask them about Rosalie. Joel and Regis take the chance to tell the boy about equality, rebellion, democracy, and all the other important changes in the future, which leaves Victor very confused. In the evening, the whites throw a party and Victor shares all the things he learned from the brothers, but the adults dismiss him thinking it's just a kid's imagination. Henri stands around as well, but Jourdan kicks him out, saying he wasn't made for opulence. Meanwhile, Regis and Joel steal a barrel of rum so the slaves can have a little party of their own. Everyone dances as they get drunk and Regis gives Isidore a pep talk, telling him to get Rosalie, who is currently dancing with Joel. He's trying to teach her daring dancing moves to get Isidore, but Rosalie misunderstands and kisses him instead, trying to go further with him. The brothers have no choice but to knock Rosalie and Isidore out before taking them to a hut, where they move their ancestors' private parts themselves to make a naughty connection. Afterward, the brothers think they've finished their mission, so they barge into the main house to interrupt the party. They break a few things, then Joel begins kissing all the ladies on the mouth while Regis hits a man and smashes a cupcake on the priest's face. At that moment, a drunk Henri comes in to stop them, but the brothers laugh at him before lighting up their aunt's pipe. Sadly, nothing happens, and they end up getting captured again. The next morning, the brothers are taken outside for execution. At that moment, Victor runs away and falls into the river, so everyone gets distracted by trying to save him. Isidore uses the chance to knock Henri out and free the brothers, who immediately start running away. As they cross the plantation, they see Victor drowning in the river, so they jump in the water to save him. However, Joel can't swim, so Regis has to save him as well. Later in the office, Jourdan reveals Victor asked him to free the brothers and has the paperwork ready. However, Regis remembers his aunt's words and asks for Rosalie's freedom instead. At first, Joel takes his freedom and leaves, but moments later, Regis is surprised to see Joel on the field with him. It turns out he's given his spot to Isidore, and now the couple can leave together to start a family. After they share a heartful goodbye, Henri comes to remind them to work, breathing all the smoke from the stolen pipe on them. Suddenly, the brothers disappear and go back to the present, where the aunt is proud of them and the certificate is intact again. Sometime later, the brothers are working harder on their lives. Joel takes up a job as a construction worker and doesn't complain when he's paid very little, while Regis starts standing up for himself against the mayor's bigotry, even showing him the burn mark. Later at home, Regis and Joel freak out when they notice their daughters accidentally tore the certificate. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In an American prison, astronaut Theo wakes up after spending the night in a cell for public intoxication and disorderly conduct. His supervisor Walter soon bails him out, pointing out that Theo would have been discharged if only it wasn't too late to find a replacement. Then Theo is taken to a press conference with his fellow astronauts Cole, Bug, and Emily, who is also Theo's ex. Walter explains to the journalist that they're doing an experiment to test the psychological effects of deep space travel and determine how astronauts will react to unforeseen challenges. The astronauts will spend 400 days in an underground bunker that simulates a spaceship, which will put them in isolation and may affect their perception of reality. Cole has also been assigned to create weekly videos to keep the public updated. While the group poses for pictures, Walter whispers to Emily to remind her of their deal. Afterward, Walter sends the astronauts on their mission as he reminds them that he'll destroy their careers if any of them quits early. A hatch on the ground is opened and the astronauts immediately suit up because they'll even simulate the launch. They do the countdown and the room simulates the noises and shaking as if they were truly leaving, but soon the computer warns them that the payload is still attached to the ship. If they fail to drop it, the ship will disintegrate, so Theo asks for permission to adjust the ship's trajectory. His idea works and the payload quickly falls, thus Walter congratulates them for passing the first test and informs them that gifts are waiting for them. Now the team can look around the bunker and find their rooms with the gifts on their beds. Bug gets a notebook, Cole gets naughty magazines, Emily gets origami paper, and Theo gets 3 decks of cards. Afterward, Theo goes to the infirmary so Emily can do a routine mental health checkup, causing Theo to admit he's depressed because she broke up with him after he proposed. Emily just says it's complicated and ends the interview. Later over dinner, Emily announces everyone must receive vaccines. Cole tries to protest, but Emily reminds him they were told about this during training and explains they're more susceptible to viruses because they're in close quarters. Once everyone gets their shots, Cole records some clips for the public, making fun of the fact they drink recycled pee. After dinner, Emily sends the evaluations and turns down Cole when he offers his company. Days start to pass without much trouble. The team keeps themselves busy the best they can. Cole exercises, Bug draws on the wall, and Emily does origami. Cole records anything interesting and always makes sure to upload it to the internet. On day 26, Emily gives them a little game to make sure their minds are still quick and active, and Cole is frustrated because he isn't as fast as the others. Suddenly they hear an explosion outside and immediately the whole bunker starts shaking. Emily thinks it may be a simulation of an asteroid belt, but Bug explains they shouldn't be near any asteroid belt of significance. As an alarm starts ringing, they try to contact Mission Control, but nobody answers. At that moment, the computer warns them that the ship is recalibrating its solar energy retention, so Cole rushes to check batteries, but they're fine. The team concluded that the solar panels must be damaged and this is another test, so they'll have to conserve power. Sometime later, Theo overhears Emily trying to get in contact with Walter in secret. When he catches her red-handed, Emily just says contacting Mission Control is part of the protocol and goes to bed. This leaves Theo remembering the day Emily asked if their relationship was a mistake, but back then Theo hadn't agreed. In her room, Emily looks at their old pictures together but can't bring herself to delete them. Days continue to pass in a boring but stable routine, and Cole is starting to grow irritated. On day 200, Emily injects the team with vaccines again. Later when Cole uploads a video, he sees a message saying she's poisoning you, but when he blinks it goes back to normal. 18 days later, Bug catches a mouse in his lab and happily shows it to the crew, saying he'll keep it as a pet. Cole wants to get rid of it because it's unsanitary, and when Bug refuses, Cole takes the mouse and steps on it. An argument ensues between them, and when Theo tries to calm them down, he ends up in a fistfight with Cole. They exchange a few blows before they end up on the floor, where Emily finally manages to stop them. Afterward, Cole checks his face for bruises in the mirror and sees his nose is bleeding. Soon his whole face has blood dripping out and Cole can't help getting anxious as he spreads the blood on his hands in the mirror. However, after looking away for a second, he realizes he had been hallucinating and it's just a little drop coming out of his nose. Worried about his health, Cole asks Emily to check on him. Emily informs him that he's dehydrated and needs to take better care of himself. She also turns down his advances when he tries flirting again. Then Cole goes back to the computer and sees a message saying they hate you before a childhood picture appears on the screen. Frustration grows as he remembers he has no family and he proceeds to smash the keyboard on the table. Weeks pass and Bug withdraws from the crew because he feels guilty over having left his son. When there are only 35 days left, Emily finds a jar of pee outside his room because he refuses to even go to the bathroom. Instead, he spends his time drawing a maze on the walls of his room. One afternoon, he suddenly sees his son Sam crawling under his bed and into the vent. Bug immediately follows him and is surprised to come out into a creepy kid's room with Sam on a swing. The child asks how long his father will be gone, and when Bug says it'll be for a long time, Sam disappears and Bug appears back in his room. On day 373, the crew suddenly hears a banging noise outside and decides to ignore it according to protocol. Later in the evening, Cole wakes up when he hears a new noise and comes out to investigate, only to find a weird man in the kitchen. He tries to hide, but the guy appears next to him with a creepy stare. Cole moves away and bumps into Theo, so he sends him to the kitchen while he goes to alert the others. Theo looks around and finds the man trying to escape through the vent, but he collapses, so they take him to the infirmary. After Emily sedates the guy, Cole explains that the intruder made his way through an access panel, but he can't understand why someone would want to join them. Bug points up the man is in a terrible condition and wonders if something serious is going on outside. Then he suddenly collapses. Emily isn't feeling too well either and takes some medicine before going to bed. That night, the computer indicates that the oxygen has reached a critical level, and Theo wakes up when he starts running out of breath. He rushes out to warn the others, but Emily won't answer, so Theo has to break down the door and discovers Emily isn't breathing. He immediately performs CPR until Emily regains consciousness. Meanwhile, Bug discovers his teddy bear is gone and thinks the intruder stole it. Theo and Cole run to the infirmary to check on the man only to discover he's gone. Moments later, Cole reveals that the intruder's breach has caused the air from outside to mix with theirs. He points out that their oxygen levels have been dropping for months, and Emily warns them that the lack of oxygen could make them experience hallucinations, headaches, and memory loss. Cole thinks they should just seal the breach because it must be part of the simulation, but Theo has had enough and wants to leave. Cole doesn't want to lose and an argument ensues, so Bug knocks Cole out. Afterward, Theo tries to leave, but the main hatch can't be opened from inside. Remembering the intruder, Theo goes out through the kitchen vent and is shocked to find a dark and dusty barren land. As Bug comes out, they notice it's too cold, so they suit up to take a sample of the dust before opening the hatch to return. When they share their findings with the others, Cole theorizes that Mission Control moved the bunker into a giant dome to make it look like an alien planet. Soon Bug has the results of his testing and explains the dust has armalcolite, which is only found on the moon. The crew finally decides to suit up and go outside to investigate further. As they walk around, Bug freaks out over the disappearance of trees, but Cole is sure the experiment is still ongoing. He thinks that the shots they received were psychotropic substances that open their minds to suggestion and paranoia, but Bug can't help wondering if they're actually dead. Eventually they come across a swing set and Bug is startled when he hears laughter, but nobody else can hear it. Sometime later, the crew finds an empty house and goes inside, finding the rooms in a poor state. Theo discovers a picture of the intruder and his family while Emily finds a map with all the cities crossed out except for a town called Tranquility. Meanwhile, Cole starts breaking things, thinking he could find microphones and hidden cameras. Next, the crew follows the map until they finally find Tranquility. There's breathable air here, so they take off their helmets before looking around. All buildings look dark inside and nobody answers their cries for help. Cole even throws a rock through a window and nothing happens. Eventually they find light at a diner and the owner Zell comes out to sweep. He's startled to see the astronauts and refuses to answer their questions. Instead, he invites them to have a meal while more people appear on the street. The crew goes inside and Cole swears that the other customers look like the reporters from the press conference. He even sees a woman who looks exactly like the model from his magazine. After Zell's wife brings them some food, Zell asks them if they encountered other survivors and it takes him a moment to realize the astronauts know nothing. Zell explains that nobody knows exactly what happened. One day a black object in the sky simply sent a cloud of dust down to Earth. After testing the food, Cole points out he can't remember Zell from the press conference and wonders if Zell's hearing aid is actually an earpiece through which he received instructions from Walter. As Zell starts to get nervous, Theo asks how the town survived, but Zell says they just got lucky and invites them to stay the night as long as they promise to leave in the morning. After Zell leaves, Cole says he doesn't believe him and still thinks they're in the simulation, so he announces he'll go to the bar for a drink. The crew comes along and after they share a few drinks, Cole flirts with a girl and they end up leaving together. The group waits for Cole to come back, but eventually the bar has to close, so they accept Cole isn't returning and the trio goes back to the diner. While Theo and Emily sleep, Bug goes to the bathroom, only to suddenly find himself in a hospital. Sam is in bed with the bear and when Bug asks about the boy's condition, he's devastated to learn that Sam is dead. A crying Bug reappears in the bathroom and finds a menu on the floor with a picture of the owners, who are not Zell and his wife. Bug wants to warn the others but when he leaves the bathroom, he finds Sam in the hallway. The boy suddenly runs away and Bug tries to follow him, but he gets caught in a loop of the same corridor until he bumps into Zell. The next morning marks the start of day 399. When Emily and Theo wake up, they ask Zell if he's seen Cole and Bug, but Zell claims they came alone to the diner and thinks oxygen deprivation makes them see things. A frustrated Theo begins moving things to look for microphones, so Zell tells them to go back to the ship. Theo gets even more suspicious because Zell shouldn't know that they were on a ship, so Zell threatens them with a knife. The duo decides to leave and finds a dust storm outside. They try to find shelter as the lights on the street start to go out, and the darkness causes them to split. Theo enters a building and ends up in the diner's kitchen, where there's blood on every surface and Bug's bear resting on a shelf. The fridge has been chained up but before Theo can open it, he hears two cooks moving nearby. He hides until they leave and then enters another room, where he's disturbed to find a man in a cage. Theo immediately releases him and the man thanks him before running away. Then Theo tries to leave the kitchen, but he bumps into a cook with a knife and accidentally gets stabbed in the stomach. As he coughs, he rushes outside and reunites with Emily, who is being followed by the creepy-looking locals. The duo goes back to the bar to hide and Emily starts tending Theo's wound, although he finds it weird that she has a first aid kit because the ship wasn't supposed to have one. At that moment the bartender comes back and the duo tries to hide, but the bartender still sees their feet and runs to alert the others. Theo and Emily immediately leave the building and run out of town, hiding in the house they saw earlier. Before they fall asleep, Theo asks what Walter said to her before they enter the bunker, and Emily confesses that Walter made her end things with Theo because he wanted to test if they could fulfill their duties despite their breakup. If Emily hadn't done it, she would have been kicked out of the mission. An angry Theo points out they could have faked it, but Emily says Walter would have known because he's always watching them. Theo is still hurt that she didn't tell him and goes to sleep furious. A few hours later, they wake up and start making their way back to the ship, but Cole and Bug still haven't shown up. When Theo closes the hatch, he sees three men approaching so he rushes to warn Emily, pointing out the locals probably let them escape so they could follow them. Determined to fight, Theo takes a fire extinguisher and goes outside at the same time that Zell and a cook enter the ship to look for them. Outside, Theo uses the fire extinguisher on the bartender, who tries to fight back. A short confrontation ensues and Theo manages to knock the guy out by hitting him with the extinguisher. Afterward, Theo goes back into the bunker and comes across the cook, hitting him with the extinguisher too before strangling him to death and taking his knife. Meanwhile, Zell finds a hiding Emily, but before he can attack, Theo grabs him from behind. Zell immediately breaks free and claims that Cole and Bug are still in town. Then he puts down his knife and asks Theo to go back to town together. Theo pretends to put the knife down too, only to suddenly push the table against Zell before punching him a few times. Zell quickly starts fighting back, and after a few kicks, he tries to stab Theo. However, Emily stabs him first and kills him. At that moment, the computer countdown reaches 0 and the lights get bright as a recording plays, a crowd clapping. Walter appears on the screen to congratulate them for completing the simulation and invites them to come out. Theo and Emily are still confused, but they hold hands and get ready to leave as the hatch opens. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In this dystopian world, the city is controlled by the evil van der Kooi family. Once a year, the head of the family, Hilda, gathers 12 citizens she dislikes to participate in the culling, during which all 12 participants get killed on live television. Boy is a child who has a very simple life in the company of his eccentric mother, who appears to be part of the resistance, and his sister Mina. The siblings hang out together all the time, at the arcade or simply watching TV while eating cereal. Sometimes Mina would make crazy plans for the future, like robbing a bank together to escape from this horrible city. She also likes to give Hilda's statue the finger with her whole hand. Unfortunately, the siblings are eventually chosen for the culling, and Boy has to watch his family get killed by Hilda. He also gets hurt and is left for dead in the jungle. Soon the shaman finds him and nurses him to health. Although one injury is permanent, Boy is now deaf and mute. He can't even remember what his voice used to be like, so he uses the voiceover of his favorite video game in his inner thoughts. From that on, the shaman starts training Boy so one day he can kill Hilda and get his revenge. He includes all kinds of practice, martial arts, strength training by rolling a statue's head up a hill, and weapons training. Boy regularly gets buried in the mud and uses a bamboo stick to breathe, using the bugs that crawl down the stick for food. If he crawls out of the mud too early, the shaman scolds him and buries him again. Boy also does all the chores around their home and hangs out with his only friends, who happen to be 2 beetles. The shaman grows his own food and it's not much, which frustrates Boy. Some nights, the shaman uses uppers that make Boy hallucinate and revisit his old memories so he won't forget about his goal. However, most of the time he sees crazy things moving around him. Boy sometimes visits the city to practice reading lips, and when someone bothers him he shows them a little piece of paper explaining his situation. He also keeps seeing Mina everywhere because he can't move on. As years pass, Boy pushes his body to the limit and grows into a powerful young man as the training grows harder. One day during another practice fight, he catches the shaman in a hold and is about to defeat him, but at that moment he gets distracted by another vision of Mina. The shaman immediately uses the chance to beat him and concludes he isn't ready. Afterward, Boy tries to meditate to make Mina's hallucination disappear, but it doesn't work. The next time he goes to town, Boy notices a cute flower girl who gives him a flower and smiles in a flirty way. Unfortunately, the sweet moment is interrupted by the arrival of the government soldiers, who start chasing people to gather 12 for the next culling. As everyone panics and runs pointlessly, Boy hides and watches Gideon and Glenn join the soldiers. They are part of the van der Kooi family, and seeing them triggers a memory in Boy. When he was a child, he and Mina saw Gideon enter his home to kill a rebel. After gathering all the people in the square, Glenn gives a speech to announce the 12 chosen ones. He starts harassing a poor family and a woman in the crowd insults him for it, so Glenn shoots her. This causes the crowd to go crazy, thus Gideon calls head enforcer June 27 to take care of it. She immediately takes care of a man with an axe, cutting off his arm before killing them. Then she starts killing every complaining person while her helmet shows different words to match her speech. Boy watches as his traumatic memories get triggered, but the shaman stops him from helping because he isn't ready. In the end, only 6 people remain for the culling, and Glenn scolds June 27, who refuses to kidnap any kids. After an argument in sign language, Boy disobeys the shaman and starts running on the rooftops to catch up with the enemy. The group is now stuck in traffic, so Boy sneaks behind one of their cars and gets inside the trunk with a dead body. Later at a warehouse, Boy comes out and watches Melanie scold his relatives for only getting 6 people instead of 12. She then tells Gideon to grab 6 people off the street to complete the set. Suddenly, Boy notices the hallucination of Mina next to him and argues with her in his mind, causing him to lose track of the enemy. He starts sneaking around the warehouse while fake Mina moves ahead, playing ninjas. Forgetting she isn't real, Boy tackles her to save her from an incoming cart and is seen by Glenn, who sends the guards after him. Boy runs to hide Mina in a locker and steals a gun, but he remembers the shaman taught him that he's the weapon. Ready for revenge, Boy comes out and starts fighting the soldiers hand to hand, using his mighty punches, a knife, and the men's own guns to kill them one by one. As the soldiers open fire, he uses a body as shield, and a slave called Basho throws him a gun, but it doesn't have bullets. After taking a better gun from the body, Boy shoots a few soldiers and runs to hide with Basho, who offers to help kill Hilda if Boy frees from his chains. Boy shoots the chains to break them, then he goes back to the fight, killing more and more soldiers while Basho hides behind a cart. One by one every enemy goes down under Boy's amazing abilities, but there's one soldier that refuses to die. Boy keeps on fighting him and eventually gets his hand stuck in a machine to stop him from moving anymore. However, the soldier just pulls and leaves his arm behind to fight Boy again. This time Boy cuts his legs off to finally stop him. Basho celebrates their victory only for Glenn to suddenly open fire on them. He fails his shots and Basho shoots back, hitting him in the leg. Boy gets ready to kill Glenn, but Basho reminds him they can use him for information. Glenn is interrogated and explains that Hilda has a party at her mansion every year before the culling. He even offers to help them. However, Basho drops a heavy object on Glenn's head to kill him. The duo leaves the warehouse and Boy notices a shadow watching from afar. Basho takes him to the secret location of the resistance, only to find it empty. Suddenly Boy is held at gunpoint by Benny, who puts his weapon down when Basho mentions Boy is on their side. Benny explains that the soldiers came for the rebels and killed everyone but him. Since Benny speaks a strange dialect, Boy has trouble reading his lips. Basho learns his girlfriend is dead too and has a breakdown, so Boy comforts him. The team makes a plan to infiltrate the party but Boy keeps getting distracted by Mina and the memories of his childhood. In fact, he still has the drawing Mina did as a kid. When Basho and Benny explain the final plan to Boy, he doesn't get it, yet he nods along because Mina tells him to. After getting some weapons, they leave on a van and make it to the mansion. They knock out a few guards and even a chef, whose uniform is used by Boy to get into the party. Boy doesn't really know what chefs do and awkwardly wanders around the house until he gets distracted by macaroons, which he never had before. Luckily Basho, who is using a guard uniform, sees him and reminds him to get back to work. Seeing Hilda nearby, Boy becomes hungry for revenge and decides to act chefly. He goes to the kitchen and takes off the uniform, so the other workers start fighting him. Using a cheese grater, Boy cuts their skin in the most horrifying ways to kill them. Then he grabs Butcher's knife and goes to the dining hall, where he cuts a guard's throat before jumping on the person at the head of the table, decapitating her. Boy celebrates having killed Hilda, only to turn around and discover this is the wrong person. Suddenly Gideon shows up with a bunch of guards and explains the people at the table are actors because every year they expect dumb resistance members. Boy jumps on Gideon to take him hostage with his own gun, but unfortunately June 27 hits him from behind and he accidentally lets Gideon go. A vicious fight begins between June 27 and Boy as they trade blows all over the room, using any object their hands can reach. As they roll out of the dining room, Boy lands a very good hit and takes June 27's helmet off. Mina then appears and says the woman is pretty, distracting Boy. This gives June 27 the opening to push him over the railing and knock him out. An unconscious Boy starts having nightmares about the past, the execution of his mother and sister, the regime cutting out his tongue, and being hung from a tree. He remembers the shaman saved him and carried him into the jungle, ready to train him for vengeance. When Boy wakes up, he's tied to a chair and June 27 is punching him as she asks him where to find the shaman. Boy mouths the F word at her, causing her to throw an axe very close to his head. Gideon makes her leave because he'll take over, only to announce he's tired of all the torture and the culling. He offers a cigarette that Boy eats as he explains Hilda is a shell of her former self because she spent years in a bunker becoming too paranoid and murderous. Gideon is aware that they aren't killing enemies anymore, just innocent people. He swears he can end it all if Boy hands in the shaman, but Boy refuses to cooperate and Gideon hits him. At that moment Melanie arrives and paints Boy's lips while announcing he'll be the main star of the culling. Moments later, Boy is tied up in the studio and given a shock collar. He asks the Mina hallucination why she didn't let him kill June 27, but the girl doesn't know. Soon the show begins and Hilda comes out, but instead of reading the teleprompter, she starts rambling in obvious paranoia. When she sees a shadow in the audience she pulls out a gun, so Melanie sends the guards to take Hilda away. At that moment Boy remembers that Gideon hid a scalpel in his pocket, so he takes it out to start cutting down the ropes. Meanwhile Melanie announces that this year's culling will have a winter wonderland theme with cereal mascots and demonic elves. A bunch of people in disguise come out and start killing the 12 participants in a bunch of gruesome yet creative ways, covering the fake snow with tons of blood. One of the killers tries to come after Boy, who only needs his legs to bring the attacker down in seconds. Then he finally frees himself and heads to the stage, only for Melanie to activate his shock collar to bring him down. 4 elves immediately grab him and hold him down for the goat man to kill him, however the guy uses his hammer to hit an elf instead. The other elves barely get to react before the goat man quickly kills them as well. When he removes the goat head, it's revealed to be Basho. At that moment Benny bursts in with open fire and the crowd panics. Melanie ends the transmission while Gideon watches with a smile. As the crowd runs out of the studio, Benny continues to shoot any enemies left and Basho explains to Boy how they sneaked around wearing the soldier uniforms to find him. However, when Benny takes over the explanation, Boy once again has trouble reading his lips and pictures what happened with funny details, like flowers and strange animals. Then Benny gives Boy a brass knuckle gun that fires bullets when he punches someone. The trio jumps back into action, easily killing any enemy that dares fight them. Behind the cameras, Melanie can tell Gideon planned this and points a gun at him when he tries to leave. The fight continues and Boy fights a serial pirate mascot with the knuckle but also a carrot from a snowman. Soon he runs out of bullets, but Benny throws him a clip and he reloads the knuckle to punch and shoot the pirate's face at the same time. At that moment Boy sees Mina, who is scared of the sight of him. Melanie tries to use the chance to shoot him, so Benny tackles him to save him and gets shot instead. Basho fires back and scares Melanie into hiding while Benny dies in Boy's arms, saying something Boy can't understand. Melanie sneaks around and shoots down Basho as well before trying with Boy again. He runs up the stage and uses a pineapple mascot as a shield, rolling it down to knock down Melanie and capture her. Boy ties Melanie to a chair and pushes a camera toward her, instantly killing her. Then he checks on Basho, who is alive but very weak. He still wants to fight though, so the duo takes the hallway and encounters more guards. As Basho starts having trouble walking, Boy continues to kill every man in his way as his memories remind him of the death of his family, fueling his hunger for revenge. Several minutes of violence later, all the guards are dead and Boy snaps out of it to discover Basho died from his wound. Nearby, Boy finds Gideon, who was also shot by Melanie. With his last energy, Gideon gives Boy a key card to access Hilda's bunker. When Boy gets ready to kill him out of mercy, Mina appears to make him stop. Boy finally tells her she's dead and he doesn't need her. The hallucination disappears and Boy kills Gideon. Next, Boy gets in the elevator and Hilda appears on the screen, saying he'll die for nothing. Boy shows Mina's drawing to say he's doing it for her, causing Hilda to hang up. The elevator takes him to the bunker and when the doors open, the guards don't shoot. June 27 takes Boy to the main room, where he sees some family paintings that include him and Mina as a child. Hilda rushes to hug him and apologizes for not recognizing him, dropping big news: Boy and Mina are actually her kids. As she explains what happened, Boy starts remembering the truth. He had been at the culling but not as a victim, he had been a participant. The real victims were the shaman, his son, a woman who he had thought was his mother, and her daughter. Hilda forced Boy to fire the gun to kill them, but Boy only managed to kill the children and the woman before having a breakdown. His shooting became erratic and everyone panicked, allowing the shaman to run away. Overwhelmed with guilt, Boy ran into the jungle to cry alone. The shaman found him and started to choke him, but he stopped when he got an idea. He kidnapped the kid, then he started to brainwash him to change his memories. He even hurt Boy, convincing him it had been wounds from the government. The shaman cut out Boy's tongue and burned his ears to make him more controllable. Back to the present, Hilda finishes the story by saying Boy has been killing his aunts and uncles. She also reveals that June 27 is actually Mina. As Boy falls to his knees in shock, Hilda asks for the proof that her son is still in there and slaps Boy when he doesn't react. She concludes this isn't her son anymore, so she orders Mina to kill him. Also believing this isn't her brother anymore, Mina starts beating up Boy and takes out her axe for the kill, but she freezes when Boy puts up his hand. Remembering the day with the statue, Mina turns around and kills her mother instead. Another family member activates an alarm and the siblings run to hide as the soldiers open fire. They steal some hidden weapons and run down the corridor, where they start fighting all the incoming soldiers. Together they make a marvelous team and easily kill any man that dares to go against them. Suddenly 3 guards arrive with heavy weapons and Mina gets wounded. Thankfully she's fine and teams up with Boy again to tackle another soldier, using him as a shield to run through the corridor. They reach the guy with the Gatling gun, who Mina pulls down while Boy uses his own weapons to kill him. As more soldiers arrive, the siblings run to the elevator to escape. Hilda explains she's been looking for him all these years and only hurt people because she thought they had hurt him. Suddenly the elevator is called to a different floor and when the doors open, they see the shaman. Using sign language, the shaman tells Boy to kill Mina because she's also part of the evil family, but Boy refuses. Mina quickly attacks the shaman and lands a few hits, but he easily overpowers her. When he's about to kill her, Boy hits him to make him drop her. Then the siblings attack the shaman together. However, the shaman is incredibly fast and attacks in all kinds of dirty ways, giving the siblings terrible injuries. He also headbutts Mina to destroy her helmet and hurt her with the shards, making her bleed quite heavily. Now Boy has to fight the shaman alone and after a few moves, he steals the man's necklace to cut him multiple times with it. As he throws the shaman all over the room, he accidentally drops the necklace and the shaman grabs it back to cut open Boy's leg and arm. Boy grabs the shaman's hands and with the help of a vision of his younger self, he pushes down the necklace to finally kill his mentor. After screaming in physical and emotional pain, Boy checks on Mina and confirms she's alive. She wants him to escape, but he picks her up and they leave together as Boy remembers their days in the arcade, mentioning it's better to have a player too. Sometime later, the siblings are in an abandoned building eating cereal like the old times. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a federal prison in Colorado, Ray watches the guards while burning a page from his Bible and using the ashes to draw on the wall. At that moment, his cellmate informs him that a prisoner is planning to attack Ray in the yard the next day. When the time comes, Ray attacks first and quickly overpowers 2 other prisoners, fighting like a pro and severely injuring them in the process. The guards immediately capture Ray and take him to solitary confinement, where he's allowed to keep his Bible. As days pass, Ray studies the guards' routines, like their smoking breaks and the use of a keypad lock. Ray also starts making little balls with toilet paper and water, which he hides inside the toilet paper tube. When they bring him lunch, he extracts a transparent plastic sheet from the milk carton. One afternoon, Ray asks a guard for the time, then he starts counting for himself. Outside, a mysterious woman leaves a car in the prison's parking lot, and as she walks away from it, she uses a control to make it explode. All the guards run to evacuate the prisoners, only to discover Ray has escaped. The fire truck rushes to take care of the fire, and it's revealed Ray is on it dressed as a fireman, using the chance to escape in a vehicle driven by his friends Hush and Abigail, who triggered the explosion. They drop Ray at a store by the road and give him a coin, which Ray uses to call a certain number and just say the word showtime. Soon Ray is surrounded by policemen and he's arrested again, but he isn't bothered because his contact Lester is already taking care of it. Later in the prison, Lester explains that he and Ray work for a company hired by the government to break out of prisons and expose the flaws in their security systems. Ray has already escaped from 14 prisons and explains how he did this time. He studied the layout and the routines, discovering an unsecured fire garage. He made some enemies on purpose to be sent to solitary confinement, where he noticed the prison was understaffed and he was left alone whenever the guards left to smoke. Then he wrote a letter for his team, hiding the chosen day to escape in code. He also put the plastic sheet on the keypad to get the guards' fingerprints and retrieved it by hiding it in his Bible. The sheet gave him the 4 numbers, so to guess the sequence, he used the paper balls on the door's food hatch to stop it from locking properly, and when the guards weren't around, he would put his hand out to test combinations until it worked. While the guards were out smoking, Ray came out, rewound the security cameras a few hours to cover his absence, then used the vents to reach the fire apartment right before Abigail started the fire. Now the warden is annoyed but lets Ray go. Sometime later in Los Angeles, Ray helps Hush with some computer problems before meeting CIA representative Jessica, who has a job offer. She explains that the CIA has created a new prison whose location can't be shared with Ray or his team, but if he manages to escape from it, they'll pay $5 million instead of the usual $2.5. Ray agrees to do it even if Abigail and Hush are wary, and Jessica provides Ray with a cover ID, an explosives terrorist named Portos. His contact in the prison will be Warden Marsh, and Ray is given an evacuation code. A few days later in New Orleans, Abigail and Hush are still worried about the lack of information they have on this prison and convince Ray to wear a tracking device, which they inject into his arm. Then Ray goes to stand on the street to be picked up, only to suddenly be tased down and thrown into the back of a van. While the vehicle takes off, the masked men scan Ray's body and find the tracker, so they immediately take it out. Abigail's and Hush's computer instantly loses Ray's signal at the same time Ray is put to sleep with an injection. Sometime later, Ray wakes up inside a helicopter while still in a groggy state. He watches as guard Drake beats another inmate up before stabbing him and throwing him out of the helicopter. Then Drake notices Ray is awake and orders his men to put him to sleep again. When Ray wakes up again, he's finally in prison, but it's nothing like he's ever seen before. All cells are plexiglass cubes hanging from the air, and guards wear black masks to hide their identities. There's also a huge sphere with a camera that moves around to keep an eye on the prisoners. Now that he's awake, Ray is taken to see the warden, who is a man called Hobbs. Worried because this isn't the warden they told him about, Ray gives out his evacuation code, but Hobbs doesn't know what he means and doesn't care. Later, when everyone is taken out of their cells for a break, Ray watches how the guards don't hesitate to brutally beat up anyone who doesn't obey them. The prisoners' jumpsuits have a special code on them, and they're scanned through every door. At that moment, Hobbs says the name of Ray's fake identity through the speakers, as if announcing his presence. After watching another man getting beat up, Ray is approached by some thugs who want to take advantage of the new guy, but Ray immediately breaks the leader's hand and punches him down. Before the others can react, prisoner Emil tells them to back away. Emil tries to befriend Ray and explains he used to work for Mannheim, a powerful man who stole from the rich to give to the poor. Mannheim is a wanted man, but Emil refuses to tell Hobbs anything. However, Ray doesn't care about Emil's story. Meanwhile, Hobbs scolds Drake for killing that inmate since it was a capture for a client, implying many people here aren't criminals and they just got on someone's bad side. It's also revealed he has the book Ray wrote. The rest of the day, Ray continues to study the layout of the prison and the behavior of the inmates, like noticing the Muslim prisoners that still pray even if they can't see the sunset. Emil notices Ray watches everything and points out he's the guy to go for favors, so Ray explains he needs to get into the isolation area. Eager to help, Emil immediately punches him and makes him fall. But when Ray punches back, Emil just laughs. Then Ray starts hitting him harder and an actual fight ensues until the guards come to drag Ray and Emil to the isolation area. The isolation rooms are tiny metal boxes with blinding lights on the side, which torture the prisoners with unbearable heat. Ray does his best to withstand the suffering and inspects the box for anything he can use to escape. A few days later, Dr. Kyrie comes to check on Ray's health and Ray tries to get information from him, but Kyrie doesn't say anything. On his way out, Kyrie is approached by Drake, who demands to know what they talked about. Kyrie lies, which tells Ray he may have a conscience after all. Afterward, Emil and Ray are sent back to the general area, where Ray starts making a drawing on the table while telling Emil he'll need a piece of metal, promising to get Emil out too if he helps. Next, Emil asks to speak to Hobbs and pretends he'll finally confess Mannheim's location. He asks for some paper to draw a map, only to make a very rude drawing instead. A furious Hobbs makes his men hold Emil down to waterboard him, and after enduring lots of pain, Emil uses the chance to steal a metal drain cover. Later in the common area, Emil gives the cover to Ray, who tells him his real identity and how he got there. By having watched the layout, Ray guesses this prison has been built underground and there's something under the box's hatch that should allow him to escape. Since the place is subterranean, there's moisture in the air that has caused the steel rivets to rust, so Ray will apply toothpaste and heat with the metal cover to make the rivets snap. First, they need to be sent to the isolation again, so Emil approaches Javed and starts a fight by insulting his mother. Javed's Muslim group comes in his defense, and after hiding some bread in his clothes, Ray joins the fight, but they only get to exchange a few hits before the guards arrive to subdue everyone with tasers. Once everyone is back in the heat boxes, Ray starts working on the rivets while hiding what he's doing with his own body. It's very hard to work because of the heat and his hands start bleeding, so whenever he makes too much noise, Emil hides it by yelling his pain. Eventually, Ray manages to remove all the rivets and covers the security camera with the bread before knocking on the wall to give Emil a signal. At that moment, Emil begins to cry and yell like crazy in German, getting all the guards' attention on him. Ray uses the chance to finally open the hatch and begins going down a ladder until he lands on a corridor. The door is locked, so he decides to use some pipes to start climbing up, only to accidentally tear off some electrical cables and break a few pipes in the process. Ray just keeps going until he finds another hatch, which he opens to find the shocking truth. This prison is inside an oil tanker ship in the middle of the ocean. Suddenly he notices some guards nearby, so he quickly hides and goes back into the hatch to climb down. The leaking water pushes him away and he ends up falling, but the corridor is getting flooded, so he lands safely in the water. As the boxes slowly get flooded too, an alarm starts ringing and the guards rush to take the prisoners out of isolation. Ray swims as fast as he can, and after lots of effort to go against the water pressure on the stairs, he returns to his box right before the guards come for him. Meanwhile, Abigail and Hush inform Lester that Jessica's payment has been frozen, but Lester tells them he's already talked to her and everything is going well. After the water is taken care of, Hobbs finds the rivets in Ray's box and starts getting suspicious. He makes a call that reveals Lester has been in contact with him all along, and Lester tells Hobbs Ray's real identity. Lester asks him to keep Ray forever and then asks Hobbs for information on Mannheim because banks all over the world want his head. Hobbs explains Emil may be working with Ray, so Lester gives him permission to break Ray too. Later in the evening, Ray is trying to sleep, but a guard keeps tapping on his wall to keep him awake, and he beats him up in the morning as a wake-up call. This starts happening every day, and Ray's body begins getting so weak that he can barely move. Emil gives him as many pep talks as possible to keep up Ray's spirit, and Ray ends up sharing his story. He used to be a prosecutor, and a criminal he sent to jail one day escaped to kill his family for revenge. The drawing Ray is making is the last memory of his kid. Since then, he makes sure criminals won't escape ever again. For the next few days, Ray studies the guards' routine to find any useful habits, starting to assign names to them by differencing them through body shapes. To start making a plan, he first needs to know where they are, but there were no landmarks when he went out. One day during lunch, Emil discreetly stabs Ray, who is taken to Kyrie's office for stitches. Ray suddenly pretends he's in great pain and falls, using the chance to steal a few things from a tray. He also reminds Kyrie of his oath, but the doctor still ignores his questions. When Ray returns to the common area, Emil gives him a pen and a prisoner's glasses. Hiding his hands under the table, Ray builds a sextant, which should help them determine where they're based on the stars. Drake and Hobbs notice weird movements on the security camera, so Hobbs asks to see Ray. Fortunately, he hides the tool before he's dragged away to a new section, where Hobbs tells him he knows his identity and admits he used his book to design this facility. Hobbs is ready to leave him there forever, so Ray lies and says he can get information on Mannheim from Emil. Then Ray is sent back to the common area and tells Emil of the new plan. Later, while Ray is giving a bunch of fake information to Hobbs, Emil approaches Javed and gives him the sextant, promising to help him escape too if he helps them. Afterward, Javed contacts Hobbs and tells him the others are planning to escape, so Hobbs agrees to buy his information by letting him pray in open air as his beliefs demand. This is all part of the plan, and that night in his new cell, Javed uses the sextant to get the coordinates of their location. The next day over lunch, Javed gives his notes to Ray, who puts it together with things like the weather he felt when he was out, the date mentioned by a newbie, and the direction the water goes down in the toilet to conclude they're near the coast of Morocco. Next, Ray swallows some clothing powder to get sick and be sent to Kyrie's office, where he tells the doctor to go to Hobbs' office and read a passage on a particular page in a certain book. After some hesitation, Kyrie checks the book and finds the Hippocratic Oath. The next day, Kyrie asks the guards to bring Ray to his office for a checkup. He wonders how Kyrie knew the exact page, and Ray explains he wrote it, which confirms his identity and finally convinces Kyrie to help. Afterward, Ray gives Hobbs a fake location to find Mannheim, so they have 24 hours to escape before Hobbs catches on. As part of the plan, Javed also meets with Hobbs and tells him about the incoming escape, so Hobbs rushes to check the cameras and notices Ray tapping on his cell wall. Recognizing Morse code, they discover a message about a plan to riot in Block C during transfer. Meanwhile, Kyrie is sending a coded email to request help. After most of the guards are sent to Block C, Javed starts a riot in the common area, which soon becomes absolute chaos. As Hobbs tries to make his men change areas quickly, Ray, Emil, and Javed rush to knock down the few guards around them and steal their weapons. The incoming guards start subduing the prisoners but also throw a gas bomb, allowing the trio to sneak away unnoticed. Ray explains that they only have 11 minutes to meet with the rescuers, who are approaching in a helicopter. They rush upstairs and shoot a door open before Ray finds a security camera, but since the cameras are connected, Ray messes with this one to disable them all. At that moment, Hobbs activates lockdown protocol, so when the trio is about to get out, they find the exit locked. The trio starts wandering around looking for another exit and soon they're surrounded by guards who open fire. They immediately shoot back and quickly bring down all the men, but Javed gets wounded in the process. More guards are coming, so Emil and Ray drag Javed as they run to hide behind another door. Ray realizes they were found by a motion detector, so he disables it while a furious Hobbs taunts him through the speakers. Then Ray decides he must find the engine room to shut down the power, so he gives his gun to Javed and tells him and Emil to take the stairs. After Ray leaves, Javed admits he won't make it, so he takes Emil's gun too and asks him to go on without him. Soon after Emil also leaves, Javed is surrounded by guards, and he bravely makes sure to shoot all of them down before he's brought down by a hidden shooter. When Hobbs finds him, Javed says his last words to his god before he's killed. Meanwhile, Drake goes after Ray in the engine room. Ray jumps around and runs to dodge Drake's bullets, then he manages to surprise him from behind. In the struggle, Drake loses his gun, but he takes out a knife and a hand-to-hand fight ensues. After exchanging a few hits, Drake chokes Ray for a few seconds before starting to kick him down, so Ray grabs his leg to overpower him and get the fighting going again. Both men steal a few tools to use as weapons, and after exchanging a few hits, Ray pushes Drake down the stairs, killing him. Afterward, Ray rushes to the control panel, knocks out the technician, and turns off the ship's generators. All lights go out in the ship and the doors open, allowing Emil to come out. At that moment, a helicopter opens fire on the ship before landing on the deck, where a few men come out to start a gunfight with the guards. Emil sneaks around while avoiding bullets and makes it to the chopper, where one of the soldiers has been shot down. The pilot wants to take off, but Emil asks him to wait for Ray before he takes over a machine gun to join the fight, killing dozens of guards in seconds. In the engine room, Hobbs is looking for Ray, who is hiding inside a water tank. At that moment, the guards turn the ship's systems back on, so Emil has no choice but to leave with his guys in the helicopter. Ray's tank starts filling with water, but before he can drown, the tank automatically flushes itself and expels Ray into the ocean. He immediately swims to the surface and Emil throws a ladder down for him, but as he climbs up, Hobbs and the guards open fire on them. Emil gives Ray a gun and they both fire back until Emil gets wounded in the shoulder. Hobbs keeps missing his moving target and Ray uses the chance to shoot a bunch of oil tanks, causing a big explosion that kills Hobbs. A few hours later, the helicopter drops the duo on the Moroccan beach, where they're picked up by Jessica. It turns out Emil is Monheim and Jessica is his daughter, so she hired Ray to get her dad out of prison. She also confirms that Lester is dirty and betrayed her too. Sometime later, Ray reunites with Abigail, who has acquired information on Lester. He had been offered to be CEO of the prison program if Ray was unable to get out. Now Lester is trying to get away, but Hush is waiting for him in his car and quickly knocks him out. When Lester wakes up, he discovers the car is inside a box on top of a ship in the middle of the ocean. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1938, the Civil War in Spain has been going for 2 years. As the Nazis show their support for the nationalists, the Republicans are starting to lose. In a small village in the countryside, the locals are celebrating a wedding ceremony, only to be interrupted by a convoy of cars led by a Nazi major. The family offers him a drink so strong that it burns his throat and makes him choke a little, which makes the locals laugh. Offended, the major immediately orders his officers to open fire to kill every person in the party. Then the soldiers put on gas masks and throw canisters of a strange blue-colored powder that spreads through the town. Meanwhile, Captain Jan is about to be executed by a shooting squad for headbutting a judge, but he's saved just in time by his high-ranking uncle General Lozano. Afterward in his office, Lozano explains that to get back on the army's good side, Jan must deliver a letter to a place named Alarcos. Since it's located on the other side of enemy territory, it's an extremely dangerous task. That's why it was given as an alternative to the death penalty. Jan has no choice but to accept the mission. And since he can't drive, a boy named De Cruz will be his driver. He's also being punished because he fled during a battle and is now seen as a coward. On their way out, Jan sees a soldier friend that recently lost his hand, so he shares a cigarette with him before he's taken into a German train with a weird symbol led by the Nazi major. After a few hours of driving, Jan and De Cruz find the road blocked by German soldiers. The leader doesn't want to let them pass, but Jan threatens him with his gun until he lets them go. As they drive away, Jan notices that the Germans are putting fences around the area. Moments later, they hear planes flying above them and Jan uses a mirror to watch their fight. A plane ends up crashing nearby but the pilot jumps out with his parachute just in time, so Jan makes De Cruz stop to go help the pilot because he's on their side. The duo starts crossing the forest and after finding some plane parts with the same symbol from the Nazi train, they finally find the pilot hanging on a tree. The guy has died from the fall and both his legs are missing. Suddenly they're surrounded by a group of soldiers from the opposite side led by the sergeant, who immediately takes Jan's and De Cruz's weapons. Jan pretends he has intel to make the sergeant come closer and headbutts him, but Priestkiller kicks him and threatens him with her blade. Sergeant stops her from killing him because he could be a valuable hostage and when they check his clothes, they find the letter from the mission. However, inside the envelope, there's only a piece of paper that says war is won with balls. Frustrated, Sergeant tells Fuse to shoot De Cruz, and when he takes out his gun, De Cruz wets his pants. In the end, Sergeant decides to keep them both as hostages and the group gets ready to leave. The photographer stays behind to take a picture of the hanging body, but suddenly the pilot wakes up as a zombie and jumps on the soldier to kill him with a vicious bite. Brodsky rushes to help his friend by tossing the zombie away and ends up with his hands covered in a weird blue powder. The zombie keeps on moving so Brodsky opens fire, but his bullets do nothing. It isn't until Sergeant shoots the zombie in the head that he finally dies. The group is confused and wonders if the pilot had been possessed, but at that moment their dead friend also wakes up and tries to attack. Brodsky grabs him by the neck and twists it before throwing him on the ground, but they're shocked to see their friend is still alive. The political commissar shoots him in the head to kill him for good. After seeing more planes fly by, the group ties Jan's and De Cruz's hands and takes them to their camp. When they arrive they're shocked to discover it's been attacked and Brodsky finds the same blue powder. Priestkiller finds the body of a fellow soldier, whose wounds start mutating until she wakes up as a zombie. Jan looks around and notices that all the dead bodies are starting to move so the group steps back, but one of the young soldiers sees his mutated father and runs to him, only to quickly be eaten by the zombies. Soon the creatures begin coming closer so the group opens fire, trying to get them on the head for the bullets to actually work. There are too many of them though, so the group runs to the shore and manages to escape on a boat. The zombies try to follow them, but they can't go too far. Afterward the sergeant finally allows for De Cruz's and Jan's ropes to be cut off, but first he punches him so they can be even. Because of the exceptional situation, they agree to work together for now even if they belong to opposite sides. Eventually they reach another shore and after hiding the boat with a bunch of branches, they start crossing the forest, only to find more zombies. These seem to be civilians and waste no time in attacking the group. Priestkiller gives Jan a weapon so he can defend himself while Brodsky has to pull De Cruz out of the way, only for the zombies to jump on him instead. Brodsky manages to knock a few zombies down, but one bites his leg and keeps him in place while more zombies surround him and bring him down. Priestkiller wants to help him, but Jan pulls her back because there's no point. After watching their friend become food, the group keeps going and in the evening they find their safe house. As soon they enter, they find 3 people pointing their weapons at them, Lieutenant Jurel, Private Rafir, and Sister Floor. The group also takes out their weapons and an argument ensues, but when they realize they're all running away from the zombies, they agree to work together. They spend the night in the safe house and Floor takes care of any wounds. While sharing dinner, De Cruz realizes Fuse is a famous bike racer who signed an autograph for him when he was a child, but Fuse denies it. Jurel tries to hit on Priestkiller so to get him off her back, she tells him the gruesome thing she did to the priest that abused her little sister. The commissar finds a private spot and reveals he has a phone, which he uses to make a mysterious call in secret. Meanwhile Jan uses the letter to light a cigarette, and the heat makes a secret message appear on the paper. It's a map of the entire area, but he keeps it to himself for now. Afterward he also tries to hit on Priestkiller, but she rejects him too and notices his hands aren't worn off from labor or fighting, causing him to confess he's just a lawyer. Later in the night, they hear a wolf crying in pain and look out the window to discover a zombie approaching the house. Rafir immediately kills it with a shot, but soon a horde shows up and approaches the house too. The group gathers their things to leave, but the zombies begin reaching through the windows and grab Priestkiller, who quickly frees herself using her blade. They're starting to open the door too, so they rush to block it with a heavy box before escaping through the back door. As the zombies open the door and get inside, Fuse lights up some dynamite and throws it at them before leaving, effectively blowing up the house with all the monsters inside. After a few hours of walking through the forest, the group finds electric fences with a bunch of zombies stuck on them. One of these electrocuted zombies is Brodsky, so Jan gives him a mercy shot. Afterward Jan shows the others the map, which is written in German. It seems that the Nazis knew about the zombie hordes coming out of the valley and calculated the time and direction these hordes would take, so they put up fences to stop them. This makes the group think the Nazis are responsible for the experiment that created the zombies in the first place. Since they're inside the fenced area, they have no way to escape. The team decides to look for the location marked with an X on the map to investigate what's going on. Moments later, they find the village from the beginning, but they don't see anyone around, just a destroyed party covered in blue powder. While the crew begins working on fixing a truck, Priest Killer notices lights in the church, so they go inside, only to discover a rather disturbing lab. Among all the blood-covered tools, there's a container with the same symbol from the train. Suddenly they hear a noise and find a woman coming out of hiding. It's Anna, the bride from the wedding. She explains that when the Nazis opened fire, she was saved by her husband falling on top of her. Then they threw the blue powder, and Anna used the distraction to hide. Soon she heard the dead people moving again and the Nazis laughing while watching from afar. Every now and then they would capture some zombies and bring them into the church, where they put up a lab to experiment on them. All of a sudden there was an explosion and the blue powder started to spread, and then there were Nazi zombies too. The few survivors tried to escape, but they never stood a chance. While the group hears the story, the commissar finds all the paperwork related to the experiments and steals it. At that moment they hear the engine of the vehicle, but when the group tries to leave, the commissar blocks the door with his gun out. He confesses he's stolen the formula for the blue powder and wants to use it to win the war, but he also wants to leave anyone from the opposite side behind. His team refuses, and when Sargent threatens him, De Cruz enters the building, so Commissar takes him hostage. Using him as a shield, Commissar slowly leaves the church before throwing De Cruz back into the team. However, before he can shoot, a horde of zombies jumps on him to eat him. Flor immediately closes the door and reveals she knows this church, so she guides them to the back where a secret underground tunnel hides behind another door. As the group rushes through the tunnel, Anna suddenly transforms into a zombie and attacks Jurel. The others push her away from him, and as they struggle, Anna bites Rafir on the foot. He kicks her away, and while Jurel holds her down, Priest Killer shoots her in the head. Rafir's foot has a red stain, so the others make him take off his shoe and sock to prove Anna's teeth didn't reach his skin. At that moment they hear the zombies coming closer, so they keep on running and reach a gate, which they shoot open to escape. Once everyone is out, Flor closes it again from the inside as she reveals she's been bitten. Sargent says goodbye to her by giving her a few extra bullets, and Flor goes down shooting as many zombies as possible. While De Cruz runs back into town to retrieve the truck, Jan proposes to go to the Nazi outpost where he saw the train with the same symbol from the containers in the church. Jan thinks they'll have an antidote, and when the others refuse to walk into enemy territory, Jan offers a heartful speech about how the zombie infection will kill civilians as well. At that moment De Cruz shows up with the truck, hiding the fact he's been bitten. Everyone accepts to follow Jan and they make it to the outpost in the morning. While the group hides, Jan approaches the entrance and almost gets shot by a guard. Soon Lozano and the Major come out and reveal they already know everything that happened thanks to the Commissar's phone call, so Lozano will allow Jan to come in because he's his nephew but not the rest of the group. He also explains that the higher-ups will bomb the area soon, but Jar refuses to leave anyone behind and goes back to his team. Lozano wants to delay the bombing for the sake of his nephew, but the Major shoots him to stop him. Meanwhile, the group doesn't want to die without causing some ruckus first, so De Cruz reveals he was bitten by a zombie hidden in the truck and volunteers to take an explosive to the gates. Before he leaves, Fuse confesses he does remember the day he signed an autograph for him. De Cruz approaches the gates with a grenade in hand, only to get shot by the guards. However, he immediately turns into a zombie and lets the guards keep on shooting him until he reaches the gate. Rafir tries to provide some backup with his sharpshooting, but De Cruz gets shot in the head anyway. As he falls, so does a grenade, and the front gate is blown up. The group rushes inside and crosses a tunnel, where they quickly shoot a few guards before moving on. Soon they find the train, where everyone is getting ready to leave the outpost before the bombing starts. Jan wants to find the antidote, but Fuse and Jurel aren't interested in saving the world and mingle with the crowd, hoping to escape. At that moment the zombies come out of the tunnel too and the Nazis get busy trying to fight them, so the rest of the group starts making their way further inside. A zombie manages to find them and tries to attack, but he's shot down by Rafir, who has climbed on top of the train. The room has become a vicious bloodbath, so Rafir decides to stay on the train to provide cover while Jan, Sargent, and Priest Killer run ahead. They also keep encountering zombies, so they shoot whoever gets in their way. Nearby Jurel is also shooting zombies down and soon runs out of bullets, so he thinks of fighting with his fists. Rafir uses a few bullets to save him too, only to suddenly get dragged down by another zombie. Terrified, Jurel runs to hide inside a truck at the same time that Fuse does the same. As they proceed to bond over missing their wives, they look in the mirror and notice that the back of the truck is filled with explosives. Fuse has some dynamite left, so Jurel lights it up with his cigarette and the guys go down with a huge explosion, bringing a bunch of zombies with them. Back to the trio, they finally find the train car with the symbol, so Sargent decides to find the engine to drive the train out while Jan and Priest Killer look for the antidote. Inside the train they find the Major, who just gave himself an injection. Jan thinks he wasted the antidote, but the Major explains there isn't one. He proudly admits he created the powder and gets excited when his body starts transforming, but Priest Killer immediately shoots him in the head. At that moment the zombies start pounding the door and Jan steps back, only to find a chained zombie behind a curtain that bites his hand. Wasting no time, Priest Killer shoots the zombie and then amputates Jan's hand to prevent him from transforming. As soon as it falls, the hand mutates. Then the zombies manage to open the door and get inside, so Jan and Priest Killer take shelter inside a small compartment. At the engine, Sergeant manages to get the train going, but he's soon surrounded by zombies. After shooting a few, he uses the last bullet to self-delete and avoid becoming a zombie too. As the train leaves the tunnel, a bunch of planes finally bomb the area, killing all the zombies while Jan and Priest Killer kiss. Moments later, Rafir wakes up and is surprised to see the train has safely escaped the area. Jan and Priest Killer are also fine thanks to the protection of the compartment. Eventually they get off the train and Jan offers Priest Killer to come with him, but she turns him down and chooses to go to France instead. As she leaves, she refuses to tell Jan her name. Back on the train, a dead soldier's hand moves. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. At Harrington High School, Coach Willis keeps yelling at his team because they aren't ready for the big game. He's particularly mean to his star player Stan, who considers confronting him until his friend forces him to leave. Then a furious Willis flips the bench, causing all the water bottles to spill. A sprinkler suddenly activates and as Willis tries to cover it, someone approaches him from behind. That night, the teachers are leaving the school after a faculty meeting and Principal Drake realizes she forgot her keys. When she goes back inside to retrieve them, she's startled by Willis, who keeps acting strange and asking for a pencil. He refuses to let her move, so Drake takes a pencil from her desk and gives it to him. Willis uses it to stab her hand and Drake retaliates by scratching him with her keys before running away, dropping the keys in the struggle. She checks all the doors and finds them locked, so instead she rushes to the science room to try to escape through the window. Unfortunately Willis catches up to her, so Drake takes a glass and smashes it on his head before pushing him off. Then she grabs a pair of scissors and runs again until she makes it to the main entrance, seeing Mrs. Olsen outside. Drake begs for help but Olsen doesn't have her keys, meaning Drake has to return to her office. She finds the keys on the floor only to hear Olsen screaming a warning, so Drake rushes to the door while a bleeding Willis approaches. It takes her a few tries but she finally opens the door and goes outside, locking it again right on Willis' face. However, Drake drops the scissors in the process and Olga picks them up to repeatedly stab her. The next day, students begin arriving at the school and it's immediately obvious how everyone here loves to misbehave. Couples get in fights in the corridors, Zeke drives like a maniac and carries illegal uppers in his trunk, and Casey gets harassed and punched as soon as he gets off the bus. Mary Beth is new and is already having trouble making friends with other students. Zeke rushes to the bathroom and sells his uppers plus fake IDs to other boys while Casey deals with his wound in a stall. In the teacher's lounge, the faculty members notice that Willis has been drinking much more water than usual. Olsen comes in and has a very awkward conversation with him. During class, the very shy Miss Burke is impressed by Zeke, who manages to give a very smart answer although he's usually a bad student. In the corridor, Stan tells his girlfriend Delilah that he's quitting the team to concentrate on his studies. Delilah breaks up with him because she thinks cheerleaders must only date football players. Later during lunch break, Mary Beth tries to befriend Stokely and they get interrupted by Delilah, who keeps mocking Stokely and causes her to leave. Stokely goes back inside and notices Olsen behaving very strange. Meanwhile, Casey finishes having lunch near the football field and on his way out, he finds a strange bug on the grass. Casey goes to science class and shows the bug to Mr. Furlong, who puts it on the microscope. He thinks it's similar to a species that usually lives inside the kidney of squid and octopi, which doesn't make sense because they're on Ohio. There are parts of the creature that Furlong doesn't recognize, meaning it may be a new species. When the students accidentally spill a glass of water on the creature it starts moving, so Furlong throws it in their aquarium. The little animal immediately starts swimming and even reveals very thin barbels. Furlong puts his hand inside as the creature suddenly replicates itself and bites his finger with sharp teeth. They decide they'll call the university to let them handle this. Back to Stan, he tells Willis that he's quitting the team. To his shock, Willis takes it quite well. Afterward, Stan goes to the showers, where he's suddenly startled by a sick-looking Mrs. Brummel. She says that she can't breathe and that they want everyone while Stan yells at Casey to get help. Then Stan tries to comfort her only for a chunk of her scalp to get stuck on his hand. After class, Olsen tells Stan and Casey that Brummel had cancer, asking them to keep her privacy. Casey looks through the window and notices Willis standing under a bunch of sprinklers, but Olsen stops him from taking a picture. In the parking lot, Zeke continues to sell naughty objects to other students. Burke sees him and tries to scold him because he could be a model student. However, she's still too shy and Zeke just mocks her with his naughty products until she leaves. Meanwhile, Casey meets with Delilah because they both work for the school paper. After noticing a delivery of too many water bottles, they enter the faculty lounge to look for dirt on their teachers. At that moment they hear Olsen and Willis coming, so they hide in the closet. Willis keeps drinking water and Olsen even throws some on her face. Then they have a strange conversation about how the climate killed Brummel and the entire faculty being commuted, so now they just need to get the students. Soon the school's nurse comes in too and Olsen and Willis surround her. They push her on the couch and Willis' face changes before he bites her ear. Casey and Delilah panic and back away, accidentally hitting and revealing Brummel's body. Hearing the noise, Willis opens the closet door and the teens immediately hit their teachers before running away. On their way out, the nurse grabs Delilah's leg but Casey pulls her away. The duo finds Drake and beg for help, but she just smiles when she sees Willis and the others. Realizing she's part of the conspiracy, the teens run out of the school. Moments later, Casey comes back with the police and his parents. They check the closet and only find a resuscitation doll, so Casey is scolded for playing bad pranks. Then Drake talks to a cop in private and Casey notices the officer starting to behave strangely too. Drake also wants to talk to Casey's parents, but he fears they may get changed as well and begs them to go home. Later in Casey's room, his parents search every corner to make sure he isn't hiding any uppers. They take away his phone, the internet, his music, and his dirty magazines as they ground him. Afterward, Casey tries to sneak out through the window and is shocked to see some teachers on his front lawn. He slips and falls to the ground, where the teachers almost get him. However, when Casey's dad comes out, the teachers disappear. The next day, Casey is forced to go to school even though he doesn't want to, and he worries when he sees Willis talking to his dad. In the teacher's lounge, all of them keep drinking crazy amounts of water and even fix the air conditioner. In class, Stokely accidentally falls on Stan's lap and they start chatting, connecting over their wants for the future. The teacher announces they're having a special test on which they must write down the name of every single living relative of theirs. Later in the corridor, Stan and Stokely notice lots of students are waiting in line for a supposed ear checkup. Stokely tries spying on them but the door gets closed. Stan also sees Olsen arriving with a bunch of cops. Meanwhile, Zeke meets Mary Beth and while they bond, he offers his uppers, but she turns them down. Zeke watches the other students behaving more calmly than usual, not to mention a long line at the drinking fountain. Two students come to buy all of Zeke's remaining uppers and get intense when he doesn't have more to offer. They're suddenly interrupted by Burke, who has gained confidence and is wearing provocative clothes. Burke insults Zeke and embarrasses him in front of everyone. In the library, Casey asks Stokely for help because she's into weird fiction. After he shares what happened, she makes a joke about alien stories and Casey thinks she may be right. Afterward, they meet with Stan and Delilah and the group goes to the science lab, where they find the aquarium empty. While they discuss the alien theory, Zeke brings Mary Beth to the room next to the lab to search for chemical supplies to make more uppers. After sharing a kiss, they overhear the alien conversation and Zeke decides to play a prank, pretending to be hurt by aliens as he and Mary Beth enter the lab. They're suddenly interrupted by Furlong, who demands an explanation. Zeke mentions Casey's alien theory to embarrass him, only for Furlong to cover the window and claim he sent the weird creatures to the university. When Zeke tries to leave, Furlong pushes him to the ground. Casey tries to attack him and gets grabbed by the neck while Delilah is pushed when she tries the same. Zeke takes the blade off a paper cutter and when he slashes Furlong's hand, the severed fingers just start crawling towards the others. Furlong jumps on Zeke and reveals small tentacles coming out of his cut fingers, so Zeke stabs him in the eye with one of his upper pens before kicking him off. As the fingers try to crawl on top of the teens, Furlong throws Zeke against the aquarium yet suddenly he starts stepping back and falls. The group checks on him and finds him dead, making them realize these creatures are weak to Zeke's illegal powder. Casey sees the parasite has come out of Furlong and grabs it for evidence. Afterward, the group leaves the lab and as they walk through the corridor, they notice all the other students staring at them. Those in class are also behaving as perfect little angels. They make it to the parking lot and leave in Zeke's car, trying on the radio but it's all static. There are cops blocking the road outside the school, but Zeke just makes a sudden turn and drives away anyway. Later at Zeke's house, they gather in his garage lab and discover he has a gun. Casey gives the parasite to Zeke, who drops it in a rat cage and drops some water on it. The parasite immediately reacts and grabs the rat to infect it through its ear. Then Zeke dissects the rat and discovers that this is some alien parasite that attaches itself to a host and controls it. They need moisture to survive, which explains their weakness. Zeke's upper is a diuretic and it dried out the parasite inside the Furlong, killing it. Stokely theorizes that there must be an alien queen connected to the rest of the parasites. If they kill the queen, they can eliminate all the parasites at the same time. An argument ensues over how to proceed and they realize any of them could secretly have an alien inside. Zeke announces they'll have to take his powder to prove they're clean. Casey takes it first and starts giggling as it takes effect. Zeke refuses to take his own stuff, so Stan grabs the gun and forces him to. Soon Stan and Stokely also sniff the powder and join the silly giggling. When it's finally time for Mary Beth and Delilah, the girls dare each other and get ready. Mary Beth takes hers, however Delilah suddenly drops the pen and reveals she's already infected. Then Delilah pushes Stan away while Casey grabs the gun, but he doesn't dare to shoot. Stokely takes it from him and opens fire as Delilah starts trashing the lab, not wanting Zeke to make more powder to kill the other parasites. Stokely's shots miss and Delilah bursts through the door to escape. The others try chasing after her, but there's already a taxi waiting for her and she quickly goes away. After Zeke gathers the powder he has left in a jar, the group drives back to the school, where the big game is happening. There's a large amount of people attending the event, which means they must stop the aliens tonight or the parasites will spread. The group gathers at the gym and theorizes that Drake must be the queen because she's the principal and has access to all the teachers. As if summoned, Drake appears in the gym as well and Stan immediately tackles her, using a volleyball net and Zeke's help to capture her. Next Zeke rushes to lock the doors and Stan threatens Drake with the gun, asking her to sniff the powder. Drake refuses and Casey considers stabbing her with the pen, but seeing her desperately beg makes him hesitate. Frustrated, Zeke takes the gun and shoots Drake in the head. Seeing her bleed out normally, the group wonders if they've made a mistake. However, Drake stands up and the parasites begin leaving her body. Mary Beth panics and throws the entire powder jar at her, killing her. Now they need to know if the plan worked before the crowd goes home, so Stan volunteers to go out and check. Before he leaves, Zeke gives him the gun and Stokely kisses him. Stan makes it to the field and is shocked to see the football team surrounding Willis, whose parasites are coming out to enjoy the rain. Moments later, Stan reappears at the gym door and they pass him a powder pen under the door so he can prove he's fine. Stan grabs it and throws the powder out before running away. Since they're out of powder, Zeke will have to get the pens he's got in his car trunk. He and Casey leave the gym, carefully sneaking around the parking lot and hiding under a bus when they see the football team passing by. Casey decides to be bait and starts running, making the team chase him while Zeke goes to his car. Soon Casey manages to hide inside another bus, only to be found by Delilah. As she corners him, the football players surround the bus and start breaking in through the windows. Casey jumps just in time and manages to escape through the emergency roof hatch. Meanwhile, Zeke searches his trunk but can't find the pens. At that moment he's approached by Burke, who keeps flirting with him. He gets in his car and tries to start it, however Burke bursts through the window. As Zeke drives off, a bunch of pens fall from the glove compartment. He tries to grab one while Burke tries to infect him, causing him to lose control of the car. He quickly recovers and decides to crash the car against a bus, causing a small explosion and a fire. Thankfully Zeke only gets a small injury and leaves the car with the pens, only to find Burke's head moving around on tentacles. She's distracted by trying to reach her body, so Zeke runs away. At the gym, Stokely gets suspicious of Mary Beth when she talks about pretending to be someone they're not. Suddenly Mary Beth punches her and starts transforming into her real alien form, revealing she's the queen. At that moment Casey comes back and runs with Stokely to the pool. The queen chases after them and jumps into the water before using her tentacles to catch Stokely, who hits her head on the floor and is dragged into the pool. Stokely soon wakes up and quickly swims to the surface before the queen can kill her, then Casey helps her out and they run away again. In the locker room, the duo hides while Mary Beth comes after them in her human form. Then Zeke also arrives and finds Stokely and Mary Beth, who are accusing each other of being the queen. Remembering Mary Beth being prudish, Zeke notices she's now naked and knows she's the alien. He doesn't understand how she passed the test, so Mary Beth explains she cut the bottom of the pen to drop the powder while pretending to sniff it with a plugged nose. Zeke gets ready to stab her with a pen, but Stokely stops him because she's also infected. As Mary Beth goes away and Stokely reveals her tentacles, Casey comes out to drag her away and lock her up in the storage cell. Afterward Casey returns to Zeke, who makes him take more powder just in case. Casey sniffs it and proves he's fine. Then he and Zeke start running as they see the shadow of the alien queen approaching. The effects of the powder make Casey slow and he loses Zeke, who suddenly is thrown across the room and falls unconscious. Casey hears the queen and when he steps back, Stokely grabs him by the hair, so he has to painfully pull to escape. Soon Mary Beth takes her human form again and while she wanders around, she explains her home planet is dying and that's why she came to Earth. Meanwhile Casey sneaks back to Zeke's body and takes the pens before coming out of hiding, ready to attack. Mary Beth transforms once more and her tentacles start bringing down the lockers. Casey runs to the gym and activates the retracting bleachers, hiding behind them to lure the queen there. After a short chase, he manages to jump right before the bleachers finish closing and trap the huge alien. Then Casey stabs her with the pen at the same time she infects him with a bunch of parasites. Luckily the powder quickly kills the queen and the parasites inside Casey die as well. Afterward Casey checks on Stokely and confirms she's fine. Zeke suddenly startles them, but he's fine as well. A month later, everyone in school is back to normal. Zeke has taken Stan's place on the football team and Burke comes to watch him practice. Stan is dating Stokely and Delilah is dating Casey, who has published his story and now he's seen as a national hero. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the future, ecological disasters and global conflict collapse modern civilization and cause North America to become the country of Panem. It consists of a federal district called the capital, where the fancy people live, and 13 outlying districts, which are expected to provide economic and material services. The capital behaves cruelly toward the districts, so one day a civil war known as the First Rebellion led by District 13 breaks out. After 3 years of conflict, the rebellion unfortunately collapses with the destruction of District 13, followed by a time known as the Dark Days. During these days, 2 upper-class kids are running through the deserted streets as they try to find something to eat. Suddenly they're found by a wild dog, so the boy throws something at it to distract it while they run away. They hide behind a statue and watch how a man starts cutting up a body so he can eat the meat. Afterward, the kids return home to their grandmother, who is bad news. The boy's father has been killed by rebels in District 12. 3 years later, the Dark Days are over when the capital creates the Treaty of Treason to ensure peace. Part of the treaty includes annually celebrating the Hunger Games, a brutal competition during which 2 teens from each district must kill each other. This is to remind the districts that the Dark Days can't be repeated. 10 years after the treaty is created, the boy Coriolanus lives with his grandmother and the other kid, who is his cousin Tigris. Unfortunately, the family status has fallen into decline after losing their factory during the war, and now they live in poverty, but they try to keep appearances not to be kicked out of the capital. Coriolanus has been studying hard at the academy in hopes of winning a scholarship for the university, which would save him from having to get a menial job. When the 10th Hunger Games are about to start, Coriolanus joins the mentor program, which means assisting one of the tributes from the districts. Head game maker Gaul arrives to introduce Dean Casca, the man who created the games and is a serious addict. Since viewership on the games has been going down, Casca wants the mentors to focus on having their tributes entertain the audience rather than win. Now the scholarship prize won't be decided by best grades anymore, it'll be given to the best mentor. Then they watch the reaping ceremony on big screens, showing how a girl and a boy are chosen from each district. As each chosen face appears, Casca assigns them to a student, and Coriolanus is upset to hear he'll get the girl from District 12. It's known that the lower districts are the poorest, so they usually die quickly in the games. The chosen girl happens to be Lucy, who is making her way to the stage and pauses to put a snake down the blouse of Mayfair for making fun of her. When she reaches the stage, the mayor hits her for harming his daughter and the guards known as peacekeepers have to take him away. The public begins singing a song to support Lucy, so she stands up and sings along as a fact of defiance. Everyone laughs when she adds an insult at the end, so Coriolanus starts to see she has potential. Sometime later, all the tributes are brought to the capital by train and Coriolanus welcomes Lucy with a flower to start gaining her trust, but Lucy isn't impressed and eats a petal. Another tribute is causing some trouble and the guards get distracted on a chase, so Coriolanus uses the chance to get in the truck that will take the tributes to their quarters. The group doesn't like seeing a fancy guy and Reaper threatens to kill him, which the others agree with. However, Lucy stops them by pointing out they'll be executed if they do so. Suddenly the truck stops and opens the doors to throw the group into a cage. It turns out the tributes are put in a zoo so visitors can look at them as if they were exotic animals. A reporter notices that Coriolanus is among them and asks for an interview, so he comes forward with Lucy to make a good presentation. Lucy charms the children and explains that she isn't originally from District 12, she's from a nomadic group that got stuck in that district after the war. Coriolanus is also very charming to the camera, but soon the peacekeepers come to take him away. Before he leaves, Lucy asks him to get them some food because some of them haven't been fed for days. Later at the academy, Casca scolds Coriolanus for what he did since it's against the rules, but Gaul thinks it was a very smart performance. His best friend Sianus uses the chance to complain about the games being immoral and how they don't see the tributes as people, so Coriolanus comes up with an idea. They should let the public know the tributes before the games, that way they'll care more about watching the show because they'll have someone to root for. Maybe they could even start letting people bet on them too. Gaul tells him to make a written proposal for it. After class, Coriolanus and Sianus bring food to the tributes in the zoo. Sianus' tribute Marcus is wary and doesn't accept it, but Lucy does take the offering from Coriolanus. He doesn't like the fact she shares it with others, but they still get to chat and bond. Nearby, a tribute is being taunted by her mentor with some water, so she takes the bottle from her and uses it to stab the mentor's throat. Everyone runs away in fear, but Coriolanus rushes to her classmate's side, watching her die before the peacemakers take him away and shoot the tribute to death. The next day, Coriolanus hands in his proposal, which includes the idea of viewers being able to send supplies to the tributes via donations. During class, Casca announces that in the evening, there will be a televised presentation of the tributes, so he gives the mentors an hour with them to discuss strategies. Casca wants Lucy to sing to win people over, so she asks him for a guitar. Afterward, Coriolanus is called to Gaul's office, and his classmate Clemencia comes along because they're class partners. Gaul's office is full of mutated animals in jars, and she introduces them to a tank of special rainbow snakes she's been breeding. Clemencia tries to claim credit for the whole proposal and Gaul reveals it's fallen inside the tank, so she asks her to retrieve it. These snakes won't attack someone if they're used to their smell, but since the paper doesn't have Clemencia's scent, the snakes bite her as soon as she puts her hand inside. While the assistants provide an antidote, Gaul tells Coriolanus she approves his proposal. Sometime later, the mentors and the tributes are given 15 minutes inside a huge dome which will be the arena for the games. Suddenly multiple explosions begin blowing up the walls around them and soon the ceiling is destroyed as well, so debris starts falling. Many people get killed while some tributes try to use the chance to escape, but Coriolanus gets trapped under the debris. Thankfully Lucy comes back and frees him as his jacket catches on fire, but then the peacekeepers take her away and Coriolanus faints. He later wakes up in the hospital with Seihanu and Tigris by his side. They explain it was a rebel bombing, which killed 4 tributes and put a mentor on life support. Marcus has escaped and the peacekeepers are chasing him, but Seihanu thinks he's safer that way. At that moment the tribute presentation starts on TV and Coriolanus gets to see Lucy sing a beautiful song with her guitar, which makes lots of viewers cry. Afterward, Coriolanus goes to the destroyed dome to understand the layout for future plans, and he discovers a few hidden tunnels. When he returns home, he sees a dead rat in the house and realizes the poison they use is pretty strong, so he takes some of it and hides it in his dead mother's compact mirror. Then he goes to the zoo and tells Lucy about all the potential hiding places in the dome and gives her the mirror. He swears he wants her to survive and Lucy cries as she tries to kiss him, but he moves his lips away as he cleans her face with his handkerchief. The next day the remaining tributes are taken to the arena while the mentors gather at the academy with Casca and the show host, who has an envelope with his prediction of the winner. As the peacekeepers push the tributes to their starting spots, they discover Marcus has been caught and is now hanging on the dome as a warning. This causes Sejanus to snap, and he calls everyone monsters before leaving the academy. After a countdown, the games finally begin, and the tributes run all over the place. Some of them try to stay safe, but others immediately start attacking each other. While one of his classmates pukes at the sight of so much violence, Coriolanus wishes Lucy would run and hide, but she stays to find Jessup, her fellow District 12 tribute. As players die one by one, their mentors leave the academy in a huff. Lucy does her best to dodge all the incoming attacks and when she sees Jessup she tries to run to him, but she keeps getting her way blocked by attackers. Thankfully she dodges those two and she reaches Jessup, who is looking rather sick because he was beaten by a bat on their way to the capital. Lucy immediately takes him into one of the tunnels, where there are cameras too. Soon more tributes come down to chase after them, so the duo sneaks through a hole in a locked door. A tribute reaches inside to grab Jessup's leg, but at that moment, more tributes show up in the corridor and kill the ones already there, including the one in the hole. Then the attackers consider getting into the hole too, but they're worried Lucy may kill them so they go back to the main area. For a few hours nothing happens as the tributes hide to make a plan, and some people in the academy are even falling asleep while the host starts telling the weather. Suddenly Lamina comes out to check on Marcus, who is still alive and asks for mercy. Using an axe, Lamina kills him, which earns her some donations. Her mentor sends her a bottle of water, but the drone crashes and the bottle breaks in front of her. That night, vultures come down to feed on the bodies in the arena. While Coriolanus watches the screens, Casca comes to tell him he'll do anything to prevent him from winning, so he better act fast. In the tunnel, Lucy finds some running water and tries to give it to Jessup, but he doesn't trust it and turns it down. A few hours later, Coriolanus is suddenly awoken by Gaul, who wants him to do something about Sejanus. It turns out he sneaked into the arena to mourn Marcus following the traditions of his district. Gaul refuses to send peacekeepers because it had just proved the rebels right and promises that if Coriolanus does this favor for her, she'll get him the prize. Coriolanus immediately goes into the arena and after dodging a few bodies, he reaches Marcus. He explains that Gaul has cut the feed so nobody is seeing Sejanus' gesture, and if someone kills him here Gaul will just tell the public that Sejanus died from an illness. Before Sejanus can decide, a tribute shows up and starts chasing them. The boys run away but when Sejanus trips, the tribute catches up to them. Coriolanus defends himself using some debris and ends up killing the guy. Suddenly more tributes appear behind them, but this time the duo manages to reach the gate just in time. Sejanus' parents come to pick him up, and now Coriolanus is on their good side. Afterward Coriolanus goes home and tells Tigris that he had to kill a person, admitting that at first he felt awful but then he felt powerful. The next morning Coriolanus returns to the academy with Tigris as his guest. The host tells everyone that another tribute died while everyone was asleep, but he doesn't share who did it, letting the audience believe it was part of the games. Now only 10 tributes remain. Meanwhile Jessup goes delirious from the bat bite and tries to attack Lucy, who has to run away from him. The chase leads them out of the tunnel and as they begin climbing some debris, the cameras show Jessup's face, which makes Coriolanus realize he has rabies. He asks Jessup's mentor to send him some water, so a drone quickly drops the bottle on him. The glass breaks and startles Jessup, who falls off and instantly dies. Lucy rushes to his side to say goodbye, so the other tributes come out to try to attack her. Thinking fast, Coriolanus sends more water drones to cause a huge mess that keeps the attackers distracted while Lucy escapes with a bottle of her own. Next a group of tributes goes after Lamina, who has been staying safe on top of Marcus' pillar. A fight ensues and even though Lamina tries to defend herself, soon she's killed too. While everyone is distracted by that fight, Lucy sneaks rat poison in her water bottle, then she leaves it for the group while emptying the ones they saved. After Lamina's body falls to the ground, Lucy runs away, hiding in the vents and closing the grate right before the others can reach her. Afterward, the group argues over the water bottle and a guy gets killed in the process, so 7 tributes remain. Then the group goes looking for another victim, so the one that ends up grabbing the bottle is a small innocent girl, who dies as soon as she takes a sip. Her friend Reaper comes out and screams in grief when he sees her while Lucy cries as she feels guilty. Suddenly Reaper begins gathering all the bodies and places the Capitol flag over them before turning to the camera, ready with a message in favor of rebelling. Unfortunately, the transmission is suddenly interrupted by Gaul, who has an important announcement. The mentor who was sent to the hospital by the rebel bombs has died. That kid had been the president's son and his death is a political act, so Gaul will punish the districts by killing all the remaining tributes even if means the games won't have a winner. Because Gaul mentions she'll send a rainbow of destruction, Coriolanus guesses she meant her snakes and gets an idea. While the guards are taking the snake tank out of Gaul's office, he sneaks behind it and throws the handkerchief with Lucy's scent inside. In the arena, a tribute finds Lucy in the vent and starts poking a spear through the holes in the grate. Lucy quickly backs away and notices there are other grates right above a pair of tributes, so she throws down the rat poison. As one of the guys breathes it and dies, the other one uses a trident to try to stab Lucy through the vent. She dodges all the hits, but eventually the vent takes too much damage and breaks, causing Lucy to fall. At that moment Gaul's tank arrives and breaks open, releasing thousands of snakes that immediately cover a young girl. Then they start chasing the tributes, killing them one by one. Reaper stays on his knees and accepts his fate while a girl tries to use her last moments to kill Lucy, but the snakes kill her too. Soon they start surrounding her without attacking, and since Lucy starts to sing to them, Coriolanus tells Gaul that the song is calming the animals down and Lucy deserves to be declared the winner. At first Gaul refuses, but soon all the other mentors begin chanting for her victory, so Gaul has no choice but to announce Lucy as the winner. The host tears his envelope, claiming he had voted for Lucy. Moments later Coriolanus is taken to see Casca, who has found the mirror and the handkerchief. This goes against the rules, so Casca announces that Coriolanus' family won't see any prize money and he'll have to work as a peacekeeper in the districts for 20 years. After Coriolanus gets all the proper testing and his head shaved, he's informed he'll be sent to District 8, but he bribes the organizer to be sent to 12 instead. During the train trip, he's shocked to be joined by Sianis, who has volunteered to do this as his punishment so he can start making a real difference. When they make it to District 12, the boys are put through a strict training regime by the peacekeepers. They also have to watch how they execute any person who tries to rebel and take away those who complain, and Coriolanus has to stop Sianis from getting involved. When Coriolanus finally gets a day off, he goes with the other newbies to the local bar, where he finds Lucy singing with her people. The show is interrupted when Lucy's ex Billy appears drunk among the crowd. Apparently he cheated on her with Mayfair, that's why Lucy had done the snake prank. When the crowd tries to stop him, punches are thrown and a fight ensues. Billy gets on the stage to try to reach Lucy, so Coriolanus jumps on him to beat him up. Sianis immediately drags him out of the bar before they could get in trouble. The next day, Coriolanus finds Lucy alone near the woods and they finally kiss. They'll have to keep their relationship hidden, so Lucy tells him about a secret lake where they can meet. From that on, the couple begins spending lots of time together by the lake, bonding and having fun. Coriolanus confesses he wants to go back to the capital one day, but Lucy disagrees, saying they could build a life here. Sometime later, Coriolanus is informed that his test results were exceptional because he's one of the few who can read. Since he's also the son of an important general, he'll be transferred to District 2, where he'll get better pay. Coriolanus can't complain without looking suspicious, and later when he calls home, Tigris tells him they've been evicted because they couldn't pay rent. Coriolanus promises he'll help them after he gets transferred to District 2. On his way to work, Coriolanus sees Sianis speaking to some of the rebels, so when they're alone during bird training, he calls him out on it. Sianis gets angry and explains he's trying to make a difference by helping some people escape from Panem. At that moment Coriolanus remembers the birds they're handling were mutated and can record conversations, so he secretly presses a button to record everything Sianis is saying. Afterward that bird is sent with the others to Gaul's office. One night at the bar, Coriolanus finds Sianis with the rebels, which includes Mayfair and Billy. The rebels have lots of weapons that Sianis didn't know about, and he feels betrayed. The situation is tense and it only gets worse when Lucy joins them, causing Mayfair to get jealous because Billy immediately defends her. Mayfair threatens to tell her father everything, so Coriolanus takes a weapon and shoots her dead. A furious Billy tries to attack Coriolanus for revenge, but another rebel shoots him down. Lucy is having a breakdown, so Coriolanus tells her to go to the stage and keep on singing to keep people distracted. Then Coriolanus asks the rebels to get rid of the weapons and promises Sianis he can always count on him. The next day, the peacekeepers are sent to search the entire district and find the weapons that killed the major's daughter. During his search, Coriolanus finds Lucy, who tells him she wants to leave Panem because everyone suspects her and she'll probably be hanged. Coriolanus decides to leave with her and they agree to meet the next day at dawn. Afterward, the peacekeepers find the rebel who shot Billy and take him to be executed. During the ceremony, the guards also bring Sianis, who has been captured after they received orders from Gaul thanks to the birds. Sianis tries to ask Coriolanus for help, but he ignores him and has to watch his best friend be hanged. When Coriolanus returns to their room, he finds a picture among Sianis' things and he finally breaks down. At dawn, Coriolanus and Lucy meet and enter the forest to start making their way out of Pom. It's quite a long hike, and while chatting, Coriolanus accidentally says something that makes Lucy realize he was behind Sianis' death. Eventually it starts raining, but thankfully they find a cabin where they can stay for a while. Under a loose floorboard, Coriolanus finds the rebels' weapons and realizes that if he gets rid of these, there won't be any loose ends. Lucy announces she's going to pick some flowers, but hours pass and she doesn't come back. Coriolanus goes looking for her with a weapon in hand, but Lucy is nowhere to be found. Suddenly he finds her shawl in the woods and tries to pick it up, only to get bitten by a snake. Realizing Lucy has abandoned him, Coriolanus throws a tantrum until he sees someone moving among the trees. He immediately opens fire, but when he approaches the spot there's no body, only Lucy's bracelet. Coriolanus continues to look for her and hears her sing, which causes all the birds in the forest to start singing too. Losing control, Coriolanus begins to wildly fire into the air until he runs out of bullets. When he finally gives up, he throws the weapons into the lake and returns to headquarters. Moments later, Coriolanus gets ready to be transferred to District 2, but his commander tells him there has been a change of plans. He'll be sent back to the capital since he has received a spot at the university as a gift from Sianis' parents. At the capital, Coriolanus immediately gets his family a nice home and new clothes. Then he goes to see Casca to drop Sianis' things and thank him for showing him how the real world works. Casca explains that he came up with the idea for the games while he was drinking with his best friend, who was Coriolanus' father. He never planned to present it to the higher-ups, but Coriolanus' father stole the idea and made it happen under both their names. He also explains Lucy's body hasn't been found, so nobody knows if she survived or not. After Coriolanus leaves, Casca takes a drink, only to die because he's been poisoned by Coriolanus. Afterward, Coriolanus meets with Gaul to start his training as the new game maker. Eventually he'll grow into President Snow, the bad guy from Katniss story. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the middle of the road, a terrified woman runs to a gas station and begs for help. However, the clerk is done for the day and turns off the lights, saying they're closed. Then the woman rushes to the phone booth and calls 911, desperately explaining that both her sons have been taken. She's suddenly interrupted by a bright beam of light that surrounds the booth, making it disappear with her inside. The clerk comes out and finds nothing but the base and some smoke. As he turns around to call the police, the booth falls and crashes on the ground. In the morning, the police come to investigate the scene. While some of the cops call the clerk a liar for the story he's telling, Officer Murphy inspects the remains of the booth and finds the woman's ID, wondering where she is now. Meanwhile in the city, April and her boyfriend Kyle are packing for a weekend trip to a cabin in the woods that belongs to April's family. At the last minute, Kyle announces he's invited 3 friends to come with them without telling her, which makes April a bit angry. Her mood gets better when they get on the road and she finally relaxes. Seth decides to fire a flare for fun, so they end up being pulled over by Murphy. When he hears where they're going, he warns them that there have been unusual disturbances in the area like break-ins and animals being killed, so they should be careful. After letting the group go with just a warning for their behavior, Murphy goes to see the local farmer, who has found a dead pig. He thought that the coyotes did it, but Murphy points out the wound is too exact and clean. It's the same mutilation he's been seeing on all the animals in the area. As soon as the group makes it to the cabin, they start having some fun with alcohol in the pool. After a few hours of fooling around, Mel takes her dog out for a walk and April goes with them. The girls chat while they enjoy the scenery, but suddenly the dog hears something and starts barking as it runs away. The girls follow the barking to an area blocked by a fence with a creepy scarecrow, but they ignore the anti-trespassers signs and cross it anyway. As they look around, they find some tents holding a bunch of Mary Jane plants and Mel gets so excited that she tries stealing some. Soon the dog returns to them only to be followed by the property owner, who threatens them with an axe. The girls try to explain they just were looking for the dog and that they're staying in the cabin. Hearing about the cabin makes the man realize he knows April. His name is Travis and he was a friend of her family, so he met April as a kid. Soon April remembers him too and the girls accept his invitation to the house. They chat for a while and Travis shares some details about the PTSD he's going through since he fought in the war. He also shows them a picture of a mysterious flying object that his motion-activated thermal cameras picked up. He theorizes that it's a secret military aircraft and that the army has been using the area for testing since the Cold War. Travis is big on conspiracy theories and rants about having to live off the grid to avoid being watched. Eventually the girls need to go back, but they make sure to buy some Mary Jane from Travis first. When the girls return to the house, they share the plants and everyone has fun smoking. Suddenly Kyle takes April to another room and says how much she means to him before getting on his knee to propose. However, April answers she can't and reveals that she had gotten a job in New York, she just hadn't found the moment to tell him yet. Hurt, Kyle assumes she's breaking up with him and storms out of the room. Their friends misunderstand and start celebrating, but when they catch on, Mel comforts April. Meanwhile at the police station, Murphy is checking the surveillance footage from the gas station. The phone booth really did disappear under a light, and to Murphy's shock, there appears to be a presence hiding in the glow. Later in the evening, the group gets drunk because they're bored since they don't have TV or cell phone service. Kyle and April try to communicate while everyone watches, but their conversation is interrupted when they see a huge ball of fire coming down in the sky and crashing in the woods with a huge explosion. As Seth films everything with his phone, the group goes to investigate, assuming they saw a plane. However, they're shocked to discover a real spaceship and footprints that indicate aliens are now wandering in the forest. Terrified, the group rushes back to the cabin and argues over what to do while it starts raining. Seth points out the police won't believe them if they call, and April says they should just drive back to the city. Suddenly the power goes out, but April says it's normal because of the storm. They go to the basement to check the breakers, and at that moment they hear the dog barking followed by strange noises. Remembering her father kept a gun in that basement, April quickly grabs it before the group goes back upstairs. The cabin is completely dark, so the group uses flashlights to look around the room, finding a bunch of broken things. When a lightning strike lights up the area, the group discovers an alien standing by the glass door. April immediately opens fire and the alien disappears as the glass shatters. The group rushes outside and notices that the alien has fallen into the pool, so its body is slowly sinking. Freaking out, everyone finally agrees to leave and rush to the car to get away. After just a few minutes of driving, they discover a fallen tree blocking the only road to the city. When they take a closer look, they discover the cut is too clean, so it wasn't the lightning that did it. The rain suddenly stops falling, but when they look back, they discover it's only raining in certain parts of the road. At that moment a red light covers the area and the group looks up to discover an alien spaceship hovering above them. Everyone rushes back to the car, however the spaceship fries all the electronics and now the vehicle won't start. Panicking, Lex gets out of the car, so the aliens use the chance to use their light and kidnap her. Hysteria takes over the group and they start running to the forest. Meanwhile Murphy continues to investigate and finds a camper van in the woods surrounded by a mess. Nobody answers his knocking, so he goes inside and finds a camcorder on the ground, which he picks up to watch the last footage. A family is out camping when they suddenly see a light in the sky. The child runs off to get a better look, only to be beamed up and kidnapped by the aliens. Once the video is over, Murphy looks deeper in the vehicle and sees blood in the bathroom. Then the mother from the video comes out of hiding to attack him. He manages to calm her down and the woman explains the aliens abducted her husband and son, claiming that they conduct experiments to learn everything about humans. Murphy calls an ambulance and before the doctors take her away, the woman urges Murphy to assist the people who are trapped in the spaceship. The aliens bring most people back, but there are still hundreds up there. Some have even been there for years. Back to April's group, they reach Travis' place and have to calm the guy down as he attacks them for mistaking them for trespassers. They tell him everything and show him Seth's video. Travis then explains that the US government has had a treaty with the extraterrestrials since Roosevelt's term. This treaty states that aliens are allowed to abduct humans for experiments and in return humans can keep on acting as if they own the planet. There's only one very important rule: nobody should attempt to engage with the aliens, which April broke by shooting one of them. At that moment Mel notices something on the radar and Travis confirms that it's the spaceship, which quickly disappears from the screen. Travis says that means it landed. Suddenly the lights go out so everyone starts running except for Travis, who tells them how to get back to their cabin while he stays to fight. He finds a hole in one of his tents and as soon as he hears the alien moving in the darkness, he opens fire. There's no alien body around, so next Travis hides under a table and looks around with his flashlight. When he sees the alien jump above him, he opens fire again and hears the creature's body fall before some nasty alien goo falls on his face. Thinking it's over, Travis comes out of hiding, only for another alien to grab him. In the meantime, April's group makes it to the cabin and starts boarding up all the windows. A strange noise can be heard outside and April peeks through the peephole only to find an alien standing at their doorstep at the same time that very bright lights shine through the windows. Seth panics and opens fire, almost hitting Murphy and his partner Mitchell when they suddenly burst in. The cops immediately handcuff Seth and interrogate the group, not believing their story when they smell the Mary Jane in the room. To prove it, April takes them to the pool, only to discover the body is gone. Suddenly another noise could be heard in the barn. Murphy goes inside to investigate and after finding some goo, he's horrified to see Mel's dog dead with the organs out. At that moment an alien runs past him and jumps out the window, so Murphy tries firing but misses all the shots. The alien can be heard running through the bushes, but instead of chasing after it, Murphy returns to the police car and informs Mitchell that the friends are telling the truth. Mitchell starts laughing and tells Murphy that he needs to move on, saying that his girlfriend just left him for another dude. However, Murphy is sure she was abducted because she just disappeared from the bed overnight and didn't take her keys or clothes. Then the cops get ready to leave with an arrested Seth, but at that moment an alien appears in the middle of the road. Murphy freezes as he stares at the bright light, not hearing Mitchell and Seth yelling at him to go. The alien moves its hand and suddenly Murphy grabs his gun to shoot Mitchell and then self-delete. After the alien disappeared, April comes out to free Seth and take him back to the cabin. He explains that the alien mind-controlled Murphy and freaks out to the point of using a police gun to hit Kyle. Seth blames April for what's happening and decides to escape alone, running out of the cabin while insulting the others. Seconds later, the whole building starts shaking and bright lights indicate the arrival of the spaceship. Then the aliens play a high-frequency sound wave that paralyzes everyone and causes excruciating pain. The light bulbs and various appliances explode, causing a small fire. The whole house appears to be coming down, so Mel and April rush to the basement, but Kyle stays behind and blocks the door with a bookcase to protect the girls. An alien appears at the entrance and Kyle yells at it, taunting the creature into chasing him as he runs upstairs. Meanwhile, Seth runs through the forest until his flashlight runs out of battery. As he lights a glow stick, he hears a weird noise and begins shooting in random directions. At that moment, the aliens show up and attack him, leaving him severely wounded. Seth manages to crawl away and handcuffs his arm to the tree, but this isn't enough and the light takes him anyway, leaving his arm behind. In the cabin, Kyle waits with a knife in the bathroom, but an alien reaches through the mirror and kidnaps him anyway. At the same time in the basement, an empty medicine bottle falls from Mel's pocket and she admits she's self-deleting because it's better than being abducted by aliens. After Mel dies in her arms, April grabs a crowbar and gets ready to go back, but she pauses when the lights and rumbling go away. Astonished, April drops the crowbar and slowly makes her way upstairs, where she discovers the power has returned. On a pool of blood on the floor, she finds Kyle's engagement ring, making her realize he was taken. A desperate April runs outside and sees the spaceship flying away, so she grabs some fireworks and starts firing them into the sky to get the attention of the aliens. At first nothing happens and April falls to her knees, thinking she lost Kyle forever. However, the spaceship then comes back and abducts her as well. Moments later, April wakes up and finds herself in a nasty cocoon. After some struggle, she breaks free and starts walking down a hallway, seeing other bodies on the way. Following a very bright light, she reaches the end of the corridor and discovers she's been brought to an alien city. In another room, Seth also wakes up and panics when he sees his arm is gone. Suddenly an alien machine begins conducting various painful experiments on him, like inserting a bug through his belly button, drawing on his skin with lasers, and inserting a probe up his rear. It eventually becomes too much and Seth dies. Back to April, she continues to wander through the corridors and looks at the bodies in the cocoons until she finds Kyle. She immediately frees him and gives him CPR as she apologizes for everything. Kyle wakes up and the couple shares a hug before the aliens find them. A light surrounds Kyle and April and they hold onto each other thinking they'll die, only to suddenly appear back in the forest. They celebrate with a kiss and leave while holding hands, hoping to find help. A noise indicates people nearby and the couple finds some soldiers, who open fire and bring them both down. With her last breath, April takes out the ring and Kyle puts it on her finger before the soldiers kill them with another shot. Afterward, the bodies are thrown in a hole and burned down. The soldiers continue to clean the area, getting rid of any evidence that could prove the existence of aliens or the treat the government has with them. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. The International Space Station, or ISS, was created after the Cold War by the United States and Russia as a symbol of collaboration between the two nations. It is a research facility where the crew works on researching medicine, technology, and space exploration. To this day, American and Russian astronauts have worked together in the ISS in perfect harmony regardless of their political opinions. Using the Soyuz rocket transport, American astronauts Kira and Christian travel to the ISS as they dock with the station. Christian explains that the Russians knock 3 times to tell the others it is okay. Once they get inside, they meet the rest of the crew, Commanding Officer Gordon, Veronica, and brothers Nikolai and Alexei. Gordon is American while the other 3 are Russian. Veronica has been in the station for 50 days and Kira notices that she's very close with Gordon. She is a very positive woman and insists the most important rule is to stick together. After a warm welcome, Gordon gives Kira a tour of the place, including her sleeping quarters. He explains that at first learning to sleep will be a struggle. Some astronauts sleep strapped in a bag while others have learned to just float in their quarters. Gordon advises her to use a sleeping bag until she is comfortable. He also points out that the hum they constantly hear is the life support system. If it ever stops making noise, it means they are in trouble. Next, Gordon introduces her to her workstation and the lock boxes to secure their research, giving her a key for the American locks. She is allowed to use Russian cabinets too, but then she must trade keys. Kira immediately gets to work and brings out a few mice into a cage to observe them for her experiments. Alexei notices this and comments that they'll be working in close proximity for a while because their workstations are next to each other. Kira has read his research and asks him about his experiments, but Alexei explains he has lost all his mice. After she moves to the next room, Alexei takes a closer look at her setup. Later, while some of the crew exercises, Kira watches Christian experiment with a drill that can spray fire, which is impressive but also scary. During dinner, Christian shares some gifts from Earth and Nikolai brings out a bottle of alcohol. Kira accidentally tries to open it normally, causing bubbles of alcohol to float in the area and make everyone laugh. Afterward, the crew goes to the viewing deck, where Kira gets to see an amazing view of Earth. The group discusses the overview effect, which is this spiritual awakening some astronauts go through when they see Earth without borders and humanity as one. That night, Kira sees one of the guys sleeping by floating and can't help getting pretty anxious. Thankfully, Veronica comforts her and helps her strap herself to the bag for her first night, mentioning the hardest part of sleeping in space is having nobody to hold. The next morning, the crew begins working early. Christian tries using the computer, but the signal is down so they can't get messages out. Kira checks on her mice and discovers they have attacked each other, but she can't tell why. Feeling down, she goes to the viewing deck to look at Earth, only to see a huge eruption. At first she wonders if it's a volcano erupting and tells the others, but soon several explosions start happening in many spots in quick succession. Panicking, the crew immediately leaves the deck and closes it before trying to get in contact with Earth to no avail. Suddenly Gordon gets a message from Mission Control telling him to remain silent because it is classified information. It turns out the United States and Russia are at war, and the involvement of other countries is being investigated. The U.S. government wants its citizens to abort all experiments and take control of the station by any means necessary. In his own station, Nikolai also gets a message and Gordon wonders if he's gotten a similar order. Nervous, he replies to the message with the word "why," but at that moment the power goes out, only to come back in a second. Gordon pretends he couldn't contact Earth, but as soon as he gets some privacy with Kira and Christian, he tells them the truth. Christian immediately assumes the Russians got the same orders and blames them for the power outage, but Gordon tells him not to jump to conclusions and to wait for now. Then Veronica announces they have a big problem. The station has lost its internal propulsion and is falling out of orbit, which means they only have a day before the entire station will burn up in the atmosphere. There's a mention of using the Soyuz rocket to escape, but it doesn't have enough room for everyone and only triggers an argument. Kira sends out a message requesting propulsion and hopes Mission Control will get it in time, so for now they can only wait. All of a sudden, Alexei informs the crew that an antenna outside the station is damaged and needs to be repaired manually. Christian snorts because he thinks it's a lie, but Gordon volunteers to go anyway. While he suits up, Veronica kisses him for good luck. Christian carefully whispers his concerns about this being a trap, but Gordon swears he trusts everyone in this crew. When Gordon goes outside, he is horrified to see the United States is now the color of bright red, meaning his homeland is destroyed and on fire. Using the comms, he asks Kira to keep everyone away from the windows. Meanwhile, Christian and Alexei try to chat, but the mood is tense and paranoid. Alexei then says he is going to the bathroom, but as soon as Christian is gone, he comes out and opens a panel. He gets ready to cut some wires, but he hesitates. Back to Gordon, he carefully moves around the station while Kira chats with him to keep him calm. After several minutes of very slow spacewalking, Gordon is almost at the antenna, but at that moment Alexei cuts the wire and Gordon loses communication with the station. When Kira warns the others, Christian immediately notices that Alexei isn't around and rushes to check on the panels, but Alexei has covered his sabotage with fake wires and Christian finds nothing. Then Gordon notices his tether isn't long enough to reach the antenna, so he has no choice but to disconnect it. Making a very risky but calculated leap, Gordon finally reaches the antenna, only to discover it's just fine and Christian had been right. At that moment Nikolai activates the grabber arm and swats Gordon off the station, sending him floating through space. Kira and Veronica begin to panic when they can't communicate with Gordon or see him on the cameras. Christian checks the windows and sees Gordon float away, so they run to pull the tether in only to find it empty. Upset, Kira hides in her room while trying to deal with her grief. When Christian comes to check on her, Kira says she wants to go out and find Gordon because the suit should keep him alive for a few hours, but Christian assures her it's pointless. He also scolds her for thinking it was an accident when it is quite obvious that the Russians acted first. Meanwhile, Veronica confronts Alexei and Nikolai and learns the truth. They received orders from Russia to get rid of the Americans and take over the ISS. However, Alexei swears he only wanted to cut off the comms and didn't know Nikolai's intentions. To defend himself, Nikolai says the Americans would do the same to them, but a horrified Veronica calls him a monster. Like Kira, she wants to go out and find Gordon, but the brothers refuse to help. Heartbroken, Veronica goes into another room to have a breakdown. Afterward, Veronica asks Kira to talk in private because Kira is the only one she can trust since she is new. Veronica asks Kira to exchange keys, and when Kira says she has lost hers, Veronica can tell she's lying. Then both women admit they've received orders from the government and Veronica admits the brothers killed Gordon, which makes Kira agree to help. Veronica has a plan. She'll create a distraction while Kira uses the Russian key to raid Alexei's box, which contains samples that could be used to treat radiation poisoning. Earth is going through a nuclear war and their countries want their research to use it as the ultimate bargaining chip, but Veronica thinks cures should be for everyone. She also points out that the most important samples are stored in Node 0. After they trade keys, Veronica steals the fire drill gun and turns on pure oxygen in one of the chambers, threatening to blow everything up. While Nikolai and Alexei try to calm her down, Kira goes to the research lab and starts searching for Node 0, but she can't find it. She asks Christian about it and Christian tells her there is no such thing. Believing Veronica lied, a furious Kira goes to find her and Christian follows her. The duo makes it to the other room just in time to see Veronica hit Alexei with a wrench. Christian uses this distraction to smash a tank in the back of Veronica's head, instantly killing her. Alexei and Nikolai are devastated as Christian tries to tell them he had no choice because she was going to blow the station up. While Alexei and Nikolai mourn Veronica, Christian convinces Kira to hide until communications work again. Eventually Nikolai snaps and announces he is ending all this, calling it his duty. On Earth, flames and destruction continue to spread. Alexei decides to drink to forget, and when he glances at the screens, he discovers Gordon is floating nearby and still alive, so he immediately uses the grabber arm to carefully bring him back inside. Meanwhile, Kira and Christian are hiding in the luggage. When Nikolai starts searching that area, Christian throws his fidget toy to send him in the opposite direction. Kira uses the chance to come out and bumps into Alexei, who helps her hide in a different spot and lies to his brother. At that moment the toy floats by again and Nikolai finally finds Christian, so he drags him out to beat him up, only for Alexei to get hit instead when he tries to stop him. Then Kira tackles Nikolai to free Christian, so Nikolai grabs her instead and starts choking her. Suddenly Gordon shows up and knocks Nikolai down with a drill. Next he asks about Veronica and loses his mind when he learns she is dead. Furious, he locks himself up with Nikolai and a fight ensues. As the men struggle against each other and throw a few punches, Gordon loses the drill and is picked up by Nikolai, who turns it on as he impales Gordon. With the last of his strength, Gordon grabs a screwdriver from Nikolai's pocket and stabs him in the neck. By the time the others manage to open the door with a drill, it's too late. Both men are dead and their bodies are floating in the room. While the world continues to burn, the remaining astronauts take a moment to grieve in private. Sometime later, Kira checks the computer and sees they are losing altitude. As she moves around the station, she finds a sign that says Node 0, meaning the one who lied was Christian and not Veronica. She rushes to his room to demand an explanation and discovers all the samples ready to go with an escape suit. It seems Christian knew everything all along and has always planned to escape alone. At that moment the life support ventilation goes out as part of Christian's plan. Kira looks for Alexei to warn him, but he is in the same room as Christian, so she makes some gestures to ask him to turn off the music. Alexei does so and realizes the hum can't be heard. Then she uses a jar to knock on the table 3 times as a sign for Alexei to be ready. Christian is making himself a sandwich and Kira tries to borrow the knife to make one too, so Christian tries to get rid of Alexei saying they need privacy. When Alexei refuses to go, Christian grabs the knife and tries to attack Kira, but Alexei cuts in and his hand ends up stabbed instead. Being so close, Alexei manages to grab Christian tightly and holds him in place while Kira uses a necklace to choke him. After a few minutes Christian finally dies, and Kira has to deal with the fact she murdered someone. Afterward Kira bandages up Alexei's stab wound and he's able to turn on the life support again. Then Kira checks on her mice and discovers Alexei built them a net for them to hold on to. Suddenly the message request for a propulsion boost is finally acknowledged, getting them out of immediate danger. Soon communications return and both governments ask if they have taken control of the station. Angry and disillusioned by their leaders, the duo ignores the messages and uses the Soyuz rocket to leave the station with Alexei's research. As they plummet into free fall back to Earth, Alexei asks where they're going that could be safe, but Kira has no idea. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It's a normal day at the office, and Vincent asks the intern to bring him coffee in a very rude manner. Moments later the intern stares at Vincent while he works at his desk and suddenly starts beating him up with his laptop. The other employees immediately drag the intern away and Vincent is sent to take care of his wounds. Afterward, the boss says stress must have affected the boy and that she won't hire interns anymore. She also explains filing a complaint usually goes nowhere but still offers Vincent to talk to HR. However, Vincent is fine with forgetting about the incident. When he returns to his desk, Vincent can't help feeling that everyone in the office is watching him. In the evening, Vincent goes home and spends some time looking for a potential girlfriend on a dating app. He also takes a picture of his injury and uploads it to social media with a cheap quote to get lots of sympathetic comments. The next day at the office, Vincent is working at his desk when suddenly a coworker grabs his hand and starts stabbing his arm with a pen. Once again the others must pull them apart and Vincent immediately runs away, causing the attacker to regain clarity. Later, after Vincent was given an arm sling by a doctor, both he and the attacker go to HR to discuss the incident, bringing a video a coworker recorded with their phone. The attacker says he wasn't in his normal state and swears he can't remember anything before he starts crying. The HR manager blames it on stress and too much workload and Vincent doesn't want to fill a complaint, so the meeting ends with the attacker and Vincent shaking hands. Afterward, another boss asks Vincent to work remotely since obviously something about him is unnerving people. Before going home, Vincent asks a coworker to check social media to see if there are any bad rumors about him, but they find nothing. In the evening, Vincent has a date with the woman he met on the app at a restaurant. Their chat goes well and they hit it off, but Vincent can't help glancing at the window because a hobo keeps staring at him. Suddenly the man starts walking toward the restaurant, but when he crosses the street he gets hit by a car. Terrified, Vincent decides to leave. On his way home, he can't stop feeling that everyone on the street is watching him, so he ends up taking a cab. The next day, Vincent goes for a ride on his bicycle and when he stops at a red light, he notices a driver in a car staring at him without blinking. Scared, Vincent ignores the red light and rides away as fast as possible, but soon the car comes chasing after him. He ends up accidentally falling off his bicycle, but at least this allows him to hide off the road and the car goes away without seeing him. When he returns home, Vincent searches the internet for news related to mysterious cases of violence and finds many examples of people suddenly dissociating and attacking whoever is around them. There are also many videos filmed by people with their own phones of such incidents happening in sports events and stores. The following day, Vincent goes to see a psychologist. Unfortunately, the man doesn't believe the part about the attackers having blank faces and says Vincent may want any kind of attention, causing the others to react. Vincent goes home and starts organizing the details he knows so far on a board. The attacks start with eye contact, so he needs to know how they stop. He goes to the balcony and says hello to the neighbor, who at first returns the greeting with good manners. However, after some staring, his face goes blank and he throws things at Vincent, who immediately hides. After waiting for a few seconds, Vincent looks out again and notices the neighbor is confused over what happened. He adds to the boards that ending eye contact also ends the attack. Later, Vincent receives a package with his latest purchase, a taser, some handcuffs, and paper spray. Then he spends a few moments practicing how to react fast with the taser in hand. Feeling safe now, Vincent goes for a walk while keeping his head up. When he returns home, the neighbor kids see him arrive and suddenly attack him. Vincent tries pushing them away without hurting them, but the kids keep trying and even bite him, so Vincent has no choice but to throw them to the floor. At that moment he's seen by the mother who immediately calls him an abuser, but at least she stops the attack and Vincent can run to hide in the apartment. Soon all the other neighbors are gathering outside the door and they don't believe him when he says the kids attacked first. Scared, Vincent puts some furniture against the door to keep them from breaking in. When the neighbors finally give up and leave, Vincent packs up his most important things and leaves, making sure to keep his hood up. He takes a cab to his childhood home, where he learns that his father Jean-Pierre is living with a new girlfriend. Vincent borrows his dad's car and the keys to the family's country house, but when he asks to spend the night, Jean-Pierre informs him his childhood room is going through renovations. Vincent's options are the couch or the garage, where all his old things are in boxes. Seeing he's clearly being a third wheel, Vincent decides to leave, but first he stops by the garage to get some of his old stuff and a hammer for defense. After a few hours of driving, Vincent stops at a store to buy some food. He eats it at a table in the park, where he's suddenly approached by a hobo named Joachim and his dog. Thinking he's about to be attacked, Vincent tries to leave, but Joachim asks him to stay and promises it's safe. Joachim watched him buy the food and how he avoided looking at anyone, so he can tell Vincent is like him. Vincent agrees to share his food while Joachim shares his story. This has been going on for 7 months for him, and it got so bad that he had to leave his job as a university professor. He doesn't know what caused it, but he knows there are others like them that chat on forums and blogs. Joachim recommends him the one he uses, called the Watchman blog. There they discuss techniques to survive alone, since even going to the hospital is dangerous. In fact, Joachim isn't his real name, it's the username he uses on the forum. Before leaving, Joachim tells Vincent to get a dog because it won't attack him and can warn him of any danger. Afterward, Vincent goes to the gas station and fills up his tank while trying to hide from other drivers. Unfortunately, a man parks next to him and sees him to the point he grabs a shovel from his truck, ready to attack. Vincent immediately gets in his car and escapes without paying. After driving the entire night, Vincent finally makes it to the family's country house and locks the front gate with a chain. Then he uses his laptop to find the website Joachim told him about. However, to leave a message he has to create an account. To do so, the website asks him to delete all his social media accounts first. Without hesitation, Vincent deletes all his accounts and makes a new one on the mysterious website, using Dave17 as a nickname. Sometime later, Vincent orders food online and when the delivery guy comes, Vincent makes him drop the box by the gate and doesn't pick it up until the guy is gone. At that moment, a neighbor sees him and comes to say hello. The woman is pleasant, but her daughter's face is slowly changing and she tries to reach for him, so Vincent rushes back inside. Then Vincent gets on the website again and finds Joachim's profile, so they start talking to each other through DMs. The next time Vincent goes to the bathroom, he discovers the toilet is clogged. He goes out to check the septic tank that he shares with the neighbor, finding it flooded as well. At that moment, a repairman called by the neighbor arrives and Vincent tries his best to avoid eye contact, but unfortunately the man reacts anyway and jumps on Vincent. The men start fighting and after lots of struggle, the attacker throws Vincent on the pile of poo to beat him up. Vincent quickly makes the man fall too and they roll on the poo until the guy starts choking Vincent, who manages to find a rock and uses it to hit the man's head until he's dead. Then Vincent quickly washes off the worst of the dong and drives away with the body in the trunk of his car. Once he's far enough, He opens the trunk and discovers the man is still alive. Vincent wonders if he should spare him, but the man attacks again, so Vincent furiously finishes him off with a hammer. After throwing away the body, he returns home and takes a thorough shower. He finds some cuts in his body, so he stitches those too. The following day, Vincent goes to the dog pound to choose a pet. All the dogs are barking except for a good boy who smiles at him, so Vincent adopts him and calls him Sultan. They go to the beach and play some games together, but soon a family arrives and starts walking toward Vincent. Sultan immediately barks to warn him and they run away together. At home, Vincent takes a picture with Sultan and the taser and sends it to Joachim. One evening, he drives to a fast food restaurant and makes an order on his phone, asking them to bring it out because he's disabled. Margot is the one who brings his order and realizes the raw meat is for Sultan, so she calls Vincent sweet. When she asks what's Vincent's disability, he confesses he lied, but Margot doesn't mind because she likes having an excuse to catch a break from the clients inside. Later at home, he looks for Margot's profile on social media and a crush starts to grow. The next day, Vincent starts exercising and watching self-defense videos. When he hears his neighbor speaking loudly outside, he looks through the window and finds the mother scolding her daughter for getting violent. Soon the people in the forums start talking about barricading their houses or even escaping to the mountains. For now, Vincent chooses to cover up all his windows. He also asks Joachim if he ever met someone, so Joachim confesses he's married and he had to leave his wife. He misses her a lot but always fights the urge to go see her. In the evening, Vincent goes out in his car and finds the road blocked by the cops. He does his best to avoid eye contact while an officer explains the situation and tells him to take a different road. Luckily, Vincent manages to drive away without trouble. Afterward, he goes to the fast food restaurant and Margot brings out the food for him again. At that moment, two bikers arrive at the restaurant, so a scared Margot gets in Vincent's car and asks him to drive away. To thank Vincent for the favor, Margot tells him to stop by a bar so she can buy him a beer. She brings out 2 pints and while they drink together, the bikers show up and ask Margot for the money she owes them. When they see Vincent, one of the guys goes blank and Sultan starts barking, so Vincent uses the taser to knock him out. Then the other thug tries to punch Vincent, but he hits him first and rushes to get in the car with Margot to escape. Suddenly Sultan starts growling and Margot jumps on Vincent to attack him. Vincent tries his best to push her away while still driving in a rather clumsy way, and after a few hits he manages to knock Margot out just in time to avoid crashing. Moments later, Margot wakes up in a room at Vincent's house and finds the door locked. Outside the room, Vincent asks her to close her eyes, then he guides her out and takes her to his car, where he handcuffs her. Eventually they make it to a supermarket and Vincent gets out of the car to approach a man nearby, but the guy is weirded out and goes away in his own vehicle. Then Vincent gets inside the supermarket and Margot is surprised to hear Sultan growling. At that moment Vincent runs out while dozens of people are chasing him and throwing things at him. He manages to get in the car before getting caught, but the crowd surrounds the vehicle and even breaks a window. Vincent makes them move by starting the car and the group gets to escape safely. Margot finally understands what happened to her last night and believes the story. Moments later they arrive at Margot's home, which turns out to be a boat. They share some drinks and food, and after chatting for a while, they end up kissing. Things quickly escalate and they decide to do the naughty, which is kinda awkward and uncomfortable because they keep handcuffing one of Margot's hands to various surfaces in case of another attack. By the time they're done, night has fallen and Margot is craving a smoke. Vincent goes out to get them from his car and receives a call from Joachim, who announces he's cured. He doesn't know how or why, but nobody attacks him anymore. Joachim wishes Vincent good luck and hangs up before going to finally see his wife again. Afterward, Vincent and Margot share some joints and fall asleep together. In the middle of the night, Vincent wakes up when he hears Sultan growl and finds Margot attacking him, so he hits her to knock her down and runs outside. Minutes later, Margot calls him back, but she doesn't blame him for defending himself. While Vincent takes care of the wound he gave her, Margot wonders if they can make their relationship work. Suddenly Sultan starts barking and they hear a voice, which Margot recognizes as the owner of a neighboring boat. Soon more and more voices can be heard yelling in the distance, so the group decides to leave. They drive back to town and are shocked to find a fire that has taken over a house and its surroundings. When they take a closer look, they're horrified to find a body that Vincent recognizes as his neighbor. Then they go around the house to enter Vincent's home through the back door while avoiding the fire, only to find Jean-Pierre with his weapon out. His face has multiple wounds and he explains a bunch of violent people killed his girlfriend. Retelling the story makes him have a breakdown and Vincent manages to make him drop the weapon before hugging him to comfort him. Afterward, Jean-Pierre and Margot go to sleep while Vincent checks a message from Joachim. He says things didn't go well with his wife and that destroyed his soul, so he writes to say goodbye before self-deleting. He also drops a map with the coordinates to all the shelters organized by their website. Devastated, Vincent tries to call him but Joachim doesn't pick up, meaning he's already dead. In the morning the group leaves in the car and heads toward a shelter, keeping Margot's and Jean-Pierre's hands tied to the doors. During the trip, they hear the news on the radio talking about a wave of violence taking over the country and the minister advising everyone not to leave their homes. Eventually they find the road blocked by a bunch of cars because everyone is trying to escape at the same time, and Vincent can't drive back because cars appear behind him as well. People's anger grows with the situation and soon everyone is fighting on the road. Jean-Pierre wants revenge for his girlfriend, so he unties his hand and joins the scuffle. Vincent goes after him to save him, and as he runs around, he finds lots of people killing each other in the most brutal ways. When he finally finds his dad, Vincent sees the blank look and gets ready to defend himself, but Jean-Pierre attacks a woman instead and kills her. Sultan appears next to Vincent but he doesn't make a single sound, which makes Vincent realize nobody attacks him anymore. More people fill the area and Vincent pushes them out of the way, but he can't find his dad. Meanwhile, Margot has to watch how a person kills another one on the hood of Vincent's car. At that moment she finds the handcuffs key and frees herself to go after Vincent, who refuses to leave without Jean-Pierre. Margot points out they'll get killed if they stay, so they run away from the main road and take a trail through the forest. After a few hours of walking, Vincent's face suddenly goes blank and he attacks Margot. As he chokes her, she struggles against him and manages to cover his eyes, making him stop. Vincent feels terrible and lets Margot blindfold his eyes with a piece of her shirt before they keep going. When they reach town, there are snipers on the roofs who shoot in the air to scare them away. As they run down the road, Margot sees an abandoned car, so she throws out the driver's body and takes the vehicle to drive back to the river. There she removes the blindfold and kisses Vincent before going back to her boat. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Vincent and Sultan join her, and the group sails away together. Margot blindfolds Vincent and handcuffs his hand just in case, but she also hugs him as they promise to start a new life together. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. At the airport, U.S. Marine Mike says goodbye to his girlfriend Jenny before flying to North Africa for a special mission. 3 months later, Mike and his spotter Tommy are still in the African desert, waiting on top of a cliff for their assassination target. Eventually they see two groups of people approaching from opposite directions. One group is coming on foot while the other is a convoy full of armed vehicles. The groups meet in the middle and Tommy plus his commanding officer in the radio urge Mike to take the shot, however he hesitates. It looks like a sweet reunion between families, not like a terrorist making business. Then Mike realizes this is a wedding and his target is the groom's father, who is now standing behind the couple. He tells his commanding officer about the situation and gets orders to kill the groom to reach their target at the same time. However, Mike refuses to cruelly kill a civilian and lies to his commanding officer, saying he's lost the target. At that moment a glare off the sniper scope gives off their location to the guards at the ceremony, who immediately open fire. Mike shoots a few bullets back before running away with Tommy while the guards rush to evacuate their boss from the area. Some of the guards start making the way toward Mike and Tommy in their vehicles, so the duo has no choice but to jump and roll down the hill. They run to hide behind a rocky formation and Tommy calls his commanding officer to ask for rescue. However, his GPS has broken and he can't offer their exact position. The enemy is getting closer, so Mike shoots at the hill to make them go in a different direction. Suddenly their enemies leave because they see there's a sandstorm coming. Mike and Tommy decide to use it as cover and walk through it as Tommy makes another call. His commanding officer tells them to reach a village located 5 hours to the west so they can be picked up. Eventually the duo manages to get out of the storm and starts walking under the unbearable desert sun. Tommy talks all the time and shares stories about his son and wife at home, but Mike still doesn't say much. Frustrated, Tommy points out that something is obviously eating Mike on the inside and asks about Jenny, wondering about the possibility of marriage. Mike explains he does want to marry her but he can't yet because it's complicated. Moments later they get a message on the radio explaining that the main team has had complications and the new pickup spot has been chosen, meaning the duo will have to cross the desert to get there. Because of the dunes, the radio won't always work so they'll have to be extra careful. After lots of walking, Mike and Tommy encounter the sandstorm again and stop to wait it out. They can see a guy with a child at the end of a rope walking through the storm, but they don't seem to notice them back so the duo doesn't shoot. As the wind blows, a warning sign comes off its pole. Once the sandstorm is gone, Tommy and Mike continue to walk under the scorching sun. Suddenly the warning sign lands right in front of Mike's feet. He can't read it, but the skull obviously means danger and he remembers that the USA has buried tons of landmines in this area. However, Tommy thinks Mike is taking it too seriously and explains it's a trick from the locals to keep enemies away from their villages. Tommy also points out that turning back means dying of thirst, so he just keeps going, confident that the sign means the village is near. After a few hours of walking, Mike freezes when he steps onto something, but it's just a little toy soldier. He puts it away in his vest before noticing that Tommy is out of water, so he shares his own. Desperate to keep the mood up, Tommy begins walking backward as he keeps teasing Mike for overthinking things. Suddenly a click can be heard and Mike tries to warn his friend, but it's too late. Tommy takes another step and a landmine explodes. As his ears ring, Mike takes a step towards Tommy, only to hear another click. He freezes in shock as he realizes he's standing on top of a landmine and can't move without activating it. Once the sand from the explosion clears out, Mike can see Tommy has survived but lost both his legs. He can't stop yelling in pain and begging for help, so Mike yells back to calm him down and explain the situation. Under Mike's guidance, Tommy tries reaching for his bag with the radio, but the pain is too much. His mood gets worse when he looks down and discovers he's missing his legs, causing him to freak out. Mike calms him down by reminding him of his family and mentions the medicine injections they carry in their vest. Tommy immediately takes both instead of saving one for later like Mike says. Then Tommy tries for the bag again and this time he reaches it, but unfortunately the radio isn't working. Getting desperate, Mike considers stepping away from the landmine because there's a chance it's old and broken. However, the risk is high and Tommy wants him to live, so he takes out his gun and asks Mike to send his love to his son before self-deleting. Mike yells in frustration and grief, but quickly stops himself as he realizes freaking out may make him fall. Then he starts lowering his body extremely carefully until he's down on one knee and uses his knife to gently move the sand. He finds some round metal under his foot, confirming he's on top of a landmine. Unbeknownst to Mike, a man is watching from afar but leaves without helping. Next, Mike puts together his shoelaces, the strap from his gun, and his axe to create a hook. He throws it a couple of times to try to get the bag but it won't reach far enough. Moving carefully again, Mike stands up and almost falls when throwing the axe, but thankfully he recovers just in time. Now he finally can drag the bag toward him and grab the radio, only to discover the battery is dead and the spare is in Tommy's vest. At least the radio can be sun-powered, so he leaves the small panel on the ground to let it charge. Afterward, Mike keeps himself busy by going over his supplies. A few hours later the radio finally charges and Mike gets to talk to his commanding officer, explaining the situation and requesting extraction. However, the officer isn't happy about the failed mission, and since Mike doesn't have GPS and has one leg in Death's realm already, he isn't considered high priority. The helicopters can't fly because of the sandstorms, so Mike will have to wait 52 hours for a convoy to pick him up. Mike isn't sure he can survive that long, but he has no other choice and starts a timer on his watch. The commanding officer reminds him lots of mines are old and broken and that there's a trench technique to survive this problem. However, the communication cuts off before he can finish explaining. A few hours later, Mike eats some of his rations, noticing he doesn't have much left. Suddenly the sandstorm starts approaching again, so Mike quickly covers his face, grabs his things, and bends over to wait as still as possible against the wind. His body trembles a lot, but Mike is strong and gets through it without activating the landmine. Once the storm has passed, Mike looks around and discovers the wind pushed Tommy's body right next to him. After covering his friend's face with his hat, he opens the vest pocket and finds a picture of Tommy's family. He takes a minute of silence and puts it back before finally grabbing the battery. Unfortunately, the wind has blown the bag too far and now he doesn't have access to the radio. The depressing irony makes Mike laugh. As time passes, Mike can't do anything but wait. He covers his head to protect it from the sun and drinks the last drop of water. Getting desperate, he shoots a few bullets at the sky and yells for help to no avail. He begins considering self-deleting as his only option, but at that moment he sees a Berber man pass by. Mike points his gun at him and asks him to stop, but the Berber doesn't listen and keeps moving. Thinking he may not speak English, Mike makes exploding noises to indicate this is a landmine area. However, the Berber just mocks him. Then the guy starts walking toward Mike in a zigzag pattern. Suddenly he asks why Mike is stuck, revealing he understands English. Mike explains the situation as he continues to ask for water and the radio. However, the Berber mocks him for not moving. He does take his flask but doesn't help with the radio. He just leaves while ignoring Mike's yelling and questioning if his weird movements help him avoid mines. Hours later, Mike forces himself to pee in a bag to drink. He barely takes a sip before a little girl shows up, running toward him in the same zigzag pattern. She gives him his flask full of water and Mike drinks as he guesses she's the Berber man's daughter. Then the girl takes out a toy soldier from her bag and Mike shows her the one he found in return, so she uses both to represent him and Tommy. Without using words, she pushes the toy to tell Mike he needs to move on. Mike says he can't move and starts yelling for the radio without meaning to, so the girl just leaves. Later, as the sun starts to go down, Mike plays some songs on his phone and starts a fire. He can hear animals howling in the distance, so he distracts himself by looking at pictures of Jenny on his phone and watching a video she specially made for his departure as a good luck charm. Eventually the fire goes off and Mike falls asleep while looking at his watch. His father appears in front of him and punches him, triggering a memory of the abuse he suffered as a child. This causes him to wake up right before he falls. Then Mike tries to restart his fire, but at that moment he hears the growling of wild dogs coming closer. He starts shooting in the dark, but none of his bullets hit. Deciding to risk using the flashlight, he discovers one of the wild dogs is taking away Tommy's bag and there's another walking toward him. After changing guns, he opens fire again, hurting the dog. As the creature steps back, it activates a landmine, and the resulting explosion scares the pack away. The next day the Berber visits Mike again, calling him a lucky man for surviving so far. The Berber explains he doesn't know where the landmines are and he just walks like that to get better chances. He thinks Mike is afraid of moving on physically because he isn't able to do it in his soul and asks why Mike became a soldier. To which Mike answers that he had no reasons to stay anymore. At least this time the Berber brings over the radio and Mike quickly changes the battery, but it still won't work. Then the Berber grabs Mike's face and tells him to be a free man. This causes Mike to hallucinate the man as Tommy telling him to live, but once he blinks the Berber is far away. A few hours later, Mike cuts his boot because his foot is red and swollen. He also uses his knife to kill a scorpion. Eventually the heat becomes too much and he takes off his vest. It's clear that the whole experience is affecting him mentally. He starts seeing hallucinations and interacts with them as if they were real by yelling at them, punching them, and even shouting in frustration. Every time this happens a clicking sound can be heard. He even sees Tommy's body standing up and announcing they're going home, but he quickly disappears. In the evening, Mike continues to try to contact the base while Tommy's hallucination tells him that he's just killing the battery. At that moment his phone starts ringing and Mike sees it's a call from his dad, so Tommy has to point out it isn't real. Mike snaps and pushes him away, so Tommy reminds him this is happening because Mike never worked through his inner demons. Mike says that having left Jenny makes him as bad as his father, but Tommy reassures him he isn't. A flashback reveals that Mike asked Jenny to marry him but she turned him down because she also thought he had some self-healing to do first. In the present, Mike almost falls asleep, but at that moment the wild dogs arrive again. They activate a landmine and move away from the explosion, but this time they don't leave. Mike shoots in the dark ahead of him, only for Tommy to warn him to watch out. Suddenly a dog approaches him from the side and bites his arm, so Mike shoots it. Then Tommy convinces him to try the technique his commanding officer mentioned, thus Mike desperately starts to dig in the sand. Unfortunately the dogs jump on him to attack and push Mike away before he can finish the trench, causing the landmine to explode and hurt him. As he falls dead, Mike blinks and realizes the explosion was a hallucination, but the dogs are truly attacking. Determined to survive, he grabs his knife and starts killing them one by one, getting several bite wounds in the process. During the fight, he keeps thinking about the times he was punched in the past. By morning time, all the dogs are dead and Mike has survived. At that moment the radio finally activates and Mike learns that the convoy is delayed because of an attack, so he'll be picked up in 17 hours. Knowing the chances of survival are low, the base connects Mike to Jenny, and he immediately begins apologizing for destroying everything he touches while seeing her in front of him. The communication ends before Jenny can reply and Mike finally passes out, but he's caught by the Berber just in time. While the man puts an ointment on Mike's wounds, he explains a landmine took his leg, showing his wooden one. He had been very scared in the hospital, but a nurse showed him enough sympathy to help him keep going and eventually she became his wife. Then the Berber makes Mike drink some medicine, warning him it'll help with the pain but will also make the hallucinations worse. Mike mentions the little girl, but the Berber reveals he was the one who brought him the flask. He only has 3 sons now because his daughter died when a landmine took his leg. They used to gather landmines together to sell them to guerrillas, and the girl was very good at retrieving the landmines by replacing them with old cans. The Berber thinks he isn't as lucky as Mike, but at least he's free because he learned to move on. Afterward the man leaves, and Mike sees his daughter walking by his side. Suddenly the medicine kicks in and Mike watches the walls of his childhood home come out of the ground. He opens the door and his child self appears watching his father being extremely violent to his mom. When his dad noticed him, he said he'd teach him to be a man and punched him too. The hit causes Mike to return to reality for a second only for the flashbacks to quickly start again. He sees his happy life together with Jenny, but a clicking sound interrupts with a memory of his mother in a hospital bed. Mike had escaped his house in fear and left his mother with his father, which resulted with her in the hospital. Another memory shows Tommy and Mike at a bar watching how 2 men are harassing a waitress, who turned out to be Jenny. Furious, Mike came to her defense and began beating the guys up with lots of pent-up aggression. The hallucinations mix again and his dad reappears to punch him. Mike's mind changes between the desert and the memory of his mom dying in the hospital, which makes him feel guilty to this day. It's the Tommy vision that finally makes him snap out of it to warn him the convoy is coming. A voice in the radio is also trying to contact him, but Mike's dry throat can barely speak. He tries waving a hand, but he's too far to be seen. Then Tommy reminds him of the smoke grenade and when Mike is about to grab it, he's suddenly shot by an enemy hiding in the dunes. Thinking about Jenny as encouragement not to give up, a bleeding Mike bends over and finally grabs the smoke grenade, but before he can activate it, the enemy shots again and causes him to drop it. Memories of arguments with Jenny and his departure fill his mind as Mike fires back, shooting as many enemies as he can before running out of bullets. His father appears again and Mike remembers his mother telling him to let her go. Confused and overwhelmed, Mike points his gun at his father, who encourages him to do it. However, he thinks of Jenny and how he asked her out after the fight at the bar, so he decides to be good for her and not shoot. His father hugs him at the same time he remembers a hug from Jenny, helping him to finally move on. The convoy won't stay much longer and the grenade isn't close enough. Mike remembers the Berber's words and carefully steps away from the mine, but nothing happens. Shocked, he digs out the mine only to discover it was one of the girl's cans all along. Inside the can, he finds a toy soldier. Mike laughs in relief and finally gets the grenade, activating it just in time for the convoy to find him and rescue him. Sometime later, A healed Mike returns to the USA and reunites with Jenny, ready to start a better life for her. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. At an airport in Los Angeles, flight attendants Jenny and Paula are getting ready for their next trip. Captain Forrest and his co-pilot Wilsie chat with them and they notice they won't have many passengers tonight because of the thunderstorms. Wilsie also takes some medicine because he isn't feeling well. Then the attendants meet tonight's passengers. George is a teenager who always flies alone and doesn't like to be smothered. Bev has come with her husband Dr. Kingston, whose Parkinson's doesn't allow him to move or speak. Army medic Shyla is nervous about flying while Louise is relaxing with her cat. Niall and Susan are expecting a baby and are quite germophobic so they clean their seats before sitting while Vorst and Nika are excited foreigners who don't speak very good English. Henry has brought a cage of hamsters and when Ralph tries to help him put it in the storage bin, he gets bitten in the process. The cage won't fit so the flight attendants force Henry to send it to the cargo hold. Businessman Preston keeps sneezing, apparently sick with the same thing Wilsie has. As the plane finally takes off, Jenny has to remind Niall to hang up his phone and when he refuses, Henry forces him to. Both men get angry and argue, so Jenny sends them back to their seats by reminding they could be arrested when they land if they don't behave. Afterward Henry flirts with Jenny, telling her about his PhD and making a comment about the sorry state of society's manners. Moments later Henry is watching the news and learns that the Center for Disease Control or CDC has surrounded an apartment building in Los Angeles. Meanwhile Ralph isn't feeling well and asks for water while staring at the wound on his thumb. Jenny notices he's sitting in a weird position and when she checks on him, he suddenly pukes all over her. His mouth is foaming as he demands to get off, so the flight attendants try their best to take care of him. Nobody notices the cat sneaking around and eating some puke off the floor. Jenny leaves the guy with Paula and goes to clean all the puke off her body, but at that moment Ralph runs down the corridor and pushes her down. He starts pounding on the cockpit door, asking for the plane to stop, so Wilsie follows protocol and locks the door while Forrest warns ground control of the situation. Henry tries to stop Ralph but he's easily overpowered, and the same happens to George. Then Preston, George, Paula, and Shyla team up with Henry to hold Ralph and eventually knock him out. Using plastic restraints, they tie up his wrists. Afterward Shyla checks nobody was injured while Jenny freaks out in private, telling Paula how she failed to be useful in an emergency. At that moment Forrest announces he's been given orders to land and sends everyone to their seats. The plane shakes a lot as it goes down and the attendants teach everyone to keep their heads down. Ralph's body keeps sliding and bumping his head, so Jenny and Paula have to make an effort to move him to a seat. While Paul struggles with the seatbelt, Ralph wakes up with red eyes and bites her nose, severely injuring her. Then Ralph goes crazy and once again the passengers have to team up to push him into the bathroom, locking him up. As the plane finally lands, Shyla uses the emergency first aid kit to give Paul some medicine that will prevent her from going into shock and ties a scarf around her face, but she's losing a lot of blood and needs immediate medical attention. Forrest is frustrated because ground control tells them to wait even though they know about the emergency and he decides to break the rules by choosing an unassigned gate. Thankfully baggage handler Ed sees the plane coming and opens the gate just in time. Forrest and Wilsie hold the plane's bathroom door shut while everyone else desperately leaves the plane except for Bev and Kingston because they need help moving. Ed guides the group to the other end of the gate but the door is locked and nobody answers his request on the radio. They have no choice but to follow Ed through an employee entrance to enter the staging area of the airport. The group takes the stairs and Ed reaches the other doors, however he's shocked to discover they're all locked, which never happens. When he checks the power box, he confirms they're under lockdown and everything they do will be seen on the security cameras, which are still active. An argument on what to do ensues but it's interrupted by the sudden sound of sirens. They look through a window and notice ambulances and police cars outside, only for the window to be covered. A voice announces that the group has been quarantined and they have to wait until help comes. The passengers call their families to tell them what's happening before teaming up to yell at Jenny, seeing her as the representation of the airline's decisions. Jenny doesn't know how to defend herself, but thankfully Shyla interrupts the yelling to point out she has a medical kit in her luggage that could help Paula survive a few more hours. Jenny takes Ed and few passengers with her to look for Shyla's luggage, but at that moment the power goes out. Ed guides them with his flashlight and when they return to the plane, they discover Wilsie and Forrest are gone. Jenny opens the bathroom and is horrified to see blood everywhere. Preston moves to get his laptop and bumps into Kingston, who is sitting alone. His wife is gone and when the others wonder what happened, Kingston uses his eyes to point at a pair of plastic cuffs on the floor that have been chewed through. Meanwhile Ed cuts the carpet on the floor to reach a hatch that takes them directly to the baggage hold. Jenny reaches for Shyla's medical kit while Niall grabs a gun from his suitcase. Ed freaks out when a rodent walks by his feet and scares it away while saying it was a rat, but Henry thinks it was just one of his hamsters because he's found the broken cage. As Jenny climbs out of the hold, she looks around and notices Preston's laptop covered with blood. At the end of the corridor, Wilsie is running on his fours, growling and also covered in blood. Suddenly an infected Forrest appears behind Jenny and attacks her. The guys immediately come out to help but punches do nothing, so Niall shoots him to death as some of Forrest's blood falls on his face. Afterward the group runs off the plane and in the gate corridor they find Kingston thrown from his wheelchair and an unconscious Preston bitten on the back of the neck. Nearby Jenny finds Bev crying and begging for help, but she suddenly transforms and attacks as well. Fortunately Jenny outruns her and the guys push the door to lock her out. The group goes back to the others and Shyla does her best to take care of Paula. Susan cleans the blood off Niall's face yet they still share a kiss. Henry and Ed put furniture in front of the door to keep Bev out and Jenny looks around, finding drops of blood on the floor and worrying about where they came from. Finally snapping, Jenny tells everyone to shut up and takes over leadership since the captain is dead. Shyla explains this isn't any known disease and Jenny remembers the building on the news, which was also quarantined. Kingston notices a rat with very red eyes nearby but he can barely hum so he isn't hurt. The rat falls on his head and manages to bite him before George knocks it off. While the guys catch the rat in a bucket, Shyla takes care of the wound. Then the group agrees to lock George and Paula up in a crate in case they'll transform as well. Then Ed uses a glove to grab the rat and notices there's a tag on its leg, meaning it escaped from a lab. George says Henry brought it and lied about the hamsters because he's certain he saw long tails in the cage earlier. When Henry denies it, Jenny takes him aside to demand the truth and Henry swears he didn't, pointing out lab rats wouldn't have passed the security check. As they hug each other for comfort, suddenly Ralph comes out and jumps on Jenny while ignoring Henry's attempts to stop him. The others hear the screaming and rush to help, combining their strength to strangle Ralph with a hose. At that moment Ed gets a message on the radio saying that the CDC is finally there. The group gathers at the door but the 4 officers come in instead of letting them out. They hold the group at gunpoint while taking the rat and Niall's weapon, then they go to Paula and Kingston to give them injections. The group demands an explanation but the officers only say it's protocol. The officers then demand the others to also agree to an injection. Everyone is hesitant so Louise volunteers first, but before she can be injected her cat bites her neck and runs away. While an officer opens fire and misses every shot, Kingston finally transforms and jumps on the guy to bite him. The other officers shoot Kingston down and try to take their partner away, only to find the door locked. They shoot at it to force it open and run outside, so Forrest uses the chance to follow them out. The police open fire as soon as they see them and kill them all except for one agent, who only gets shot in the leg. The group drags the surviving agent inside before closing the door. At that moment they hear the roars of the infected people getting closer so they run to hide inside a container. Susan stops when she notices Niall foaming at the mouth, so the others have to drag her in as they explain he's infected as well. After closing the container, Shyla points out each injection had a different color, so everyone was getting a different thing and not just protocol. Henry reveals he picked up a gun and forces the officer to confess what he knows. It turns out he isn't with the CDC, he's actually with the CBDT or Chemical Biological Domestic Terrorism Organization, which works under Homeland Security. One of their units went to that apartment in LA a few hours ago but nobody came out. In the attic they found a bioterror laboratory created by a cult. They tried to develop a cure based on a survivor but it only made it worse, implying this group was going to be the next human trial. After confirming the rats carry the disease, the officer takes the gun from Henry and self-deletes. Nika has a breakdown while Ed remembers this terminal often gets flooded because of an old drainage tunnel, meaning they could escape through it if they find it. Suddenly Wilsey appears on an opening on top of the container and grabs Ed's hand, so Henry tries to shoot him only to discover he has no bullets. Ed tells George to push a button that lifts the container and crushes Wilsey against a beam. Afterward the group leaves the container and Ed guides them through the area while Jenny notices Henry is missing. Nika walks at the back and suddenly something drags her away from the others, so the group hurries up the stairs to escape. In secret, Henry is accessing a bag with another gun. As the group runs, Jenny trips and finds Paula, who has transformed too. Jenny has to accept her friend is gone and uses a wrench to fight the creature until she pushes her off the platform, killing her. Then the group makes it to an office where they look for the terminal blueprints, which show them a way through a wall to find the drainage tunnel. Meanwhile George reveals he stole Henry's bag and inside he finds suspicious documents recording lab experiments, not to mention a mysterious box. At that moment Susan and Niall find them and try to attack, but Henry comes back and shoots them both just in time. Ed notices that Henry was bitten and George uses the chance to open the box, revealing a bunch of medicine and a syringe. Henry finally admits he did bring the rats and explains he's part of the cult mentioned by the officer. Their goal is to clean the planet from humans, who keep growing more violent and destructive every day. Henry threatens to kill Jenny if George doesn't hand over the antidote so Ed jumps on him to stop him, only to get shot dead. The others are now scared and let Henry have the antidote, which he mixes with the blood from his wound and injects in his eye while explaining his group has followers in various organizations and that's how he got the rats past security. Now Henry is ready to leave and wants to bring George as hostage. Jenny tries to stop him, but Henry knocks her down and escapes with the kid and the blueprints. Jenny is extremely dizzy so Shyla goes out first. Minutes later Jenny comes out too and is found by an infected Preston. A chase ensues and Preston almost grabs her, so Jenny has to kick him off. Then she lures him into a machine and bashes his head with a hatch lid until he's dead. Afterward she continues to search for George and has to take a different route when she sees a transformed Nika standing nearby. Going into another room she bumps into Shyla, who has retrieved the officer's thermal goggles. She puts them on Jenny and reveals she's been bitten, so she asks Jenny to go after George while she buys her some time. Shyla goes back to the main room and talks loudly to get the attention of the remaining infected people, who immediately jump on her to kill her. Jenny finds a hole in the wall that Henry opened to go after the tunnel, and when she's about to get in, she's grabbed by Louise. Using the wrench, she hits Louise until she knocks her down. Then Jenny walks through the section between walls, noticing blood drops on the ground thanks to the goggles. She gets scared when she sees some animals, but they're just mice and not the lab rats. Following the blood trail, Jenny finds the blueprints in Henry's shirt next to a ladder that goes into the drainage tunnel. She looks down and finds George, who explains the antidote didn't work and Henry has transformed too. Ignoring George's warnings, Jenny goes down and notices some blood falling on her goggles. Suddenly Henry appears and attacks her, making her drop the goggles before he starts throwing her around. While Jenny tries her best to hold him back, George puts on the goggles and grabs the gun, shooting Henry down. Now free, Jenny takes back the goggles and uses the wrench to finish Henry off with a blow to the head. At that moment huge flames appear down the hatch, meaning the teams outside are burning down the terminal. The exit is unfortunately blocked, but Jenny finds a baggage tunnel and kicks down the lid. George is too scared to go down there, so Jenny gives him the goggles and allows him to go first for safety. As they hear explosions going off outside, the duo moves as fast as they can. However, Jenny soon begins getting tired and realizes she's infected. George turns around and notices her puking, yet he refuses to leave without her. Jenny agrees to keep on following him just for his sake. Eventually they find the exit, which is blocked by bars. George manages to simply walk through them, and when he turns around again, a transformed Jenny reaches through the bars to attack him. Thankfully she's too big to come through and George gets free by taking off his jacket. Afterward George finally gets to escape from the airport. Meanwhile Louise's cat escapes too and makes its way to the city. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1945, during the final days of World War II, a Zero fighter lands on Odo, the island with a repair base for kamikaze planes. After the mechanics do a thorough inspection, Tachibana tells the pilot Koichi that no issues were found. Koichi immediately gets defensive because it turns out he lied about the malfunction to save his life. As he walks away to avoid Tachibana noticing his nerves, another mechanic tells him that he wishes there were more soldiers like him because the war is pretty much lost already. At that moment Koichi is shocked to see several dead fish in the water. Later that night, a siren stars wailing through the base. Usually it's a warning for air raids, but when the searchlight illuminates the area, they're shocked to see a giant monster called Godzilla coming from the sea. Godzilla immediately brings down a watchtower and causes a fire, so everyone runs to find shelter in a trench. The men may be in the military but they're only mechanics, so Tachibana urges Koichi to use his plane's weapons against Godzilla. Koichi runs to his plane, but when he sees Godzilla up close, he freezes in fear. The mechanics panic and open fire on Godzilla themselves, enraging him and causing him to brutally start destroying the trenches and killing people by throwing them away, stepping on them, hitting them with his tail, or even eating them. As the mechanics run around and Godzilla destroys the base, Koichi becomes terrified and runs out of the plane right before Godzilla picks it up too. Then the monster throws the plane and the resulting explosion knocks Koichi out. The next morning, Koichi wakes up to find only one other survivor, Tachibana, who is putting together the bodies for proper burial. Tachibana is furious and yells at Koichi for failing to act. Sometime later, Japan finally surrenders and a ship comes by to pick up all the surviving troops and take them home. Without saying a word, Tachibana gives Koichi the photos he found with the dead men. By December, Koichi returns to his neighborhood in Tokyo and finds it in ruins. His own home is nothing but rubble. Koichi starts suffering survivor's guilt and wonders if he could have done something. His neighbor Sumiko sees him and remembers he was supposed to be a kamikaze pilot, so she yells at him for his cowardice. She's lost all of her children to the American bombings and tells him that his parents are dead as well. Devastated, Koichi remembers his parents' letters in which they told him to come back alive and wonders what is truly the right answer to this dilemma. Some days later, Koichi has built a rudimentary shelter from the rubble. While he's visiting the black market, a woman pursued by several men for stealing blankets runs by and leaves a baby in his arms. Koichi considers leaving the baby in the market, but he can't do it and decides to take her with him while searching for the woman. He soon finds her nearby. Her name is Noriko and she's been waiting for him so she could take baby Akako back. Then Noriko follows Koichi home and asks him to share some food with her and the baby. She explains that she isn't married and the baby isn't even hers. She adopted her from a dying mother during the Tokyo air raids. Like Koichi, her own family is gone. Koichi wants them to leave after dinner, but while they chat they fall asleep and they end up spending the night. The next day, Sumiko scolds Koichi for taking in Noriko and Akiko, saying it's too late to play the hero. However, she changes her mind when she learns Noriko is not the child's mother. She starts helping them take care of Akiko and even gives them a bag of rice so the baby can properly be fed. In March 1946, Koichi returns home and announces he's found a well-paying job detonating unexploded mines in the waters around Japan. Noriko thinks it's too dangerous, but Koichi points out this is the only way to avoid starving to death. He also explains the boats are supposed to be specially made to evade mines. However, when he makes it to the dock, Koichi is shocked to discover he'll be serving on the Shinseemaru, a small wooden boat. Former Navy scientist Kenji explains that they use wood to ward off American magnetic mines. He also meets Captain Seiji and Shiro, who is too young to have served in the war. As they head out on the water, Seiji explains their work. A cable suspended between Shinseemaru and another boat called Keishinmaru allows them to clip mine wires and bring them to the surface, where they can be exploded from a distance with machine gun fire. Koichi tries the machine gun and proves to be an excellent marksman, thanks to his pilot experience, so that becomes his job in the boat. Shiro wishes war has lasted longer so he could fight too, and Koichi immediately scolds him for such a horrible thought. That night, Koichi is sleeping when suddenly he hears screaming. He comes out and sees the mechanics from the island being stepped on by Godzilla again, but at that moment he wakes up and realizes it was a nightmare. The survivor's guilt takes over again and he clings to Noriko as he wonders if he's actually dead and everything that happened since the island has been a dream. Scared, Noriko pushes him off and Koiko has a breakdown as he stares at the pictures of the dead mechanics and their families. In July 1946, an American nuclear test at Bikini Atoll causes a huge explosion in the sea as part of Operation Crossroads. Godzilla is underwater when it happens and causes him to mutate. Meanwhile, things are improving for Koichi. He continues to work with the minesweeping team while Noriko raises Akiko at home. Koichi is soon able to afford a motorcycle and major renovations to their house, and all the neighbors are rebuilding as well, slowly making a proper neighborhood out of the area again. One night when Koichi's crewmates visit for dinner, Kenji takes some nice pictures of everyone. The men assume Noriko is Koichi's wife and are surprised to learn of their living arrangement. When Akiko calls Koichi her father, he tells her not to do that, which worries the others even more. They encourage him to accept that he's found a family, but Koichi sticks to his denial. In March 1947, Noriko takes a desk job in Ginza, a prospering district in Tokyo. She explains to Koichi that she wants to be able to support herself and to be out of his way so he can find a wife. She also shares that Sumiko has already gladly offered to take care of Akiko while they're both at work. Meanwhile, the U.S. government is hiding the fact that several of their military vessels have been destroyed by an unknown enemy. There are pictures of a strange object in the water, confirming it was Godzilla. Whenever a ship is destroyed, radioactive signals are picked up. Radars start tracking Godzilla's route and confirm he'll be reaching Japan in a few weeks. However, the U.S. refuses to intervene because it could damage relations with the Soviet Union. By May 1947, the Shinseemaru and Keishinmaru are sent on a special mission to the Ogasawara Islands and find a massive American ship that has been absolutely destroyed. As the crew discusses what could have caused such damage, Koichi sees dead fish in the water and tells the others about Godzilla. Shiro is horrified that the Japanese government expects them to fight Godzilla in their tiny boats, but Kenji explains that their job is simply to delay his advance until a cruiser arrives. Their orders say they must use the mines they recover as weapons and keep the mission secret. After they collect 2 mines, Koichi notices there are way more dead fish than last time and rings the alarm. He asks Seiji to send the boats back because they can't fight like this, but Seiji is determined not to let Tokyo be destroyed again. At that moment, Godzilla surges out of the water and brings down Keishinmaru in an instant, so a terrified Seiji changes his mind. The Shinseemaru sails away as fast as possible and Godzilla chases after them, so the crew drop mine in the water. However, the explosion don't even scratch such a monster. Next, Koichi opens fire with a machine gun, but bullets don't do anything either. Since it seems the monster's skin is hard, Kenji gets the idea to attack the mouth instead. They release the second mine, but the detonator doesn't work, so Koichi returns to the machine gun and makes the mine explode when it's near Godzilla's face. The blast damages Godzilla's left eye and a large part of his cheek, but it also sends a wave that rocks the boat, hurting Koichi and Shiro. Unfortunately, Godzilla's wounds quickly regenerate and he furiously rises out of the water as he roars, ready for revenge. Suddenly, the battle cruiser arrives and shoots at Godzilla, who turns his rage at it, viciously tearing it apart with his claws. The cruiser continues to shoot at the monster, causing him to fall backward into the sea. However, Godzilla starts glowing as he swims underneath the cruiser and destroys it in an instant with an explosive heat ray. Then Godzilla roars and continues to make his way to Tokyo. Sometime later, Koichi wakes up in a hospital and is greeted by his crew. He wants to alert the locals, but Kenji tells him the government is still covering up the story. When he goes home, Noriko is hurt because Koichi won't answer her questions, so he finally gives in and tells her everything, showing her the pictures. Because of his guilt, he thinks he shouldn't have survived, so Noriko assures him that everyone who survived the war was meant to live, which were her parents' final words to her. The next day, the Tokyo Bay defense sees Godzilla incoming and get permission to detonate their mine blockade. However, the explosions have no effect on Godzilla. Soon an evacuation is announced and Ginza and Koichi worries about Noriko when he hears the news on the radio. Soon the monster reaches the town and starts destroying the area, throwing a train car that makes Noriko's train stop on its tracks. Everyone is panicking and running through the streets as Godzilla advances and bites down on the train, causing it to break. Lots of people fall to their deaths and at first Noriko holds on, but as soon as she sees water she jumps to escape. Godzilla continues his vicious rampage, destroying the beloved Nippon Theater and killing several reporters broadcasting from a rooftop. Noriko reaches the street and gets pushed by people, but Koichi arrives just in time to take her away. As everyone runs and more buildings are destroyed, the tanks finally arrive and open fire, but again bullets do nothing. Suddenly Godzilla's fins begin to glow and grow before Godzilla opens his mouth and fires an atomic heat ray that strikes the tanks, causing a nuclear explosion that destroys most of the area. Seeing the shockwave coming, Noriko pushes Koichi out of the way and gets killed instead. Koichi falls to his knees in emotional pain and yells as a black rain starts falling and Godzilla calmly returns to the sea. Afterward, newscasts announce that 30,000 civilians were killed or injured, and 20,000 buildings were destroyed. The area of Godzilla's rampage is cordoned off due to the high radiation levels. Koichi's crew helps him hold a memorial service for Noriko, but Koichi is too depressed to do anything. Akiko soon begins crying as she asks for her mother and Koichi looks at the mechanic's pictures, thinking he's being punished for his cowardice. Kenji informs him that a group of private citizens is making a plan to destroy Godzilla and invites him to the meeting. Sometime later, Koichi attends the meeting with Shiro, Seiji, and many former Navy soldiers. A captain explains that Japan has negotiated the return of 4 destroyers, but sadly they'll be stripped of their weapons. Kenji then explains his idea. They should lure Godzilla above the deepest part of Sagami Bay and tie canisters of Freon gas to him. This would lower the water's buoyancy and forcibly sink Godzilla to a depth of 1,500 meters, crushing him with a sudden pressure change. Koichi asks if this will kill Godzilla for sure, but Kenji can't guarantee it, so Koichi tries to leave. However, Kenji reveals he has a backup plan. Giant balloons would be inflated under Godzilla to rapidly bring him to the surface and destroy him via explosive decompression. After a demonstration in the garden, some people are still not convinced and just leave. However, most of the group stays and agrees to work together to save their country. The Shin Simaru's crew goes out for drinks and Kenji mentions that Godzilla probably considers Tokyo part of his territory. To lure the monster to the trap point, he plans to use acoustic minesweepers to play recordings of his roar. He admits that his plan could fail in many ways, so Koichi offers to help with the luring operation if they can get him a fighter plane. Seiji wonders if Koichi has a death wish and scolds him for not marrying Noriko, pointing out she would have been home as a housewife instead of Ginza where she died. Koichi explains that he wanted to, but his war isn't over. The next day, Kenji invites Koichi to a hangar where he's acquired an anti-bomber fighter. Years in storage have left the plane inoperable and will require a top mechanic to repair it. Koichi wants Tachibana to be that mechanic, but when he checks the records, there's no current address. Desperate to make up for his mistakes, Koichi refuses to accept another mechanic and starts sending letters with a plan in mind. One night, someone attacks Koichi by surprise and knocks him out. Minutes later, Koichi wakes up and discovers his attacker was Tachibana, who is furious about the letters. It turns out Koichi wrote to the comrades from Tachibana's postings blaming him for what happened on Odo Island because he knew Tachibana wouldn't respond to begging and would only come if he was angry. At first Tachibana refuses to help, but Koichi changes his mind by revealing his idea. Since the mine did damage Godzilla's face, he wants to fly the plane loaded with explosives right into the monster's mouth. For the next few days, everyone works hard to get everything ready for their attack. One night, radiation detecting buoys indicate that Godzilla will arrive in less than a day. Kenji shares their route on a map and orders the volunteers to spend the night with their families. After the meeting, Kenji and Seiji tell Shiro, who is still injured, that he'll be staying home tomorrow. When he protests, Seiji tells him that having never seen combat should be a badge of pride. Meanwhile, Tachibana takes a closer look at the cockpit and gets an idea. At home, Akiko gives Koichi a drawing she made of them and Noriko and begins to cry. When the day comes, Koichi leaves a letter next to Akiko while she sleeps before sneaking out. Later, Akiko takes the letter to Sumiko, who finds a bunch of money and a note asking her to take care of Akiko. At that moment, she also receives a telegram with shocking news. At the hangar, Tachibana explains that he replaced some of the plane's non-essential components with 2 bombs. Sitting in the cockpit, Koichi realizes that part of him wants to live and Tachibana reminds him that the mechanics on Odo Island wanted to live too. Koichi takes out the mechanics' pictures as a reminder of what he must protect. Tachibana then shows him the bomb safety pin and one extra thing. Soon the buoys detect Godzilla is getting close and the sirens go off in Sagami Bay. Suddenly a ship on fire crashes on the port, indicating that Godzilla reached the shore faster than anticipated. While Koichi puts Noriko's picture in the cockpit and takes off, Godzilla gets to the port, but Kenji orders everyone to still carry on with the plan and puts his hopes on Koichi. As the ships take off too, the plane reaches Godzilla and Koichi opens fire to keep him distracted as he pulls off some crazy moves to avoid getting hit. Godzilla falls for the bait and follows the plane into the sea, where two unmanned ships are waiting. Godzilla shoots them with his atomic breath, which hurts his own body as well and sends a wave that shakes the manned ships. It'll take a few minutes for him to regenerate, so the team can carry on the plan. Two destroyers encircle Godzilla and tie a cable attached to gas canisters around him while Koichi continues to distract him. The ships scrape against each other as they complete the circle, but nobody gets hurt. As Godzilla prepares to fire again, the canisters are busted, forcibly pulling him underwater. Once he passes the target depth, Godzilla freezes in place and stops charging his atomic breath, but sadly he's still alive. Kenji then has the balloons inflated under Godzilla to bring him back to the surface. However, Godzilla quickly destroys them to stop them. The ships try pulling him the rest of the way themselves, but the monster's weight is too great and one of the cranes collapses. At that moment, a fleet of tugboats led by Shiro arrives to help. Everybody pulls together and soon Godzilla reappears, looking heavily wounded because of the decompression yet still alive. Godzilla starts charging again and the team thinks it's finally over. Suddenly Koichi's plane flies right into Godzilla's mouth and detonates the explosives, finally bringing Godzilla down. After a second of silence, the team sees Koichi falling with a parachute. It turns out Tachibana asked him to live and the extra thing had been an ejector. Once the smoke clears, they see that the top of Godzilla's head has been destroyed and the atomic causes the rest of his body to crumble. Every person on the ship salutes as the war finally ends. When they return to the shore, the locals receive them with gratitude and excitement, and Sumiko rushes to show Koichi the telegram. Moments later, Koichi and Akako rush to a hospital and find Noriko is injured but still alive. She asks Koichi if his war is finally and he embraces her in tears, not noticing a pattern resembling Godzilla's dorsal fins on her neck. Meanwhile, in the bottom of the sea, a piece of Godzilla's flesh begins to regenerate. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the middle of the ocean, a woman's body falls into the water, floating for a few seconds before her eyes open in panic. Suddenly Brandon wakes up and realizes it was a nightmare. He works as a bodyguard for the governor's daughter Ava and he's been dealing with internalized guilt since he failed to protect her mother. Brandon and Ava arrive at the airport, where Ava meets with her friends Jet and Kyle. They're going on a trip together, and the boys aren't happy that Brandon is coming too, but Ava explains her father wouldn't have let her come without security. Once they board the plane, Ava and the guys sit in the back for privacy, and Ava can't help noticing it's strange for a flight to have so few passengers. Shortly after they take off, the plane shakes a little bit, but it's considered normal. Moments later the plane starts shaking again, and the engine can be seen heating up. The pilot tells the passengers that they accidentally hit some birds and there isn't anything to worry about. However, soon the plane starts shaking again, and an engine catches on fire. At that moment the pilot asks everyone to fasten their seatbelts, and as everyone starts to fear for their lives, a part of the engine breaks and flies off to hit the side of the plane, killing a passenger. The crack in the wall causes a pressure change and everything starts flying off or shaking inside the plane too, with all the bags falling off and hitting people on the head. Passengers who didn't fasten their seatbelts are pushed off their seats and thrown across the plane even when they try to hold onto other people's hands. In just a few seconds a wall blows off and creates a huge hole on the side of the plane, causing tons of people to fly away to their deaths. Brandon tries to hold onto a floating man, but the wind is too strong and the guy is blown away as well. Another guy tries to hold onto the seats, however the metal can't hold on for much longer and the few seats fall off with the guy still on them. A flight attendant tries to help a guy who is about to fall, only to end up falling with him. After losing most of its passengers, the plane starts falling at great speed and crashes into the ocean, where the water immediately starts flooding it. As Brandon is stabbed by a piece of metal, the seats are pushed forward by the impact and kill many passengers by crushing them. The plane sinks for a few minutes and eventually comes to a stop when it gets stuck on the seabed. Thanks to the plane being stuck in an angle, an airlock is formed at the back, so Ava and her friends plus flight attendant Danilo are alive. However, Kyle has a broken bone in his arm. The group stares at the water, worried about the weird noises they are hearing. Suddenly Brandon comes out, bringing Rosa and her grandmother Marty to the safe area. Marty is unconscious, so Danilo starts doing chest compressions and after a few minutes of nothing, Marty wakes up. Then Rosa asks about her grandfather, and Brandon has to tell her and Marty that he sadly didn't make it. The group starts to panic, so Brandon immediately takes over leadership to calm everyone down. The airlock means they're safe for now, so they need to stay calm and wait for rescuers to find them. Ava checks her phone, but there's no reception under the sea. She points out there's a hole in the plane and that they should swim out, but Brandon explains their chances to survive like that are low, so they must stay and wait. Danilo informs them that the pilots must have called for help before the crash, so help should be here soon. Afterward Brandon explains they should have backup oxygen just in case. Danilo says the plane has 2 tanks in the back for emergencies, but when he checks on them he finds them empty. At that moment Marty remembers that one of the passengers had a medical oxygen tank, so Brandon volunteers to jump in to find it. Before he leaves, Marty asks him if to bring her husband's hat. Brandon dives in and swims through the corridor as he checks the passengers who died in their seats. He finds the husband's hat and takes it, not noticing something swimming by the window. Then he finds the oxygen tank and takes it as well before checking on the hole. He decides to swim further to search for anything else he can take, and to his shock, he's suddenly attacked by a shark that enters through the hole. The creature immediately bites Brandon and he struggles against it, trying his best to get it off him. Meanwhile, the group gets worried because they see the ripples in the water indicating something is going on. Suddenly the ripples disappear and Brandon resurfaces, telling the others to stay back while revealing some severe wounds on his body. Breathing heavily, he hands the others the oxygen tank and the hat before apologizing to Ava. Then he's dragged back into the water and the group sees the shark's tail peek out while the creature eats the poor man. Terrified, the group moves back to hide in the employees area and agrees they should keep on waiting as Brandon says. Then Marty offers to take care of Kyle's arm, explaining she used to be a nurse during wartime and that's how she met her husband. Kyle screams in pain when Marty pushes the bone back into place, and using some thick magazines and bandages, she improvises a splint. Outside, a helicopter is flying near the area in search of the fallen plane. They have priority orders because they know the governor's daughter is among the victims, but for now they don't see anything. Back to the survivors, they hear some creaking and the plane moves for a few seconds, indicating it may fall again at any moment. Jed is starting to get too negative, and Danilo opens the oxygen tank Brandon retrieved. At that moment they see the water getting red and the noises make them realize the sharks have come inside to eat the drowned bodies. Suddenly the plane shakes a little and they see the sharks swimming by their window, hitting random plane parts as they move. Rosa is getting too scared and Ava tells her not to worry because she's sure they'll be rescued. However, the helicopter still hasn't found anything and doesn't have much fuel left. The group keeps track of the water level and calculates they still have around 3 or 4 hours before the water reaches the back. However, they also keep hearing the metal creaking and notice some water leaking through the ceiling, so they can't be sure if the plane will hold up that long. Suddenly the plane starts falling, sliding down for several minutes and causing a bunch of rocks to fall off until it gets stuck again. Thankfully the group holds on and nobody gets hurt, but this new angle is causing the water level inside the plane to rise faster. Since the seabed obviously isn't as solid as they thought, the group agrees they have no choice but to swim out of the plane. They'll need to find some way to distract the sharks, and Rosa says she learned at school that sharks don't like bubbles. There's still the problem of being able to hold their breath for that long, and Kyle suddenly remembers something. Some passengers were traveling with scuba equipment. Danilo explains those things are in the baggage hold and there's a hatch that would give them access, however the oxygen tanks are probably empty, otherwise they wouldn't have been allowed in the plane. Ava thinks the rest of the scuba equipment could still be useful, but Jed is too pessimistic, so Ava pretends she needs to pee and hides in the bathroom, where she has a breakdown as she hears the plane creak. When she comes out, Ava teaches Rosa it's okay to be frightened. Outside, the helicopter only has 15 minutes of fuel left. At that moment they finally find plane parts floating around, so 2 divers jump into the water to start the search. It doesn't take them long to find the plane, and as soon as they come closer the group starts making gestures at the window. One of the divers swims toward the hole while the other approaches the window to tell the survivors it's all fine now. Suddenly the shark appears behind him and he doesn't notice it, so the group tries to warn him. The diver turns around and finds nothing, but when he looks at the plane again, he's pulled down by the shark and